Monster Synthesis Master. 550 A Sign, Chapter 3.24. F***CK, this is outrageous. Link has done so many great things under your watch, but you, as a member of the Lin family financial group, don't know anything about it. You're not competent. The guild master of the Sentimental Guild, Tangju, couldn't help but mock. The other guilds also stared at Wind curiously, waiting for his explanation. Wind-chasing wolf was also a big shot in the martial arts department. His skin was bronze, but even so, it couldn't hide his red face. Zui Feng stuttered for a long time before preparing to explain. Coincidentally, at this time, the thief Liang Ren came to the villa in a hurry. As soon as he entered the door, he confessed, "I'm sorry, the think tank had an impromptu meeting. I'm late." Zui Feng's eyes lit up as he immediately found Shui Guo's target. He slammed the table and stood up. "All of you say that I'm incompetent. I'm just the captain of a small street under the Kylin Hall. How much important matters can I know?" On the other hand, Dao Yangren is a member of the Lin Financial Group's think tank and he is in contact with important matters every day. Why don't I see him reveal any information? Dao Yangren's face was absurd. Zui Feng, this guy was too shameless in order to throw the blame? As a member of the think tank, I have to keep it a secret. If the confidential information was leaked, wouldn't I have climbed to this position for nothing? We'll all be the beneficiaries of Link's success. Besides, this is top secret information, and only a few people in the entire city know about it. I only found out about it today. Thief Liang Ren's explanation was flawless. Zui Feng could not find any reason to refute. However, Wind-chasing wolf couldn't be the turtle hermit and let himself be the scapegoat. A trace of joy flashed through Zui Feng's eyes and he quickly said, "Everyone, please be the judge. This kind of thing should be split in half. The bandit leader and I are both in Lin's financial group. Why am I the only one to take the blame? This is not fair." "No." Everyone shook their heads in unison. "This is all your fault. The bandit leaders worked hard to serve the Lin group. They consolidated their positions so that they could provide us with big information in the future. As the leader of a small area, you can't even help at all. You really don't live up to your reputation in the game." Wind-chasing wolf was dumbfounded. These guys were good brothers who fought together in the dungeon the day before. How did they become so unfamiliar in the blink of an eye? You guys are in no position. What magic potion did the bandit Liang people feed you?" The bandit Liang Ren pulled a stool over and sat down. With a slightly annoying expression he said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I only invested in your guild out of friendship." Not only did he become a shareholder, but he's also a major shareholder. The guild master of the myth, Emma Wen, who had lost his way, gave him a timely stab. This time, Zui Feng was completely listless, like a frost-beaten eggplant or a leaking balloon. You can do whatever you want with money. It seemed that he could only take the blame for this. "What did you guys talk about today?" Dao Yangren asked after he sat down. "The fall of the King of Sand Dungeon has been cleared. The next step is for the guilds to organize their own manpower and increase their strength. As for Moro's Tower, I'm sure you've seen the recommended dungeon level and plot outline on the forum. We've discussed and decided not to challenge this dungeon for the time being. We should focus on steadily improving. When our levels and equipment have improved, we can work together to clear new dungeons." Bombing Chicken introduced the topic of discussion to the bandit Liang Ren. The bandit Liang Ren took out a map from his pocket and said, "This is a detailed map of the entire floor of the Moro's Tower. You can keep it for yourself. Don't spread it. It should be useful in the instance dungeon." The guild leaders of the major guilds craned their necks and gathered around. This map of Moro's Tower was detailed, and even the hidden corridors and secret rooms in the building were clearly marked. Dao Yangren crossed his arms in front of his chest and had a self-satisfied expression. "Don't forget that the think tank's headquarters is in the Moro's Tower. I've been serving tea in the think tank, so if I say I'm second to the Moro's tower, no one would dare to say they're first. The guild leaders' eyes lit up. With this map, they would have a clear understanding of the structure of Moro's tower. When they entered the dungeon, they would have the geographical advantage. Sure, but will the think tank be fine with such a detailed map? Lang Feng couldn't help but ask. Even the secret room and secret passage were drawn in such detail. Now that the thief had taken it out, if the manager Penny found out, the thief would really be done for. The Moro's tower is the think tank's office now, and these secret passages are no longer in use. It's fine even if we announce them. This map was drawn by Constellation's people after taking over the building. However, Link and Penny threw it aside after looking at it, not interested in it. This time, I took it out with the approval of the supervisor, so there's no problem. With the Liang Gren's explanation, the pressure on the guild leaders was reduced a lot. Suya looked at Zui Feng with a smile and couldn't help but tease, "Look, this is the difference." Our boss thief quietly brought out such a big surprise, but a certain someone was stunned. Zui Feng held his head, his face twisted. "Stop scolding, stop scolding. If you keep scolding, you'll be gone." The guild master of the Sentimental Guild, Tang Ju's expression froze, and he said, "Although we have decided to lead our own teams to level up in the fall of the King of Shitu dungeon, we can't neglect the selection work for the Moro's Tower dungeon. We can use this opportunity to select some members with potential." The other guild leaders nodded in agreement. The Moro's Tower and the Fall of the King of Shitu were both 40-man dungeons. Previously, the major guilds had organized their own teams to challenge the Fall of the King of Shitu. In the end, because the guilds had difficulty gathering 40 strong players, they had been crushed by Alongso's guards. The top guilds had invested a lot of resources, but in the end, they had all gone up in smoke. Under such a premise, the few high-end guilds that had taken root in Shenmue City decided to join forces. Each guild sent out a portion of their top members to form a 40-man exploration team. After a period of time, they finally cleared the dungeon. After mastering the techniques and key points of clearing the game, they would then split up into the internal teams of the various guilds, and the veterans would lead the newbies. This meeting, which had been set up because of Link's big incident, did not cause much of a stir among the players. It was because Link was simply too eye-catching. From the start of the Wastelands promotional video, Link had occupied a lot of screen time. Ever since the beta testing, Link had been the leader of a gang in the slums of Shandu. In the game, he had helped the players of Shandu many times and provided them with convenience. The players had also seen the changes in Shandu. There was also the follow-up sweep of the desert and the great contribution of allying with the other forces of the Freedom Federation. The players had even joked that Su Tianzhao and Augustine paled in comparison to Link. Instead of being suppressed by Link, it was better to abdicate and at least gain a good reputation. However, he didn't expect the players to guess correctly. The three major forces officially merged and the true Freedom Federation was established. The discussion on the forum about who was the main character of Wasteland Planet, Link or John, finally came to an end today. Many players who heard the news went to the forum to mock those who had guessed wrong. "What did I say back then? Link is the version son, but you kids didn't believe me. Now I'm asking you, do your faces hurt? Ha ha ha, say it out loud. Who's the main character of our Wasteland Planet? The Pandora Tour group is here. You guys are ridiculous. How long has it been since the main character who controls the planet has appeared? Victoria City Tour group, please check in. Our planet is still in a war. The main character is at a disadvantage. Report over. Let's go, let's go. What are you so proud of? If the higher UPS guessed it right, you hypocritical day person. Even if I guessed wrong, I'm still a noble player of Shandu. Take a good look at my monster security company points. I'm going to blind your dog eyes." Picture. There were all kinds of verbal battles in the forum, and it was a great fight. Even though it was exciting to see players from the inside, the players from the wasteland were still the same when it came to the outside. Whether it was Pandora or Victoria, the version children were not as powerful as Link in terms of level, strength, or influence. Link had become the symbol of the wasteland's top combat power, the players' pride. This kind of cohesion was actually very good. Once the players were willing to see Link as their leader and were willing to take pride in him, their relationship with the players would be bound. They would be together for good or bad. Compared to the commotion among the players, the wasteland was the real sensation. It had been 40 years since the establishment of the Freedom Federation and the three cities' decision to help each other. In the past 40 years, the three major forces had formed an alliance, but they had also been competing with each other in the dark. They regarded each other as a thorn in the side and maintained a fragile agreement. However, from now on, the Freedom Federation would be a complete entity. All its forces would listen to the unified command of the Federation's head, and the three great forces would become history. The Freedom Federation's population and trade took up 80% of the wasteland's share, while the other organizations and forces added up to only 20%. When the news was announced today, the leader of Essia, Dido, immediately announced that he would lead the entire Essia to merge into the Freedom Federation and was willing to hand over military power to the head of state. When the three forces worked together, some people on the wasteland lamented that the times had changed. Now that Link was on stage, from now on, this man's every move would affect the entire wasteland. The guilds chatted for a while more before they finally got up and left. Before he left, Wind-Chasing Wolf stared at Bomb Chicken and asked, "Brother Chicken, what are your plans after this? Do you want to raid a dungeon with us, Miracle?" Bombing Chicken was a solo player who did not join any guilds. He was very strong and was recognized by Druid players as the #1 professional, an elite member of the Moon Shadow Council. If he could pull Bombarding Chicken into the dungeon with him, Windchaser would not have to worry about his progress. Bombing Chicken laughed and waved his hand. "No, there's nothing much going on here in Sandu and Shenmue City. It just so happens that Essia has completely merged today, right? The elders of the Moon Shadow Council asked me and the council elites to lead a few Druid players to Essia to spread the teachings. It's a good opportunity to go to the southern end of the continent to take a look." Zui Feng nodded his head in understanding, his face filled with envy. "I'm still envious of you. You don't have to worry about the guild's affairs and can leave as you please. My guild has a lot of people with me, so I can't go that far without an important mission." After he finished, he raised his eyebrows. "I heard that the customs of Essia are more open-minded, and it has more of the original appearance of the wasteland than the orderly Sand City. If there's anything you can't handle, you must let me know at once. As your brother, I'm obliged to do so." If he didn't know how thick-skinned Wind was, he would have believed it. "Hehe, then just you wait." Bombing Chicken saw through it at a glance. Wind was just looking for an excuse to go out and have fun. Although there were no elders leading the team, the elite druids were not to be trifled with. In addition, there were also outstanding druid players, so it would be difficult for anything to happen. Not to mention, after Essia was incorporated into the Federation of Freedom, the local mercenaries and the super squad controlled by Dido, as well as the Duke of Bounty Hunter who had turned over a new leaf and was ranked 3rd in the Platinum Hotel, were stationed in Essia. With such a luxurious setup, what do you think could happen? Even if something happened, would it be his turn? The moment Bombarding Chicken left the villa in the residential district of Shenmue City, he arrived at the Druid district. As Fate became more and more popular and players' levels increased, more and more players and NPCs settled down in Shenmue City. Shenmue City had already been expanded by 2 rounds. Fortunately, at the beginning of the construction, Penny and Constellation had thought of this. They determined a few areas, and then expanded it radial from the central square to ensure the convenience of expansion in the future. The team that was heading to Essia for missionary work was already ready and waiting for the order from the person in charge, Bombing Chicken. "Since we're all ready, let's go." Soon, everyone boarded a green bus with the words Sand City Moon Shadow Council printed on it. The bus started and took everyone to Essia. On the bus, there was a dark-skinned man dressed in Essia-style clothes. He opened his mouth with a smile and a mouthful of bright white teeth. "Hello, everyone. I'm Bath, the tour guide for this trip. I'll explain the local customs and conditions of Essia to you along the way. I'll let you understand the taboos and customs of the local residents so that it'll be more convenient for you to preach when you arrive. First of all, because Essia is the southernmost part of the Gale Desert, made up of 90% of the desert and 10% of the oases, there are no light or heavy industries except for the assembly lines of the warlords, so the weather is particularly good. It is a good place to enjoy the stars at night. Out of 365 days in a year, more than 350 days are sunny." Half a day later, when they arrived at Essia, they got off the car. The sky was filled with dark clouds, covering the entire sky above Essia and drawing a clear line in the sky. "This is what you meant when you said it's suitable for stargazing at night," the team leader, Exploding Chicken, could not help but laugh. Bay scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "What a coincidence, today just so happens to be the 15th day." Unexpectedly, a passerby happened to pass by and scoffed at Bath's words. "What? This kind of gloomy weather has been going on for more than half a month." 551 The rotten smell in the dark, 3.25. Bath was a native of Essia. A few months ago, when Shitu had deployed troops at the border to attack Essia, all of Essia had been in a state of panic. Before Shitu had launched a large-scale attack, Essia had fallen into a civil strife. In the end, Dutto, supported by the Duke, had won the final victory and submitted to Shitu. After that, Basir, who had been yearning for this, followed the caravan to Shandu and witnessed the true meaning of a civilized society. During this period, he had done a lot of work and finally decided to join a travel agency. It just so happened that the travel agency had opened up a new Essia route. After a month of training, Bath finally received his first order to be a tour guide for the Druids of Moon Shadow Council. If this task was done well, the reputation would be open. Basir's mouth twitched a few times. This was his first business as a tour guide. He had thought that the trip would be smooth, but he did not expect to be slapped in the face at the beginning. It seemed that this order was not easy to get. "Everyone, let's go to our accommodation first. If you want to take a look around Essia at night, I can introduce you to it." Bath was very enthusiastic. This was not only his first business, but also an order from the Moon Shadow Council. The Moon Shadow Council was an impressive organization now. With the Noxie Divine Tree and Mystic Wood City as its two landmarks, it held a pivotal position in the Mystic Wood City. Everyone knew about Link's relationship with the Moon Shadow Council. If he could serve them well, he would be able to receive important officials in the future. Explosive Chicken chuckled and rejected Bath's suggestion. They were here to preach, not to play. Even if he wanted to play, he should at least wait until he finished the quest on hand. The main person in charge of this mission was Bombing Chicken. As an elite member of the Moon Shadow Council, this mission had been specially assigned to him by the Elder as a further inspection. Originally, the Elders had all favored Link. From the beginning, they had been guest elders. Step by step, they had looked up to Link until he reached an unattainable height. The Elders had discussed making Link the leader of the Moon Shadow Council to expand their influence on the wasteland. However, before the Elder could speak, Link had become the head of the Freedom Federation and the most powerful man in the wasteland. It was obviously meaningless to talk about this now. Link could decide everything on the wasteland with a single word. Why would he care about the leader of the Moon Shadow Council? Hence, the Elders began to change their minds. Since Link couldn't do it, they would have to train someone else. As the Aboriginals of the wasteland, they would grow old with the passage of time, but the Inhumans could come back to life and never age, which gave the Elders hope. It wasn't as if they were directly promoting a person to be their leader. The Moon Shadow Council was now a legitimate force with the Freedom Federation's official backing, so there was naturally an assessment process. Among the thousands of Inhumans, the most outstanding one was this player called Bombarding Chicken. He was widely praised by the Inhumans Druid community and was respectfully called Brother Dashi and Brother Chicken. Moreover, before the war between Shandu and the Machinery Faith, the Bombing Chicken had obtained a miraculous achievement and brought intelligence about the enemy to Shandu before anyone else, thus obtaining the reward of the illusionary vine. When the Moon Shadow Council moved into the Noxie Divine Tree, they also contributed their own strength, ranking first among the Inhumans in terms of contribution. With these prerequisites and the fact that Bombarding Chicken was the only one who had reached the elite level in terms of contribution points, the elders had the idea of testing him and arranged a lot of experience points for him. As long as he could complete these experience points, he would be able to go one step further and enter the Noxie Divine Tree to accept the inheritance of the ancient knowledge tree and become a probationary elder. Even though he was rejected by Bombarding Chicken, Basir did not show any signs of unhappiness. He chuckled and said, "Then please rest early at the hotel. If you need me, please call this number. Please don't find it troublesome." Basir respectfully handed over his business card with both hands and bowed. "Okay, go ahead. I'll call you if I have any problems." "Okay, I'll take my leave then." Basir did not say much. After all, he had been professionally trained. If he continued to pester his customers, it would only cause them to be disgusted. As long as he did his job well, his customers would naturally contact him if they needed him. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. The sky was covered with a thick layer of dark clouds, and the light had dimmed. Bombing Chicken brought everyone to the hotel where they were staying to make arrangements. "Then," he said, "there's a buffet downstairs. After dinner, go back to your rooms and rest. We'll go out at 11 p.m. The reason why they only went out at night was that the Moon Shadow Council's druids would have additional effects when they moved at night. In addition, there was nothing much to see in Essia during the day. Only when night fell would this city, which was known as the Pearl of the Desert Oasis, reveal its true colors of being filled with neon and alcohol. Although Essia had announced its integration into the Freedom Federation, Link didn't point his finger at it. Tudo, as the commander, was in charge of all government affairs in Essia, while the Duke led all the armed forces in Essia to protect the south of the Freedom Federation. Some of Essia's special industries, such as the Neon District and the entertainment area at night, were open as usual, but human experiments such as joint pharmaceutical production and human trafficking were banned. Link still understood the principle of alternating between tension and relaxation. In Essia, he could make an opening for the things strictly prohibited in Sado, Dragon City, and Fae. Otherwise, if he suppressed them too much, it would definitely trigger a rebellion. The Aisha Tourism Express line was also developed under such circumstances. Late at night, the members of the Moon Shadow Council had all changed into their normal attire, all in suits and leather shoes. This was especially so for the elites who believed in the way of the druids. Their eyes were all glowing blue, and the eyes of the ordinary druids who followed them were also glowing green. In addition to their strong and slender figures from years of cultivation, they looked like a group of male models after wearing casual suits. There was also a slight wild aura between the meticulous and ascetic wind. Bombarding Chicken looked at the crowd that could walk down the hotel corridor like they were on a runway and could not help but laugh. "If you guys go straight to the nightclub in Essia, I'm afraid you'll all be squeezed dry tomorrow. I'm really starting to doubt if it was the right decision to bring you guys out tonight, Ying Luo. In this way, it would probably be easy to get to know about Essia's lover, but it would probably be impossible to get to know the local customs." The accompanying druids shrugged their shoulders helplessly. "We have no choice. Brother Chicken, you told us not to wear robes. The only thing the hotel can provide is these suits." Bombarding Chicken looked at the group of suave-looking people and took a screenshot. If this screenshot was posted on the internet, it would definitely make the group of handsome dogs lick the screen, not to mention the women of Asia's open nightlife. When they saw this group of abstinent druids, they would pounce on them one by one and eat them up. Exploding Chicken had a bad feeling. He had a feeling that something was going to happen today. He looked at his watch. It was already 11:10 p.m. Let's go. We're going to experience the local customs of Asia and look for a suitable place to build a base camp. As they walked out of the hotel, everyone was immediately attracted by the unique prosperity of Asia. When they first arrived in the afternoon, the clouds were dark and gloomy. Many shops had not opened yet, giving people a depressing feeling. He didn't expect that when night fell and the lights were lit, the scene in front of him would suddenly change. It actually revealed a colorful scene. Especially the colorful neon lights and the endless stream of pedestrians on the road. Under the influence of alcohol and music, they wantonly released happiness. And the outer area of Asia was an even brighter place. The ring-shaped slum was the outermost area of Asia. It did not have many colors, only a continuous circle of orange-yellow light. This was the color of the most common tungsten wire light bulb, but when thousands of them were grouped together, they formed a large scale, and even the dark clouds in the night sky could be clearly seen. Bombarding Chicken looked at the men and women who were hugging each other in a wanton manner. A few black lines were already forming on his forehead. Previously, the elders had expressed their high regard for him, especially for this mission to expand his influence. They had all promised that these missions would be a test for him, and as long as he completed them, he would be able to advance in the Moon Shadow Council and enjoy more benefits. However, when he saw the scene in front of him and thought of the ill-intentioned smiles on the elders' faces, he understood that he had been fooled by these cunning old men. If they came to this kind of place to expand their power, they would probably not have a single person join the cult even if they shouted for 3 to 5 days. I thought it was just a formality, but I didn't expect the difficulty to be so high, Bomb Chicken mumbled. Hey? Brother Chicken, what did you say? The druid beside him could not help but ask. I'm afraid we can't preach in this place. Let's go to the slums and take a look. Bomb Chicken sighed. As Lin Kei's die-hard fan, Bombing Chicken was very familiar with Lin Kei's experiences. Being a drunkard could not save Asia, and the druid's thoughts of poverty and pleasure could not free this group of superficial people from low-level pleasure. Perhaps only the poor with weak basic conditions would have people willing to study the way of druids. The villages surrounding the city was Link's classic way of getting rich. He would start from the slums and then slowly nibble away at the rich areas on the second ring. As for the first ring area, it was originally the residence of the commanders, but after Dido surrendered, only his own residence was left, and the rest of the place was changed into the office area of Asia. The oasis, which was originally the back garden of the commander's residence, was also transformed into a public garden and opened to everyone. Without stopping at the second ring road, they stopped a taxi and went straight to the slums on the outer ring. Bosses, our nightlife in Asia is famous for its rich nightlife. Some activities are banned in Shandu, Dragon City, and Fei, but they are allowed in Asia. You can play tricks that you can't play in the city. Why don't you try it? Why do you go to the slums instead? Bombarding Chicken turned his head and looked at the driver, who was wearing a gold chain and had a cigarette in his mouth. He asked, Master, how are you so sure that we're not locals? The driver grinned. The bosses are mature and handsome. If they were locals, I would definitely know them. We've seen all this feasting and revelry in the Sand City, Bomb Chicken said nonchalantly. Take the slums in the outer ring for example. You'll drive us to the poorest place. The driver smacked the steering wheel and immediately gave a thumbs up. The shop owner's eyes are sharp. He had never been here, but he knew that there were differences in the slums of the outer ring. Then I'll explain the current situation of the slums of Asia while driving. The driver paused for a moment and continued, due to historical reasons, the earliest slums were concentrated in the north. On the one hand, there are troops stationed in the north. They need a lot of labor to do daily work. If you live in the north, you can quickly grab a job and get a bite of food. After that, as Asia developed, slums were built on all sides, but the poorest one is definitely the south. Because of its geographical location, the south is always the first to suffer when the sea breeze blows every year. The air is filled with the stench of the sea. The north had the assembly line of the munitions factory, and the west was adjacent to the United Pharmaceutical. They could rely on both. Only the south had nothing. Although it's close to the sea, there's no way to fish in the coastal waters, and no one goes there for sightseeing, so it's the least developed place in the slums. Then let's go to the south. Bombarding Chicken said decisively. The more hopeless a place was, the more people hoped to have something to pin their hopes on. Perhaps the way of druids would bloom from here and spread throughout all of Asia. According to Moros's hierarchy of needs theory, the most basic human needs were physiological needs, and above that were safety needs, social needs, respect needs, and self-realization at the top of the pyramid. The people in the southern slums were still struggling for food, clothes, and a place to live, which was the most important and powerful human need. As long as they could be satisfied and provided with a certain level of safety, these people would definitely become the most loyal believers of the Moon Shadow Council. Bombing Chicken's idea was to replicate the miracle of Shenmue City. He wanted to make use of the druids' affinity for nature-type elements such as flowers and trees to demonstrate the might of the way of the druids to these poor NPCs. He wanted to leave a mark in their hearts that as long as they learned the way of the druids, they would be able to solve their physiological and safety needs. Bosses, welcome to the southern slums. This familiar, nauseating smell is a constant reminder of the status of the slums. There are very few cars here, the driver said. If you want to go back after the inspection, I can continue to work for you. Bombarding Chicken did not plan to stay for long, so he paid the driver. There's no need to look for the rest. Wait for us here. You can take us back after we're done. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of the new wasteland money. Bosses, don't worry. I'll be waiting here. Everyone got out of the car. The scene in front of them was different from the inner ring. The air was filled with the smell of the sea that the driver had mentioned. The low houses were connected to each other, and the space was narrow and tight, making it hard for people to breathe. Let's take a walk around the outside first, then go inside. Everyone walked along the edge. The residents in the slums were dressed in rags. When they saw a group of well-dressed upper-class people, their eyes were full of curiosity and a trace of avoidance. After walking for a short while, the fried chicken suddenly smelled an indescribable unique smell in the fishy sea air. There was a faint smell of sulfur and decay, but it was not the kind of rotting smell that came from the fishy sea and dead fish. It was a unique feeling that could absorb the breath of life and wither nature. Did you guys smell it? The elites behind him nodded quickly, but the ordinary druids didn't notice. Let's go. Let's follow the smell and take a look. However, Bombarding Chicken did not expect that his casual decision would cause a huge change in the entire wasteland. 552 The first type of contact, 3.26. Everyone sniffed the air and advanced. However, because the smell was mixed with the salty sea breeze, it was faintly discernible, and it took them a lot of effort to track it. Look, there are footprints here. The elite druid was keenly aware of the strange trampling marks in the sand, close to the houses in the slums. Druids had excellent vision at night, and they could see the footprints on the sand without any external light. One of the elite druids who specialized in transformation came forward to take a closer look. The footprint is in the shape of a hoof, with 4 feet and a body length of 1 meter. There are traces of a tail on the ground, and the tail is about 50 centimeters long. According to the depth of the footprints, she should be about 50 kilograms. Druids were associated with nature, so they knew a lot about the creatures that existed in nature, especially the shape-shifting druid, who had to simulate animal changes, so they had a better understanding. I don't remember seeing any creature that fits this data, the elite druid came up with his own analysis. Could it be some kind of mutant creature? Bombarding Chicken voiced his thoughts. The druid nodded with uncertainty. That's a possibility, Zhen. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and gently rubbed it near the hoof prints. Then, he put it to his nose and sniffed. There's also a rotten smell. It's an indescribable feeling. It's anxiety, right? It will stimulate the fear in the depths of one's heart and make one anxious. Bombing Chicken thought for a long time before he could come up with a word to accurately describe this complicated feeling. Yes, this is the feeling. The other druids all looked at Bombarding Chicken, waiting for him to give an idea. On the surface, Bombing Chicken's brows were tightly furrowed. He was feeling a headache from this strange and unknown creature, but in reality, he was ecstatic. If it really was a mutant creature, it was definitely a good thing. Who didn't know that the current head of the Freedom Federation, Link, loved all kinds of rare wild beasts? There were even oases in the desert that were specially used to raise wild beasts. There were all kinds of wild beasts in there, and many of the powerful combatants by Link's side were all pets. If it really was a mutated creature, he could capture it and bring it back to the Sand City to offer it to Link. He would definitely gain a lot of favorability from it. Link's favorability was much more important than the Moon Shadow Council's. From the looks of it, this creature is strange. Everyone, pay attention to your safety later and try to catch it alive. After Bomb Chicken finished speaking, he released his illusionary vine from the long wooden bucket behind him. From the footprints of the mysterious creature, it should have entered the slums. The narrow and cramped slum greatly interfered with their movements. The road twisted and turned like a huge irregular maze. At this time, it was difficult to lock onto the location of the creature with only the druid's tracking spell. Moreover, creatures of this size were good at running, so Bomb Chicken summoned the hallucinatory vine to track and bind the mysterious creature. The other druids entered a state of readiness and followed the footsteps of the Bombing Chicken into the slums. A group of high-class people in suits and leather shoes suddenly entered the slum that looked like a cesspit. This immediately attracted the attention of the local aboriginals. While their eyes were filled with curiosity, they were also obviously frightened. The elite druid and Bombing Chicken walked at the front, and the illusion vines dug up the ground and crawled all the way. The hoof prints on the ground didn't disappear, and the group moved nimbly through the narrow corridor. The druid in charge of bringing up the rear asked the residents on both sides, "Did you see any strange creatures passing by here?" The reply they got was a shake of their heads, or it could be said that everyone was already numb to life, and it was a problem for them to even have a full stomach. No one cared about the things around them. The group took many turns, and they had no idea where they were in the slums. They suppressed the anxiety in their hearts and followed the footsteps of the hoof prints. The noisy and chaotic environment, the oppressive space, the rotten smell in the air, and the lifeless people with empty eyes like the walking dead. Then, one of the druids said a classic sentence, "If hell really exists in this world, it should be here, sob sob." Explosive Chicken sharply captured the druid's low mood and hurriedly said, "This is also the reason why the elders gave us this difficult and heavy task. Everyone, including me, was personally selected by the elders to carry out this task. The elders must want us to experience the sufferings of the world in this way, so that we can be more firm in our teachings and ideas. As the saying goes, only after seeing the darkness will one yearn for the light. This must be the expectation the elder has for us." The other druids all had expressions of sudden realization. No wonder the elder let Brother Chicken lead the team. This is the difference in their cultivation levels. As expected of Brother Chicken. Only after seeing the darkness would one yearn for the light. How well said. However, shouldn't the Moon Shadow Council be the ones who believe in the night and the moon? Crooked head. JPY. But the druids didn't care about these details, because after following for a long time, the hoof prints on the ground finally came to an end. They stopped at the door of a temporary house built with splints and tarpaulin. Although there was a constant noise around them, everyone could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Exploding Chicken gestured for everyone to keep quiet. He then cast a beast's eye on the hallucinatory vine and observed the situation in the house through the perspective of the hallucinatory vine. The illusionary vine dug through the ground and moved forward. Soon, half of its body was inside the simple house. Immediately, the fried chicken saw the culprit who had caused them to follow him all the way here. This unknown monster had dark red, thick skin with crisscrossing lines. There was a thick black mane on its back and hooves, and there were two sharp calcifying horns on its head. On its forehead, there were two long tentacles that extended outward, and the top was like a blooming flower bud, used to track and analyze the smell in the air. A bloody mouth was greedily gnawing at the skinny man on the straw mat, and this skeleton-like man only had one breath left. He was gnawed on by the terrifying monster and had no strength to call for help. He could only watch as his body was chewed and swallowed. Seeing this, Bombarding Chicken's brain went blank. It had been more than half a year since he had entered Destiny and he had seen many horrifying and disgusting scenes. However, when such a naked scene of a mysterious beast eating a man appeared in front of him without any scruples, it still made Bomb Chicken feel nauseated. Although he had no idea what this mysterious species was, based on the knowledge he had learned about wild beasts in the Moon Shadow Council, the bombing chicken was still able to analyze some of its habits and abilities. First, it was dark red skin. The crisscrossing lines were the characteristics of thick skin. The two calcifying horns that were pointed forward were one of the means of attack, and they might even be accompanied by some kind of charging skill. The two joint-like things on the top of the head were like antennas that could receive signals. It had sneaked into the slums and had not been discovered, which meant that it was well hidden. It had especially found a poor person who was on the verge of death to attack, which meant that it should be able to sniff out vitality and choose enemies with weak vitality to attack. Judging from the way he was gnawing on the bones, he had an extraordinary bite force. The room, which was temporarily covered with a canvas and separated by a few boards, was extremely dark. With the help of the eye of the beast, he could only observe so much. Just from the scene in front of them, the bombing chicken could define the mysterious dog as an evil creature. The illusionary vine continued to dig through the ground. Since the monster was very small, it was difficult to restrict its movement by tying its front and back limbs. Explosive Chicken wanted to tie it up at the waist to prevent it from escaping. At this moment, the monster was still feasting on the flesh and blood of the doughty. Bomb Chicken raised his hand and gestured to the people around him, indicating that they should surround the small house and not give the monster any chance to escape. The druids were all in position, staring at the tent-covered room full of malicious aura as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, the illusionary vine broke out of the ground. Just as the illusionary vine was about to extend its tendrils from the ground and wrap around the mysterious dog, the dog was shocked and jumped away from its original spot. Only half of the tendrils grazed the mysterious dog's thick skin and failed to completely bind it. But before the mysterious dog could regain its senses, a few more illusionary vines sprang out from the new place it had landed. However, these illusionary vines did not continue to tie it up like before. Instead, they directly formed a huge dome-like tree prison, covering the mysterious dog within. When the druids rushed into the house and saw that the mysterious dog had been completely locked in the tree prison, they immediately praised it. Brother Chicken is mighty. Brother Chicken ripples. Oh, 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 oh. However, when the druids saw the corpses that had been gnawed to pieces, their defenses were immediately broken, and they almost died on the spot. Bombing Chicken had obtained the illusion vine for a long time. Ever since he attacked the bunker alone, he had felt that although the illusion vine seemed ordinary, it actually had a lot of potential. As long as it was used properly, it would have unexpected results. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Bombing Chicken had gained a lot of experience through battles, as well as some small tricks to control the attack of the illusionary vine. It would be naive to think that one hit was enough to deal with a creature with a sensory antenna on its head. Feints and unique skills could catch the enemy off guard. One of the druids walked to the side of the tree prison and tried to get a closer look through the gap. Be careful! Explosive Chicken grabbed the druid's collar and yanked him back. At the same time, the tree prison surrounded by the illusionary vines was suddenly pierced through, revealing a white and big horn. When the horn reached its limit, it was less than 2 centimeters away from the druid's nose. The druid was so scared that he couldn't say a word, and his back was already drenched in sweat. If it wasn't for Brother Chicken's quick reflexes, his head would have been pierced through. The party involved and the druid beside him were still in a state of shock, while Bomb Chicken was frowning. The illusionary vine itself had a hallucinating effect. With so many illusionary vines surrounding the tree prison, the hallucinating effect should have taken effect very quickly. This mysterious dog should have been swaying left and right as if it had drunk fake wine. Unexpectedly, it was not affected at all and could even retreat and use its horn to charge. It seemed that this dark red thick skin was not immune to magic, but at least it was immune to hallucinogenic toxins and had high resistance. The horn was pulled out of the tree, and the mysterious dog started to prepare for a second attack. At this moment, the druid beside him reacted and cast a nature spell. However, it was still like a clay ox entering the sea. The mysterious dog did not seem to be injured at all. This time, Bomb Chicken was sure that the thick skin of the mysterious dog had a high magic resistance. Use your weapon, but be careful not to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious dog stabbed another horn into the tree prison. Bombing Chicken realized that the parts that were stabbed by the mysterious dog were all charred black and exuded a rotten smell. This kind of smell suppressed the self-recovery ability of the illusionary vine. The dome-like tree prison couldn't hold on any longer, and the illusionary vines removed their roots one after another, freeing themselves from the restraints. The druids took out their enchanted cold weapons and stabbed at the mysterious dog. Bombing Chicken took out the propped-up Desert Eagle that had been enhanced and modified by Helen and fired a few shots at the mysterious dog's waist without a word. After the Desert Eagle's bullet was accelerated by the coil, it was wrapped in a layer of light blue energy and quickly landed on the mysterious dog. Bombing Chicken could clearly see that the first bullet only dealt a few dozen points of damage and only penetrated the mysterious dog's skin. The damage of the second bullet was obviously much higher, with more than 100 points of damage, and the thick skin had obviously cracked. When the third and fourth bullets hit it, the thick red skin directly exploded, causing more than 200 damage. Exploding Chicken could not help but gasp. After Helen's enhanced Desert Eagle pistol, its strongest effect was armor-piercing. The Bombing Chicken had done an experiment before. This kind of bullet could penetrate the thick armor of an armored vehicle with one shot. However, when it hit the mysterious dog, it only caused its skin to crack, and the damage was only a few dozen points. It was really incredible. From another perspective, the strength of the mysterious dog's skin was even stronger than a 3 cm thick armor plate. This was outrageous. What the hell was this thing? It actually had such a strong defense. At this moment, Bomb Chicken quickly used Detect and saw the mysterious dog's data. Name, Mysterious Dog, Temporary Name. Race, Mysterious Creature. Level, Level 30+, Elite. HP, 2210/2800. Energy, Unknown. Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 80, Energy 150, Others Unknown. Skills, Skin Resistance, Horn Impact, Flesh Devour, Spread Malice, Other Unknown. Evaluation, a mysterious creature never seen before. It was actually an elite monster. After being shot several times, green blood spurted out of the mysterious dog's body. When the blood splashed on the ground, it corroded the soil and emitted black smoke, making a sizzling sound. All kinds of enchanted sharp blades landed on the mysterious hound, but only cracks as thick as a willow leaf appeared. They only pierced through the thick skin, and the damage caused was pitifully low. There was still a long way to go before they could really hurt it. "You guys, get out of the way. Let me do it," Bombarding Chicken quickly said. After saying that, he fired a few more shots until the mysterious dog's HP dropped to around 500 points. Seeing that the mysterious dog had lost most of its resistance, he then let the illusion vine bind it again. Looking at the mysterious dog on the ground, who was weak but still trying to struggle, Bombing Chicken was a little dumbfounded. What kind of species was this? How could its defensive ability be so terrifying? 553 The moving timeline, 3.27. The bombing chickens and the druids made a lot of noise here. When the surrounding poor people heard the gunshots, they all stuck their heads out to take a look. When she saw a group of men in suits gathered together, she immediately shrank back in fear. Rich people came here to do business, so it was best for the lower class people like them not to join in the fun. Otherwise, they would suffer if they saw something they shouldn't see. One must know that in this slum, the death of anyone would not cause any waves, and no one would remember you. After breaking through the thick skin, the hallucinatory effect of the illusionary vine directly affected the flesh and muscles of the mysterious dog. Soon, the mysterious dog began to shake its head as if it had drunk too much. The druids tied up the mysterious dog and sealed its mouth. They tied the two probe-like feelers on its head into a dead knot. The tips of the feelers spread out like flower-like tassels and directly wrapped them in two plastic bags, not giving the mysterious dog any chance at all. After everything was settled, the druids found a wooden stick, hung the mysterious dog upside down like a pig, and carried it out of the southern slums. "Brother Chicken, do we still need to stay here and investigate?" the druid beside him asked. With a serious expression, Bombarding Chicken walked in front. "No, we'll go back to Essia now and ask the Duke to arrange for people to send this mysterious dog back to Howl Castle." Although the other druids knew that Link was interested in the mysterious creature, they did not think that Bombing Chicken would take it so seriously. "Brother Chicken, do you have to be so anxious? By the time we return to the inner ring of Aya, I'm afraid that His Excellency the Duke has already gone to rest." A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. The reason why the Duke was powerful in the past was because he was in the top 3 of Platinum Hotel's battle records, which was gorgeous and dazzling. However, the Duke was now a governor who guarded the border of the Freedom Federation, and his status was even more respected than before. Explosive Chicken pointed at the mysterious dog that was being flipped over and hung on the stick. Then, he reached out and pinched a small area under the mysterious dog's abdomen. He then pulled it out forcefully. The little girl suddenly grew longer, and the rings of wrinkles inside were all moved, turning into a bamboo root that was newly dug out from the ground. Finally, beside the bamboo shoot, 2 small balls wrapped in leather bags were found. There were many rashes that looked like pearl-white rashes on them. "Tell me, what is this?" The druids were all shocked. They looked at the mysterious dog's limp underling and were speechless. "Can anyone tell me what this retracted reproductive system and the pearl rash beside it represent?" This kind of knowledge could be answered as long as one had some basic knowledge of beasts. It means that it has the ability to keep warm and dissipate heat. It can complete mating and reproduction at any time of the year. Moreover, a reproductive system of this scale can produce at least a dozen or even dozens of them in a year. Soon, the druids also realized the problem. "Do you understand, although we've captured a mysterious dog now, with this guy's reproductive ability, we don't know how many there are now. This guy has thick skin and high resistance. If it's alone, we might be able to deal with it, but if it's in a group, the consequences will be unimaginable." The druids' faces turned pale. It was already so difficult to deal with this mysterious dog. If a group of them suddenly appeared, it would indeed be difficult to deal with them. "Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. We will inform the Duke of the situation overnight and send the mysterious dog back to Howl Castle for research. It will be up to the head of state to solve this problem." In the eyes of these druids, Link was an omnipotent god. Solving problems was a small matter, and he could even predict the future and prevent problems in advance. When the group reached the corner of the slum, Bombing Chicken suddenly took off his suit and covered the mysterious dog's body directly, covering a ferocious monster. The flow of people in the slums was still too dense, and Bombing Chicken did not want the slums of Esia to fall into panic the next day. The driver, who was smoking and waiting by the side of the road, did not expect the inspection bosses to return so quickly. When he saw the fried chicken, he took a big puff of his cigarette. The spark on the cigarette butt quickly shrank and burned away in the blink of an eye. The driver flicked the cigarette butt away and forced a smile. He went up and greeted politely, "Bosses, have you finished your inspection?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the driver saw something heavy hanging from a wooden stick, and there was a suit covering it. It looked extremely strange, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Good Lord, he had only gone in for a few minutes of inspection and someone had already died. Bombing Chicken took in all of the driver's expressions and threatened with a cold face, "Drive well and don't worry about other things." The driver nodded like a pug and hurried back to the car seat. He started the engine and looked straight ahead, as if the people packing things in the trunk had nothing to do with him. Just as the driver was in a daze, the few of them opened the door and got into the taxi. "The commander-in-chief should know, right? Let's go." Bombing Chicken did not say much nonsense. For such a talkative driver with a small horn, as long as he leaked even a little bit of information today, it was likely that there would be a storm in Esia tomorrow. If it was just a matter of getting rid of one person, this kind of news would be insignificant and even normal in Esia. A dead man in the commander-in-chief's residence. A series of dramatic plots had already been arranged in the driver's mind. After getting in the car, the driver took the initiative to stuff cotton in his ears and said, "I know all the rules of the underworld. The less I know, the better." Seeing that the driver had completely misunderstood their identities, Bomb Chicken did not explain. The less the ordinary people in Esia knew about this, the better, to avoid unnecessary panic. If the driver was steadier when driving back and forth, then he was much faster when driving back. It couldn't be helped. Other people were racing against time when driving, but he was racing against the Grim Reaper. If he drove any slower and the gods in the car went back on their words, wouldn't he be killed to keep his mouth shut? Very quickly, Fried Chicken and the others were brought to the entrance of the Duke's mansion. The driver removed the cotton from his ears and heaved a sigh of relief. "Bosses, we have arrived at the Duke's mansion." Bombarding Chicken and the others got out of the car and unloaded the goods in one go. Just as the driver started the engine and was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Bombarding Chicken on the side of the road. "Stop!" The driver slammed on the brakes, his pupils contracting. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Could it be that this group of people were going back on their word and were prepared to kill the hostage? Bomb Chicken walked to the car and knocked on the glass. The driver's muscles were trembling uncontrollably, but he still rolled down the window. Bomb Chicken's hand reached into his trouser pocket. This action, in the driver's eyes, was a warning that his life was coming to an end. He had already thought of the following plot. When the black gun that could reap lives was pulled out and pointed at his head, everything would be over. The driver's throat moved, and he swallowed with difficulty. He wanted to say one last thing before he died, "Don't be mean to my family." However, what he got in return was not a black gun muzzle, but a few brand new wasteland coins. "This is your tip. We'll probably need to use the car in the next few days. Leave your contact information and we'll call you again when we need it." When the driver drove off again, he was still dizzy. Looking at the stack of money on the dashboard, he still felt unreal. He had only pulled in a customer, but it felt like he had escaped from death. Bombarding Chicken had his own thoughts too. The items had to be sent back overnight, but they couldn't go back yet. Instead of finding a new driver every day, it would be better to just have a fixed driver. This way, the spread of the incident could be suppressed to the greatest extent. "Hello, we're the elites of the Moon Shadow Council in Shadu. We've been ordered by the elders to come to Esia. We have an emergency and would like to see the Duke." When the guards of the mansion saw a group of people with blue and green eyes standing at the door and heard the leader's name, they called the butler without saying a word. The Moon Shadow Council's reputation had grown after Link became the leader of the Freedom Federation. In the Weeping Valley, Link's Wind Howl Castle was built right next to the Divine Tree Noi, and the city of Godwood was also built by the Moon Shadow Council's druids. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the status of the Moon Shadow Council in the Freedom Federation now had a faint hint of orthodoxy. Upon hearing that they were the elites of the Moon Shadow Council and on the orders of an elder, the servants did not dare to delay and immediately reported to their superiors for instructions. In less than a minute, Fried Chicken and his men were invited into the mansion. They were personally led by the butler to the Duke. "I heard that you have something important to report." The Duke sat in the seat of honor, exuding the aura of a superior. In just a few months, he went from a bounty hunter to the commander of Essia and was also a member of the military committee in Shandu. With the unification of the Freedom Federation, the Duke was naturally promoted to a member of the Freedom Federation's military committee. Above him was his father, the district mayor, who had almost given up all his power. The Duke could be said to have monopolized the military and political power of Essia. There were also 10,000 mercenaries and a rather large-scale mutated human team. He was a living local emperor. The aura of a bounty hunter on him was getting weaker and weaker, replaced by a domineering aura of power, which was even more difficult to see through. Explosive Chicken was not afraid. He ordered his men to place the mysterious dog on the ground and then lifted the suit that was covering it. "Your Excellency the Duke, we've been ordered by the elders of the Moon Shadow Council to preach in Essia. In the end, we found something unusual in the southern slums and caught this monster." The Duke of Destruction was a bounty hunter and had seen a lot of things. He knew the situation in Essia like the back of his hand. The bullet wound on the monster's abdomen was clearly visible, but the thickness of its hard skin, the color of its skin, the hooves, and the feelers. Such a strange combination was unheard of. "Is this the monster you caught in the slums of the south?" The Duke could not help asking. A hint of worry appeared on Fried Chicken's face. "Yes, when we found it, it was eating an old man who was about to die. Moreover, this monster has an aura that can affect one's emotions. I've never seen such a creature before." The Duke frowned slightly. Even the knowledgeable druids of the Moon Shadow Council had never seen a creature before. Could it be a mutant creature? "I can't be sure," the Fried Chicken shook its head. "But from its reproductive system, this creature's reproductive ability is very strong. Now that one had appeared in the slums, it meant that there were at least dozens of such creatures. It has thick skin, high magic resistance, and the horns on its head are very destructive. Even ordinary hot weapons would have to use a lot of energy to subdue it. That's why I'm here today," Bombing Chicken said. "I hope that you can arrange for someone to send this dying mysterious dog to Howling Heights. The head of state's knowledge of mysterious creatures is far superior to everyone else's. He will definitely be able to find a solution." The Duke also realized the seriousness of the matter. A new species that can't be determined. It is very aggressive and has high resistance, making it difficult to kill it directly. Most importantly, it has strong reproductive abilities. Although they had only captured one, if a large number of them appeared, it would definitely cause a disturbance in Essia. The Duke made a prompt decision and ordered, "I'll arrange for a special vehicle to transport the mysterious dog right away. I may have to trouble you all to assist in the investigation of this matter." No one was more professional than the Moon Shadow Council in tracking wild beasts and creatures. The Duke acted swiftly and decisively. He immediately arranged for his trusted confidants and a constant temperature freezer to ensure that the mysterious dog would not suddenly die during the transportation process. After that, the transport helicopter rushed to Shandu. "All right, the transportation is settled. Now, we need to solve the big problem. Leader, I'll have to trouble you next." Bomb Chicken's heart skipped a beat. He saw the B-rank mission that the Duke had given him on the system interface. On the other side, Link was sleeping soundly. He dreamed that he was on an outing with the Lin family's group. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. Just as the sun was shining brightly, Link suddenly saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, rapidly approaching the Sand City. At the same time, the earth trembled violently. The people who had been laughing and laughing suddenly fled in fear, shouting, "An earthquake is coming!" In an instant, the dark clouds had already enveloped Shandu. The strong wind hit their faces like blades, causing their cheeks to hurt. Heavy rain poured down, and the raindrops fell on his face like needles. Just then, Link heard the voice of the macaw. "Link, wake up, wake up!" Link forced himself out of the dream and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the macaw tugging at his pajamas and shaking him wildly. As it spoke, its saliva sprayed all over Link's face. "I'm awake. Stop shaking me. What's the matter?" Fortunately, Lin K did not have the habit of killing people in his dreams like Boss Cao. Otherwise, the macaw would have gone to the crematorium to transform into a turkey the next day. "There's a situation in Essia. The Duke has sent his trusted aide to say that there's an emergency discovery." Link was jolted awake. He grabbed his coat and went downstairs, but he was puzzled. What kind of emergency discovery could Essia have made? When Link reached the first floor and saw the shadow hound in the refrigerator, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. His face was filled with disbelief. "That's impossible, Ying Luo. Why does Essia have a shadow dog?" 554 Big Event Alien Invasion, 3.28. Link stared at the shadow dog, his memory starting to get jumbled up. Shadow hounds were low-level otherworldly demons, and their main purpose was to charge into the main battlefield with an advantage in numbers. They had extremely high resistance and reproductive abilities, basically equivalent to the otherworldly demons' minions clearing the way. However, version 1.0 was not even over yet. His main storyline on Wasteland Planet and his hidden main storyline had not even been completed yet. Why did something like a shadow dog appear? Link cast Detect on the shadow hound. It was a level 30 elite with low HP. It was bound in the refrigerator by the illusion vine and was on its last breath. It was a genuine product of the alien demon race. "Tell me, what's going on?" Link's brain was still in a mess. He couldn't figure out why the alien demons from version 2.0 would appear in the wasteland now. The aide told Link the entire story, his voice trembling at the end. He realized that Link's face was ashen, and the pressure around him was so low that he couldn't breathe. "All right, I know what happened. You've worked hard. Quickly go and rest." The macaw was very observant. Seeing that Link's expression was not good, it quickly called for the others to leave. A servant brought them to the Azure Wood City to rest. After the outsiders left, the macaw carefully asked, "Boss, did something happen?" The macaw had never seen this expression on Link's face before. It immediately realized that this was no small matter. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the shadow hound in the refrigerator. It looked strange, but it was far less strange than Link's own pet. The macaw didn't understand why Link's reaction was so strong. "This time," said Link, nodding, "it's really serious." Although Link's rebirth had changed quite a bit in version 1.0, what did the changes in the Wasteland's plot have to do with the Fanti system? According to the normal plot, it would take at least 5 months. Version 1.0 would take about a year before the plot of version 2.0 would be released. By then, the players would have reached level 50 or 60. In his previous life, level 50 to 60 players had been beaten up by the alien demonic tribe for a few months. If not for the fact that players could revive after death, they would not have been able to hold on. However, the average level of the players was only around level 30. They had not even figured out what was going on in the wasteland, and the advance army of the otherworldly demonic tribe had already arrived. If the alien demonic tribe had really descended on the wasteland ahead of time, it would definitely be a catastrophic disaster for the wasteland. Thus, Link had to figure out whether this alien shadow dog was a Easter egg set up by the mainframe for the next stage of the plot, or if the alien demons had really begun their invasion. Troy, where's the satellite now? Can you see the situation above Essia? Troy's shrunken physical image appeared in the holographic cube on the table in the living room, and he replied, the satellite is now above the ocean on the back of the wasteland and is not within the communication range. It is expected to arrive in the sky above Essia at 6:31 this morning. It will record and transmit the information to your computer. Link waved his hand, and the image of Troy in the holographic cube disappeared. Link then grabbed the sound bug from the flower pot on the table and stuffed it into his ear. He tapped it twice and said, "Connect me to the Duke." When the Duke had come to the Sand City to pledge his allegiance, they had met and talked. After the honest discussion, Link had given the Duke a sound bug. After a few seconds, the voice transmission bug was connected, and the Duke's voice came through. "Head of State, do you have any orders? I've already received the news from your trusted aide. This matter is quite serious, and I need you to work with the members of the Moon Shadow Council to investigate the origins of these shadow dogs. At the same time, in order to prepare for the worst, I will immediately order the Military Intelligence Department to arrange for Inhumans to go to Essia as support. At the same time, the fox hunting special forces and land fire units deployed in the desert will be stationed 10 kilometers away from Essia to be on guard against the escalation of the situation." The Duke could understand the severity of the situation just by listening to Link's series of actions. Even during the war with the warlords of Essia, only the army was deployed. This time, not only was the Hunter Special Force in place, but even the army's long-range firepower unit had to be stationed outside Essia. Most importantly, they would send Inhumans to help. All of these actions showed that the threat of this creature called the Shadow Dog was far greater than what they had discussed that night. "Head of State, if you know anything, please tell me so I can make preparations in advance," the Duke asked. He had personally witnessed Link's prophetic power. Now that Link had made so many arrangements, there must be some reason behind this. Link pondered for a moment. "Then I'll get straight to the point. There's a vague picture in the prophecy that I can see. In the near future, an extraterrestrial civilization will invade the wasteland. They only have one goal, to destroy all life on this planet and plunder all the resources on the planet. Then, they will find other planets that can be conquered, like locusts crossing the border. These shadow dogs are their vanguard. So, do you understand what it means for a shadow dog to appear in Essia?" Although the Duke had prepared himself mentally, when he suddenly heard the words alien forces, extraterrestrial civilization, invasion of the wasteland, and plundering of resources, his brain was still shut down by the huge amount of information. After a long while, the Duke's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed his saliva. He found his reason for leaving at the last moment. "Understood. Essia is about to become the center of the storm, Ying Luo. That's why I need you to find out whether this shadow dog came with the main group or arrived alone for some unknown reason. Don't worry, my lord. I'll investigate it thoroughly." The Duke nodded. Link removed the sound bug from his ear and placed it back into the bonsai on the table. His identity as a prophet was now confirmed. If there was anything that was inconvenient to explain, he could explain it in fragments in the prophecy. Both the NPCs and the players had no doubt about Link's identity. At the same time, it was also this prophet identity that made Link the main character of Wasteland Planet. He then picked up the phone and gave orders to Benjamin and Ren Yi. After doing all this, Link was restless and couldn't sleep. On such an ordinary night, he had suddenly received an almost impossible piece of news. The sudden appearance of the shadow dog had disrupted Link's entire plan. Link entered the office with his mind in a mess and checked the forum. Wasteland, Victoria, and Pandora's screens were still the same. No players had found any traces of the Shadow Hounds. Everything was still unclear now. Whether it was a little Easter egg or the real butterfly effect that caused it to happen in advance, it was still hard to say. However, this sudden news was still like a whip on Link's back, making him nervous again. He thought he had everything under control. Link smiled wryly. It hadn't even been 24 hours since the announcement of the United Government of the Freedom Federation, and the news of the Shadow Dog's appearance had already come from the south. Was it really not enough to make him happy? Compared to the one-sided battles he'd faced on the wasteland, the alien demons this time put even more pressure on him. In Lin Ji's previous life, the three great powers of the Freedom Federation had each harbored their own ulterior motives. They had fought on their own without any guidance, causing the players to not have a backbone and could only be beaten up passively. It was only when they realized that the enemy was powerful and that their goal was pure destruction, coupled with the Savior's leadership, that the players gradually regained their dignity and fought back and forth with the otherworldly demons. At that time, the players had only been around level 50 to 60. If the invasion had been brought forward, the players would only be around level 30. How would they be able to stop the otherworldly demonic tribe's attack? The players were not reliable for the time being. To be precise, they would not be able to change the fact that they would be beaten up for at least a few months. Link had to find another way out, at least to withstand the enemy's fierce attacks in the early stages. It was better to rely on himself than on others. Link had to think of a solution now. Lin Ke first went through all his current pets and ranked them by their quality. Normal, Sand Sculpture, Camera Chicken, Vanilla Mud Horse, Sunflower, Skeleton Wolf, 5 Rats Secret Agent Team, Spy Rat, Black Widow, Shorthair Cat, Crow of Misfortune. Excellent, Sand Rat, White Blade Sea Eagle, Self-Destructing Fly, Blood Slug, Little Pig, Offspring of Sand Eagle and White Blade Sea Eagle, Curly-Haired Baboon, Rubber Python, Mr. Three Thicket, Alan, Fantasy Vine, Obsidian Pioneer, Fungus Multicolored Butterfly, Hydraulic Machine Hippopotamus, Water Arrow Turtle, Wasteland Wolf, Dicolor Algae, Cobalt Beetle, Scarlet Cat, Undying, Saber-Toothed Tiger King. Excellent quality, Invisible Killer Bee, Silver Army Ant, Array Wall Ant, Hellhound, Forbes, Treasure Hunting Mouse, Macaw, Black Tornado, Penguin Penny, Mummy, Eagle Guardian. Epic Sound Transmission Bug, King Kong, Shizuk, Gargoyle, Touch Dragon God, Dream Realm Demon. Link didn't lack high-end combat power. Gargoyles and Tentacles Dragon were good at large-scale battles, Vajra and Shizuk were high-end combat forces, and the Dream Parasite Demon was a sinister weapon. However, the only ones who could face the otherworldly demons head-on without falling into a disadvantage were these epic pets. The other pets were not functional, but they needed to use their numbers advantage. In the past, Link's advantage in numbers could easily defeat any enemy. However, the weakest unit of the alien demons this time was a Shadow Hound. They were all level 30 elites, which was equivalent to 0.6 Wind Chaser. If normal players came up, 2 or 3 of them might not even be able to take down a Shadow Dog. Meanwhile, the pets that Lin Ke had the advantage in numbers were not high-leveled either. Most of them were around level 10 to 20, and they would have a hard time fighting against the Shadow Hounds. The only thing that could allow them to fight back and forth was the Wolf Cavalry soldiers, who had the advantage of speed and attack. However, this was only the case for the weakest alien demon soldiers. Other than that, the alien demons also had other combat forces that could sweep across an entire planet. The fact that the alien demonic tribe had been given the title of Interstellar Locust was a testament to their massive numbers and longevity. Even after several versions, players could still see dead stars that had been destroyed by the alien demonic race and the remaining alien demonic forces in the vast galaxy. And among Link's pets, a third force had quietly risen: death. It represented the power of the undead and mummies, which could transform the dead into zombies and the undead. So far, Link had already gathered an army of thousands of undead and mummies under Windhowl Castle. He believed that this undying force would play an important role in the war. Other than the power of pets, Link had also gathered a large group of talents. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were Grace, who was proficient in alchemy, and Helen, the representative of the science faction. The two women had made great contributions in their respective fields. Grace's Grey Fog and Alchemy Army, as well as the qualitative improvement Helen had brought to the Wasteland's technology, all gave Link some confidence to fight the alien demons in the early stages. In terms of individual combat power, the Father-Son Soldier or Gemini team formed by John and Silverhand was also particularly important. After analyzing and concluding, Lin K formulated a series of strategies according to the priorities. Among them, there were two things that had the highest priority. Link quickly made a call. After a long wait, a lazy and childish voice sounded. "Princeps, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so late?" Helen yawned as she spoke. She was obviously in a half-awake state. Link deliberately paused for a moment, waiting for Helen to regain her senses. He then said, "Helen, due to some special reasons, the Heavenly Eye plan has to be brought forward." The other end of the phone fell silent. Lin K suddenly had a bad feeling and took the phone away from his ear. A moment later, a high-pitched scream came from the other side of the phone. Even though Link was holding the phone very far away, he was still dazzled by the high-pitched scream. "Head of State, is that true? You're not calling me in the middle of the night to prank me, are you?" Helen's voice was filled with excitement. The Heavenly Eye project was something she had always wanted to study. However, Link had pushed it down because he had to focus on the tokamark device's derivatives. It wasn't time yet. However, he had suddenly called her late at night to inform her that the plan had started. Link's lips curled up slightly. Although he didn't have a partner or a wife, he had a father-daughter relationship with Helen. He would be honored to see Helen's progress or new invention. "Of course I won't lie to you. Starting tomorrow morning, all the projects will give way to the Heavenly Eye project. You will have the right to allocate and use all the resources of the Freedom Federation, and there is no upper limit. You have access to all the weapon engineering data of the Freedom Federation." Lin K's priority was at its maximum as the traffic light turned green. Helen's voice was trembling. Link heard a series of thumping sounds from the other end of the phone. He didn't have to think to know that the girl was so excited that she jumped off the bed and walked around barefooted. "Head of State, let's not wait until tomorrow. Let's start work now. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be at the air base." Link knew that Helen wouldn't be able to fall asleep after hearing this news, so he let her be. However, he still emphasized, "You're the person in charge of this project, and Dave is your deputy. He only has one task, which is to make sure that you sleep for 7 hours a day. If you can't sleep for that day, he will stop work unconditionally." Helen, who was still excited just a moment ago, suddenly froze on the spot as if she had been doused with cold water. To a fanatical researcher, this condition was no different from a shackle. Without waiting for Helen's tantrum, Link hung up the phone. The Heavenly Eye plan. It all came from the blueprints that Link had dropped after defeating the mechanical pioneers, the Sky Eye satellite blueprint and the rocket blueprint. Currently, there was only one satellite in the sky above the planet. It was impossible to monitor the planet all the time, and it was not conducive to the construction of a global network. With the alien invasion imminent, Link needed a device that could monitor the planet's movements in real time. The strategic level of the Sky Eye satellite was raised to the highest. After the call, Link went to the living room on the first floor and made another call. After a long while, the call was connected. "Boss, what are your orders?" Link stared at the shadow dog in the refrigerator and said slowly, "Fu, tell Pharaoh's Tumen that I've invited him to come to the Howling Castle. There's something here that he'll definitely be interested in." 555 A new storm has appeared. How can the pet synthesis stop? Although Fu was fat, she could execute Link's orders very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, he was already at Wind Howl Castle. He took out the soul box of Pharaoh Tumen from his enhancement backpack and opened the coffin to release the soul of Pharaoh Tumen in one go. Fu had already done this process countless times. Ever since Pharaoh Tumen had been in the coffin once, he seemed to have fallen in love with the environment here. Usually, he would come out to read historical documents, and the rest of the time, he would hide in the coffin to nourish himself, like a lady who went to a beauty spa every day. It was as if the coffin was his soul box. The soul fire in the golden masked eyes of Pharaoh Tumen was reignited. He looked at Link and said, "I heard that the head of state has obtained something that I'm absolutely interested in." Link didn't waste time. He opened the cold storage cabin. As the mist dissipated, the alien shadow hound appeared in front of the Pharaoh Tumen. The moment he saw the shadow dog, his eyes lit up, and his voice trembled. "That's impossible. The connection between the wasteland and the alien planet has been completely broken. I've seen the history of the past 1,000 years. There are no traces of the alien planet at all. Where did you get this shadow dog? Essia discovered it 4 hours ago. This is the only one we've found so far." A strong sense of danger emerged in Pharaoh Tumen's heart. He still remembered the tragic scene of the alien planet invading the wasteland. In the 1,500 years of history after the burial, the wasteland had experienced 2 world-ending catastrophes. The first was the planet's ice age, which led to a sharp decrease in food production and population. The second time was on the Day of Reckoning 43 years ago, when the nuclear war broke out and the wasteland was devastated. These 2 incidents interrupted the progress of the wasteland's civilization, causing a lot of knowledge to be lost. However, the nuclear radiation changed some people's genes and turned them into mutants, which also became a new turning point in the evolution of the wasteland. This kind of thing usually doesn't appear alone. Since it has appeared, it means that there is more than one. Pharaoh Tumen wasn't lucky. As someone who had personally fought against an alien star, he knew how powerful it was. The Freedom Federation's current standards were different from the Pharaoh dynasties. However, their overall standards were not much higher. They would not be able to fight back against an alien invasion. He already understood why Link had called him over so late at night. "Recently, I've read through a lot of information and found some clues from the documents. Since the alien invasion is imminent, it's time for me to set out and search for the scattered knowledge and important weapons." Link's expression was sincere, and his words were sincere. "We will have to rely on SPHYNX Cat to survive this crisis. I'll try my best." Although Pharaoh Tumen had other plans, he was definitely on the same side as Link in this matter. As one of the first victims of the invasion, he had witnessed the insatiable brutality of the alien demonic race. They had plundered the planet's resources without restraint and wiped out all life that opposed them. In the face of the alien demons, no matter what opinion the people on the wasteland held, they should temporarily put aside their prejudices and unite to resist the foreign enemy. Fortunately, the power of the Freedom Federation had been unified, and the United Freedom Federation was comparable to the Pharaoh dynasty. It was able to gather the most resources to fight against the invaders. "But I have a request. I have to bring Fu along. His strengthening backpack is very useful." Fu, who was standing at the side, was getting anxious. "Why did you have to drag me into this mission when I assigned it to you? Is there a need to?" Fu looked at Link anxiously, hoping that Link would reject SPHYNX Cat's unreasonable request. To his surprise, Link glanced at Fu and patted his shoulder. His eyes seemed to be saying, "I'll leave the important task of saving the world to you." "All right, Fu will go with you." Fu's disappointment was evident on his face, but Link said, "Your luck has always been good. If you can find the knowledge and the treasure as soon as possible, then the entire wasteland will be saved from a catastrophe because of your contribution." Fu's face suddenly turned serious. Boss had actually put the heavy responsibility of saving the wasteland on his shoulders. With such an important mission in front of him, he would put aside his grudge with Pharaoh Tumen for the time being. "If you need anything, Fu, you can contact Penny directly. He'll help you with everything. Pharaoh Tumen wasn't one to drag things out. He had already stood up. Since it's urgent, I'll go back and prepare to set off now. Fu turned back 3 times with every step and left reluctantly. Not long after the two left, there was the sound of hurried footsteps from upstairs. Then, Link saw the macaw carrying a thick bag and a suitcase as it struggled down the stairs. "What are you going to do?" Link asked, stunned. The macaw was out of breath. "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, I'm packing up and leaving early. As you said, that's an alien civilization. If they can invade other planets, they're naturally much stronger than us. And to be able to make you so anxious, he must be hard to deal with. I was thinking of hiding in the mountains first, and if you win, I'll come out. If you lose, then I'll continue to hide, and every year during Qingming Festival, I'll burn some paper for you and prepare a table of good dishes." As the macaw spoke, its stomach began to growl and saliva flowed out of the corner of its mouth. Link's mouth twitched, but he chuckled. "You've thought of everything." The macaw thought he was complimenting it and patted its shoulder. "Of course, I'm a loyal parrot. I won't forget to sweep your grave in the future." Link's expression was dejected. He sighed. Then I wish you all the best." As the macaw walked past Link, it heard him let out a long sigh. "Sigh, it's a pity that you won't be able to see the alien demons after you leave. Not only do they have low-level troops like shadow hounds, but they also have war envoys, alien mechanics, and other creatures. Whether it's technology or magic, they're completely different from the ones on Wasteland." The macaw trembled and froze in place. The atmosphere suddenly became silent and a little awkward. After a while, the macaw suddenly turned around and said, "I've thought about it, Ying Luo. I'm not leaving. If I were to leave now, it would be a great loss for the entire Freedom Federation. There aren't many professional battlefield vloggers like me, so I have to stay behind and record the scene of you fighting to the last moment." The macaw's expression was resolute. It walked in front of Link and jumped onto the table. It patted Link's shoulder and said, "You can die. However, your spirit must be passed down and inspire the people who come later." Link's mouth twitched again. It turned out that the biggest anti-fan was hidden in Windhowl Castle. It was confirmed. "You're not leaving." The macaw dragged the things back the way it came, and the luggage made a thumping sound as it was dragged up the stairs. "I'm not leaving. I have to shoulder the hopes of the Wasteland." Link couldn't help but smile. The macaw's personality and thoughts were completely under his control. After dealing with the macaw, Link looked at the time. It was already 4 in the morning. According to Troy's time, there were still 2.5 hours before the satellite photos of Essia could be seen. Link decided not to sleep and wait for the results of the investigation led by the Duke and Bomb Chicken. Tonight's news was too sudden and completely disrupted Link's plans. Fortunately, he currently had sufficient resources to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribes' attacks. Moreover, Link had dealt with the alien demons in his previous life. They were powerful but not without flaws. Without him, the Wasteland's strength was only 20% to 80% of the otherworldly demonic tribes. If he was counted in, it was barely 50%. After analyzing the situation, Link realized that he had already stood up. Looking at the dying shadow dog, Link suddenly had an idea. Why didn't he combine this shadow hound and then place it back into the otherworldly demon camp? That way, he would be able to know the movements of the otherworldly demon shadow hound army. Link's eyes brightened. This was a genius's idea. He closed the refrigerator and directly brought it to the secret chamber. After the previous high-intensity synthesis, there were not many synthetic materials in the secret room now. Link then entered the mission interface and handed in the Shadow Warlord's rule mission that he had forgotten to hand in. After all, this mission also rewarded 3 random materials. Link had wanted to start the elite event of this mission after bringing Pharaoh Tumen back and ending the Heart of the Desert plot. However, he had been delayed by the merger of the Freedom Federation for a few days. He didn't expect to encounter this today. You have completed the main city quest Zhuge Warlord's Rule. You have received 8,000,000 experience points. You have received the materials, Stone Shield Potion, Green, Void Essence, Blue, Liquid Metal, Purple, and Skill Books Repentance and Ignore Pain. The blessing of the Knowledge Altar has taken effect. Additional 8,000,000 experience points gained. You have activated the excellent event Blood Diamond. Lin Kei's eyes lit up as he looked at the reward. It seemed that his luck was not bad. He actually rolled out a purple quality material out of 3 random materials. This kind of luck was simply the loneliness of an expert. Of the 2 skill books, Repent was a knight's skill. Its effect was to force an enemy character to fall into remorse for past mistakes. The duration was determined by the character's level, attributes, and good and evil behavior. It was considered a crowd control skill. Ignore Pain was the most classic pugilist skill. Its effect was to reduce the percentage of damage received for a certain period of time. It was considered a skill with a high growth rate. Because it was reduced by a percentage, the skill would become stronger in the later stages. Without another word, Link slapped the 2 skill books away and turned them into 2 streams of light that entered his body. He then used the experience pool to upgrade the 2 skills to level 10. Then, Link looked at the 3 materials. The Stone Shield Potion could increase armor for a certain period of time. The Void Essence was a prism that contained strange purple void energy. Liquid Metal, on the other hand, was a different story. It was a liquid memory metal that could be converted between 2 different metal states. As for the excellent event Blood Diamond, it was not the time to pay attention to it. With these 3 new materials, the amount of materials in Link's secret room was once again abundant. Link sized up the shadow dog that had been frozen in low temperature and started thinking about his fusion strategy. Shadow hounds had high physical and magic resistance. Not only did they have physical attacks such as horn spikes and gnawing, but they also had malicious spread and magic seal skills that were specifically targeted at spellcasters. It could be said that they were the nemesis of mutants and spellcasters. However, Link's synthesis was not meant to be used against the Wasteland's own people. If he were to use it against alien creatures, he would have to consider the characteristics of the alien species. The shadow dog's vision is very weak, and it completely relies on the pair of antennae on its head to perceive and analyze the surrounding situation. If I want this spy shadow dog to mix into the other shadow dogs and influence more shadow dogs, I have to start from this aspect. Link mumbled to himself. He then looked at the display cases in the secret room, searching for suitable synthetic materials. Link's eyes first fell on the new material, the Stone Shield Potion. Since the synthesis was to strengthen the specialty, it was not impossible to increase the Shadow Hound's defense and go 1 level higher. The second thing that could affect other shadow dogs was the Kazaya. Suddenly, Link saw the material in a glassware. His eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. Alright, this was the material. When Link removed the ice from the Shadow Hound and removed the illusion vines wrapped around it, the Shadow Hound that wanted to get up and break free was instantly pressed back down by Link's terrifying pressure. The Shadow Hound was an alien creature and had a natural hostility towards all non-alien life forms. However, it was still a dog and knew how to read people's expressions. Sensing Link's power, it immediately made a whimpering sound and retracted its teeth. In his other hand, Link was holding the Stone Shield Potion and the matching materials. Seeing the 95% compatibility rate on the synthesis interface, he smiled at the Shadow Hound and said, "Congratulations, you are about to become the one and only alien Paishiu among the alien Shadow Hounds." The injured Shadow Hound had turned into a bloody cocoon. However, Link did not leave the secret chamber immediately. There were still other creatures and materials in the secret room. Since the otherworldly demons had already appeared, he might as well synthesize as many as he could with the characteristics of the otherworldly demons. Link's first target was the demonic spider's corpse. Now that the alien planet was invading, all the races on the wasteland had to put down their prejudices and work together. Without the spider demons, could it still be considered an alliance of many races? It can't. Thus, Link decided to create a powerful demonic spider and persuade the demonic spider king to join the battle. If the spider demons were digging underground tunnels and working with the players to fight the alien demons, Link couldn't even imagine the scene. The demonic spider in Link's hand had a complete corpse. It was an auxiliary demonic spider. Its main skill was that of a priest, specializing in support spells. The demonic spider is a dark creature and is compatible with the void. I'll try this void essence Kazaya first. As he spoke, Link entered the synthesis interface to take a look. The compatibility was extremely high, reaching 100%. This meant that if he used the void essence to fuse with the spider demon, he would definitely be able to obtain a creature of a higher level. The spider demon was a green quality level 30 dark creature. Now that the compatibility had reached 100%, Link's blue superior pet would definitely be upgraded by 1. But if he wanted to persuade the demonic spider king alone, just increasing his darkness attribute was far from enough. However, Link quickly found a suitable material. After adding it, the compatibility increased to 120%. 556 The Ocean Fortress, Chapter 3.30. The Shadow Hound and the Spider Demon had turned into red blood cocoons, like two statues in the style of the evil Gurt. Link was looking forward to both pets. The materials were highly compatible, but he had no idea what they would look like and what skills they would have. The unknown meant that they were attractive. After the synthesis, Link focused on the two remaining living creatures in the secret chamber. One was a sticky, translucent object in a sealed tank, the sludge monster. The other one was the jumping spider queen. These two creatures were caught by Link when he went to the death swamp. He had been keeping them in the secret chamber and had not had the time to synthesize them. The jumping spider queen wasn't small. It was kept in a nutrient chamber made of bulletproof glass and fed daily. The sludge monster wasn't picky. It ate whatever was available. In the past, it had absorbed too much grey mist, so its translucent rubber body was grey. Recently, it had a visible blood-red color. It had eaten a lot of fresh meat, and there were even undigested bones in its body. Of course, these bones weren't idle. They were used by the sludge monster to form a special spine that propped up the soft body. He didn't synthesize them before mainly because he didn't know what materials were needed to synthesize oozlings. Secondly, after this thing was synthesized, it obviously didn't have much use. Perhaps it was the arrival of danger that gave the lazy Link a boost. Today, after his brain worked at high speed to formulate strategies, he was still very active. Even his ideas and creativity were endless. Link had a great idea for dealing with the oozlings. The sludge monster was a collection of countless unicellular organisms. It didn't have intelligence and relied on the cooperation between its cells. However, it had formed a unique structure, so the system recognized it as a living creature. The connective tissue of the deformed fusion monster was similar to the sludge monster in structure. Its cellular structure was more complicated than the sludge monster's, but it couldn't form a unique structure, so the system identified it as a material. A creature and a material formed the two basic elements of synthesis. The sludge monster's ability was absorption and self-healing, while the connective tissue of the deformed fusion monster was reconstruction. One was orderly, while the other was disorderly. If the two were combined, perhaps there would be a mayfly. Link first checked the compatibility between the two and found that his guess was correct. The compatibility was as high as 150%. However, Link did not fuse them immediately just because of the high compatibility rate. This was because there was a weakness to the fusion. The connective tissues of the sludge monsters and the deformed fusion monsters were a collaborative effect between cells, which was the spontaneous behavior of cells. Although they were compatible after synthesis, their actions relied on the interaction between cells. In short, they acted according to instinct. However, if she followed her instincts, she would not be able to follow Link's orders. This was very dangerous. Thus, Link had to think of a way to control the behavior of these cells. After thinking for a moment, he decided to consult Grace, the expert in alchemy biology. Ahem, Grace, you're still awake at this time? Link didn't expect the other party to pick up so quickly. I'm already drinking my morning tea, Grace replied in a flat tone. That's good, I have a question about alchemy that I want to ask. If the two raw materials for alchemy are both disorderly organizations that act on instinct, what material can be added to make this disorderly behavior become orderly and obedient? After hearing this, Grace couldn't help but let out a soft snort. You're calling me so early in the morning to ask me such a question. But since you've asked, I can't refuse you. I still have some tentacles here. I'll send someone to send them to you later. Next time, if there's anything you want, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Without waiting for Link to speak, Grace hung up the phone angrily. Grace sat on the manners bench, a lady sitting on one side of her legs. With morning tea in her hand, she muttered to herself, if you're coveting the materials in my hands, then just say it. Why did you beat around the bush and ask me a question? She then gently pressed the bell on the coffee table beside her. Not long after, an harpy descended from the sky and knelt down on one knee in front of Grace. My queen, what are your orders? Send the remaining tentacles of the demonized octopus to Howling Castle. As you wish. The eagle had lowered even more. On the other hand, Link was still in a mess. What's going on? I was just asking for advice, yet Grace rebuked me. She even said that a drunkard's intentions weren't in the wine. Did she misunderstand? Also, why did you give me the tentacles of the demonized giant octopus? What's the big deal with it? Suddenly, Link's body trembled. I understand. The best way to make the disordered cells orderly was to connect them with neurons, and the neurons would send signals and instructions, so that all the cells could be mobilized to act in unison. The tissues with the highest concentration of neurons were the tentacles of the demonized giant octopus. The tentacles of the demonized giant octopus not only contained rich neurons, but also a complete brain structure. The demonized giant octopus had a total of 9 brains, distributed on the 9 main tentacles. The 9 brains had their own independent structural organization, but they also cooperated with each other. Link finally understood what she meant. He was a master alchemist, yet he called so early in the morning to ask such a stupid question. It was no wonder that Grace would be angry, thinking that he was tricking her for the materials. However, this was a small matter. After Link helped her do some research on the alien demons and dark creatures, this problem would be solved. Even if she was the queen of banshees, she was still a woman. As long as he gave her something that she liked and was interested in, this matter would be over in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, Link received the occultic tentacles from the harpies. Oozling plus deformed fusion monster connective tissue, green, plus demonized giant octopus tentacles, blue, equals. Compatibility, 120%. Bone synthesis will consume 900 health points. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes/no. Blood cocoon incubation time, 1 hour. After taking care of the oozling, there was only one creature left. It was the jumping spider queen, which was restless inside the bulletproof glass. The jumping spider queen's greatest ability was, of course, very different from the corrosive liquid that splattered out after the small jumping spiders self-destructed. Its greatest ability was not self-destruction, but reproduction. Link's first thought was to strengthen the self-destruction ability. The corrosive body fluid could corrode metal and was shockingly effective. If he strengthened the self-destruction ability, the damage would be shocking. But then Link thought of the silver ant queen. Although the spider queen was an arthropod and not an insect, the nature of their work was the same. They were both weapons. After synthesizing 3 pets in a row, Link was once again short on materials. The most important thing was that the jumping spider's attributes had to be satisfied, and it had to be related to the soldier burst. This requirement was very harsh. Link glanced at the remaining materials. Magic grass, purple; bloodstone, purple; liquid metal, purple; scale of the storm, purple; dormant crystal, purple; fire elemental particles, blue; magical blood, blue; gigantification gene fluid, blue; painter's pencil, green; genetic mutation potion, green; moonwell water, green; and giant radioactive spider poison sac, white. Link scanned through the materials. To be honest, the remaining materials could not inspire much creativity. After thinking for a while, Link decided to use the most old-fashioned way to decide: try them one by one. If none of these materials were suitable, then the synthesis of the jumping spider queen would be delayed. He had thought that none of the materials would be suitable, but when he saw that the liquid metal had a 200% compatibility rate with the spider queen, he was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine what kind of effect the liquid metal would produce when the spider queen, which had corrosive liquid and self-destructive effects, combined with the liquid metal. However, this compatibility rate was too tempting. The jumping spider queen was green grade, so a 200% compatibility rate was equivalent to producing an epic pet. This was a blessing. Since it was an epic pet, Link had to fuse it no matter what. The liquid metal was quickly absorbed by Link, and the spider queen turned into a blood cocoon. Link looked at the 4 blood cocoons in the secret room before leaving, satisfied. Although he didn't know what the synthetic product was, at this juncture, as long as his thinking was correct, it could be of help to Link. It was already past 6 o'clock when he left the secret room. Link returned to his office and turned on his computer, waiting for Troy to send a satellite image of Essia from above. Time passed by, and it was soon the time that Troy had agreed on. Link saw a message pop up on the top right corner of the screen. He had received a new image. Link then clicked on it and saw the satellite image of the sky above Essia. As the huge image gradually loaded, Link saw the dark clouds hovering over Essia. The dark cloud was so huge that it not only covered the entire Isha, but also the surrounding sea area of hundreds of miles, making it impossible to see through the situation inside. However, Link still managed to find some clues from the photo. In normal weather, the clouds were thick, but they were moving, so the edges of the clouds were scattered. Although there were a few days where the yin-yang sky would appear, it was always a minority. It was definitely not like this, where it was like a grey veil that covered the entire sky. In Link's opinion, this was more like a cover-up. Troy, how many days has the weather been like this in Essia? Soon, Troy's signal was sent to Essia radio station, news media, and other institutions, and the exact data was found. Today is the 21st day. 21 days. Situated in the desert and adjacent to the coast, Essia was basically a sunny day all year round. It was rare to encounter such a long-lasting cloudy day. 21 days of cloudy days. This had broken the record of the longest cloudy day in Essia. This was not normal, this was definitely not normal. Troy, what other abnormal information can you gather? Troy launched the data from the satellite and sent it to all parts of Essia. He began to filter and collect data, which was then sent back to the underground data center in Weeping Valley. After large-scale calculations, it was finally reported to Link. I'm sorry. I've collected the big data of Essia, but I didn't find any abnormalities except for the continuous cloudy days. If there were no abnormalities, it meant that there had not been a large-scale appearance of alien life forms. There were no local police reports, witnesses, or reports of any unusual situations, which indirectly showed that the foreign planet had not yet had close contact with Essia. Link fell into deep thought as he looked at the picture. Then he said, Troy, help me draw the coastline of Essia. Soon, under the dark clouds on the computer screen, a bright red winding line appeared. This was the coastline of Essia, the result of Troy's collection of data from the daily photos and the database. Looking at the coastline again, it only took up about 1/3 of the entire round cloud, and the vast sea was also shrouded in the dark clouds. Troy, tell me your guess. Troy analyzed the big data of Essia, and it could be said that he had a thorough understanding of Essia. Coupled with a certain level of logical analysis, the conclusion he got was very likely to be close to the truth. I'm guessing that this shadow dog is most likely from the sea. According to the data of the shadow dog, the root of the problem is likely to be on the island. Troy then listed all the islands covered in dark clouds on the computer picture. The dark clouds won't disperse in the short term. The head of state can send a helicopter to patrol the sea, and the answer should be revealed soon. Troy's analysis was in line with Link's answer. Due to his butterfly effect, not only had the time of the alien invasion changed, but even the location had changed. They had actually arrived at the sea. 2 words very tricky. If it was on land, Link could still organize a group of people and fight a wave with his advantage in scale. However, there weren't so many transport ships at sea, so there was no way to engage in a large-scale battle. Furthermore, many of the islands were far from the coastline, beyond the range of long-range attacks. It was simply a fortress on the sea. If the alien demonic tribe's invasion in his previous life had been a large-scale, aimless one, then this invasion was definitely premeditated. Just as Link and Troy came to the same conclusion, the sound bug in the potted plant on the table suddenly stood up and said, "There's a phone call for you." Link then stuffed the bug into his ear and heard the Dukes panting. "I've done my investigation. These monsters came from the sea." Link had already expected this, so he was not too affected by the news. "I'll order the special forces to enter and station in Essia now, and at the same time, the fire strike force will be in position. You guys hurry up and retreat from the sea." The Duke agreed and asked, "Is the storm really coming?" "Now it seems so." The two of them were speechless and disconnected at the same time. Link crossed his arms and rested them on his chin. His eyes were covered by the shadows cast by the light. The horizon outside the window was a white, representing the hope of dawn. "Troy, announce that Shadu and Essia have entered a state of emergency. The war is about to begin." 557 The Birth of the Four Heroes of Pets in the New Version, Chapter 3.31. Now that it was confirmed that the alien invasion had been brought forward, Link was actually relieved. It was better to deal with the situation as it came than to worry about when the alien planet would suddenly arrive. Link chuckled as he looked at the strategic plan on the table. He didn't expect that in just a few hours, these plans would come in handy. In the evening, Link had made a few phone calls to the leaders in important positions in Chitu. They had already sensed that something big was going to happen in Essia. So, when Troy informed the various departments, everyone was basically ready. In the conference room, Link started an emergency video conference. The members of the Lin Financial Group and the Shandu military were all online. "Boss, did something happen to Essia?" Bob, the person in charge of Kylan Hall, asked. "Last night, Benjamin led the Wolf Cavalry, Fox Hunting Special Forces, and the Army Artillery to the south. He had a feeling that something had happened in Essia, and with the emergency meeting in the morning, Bob was even more certain of this." Link nodded. "That's right. Something big has happened in Essia. It's something that concerns the fate of the entire wasteland. Alien demons from beyond the earth have invaded the wasteland. They're gathering forces on an island hundreds of miles away from the south coast, preparing to attack the wasteland." Link's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, and the video seemed to freeze. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces, and their brains froze, unable to react to Link's words. Extraterrestrial civilization, alien demonic race, invasion of the wasteland. Any normal person would think that this was a joke. However, Link's serious expression in the video reminded them that it was true. You'll receive Troy's detailed report on the incident later, as well as some rough information on the alien demons. This is the mobilization meeting. The Duke and some members of the Moon Shadow Council have found many advanced troops of the alien demons at the front line of Essia. The enemy is entrenched on the island outside the sea and is gathering troops to launch an attack on the wasteland. Link's gaze swept across the solemn expressions on everyone's faces in the video. Once the war starts, the entire wasteland will become a battlefield. The 3 major cities will be responsible for the logistics of the entire wasteland. You will be the key to whether the wasteland can survive this disaster. Troy will give you the follow-up mission soon, so let's move out immediately. Link clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to cheer up. The video conference was direct and straightforward. Soon, everyone received the mission from Troy. The mission requirements were different according to the position, but everyone accepted the sudden news and started to act. After ending the video conference, Link stood by the window and looked towards the south. He couldn't help but sigh. The fact that the alien demons chose to land on an island as their first destination made it extremely difficult for them to exert pressure. Furthermore, once the alien demonic tribe descended, there would definitely be more than one landing point. In the process of dispatching resources to Essia, they couldn't ignore the possibility of other locations appearing. Otherwise, once the landing point expanded, the combat resources would be gathered at one point, and they would be exhausted. Not long after, the sound of a propeller could be heard in the sky. The entire fleet of transport planes and assault helicopters flew over Shenmue City, heading south at high speed. Because Essia had not mastered the technology of jet fighters, there was naturally no runway for fighter planes to take off and land. There was only a helipad for helicopters to land on, so they could only send a helicopter formation to the sea area involved to investigate and find out the landing situation of the alien demons. Lin's financial group and various military organizations in Shandu had updated their tasks, which required Inhumans to support the front line, escort supplies, or collect resources. The Military Intelligence Department, in particular, had placed the frontline support mission as the highest priority. More than 2 pages of missions were related to the front lines of Essia. At first, the players were going to go online after a good night's sleep, ready to accept daily missions as usual or call their friends to do dungeons for fun. But when they saw the mission at the Military Intelligence Office, they were instantly dumbfounded. When the extraterrestrial civilization invaded, they gathered their forces on the islands south of Essia and called for Inhumans to reinforce the front line. When the players saw the information, they were dumbfounded. What the hell, this progress bar was a little too fast. They hadn't even explored the wasteland yet, and the alien forces were already invading, almost entering the universe. However, Inhumans were generally fearless, and after the shock, they became excited. The invasion of the extraterrestrial civilization meant a new opportunity. Whoever could take the lead in this major event would be able to enter the first army group and become a famous person. For a time, regardless of the level of the players, they all swarmed to the Military Intelligence Department to accept missions. Those who could not get in the queue went to other organizations to accept missions and rushed to the front line. In the Villa district of Shenmue City, Wind-Chasing Wolf had just finished talking to Explosive Chicken. After hanging up, he couldn't help but complain, "That guy, Exploding Chicken, has won the first place again. Why does this guy always get so lucky?" The stats analyzer Corsair Meat Grinder could not help but ask, "What's wrong with the guild leader? What benefits did Bombarding Chicken get this time?" The surrounding Dog Feed King, Tiang Xinling, and Li Chungan all gathered around with curious faces. It was Essia who discovered an alien invasion. The first person to discover it was Bombing Chicken. This guy led the Moon Shadow Council to preach and happened to run into a criminal lackey. After subduing him, he sharply sensed that something was wrong and immediately reported it to the Duke. The news reached Link and finally confirmed that it was an alien invasion. Hiss! Gozhung King couldn't help but gasp, "This guy, Exploding Chicken, is also very alert. He immediately went to find the Duke when he sensed that something was wrong. Last time, he was the one who stole the joint plan of the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang from the camp. He received Link's reward and became the senior druid. This time, he's the whistleblower and foreseer of the alien invasion. The reward won't be any less than last time. Tian Xinling also sighed, this wave of bombing chicken is going to take off. Let's not talk about the matter of not taking off first. Now that all the players are rushing to Essia, our miracle guild naturally cannot fall behind. This alien invasion is definitely a major event, but it's also an opportunity. We must gather all of our guild's resources at the front line and seize this opportunity. Zui Feng returned to the topic. The entire Shenmue city was now filled with a fanatical atmosphere. Everyone was heading south to Essia, like a business trend in the 90s. In addition to the front line in Essia, we also need to take advantage of the opportunity when everyone is rushing to the front line to consolidate the rear of Shandu. We need to grasp both hands and be strong on both. The opportunity of this event is not only in front of us, but also in the back. The moment the military intelligence department issued a mission, the news would spread like the speed of light among the players. Link stood by the window of his office and saw groups of players rushing to Essia in the desert. Some of them rode on wolves, some drove jeeps through the sand, and some even walked. It formed a long black dragon in the desert, wriggling towards the south. Dragon City and Faya had also received a reminder from Shandu that the entire Freedom Federation had entered a state of war. However, in Link's plan, he didn't need any reinforcements from Dragon City or the Magic Knight Kingdom. He only needed to defend their territories and report to them immediately if anything unusual happened. The invasion of foreign planets would definitely not only involve the islands. Although the islands were easy to defend and difficult to attack, it was also difficult to land when they were already prepared. Only by opening a teleportation gate inland could they launch a large-scale invasion. Therefore, the defense on land was of utmost importance. Although the weather was clear, Link's heart was shrouded in a dark cloud. A great battle was about to start. Everything had happened too quickly. It was beyond his expectations and he was caught off guard. He'd thought that everything was going according to his plan, but now he realized that while you played with fate, you'd also be played by fate. After standing by the window for a while, Link sighed. He looked at the time and left the office for the secret room. At this time, the newly synthesized pets were basically fresh out of the oven, and it was time to go and welcome them. As soon as he opened the door, Link saw a purple mud-like thing wriggling on the ground. The sticky liquid had many strands coming out of it. It was like an octopus's tentacles dragging him forward. Link looked at it and understood. This mud ball was a sentient slime. It was the product of the slime monster, connective tissue, and tentacles of the demonized octopus, the demonized symbiotic demon. Monster attributes. Name: demonized symbiotic demon. Quality: blue. Race: symbiotic. Attribute: darkness. Level: 25+, elite. Initial skill 1, devouring LVL 3. Symbiotic cells can devour and absorb the target's energy, causing 300 damage/600 energy and removing 1 enemy gain. Limited to 1 use per day. Initial skill 2, possession LV3. When the host and the symbiotic demon become one, all of the host's attributes, except luck, will be increased by 30 points. Initial skill 3, regeneration. The symbiotic demon can regenerate itself after damage. Description: it likes to be in the company of powerful people, and those with weak wills are manipulated instead. After looking at the attributes of the demonized symbiotic demon, Link's eyes brightened. As expected of a chimera with a 120% compatibility rate. These 3 skills perfectly inherited the characteristics of the connective tissue of the oozlings, the deformed fusion monsters, and the tentacles of the demonized octopus. The most eye-catching skill was the possession skill, which could increase 30 points of all 6 attributes besides luck, which added up to 180 points of attribute bonus. The effect was heaven-defying and was equivalent to several purple equipment. Link walked up and extended his hand. The demonized symbiotic demon's blood and rich neurons sensed Link's presence. When the demonized symbiotic demon touched Link's fingertips, Link felt a slight chill. Then the demonized symbiotic demon spread along his arm, filling his entire body like a blood cocoon. Other than his head, Link's entire body had turned purple-black. She stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself. The image in front of her looked like she was wearing a purple tights. The image was a little painful to the eyes. If it can stick to the skin and hide inside, it'll be good. As soon as this thought appeared, the rich neurons of the demonized parasite sensed Link's thoughts and immediately burrowed into the holes in his clothes, disappearing without a trace. However, Link could clearly feel that the demonized symbiosis was manifested in skin contact with him. Or rather, the Kazuya had become his skin. After that, Link tried a few more times and found that the compatibility of the magical symbiotic demons was very strong. When attached to his clothes, it would become a set of battle armor. It could even be combined with his multi-purpose combat implant and nano battle suit to produce unexpected changes. The claws became extremely sticky symbiotic purple silk, and the flight suit became a pair of purple wings. This is good stuff. After looking at the demonized symbiotic demon, Link turned his attention to the cracking blood cocoon. From the oval shape, it could be seen that this time it was a shadow dog. The blood chrysalis formed a scab and solidified into a hard block. As the creature inside woke up, it began to fall to the ground piece by piece. Buzz! 2 sharp fangs pierced through the blood cocoon, revealing a ferocious face. Then, 2 tentacles extended out, like a blooming flower, and gradually bloomed. The blood cocoons fell to the ground, and the shadow dog's blood-red skin now had some grey stripes on it. The criss-crossed lines on his skin now looked even deeper, and his skin had a rock-like texture. Link then checked the new pet's information. Monster attributes. Name, Shadow Hound. Quality, Blue. Race, Alien. Attribute, Darkness. Level, 35+, Elite. Initial Skill 1, Dark Fog LV4, Dark Shadow Hound releases Dark Fog, sealing off all biological senses within a 200-meter radius, once per day. Initial Skill 2, Group Silence LV3, Spread the Fog of Silence, sealing off any enemy units within a 30-meter radius from casting spells, once per day. Initial Skill 3, Resistant Skin, Shadow Hound has extremely high resistance, reduces 80% physical damage and 70% elemental damage. This resistance effect is limited to the same level, and there will be a fluctuation between levels. Evaluation, Casting Units Nightmare. In addition to the abilities written in the information card, the Shadow Hound had also inherited the other abilities of the Shadow Hound, such as Horn Strike, Flesh Devour, and Spread Malice. The Shadow Hound's skill was a huge surprise to Link. The skill Shadow Dance was simply too much of a bug. It had a radius of 200 meters and a radius of 400 meters. It was simply a nightmare for those creatures who had poor vision and relied on their perception. It didn't matter even if they had good vision. Link still had the Sand Eagle that could cause a sandstorm. As long as there was a sandstorm, anyone would be blind. Shadow Dance combined with the abilities of other pets could turn the enemy blind and deaf. Group Silence was even more powerful. It could seal off all enemy units within 60 meters. If more of them came, they could create a larger area of spell blockade and create a pure anti-magic zone. If such a Shadow Hound were to return to the alien camp, the waves it would cause would be terrifying. Just as Link was sighing, the demonized parasite on him felt a new unit. It quietly slipped away from Link's pants and turned back into a sticky liquid, approaching the Shadow Hound. As both of them were dark type, the two pets felt a familiar feeling from each other. The moment the Shadow Hound and the demonized symbiotic demon came into contact, the demonized symbiotic demon completely wrapped around the Shadow Hound, and its appearance also underwent a huge change. 558 Her husband's current offense, 4.1. The Shadow Hound's original red and grey skin had turned completely purple. The Shadow Hound's entire body was wrapped in the symbiotic demon, and its two sharp white horns were even more ferocious, constantly switching between pincers and teeth. The two tentacles on its head bloomed like mysterious violet. The Shadow Hound opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp saw-like teeth. It seemed to be much denser than before, and the attack and pressure of the Shadow Hound had increased visibly. Link then checked the Shadow Hound's information. After being parasitized by the demonized symbiotic demon, the Shadow Hound's level jumped to level 40+, elite. This demonized symbiotic demon was really a living strengthening pendant. After fusing with anyone, it would increase their abilities and would also have the characteristics of a symbiotic demon. After the demonized symbiotic demon parasitized the Shadow Hound, it played with it for a while before slipping away. The Shadow Hound had just felt its strength increase, but before it could feel good, it felt that its body had been hollowed out. The power that had appeared out of thin air was instantly drained. It turned back to look at the purple mud on the ground, its eyes full of reluctance. Link walked up and patted the Shadow Hound's head. "What are you looking at? It's already in your shape. What are you not satisfied with?" The Shadow Hound was fresh out of the oven. After the Shadow Hound was synthesized, it was much stronger than the Shadow Hounds on the other planets and could also interfere with other Shadow Hounds. As long as he could find the right time to release the Shadow Hound, it would definitely surprise Link. The Shadow Hound enjoyed Link's caresses. Two of its tentacles wrapped around Link's arm to express its affection. The first two pets were to Link's liking. At this critical moment of the alien invasion, the arrival of these two pets would be of some help to the battle. Just as Link and the Shadow Hound were getting closer, the third blood cocoon cracked. Link looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the blood cocoon containing the jumping spider queen had cracked. Just as he was looking forward to the new pet's shy head popping out of the looming blood cocoon, an unexpected situation occurred. The entire blood cocoon exploded, and so did the pet inside. Link saw countless silver stars falling, glittering under the light of the secret room. The silver light exploded everywhere, even Link was not spared. Link casually grabbed the silver dots on his body and opened his hand to see that they were all thumb-sized metal jumping spiders. The metal jumping spiders retreated from Link's body in an orderly manner. The exploded metal jumping spiders were attracted by something and gathered in the direction of the blood cocoon. It was as if streams of water had converged into a river. When all the smaller spiders gathered together, an unbelievable scene occurred. When the metal jumping spiders touched each other, they were like two drops of water that were close to each other. They suddenly merged into one, turning into a slightly larger metal jumping spider. Immediately after, the larger metal jumping spider combined again. Just like that, a complete metal jumping spider appeared in front of Link. From gathering to turning into a metal spider, the entire process only took a short 1 or 2 seconds. The first thing Link did was to check the information on the metal spider queen. Monster attributes: Broodmother. Grade: light purple. Race: arthropods. Attribute: metal. Level: 30+, leader. Initial skill 1, explosive division. Broodmother can explode and split into countless small metal spiders. Initial skill 2, iron web. The broodmother spits out a huge iron web, which can block all digital signals. Initial skill 3, liquid state. Broodmother can turn into liquid metal. Initial skill 4, clone division. The broodmother will absorb and extract the essence of metal to produce offspring. Initial skill 5, misty metal. The misty metal particles spat out by the broodmother can corrode and damage electrical appliances. Evaluation: steel spider, queen of mothers. It was a rare epic level pet that was all passive, but the broodmother's every skill effect was simple and straightforward. The most important thing was the clone division skill, which allowed the broodmother to have the same reproductive ability as the silver queen ant. It was just that the breeding conditions of the female spiders were a little more demanding. The silver ant queen was able to reproduce by eating any metal, while the brood mother could only produce offspring by eating metal essence. The so-called metal essence was metal of blue quality and above. Link was now in control of the Freedom Federation, which was rich in mineral resources. However, ores of blue quality and above were still rare and only produced in small quantities. First, the Freedom Federation didn't have any large-scale mechanical mining technology, and it was all manual mining. Secondly, the wasteland itself was not large, and the mineral resources were not rich. If rare metals were smelted into metal essence, the amount would be even less. However, although there were no wastelands, there were countless planets that had been invaded by foreign planets. The amount of resources they had plundered was huge, which was reflected in the better metal weapons and equipment. As the saying goes, without guns and cannons, the enemy will build them for us. Now that we lack metal essence, we can just take it from the enemy. The broodmother's ability was quite overpowered. As expected of his level 30+, leader, strength. As long as there was enough metal essence, the broodmother could happily give birth, and those small broodmothers had the same ability. Explosive split, iron net, liquid, and misty metal. Any one of these skills was extremely suitable for infiltration and destruction. Link had even thought of a way for the broodmother to sneak in. With the broodmother as a pet, Link had one more trump card to play against the alien planet. After sensing the broodmother, the demonized symbiotic demon, which was curious about everything, turned into a pool of purple mud and moved forward. The shadow hound's expression changed when it saw the demonized parasite's actions. The two violet tentacles on its head wilted, turning green in Link's eyes. After the demonized symbiotic demons came into contact with the broodmother, they also quickly covered the broodmother's body. The originally metallic broodmother now looked like it was wearing a pair of purple silk stockings. Its entire body had turned purple-black, and its appearance looked even more strange and sinister. Link checked and found that the broodmother's skills had changed after the fusion. After the explosion, the small spiders would also carry some symbiotic demons with them. And the iron net that was spat out could now not only block signals, but also absorb the enemy's life. The misty metal also had fine symbiotic particles, which could weaken the energy of the enemies within its range. But like the shadow hound, the broodmother didn't even clearly feel the sudden power before the demonized symbiotic demon came down from its body like a low tide. The demonized symbiotic demon was like a scumbag who ran away after flirting with his host. Often, while the host was still immersed in enjoyment, he had already begun to plan his retreat, leaving the host's heart as empty as the ebbing tide. And after this thing had taken on someone else's shape, it still shamelessly came back to Link and wrapped itself around his leg, as if it was clinging to a big shot. Although it was just a puddle of mud without any limbs or facial features, Link could still feel the creature's fawning expression. "You might as well not call yourself a demonized symbiotic demon," Link said jokingly. "You can just call yourself a scumbag symbiotic demon or the mud of NTR." The shadow hound and the broodmother nodded, praising their boss. After a while, the last pet's blood cocoon also began to loosen. This was also the pet that Lin Ke was looking forward to the most for this fusion. The long blood cocoon cracked, and the hardened blood cocoon fell to the ground in pieces. Under the irregularly cracked blood cocoon, the demon spider began to show its power. One could see the slender body of the demonic spider. The purple void essence wrapped its chitin outer shell with a layer of mysterious color, giving it a polished metallic luster. The blood cocoon continued to fall off, like a red veil covering a bride's head, slowly revealing her face. The demonic spider had a long body and was slightly taller than Link. It was almost 2 meters tall. His upper body was similar to a human's. His head, tentacles, and limbs were clearly visible, but he did not bare his fangs and brandish his claws. Instead, his upper body drooped to the sides of his body, giving him a majestic feeling. Below its body were the spider's limbs and abdomen. Unlike the fat abdomen of the broodmother, the abdomen of the spider demon had degenerated a lot and was much smaller. It was hidden under the biological armor formed by the spider demon's pendant and mithril, which was difficult to see from the front. "At your service, Your Majesty." The hierarchy of the spider demons was strict. They greeted him as soon as they came out of the blood cocoon. The spider demon assistant had the important task of persuading the spider demon queen. Link looked at its information with great anticipation. Monster attributes. Name: Silver Demon. Grade: Dark Blue. Race: Spider Devil. Attributes: Dark, Metal. Level: 40+, Elite. Initial Skill 1, Spirit Burn LV5, releases corrosive void energy from the target, causing 500 points of damage per second to enemies within 10 meters, lasts for 3 seconds, once per day. Initial Skill 2, Void Demon LV3, Silver Demon summons a Void Demon to attack the target. Void Demon cannot be selected, lasts 30 seconds, once per day. Initial Skill 3, Shadow of the Void LV2, Silver Fiend's spells have a 20% chance of summoning an illusionary spirit. The illusionary spirit will replicate the Silver Fiend's next damage skill and cause 20% damage effect. Initial Skill 4, Magic Conductor Form, when Silver Fiends enter the Magic Conductor form, their abilities will be enhanced by the power of mithril. All damage dealt by shadow spells will be increased by 20%. Evaluation: subdued by void power. This ability was very powerful, and could be said to be at the peak of dark blue quality. Furthermore, they were all offensive skills, perfectly displaying the power of the void shadow to the extreme. A level 40 elite was a rare existence even among Lin Kei's pets. With this strength, it was most suitable for him to go to the Spider Demon Empire and persuade the Spider Demon Empress to join the war. However, the only thing that Link wanted to complain about was the name Silver Demon. It wasn't exactly bad. Its body was wrapped in mithril, and it exuded a faint power of the void. It was indeed worthy of the name Mithril Demon, but the homophony of the name was so awkward. He could only say that the system was a genius at naming things. From the sand sculpture, vanilla mud horse, camera chicken, and then to the Silver Demon, who knew what Link had experienced. Unsurprisingly, while Link was still in a daze, the demonized symbiotic demon went to seduce the Silver Demon. The Broodmother and the Shadow Hound were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. The fusion of the demonized symbiotic demon and the Silver Demon perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be the husband's first insubordination. "NTR Mud, you are really something." The Silver Demon and the demonized symbiotic demon had a high compatibility. They were both dark attribute creatures. After the combination, the pendants and mithril on the Silver Demon's body were all covered in a layer of purple. The most amazing thing was that the demonized symbiotic demon had turned into a wide purple robe that covered the Silver Demon's body. The slender figure in the void robe made the Spider Demon priest even more graceful and luxurious, as if he was a priestess. The combination of the two was even more powerful. The damage of the Silver Demon's magic guide form shadow spell was directly doubled, increasing by 40%. Spirit Burn could also come with a symbiotic effect, causing a speed reduction effect to enemies within the range, and could also be converted to self-healing based on the percentage of damage dealt. The Silver Demons copied by the Shadow of the Void could also enjoy additional damage. As for the attribute bonus, there was no need to even mention it. A level 40 elite had directly become a level 40 leader. It could be said to be an earth-shaking change. In this regard, Link could only say, "Silver Demon and Scumbag, YYDS." But soon, the Silver Demon temporary experience card expired. Not long after transforming into the Silver Demon, the demonized parasite still felt that Link was the strongest and had the most power. It clung to Link's leg shamelessly. "Silver Demon, I need your support." Just as Link was about to assign tasks to the Silver Demon, the door to the secret room turned and was slowly pushed open. The macaw poked its head out and said, "I saw that you were in the secret chamber for a few hours, so I was afraid that something had happened to you." Although it said so, the macaw's judging eyes had already betrayed it. It was just here to have fun. The macaw looked at the shadow hound, the brood mother, and the silver demon, but it didn't show much surprise. After all, it had seen these creatures before the synthesis, and the synthesis was not too beyond its expectations. But soon, the macaw frowned and said in disdain, "Link, did you poop in your pants? Why is there a pool of purple poop on your pants?" Link was speechless. Small eyes weren't an illness. They were blind. With the intention of teasing the macaw, Link wiped his hand on the symbiotic demon's body and licked his finger. He smacked his lips and said, "The taste is not bad." The macaw's stomach suddenly churned. It retracted its head and retched. 2 minutes later, the macaw's entire body had turned purple, and it was covered in purple fur. Looking at its beak that could grow to over a meter long and its wingspan that could extend to 2 to 3 meters, it exclaimed repeatedly, "F***ck. This symbiotic demon is too awesome. I think those superheroes don't even show their real faces," the macaw said. "They want to put an eye mask on their eyes. Quickly change one for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple banner that was 2 fingers wide appeared above the macaw's small eyes. However, the image of a masked superhero did not exist. Instead, the image of a wretched fat bandit appeared in front of him. Link looked at the macaw, who was still happily sitting there. He couldn't help but smile. "Ole Gold, I was just about to assign a mission to the Silver Demon and was about to inform you later. But since you're here, I'll tell you everything now." 559 Strategizing, Chapter 4.2. The macaw was elated and had yet to recover from the thrill of transforming into a superhero. It casually replied, "What is it? Say it." "With me, macaw, on the field, there's nothing that can't be done." With the addition of the symbiotic demon, the macaw felt a powerful force. Initially, it only swelled up in size, but now, even its mental state swelled up. "Then I'll say it. I'm going to arrange for the Silver Demons to return to the Spider Demon Empire and persuade the Spider Demon Empress to join the ranks of defending the wasteland and fighting against the alien planets." The macaw nodded repeatedly. "That's not a problem. When a foreign planet descends, we must gather all our forces. With the Silver Devil persuading them, the success rate will definitely be high. The Silver Demons are strong enough, but they don't have enough experience in lobbying," Link continued. "I think we need someone who can see the big picture, is eloquent, and knows how to adapt to the situation. Only then can we negotiate." The macaw nodded repeatedly, "That's right, that's right. This role is necessary to be safe. But I'm afraid there aren't many people as calm and wise as Ying Luo, right?" Link's lips curled up. "There's one in front of me. I'm going to send you and the Silver Demon to the Spider Demon Empire. You can explain the pros and cons to the Spider Demon Queen and invite her to fight against the alien invasion." The macaw was stunned as if it had been petrified. It never thought that the calm and wise character was itself. After a moment, the macaw's eyes were filled with tears. Its trembling due to anger and the shaking of its fat were even more obvious. He had already said that if he rejected it now, it would be like slapping his own face. The macaw still cared about its reputation. If it chose to run away, it would be slapping its own face. Its reputation would be ruined, and it would also mean that it would not be able to obtain any of the excellent qualities that had been mentioned. If this gave Link an excuse, she would have a hard time in the future. Who could stand being sarcastic every now and then? The macaw shuddered at the thought of its rejection. Compared to negotiating with the Demon Spider Empress, it felt that losing face was more terrifying. The symbiotic demon felt the struggle and timidity in the macaw's heart, and it immediately retreated, sliding down from the macaw's body. He looked like a werewolf who had been bragging on the keyboard about an hour of indestructible diamond, only to spray out water after pressing the F key for a few seconds. He even said that it was because he was too tight. The macaw gritted its teeth. It could be soft usually, but it had to be hard this time. "Of course I'll go. Do you have a second person in mind?" the macaw retorted. Actually, if Link had a second choice, the macaw could support the young man and give up the opportunity to perform. But Link didn't give the macaw the chance and immediately said, "Good." As expected of old Shat, he had the demeanor of a general. "I thought you'd find all sorts of excuses to refuse because you were afraid of the spider demons, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily in the face of the country's righteousness. I've really measured the heart of a gentleman with my petty mind." The macaw chimed in, "Chirp chirp. You've already said what you want to say, what else can I say?" The macaw could only pretend to be indifferent as it looked out of the window and put on a worried look. "The rise and fall of the country are Parrot's responsibility. If I don't step up, who can?" On the surface, this was the case, but in reality, she had broken her teeth and was swallowing them. "We don't know the exact situation at the front line yet. To avoid any more trouble, I'll arrange for people to escort you and the Silver Demon to the underground palace of Pharaoh Tumen. The Silver Demon will take you there through the tunnel." Just as the macaw was about to say that it would have some time to write a will, Link beat it to it. The words that were on the tip of its tongue were forcibly swallowed back down, and its face turned a dark red. Link wasn't joking. Within a few minutes, a transport helicopter arrived at the apron of the Howling Castle. Before they left, Link called out to the macaw, "Old Jin." The macaw waved its hand and pretended to be cool. "What's the matter? Tell me quickly. You don't have to complete the mission. If you sense any danger, don't worry about the Silver Demon. You can escape and come back." Link's words were still a bit human, and the macaw's long-suppressed anger dissipated. It laughed and said, "Are you kidding me? When have I, the macaw, ever failed? Isn't it just a spider demon empire? What's so difficult about it? Everything is within my control." Before he boarded the helicopter, he even left Link a side profile filled with confidence. The macaw thought about the determined curve of its side profile. It was absolutely handsome. However, from Link's perspective, the macaw's face had become rounder due to its overeating. Its side profile looked exactly like Crayon Shinchan's side profile. It was so fat that even its metal beak couldn't be seen. "Your Majesty, I will follow the macaw and complete the mission." The Silver Demon's names were not very clear, but as a spider demon with a strict hierarchy in their hearts, they were very respectful to Link. With the humming of the propeller, the macaw and the Silver Demon headed to the desert to carry out their mission. There were many unknown in this mission. Only the macaw and the Silver Demon were involved. Even Link was not sure what the outcome would be. Link didn't have high hopes of convincing the Spider Empress. The spider demons were highly civilized and had a hierarchical system. They also had other spells and construction abilities, which made them seem like intelligent creatures that could be communicated with. However, Link knew that the spider demons were naturally brutal. It would be difficult to communicate with them. However, Link still sent out the macaw and Silver Demon. His main goal was to explore the spider demon's lair. In his previous life, the underground palace of death had not had any spider demons. Thus, Link wanted to use this operation to accurately grasp the traces of the spider demon empire. Otherwise, when everyone was fighting the alien planets on the front lines and the spider demon empire took advantage of the situation to attack Shandu, they would really be unable to take care of both ends. Link sent the macaw and the Silver Demon off and returned to his office. Last time, the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang had joined forces to carry out the Star Chain project in the desert. They had relied on bombing chickens to steal the plan, which had alerted the Sand City. In the end, they had not been trapped in the cage of the joint forces of the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang. This time, the elders of the Moon Shadow Council had sent him to lead the group to Essia for a sermon. He had not expected to have an unexpected harvest. He had discovered the alien Shadow Hound and played the role of a whistleblower, preventing the Freedom Federation from being forced into a passive position. It could be said that he had made a great contribution. Those who contributed would be rewarded. This was the rule that Link had set up when he started from scratch. He had given the illusionary vine to Bombarding Chicken the last time, and this kid had a good fortune, so he managed to become the senior brother of the Moon Shadow Council. The credit this time was even greater than the last time, so he had to bring out some real stuff. The reward of reputation was too superficial. With strength, all kinds of reputation could be fought for. Only the real benefits were real. After some thought, Link decided to give him a double combo, considering his name and his status as a druid. Of course, this wasn't the case. The wrong person would be punished to stand in the corner. Link's dual flight referred to his two flying pets. One was Xiao Xiao Shat, the son of the Sand Eagle, who had previously lived in the Noah Divine Tree. It was the product of communication with the Noah Divine Tree's owl, the Sand Eagle. One of them was the Crow of Misfortune that Link had synthesized in Dragon City for reconnaissance. The Sand-Headed Eagle had inherited the classic ability of the Sand Eagle clan, Sand Tornado. In addition, it had grown up under the nourishment of the moonlight of the Divine Tree, so it had also mastered another ability without a teacher: moonlight detection. The so-called moonlight detection would leave a moonlight shadow on a tree. Hunters and druids with Beast's Eye could use Beast's Eye on the moonlight shadow and see the specific situation of the location. The advantage of this ability was that it targeted dangerous areas. The Sand-Headed Eagle did not have to stay in one place all the time and could fly away after leaving moonlight to investigate. Lin Ke had always kept his pets for himself. Other than the missions provided by the Monster Security Company, he rarely sent them out. The illusory vines that Bombing Chicken had obtained had referenced many scenarios. Previously, in the Fall of the King of Sand City Instance Dungeon, everyone had been stuck in the narrow environment on the plane and could not break through it for a long time. In the end, they had relied on the illusory vines of Bombing Chicken to restrict Alongso's elite team in a group and limit their positioning before they successfully cleared the instance dungeon. There was the word chicken in the name of the Bombarding Chicken. The two pets that he had given were both birds, so their birth dates were more compatible with the Bombarding Chicken. Secondly, Bombing Chicken's job was a druid, which was good at controlling and communicating with pets. Giving him these two pets would make up for the player's weakness in detection, and it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. As for your claim that your birth chart is unreliable and that the fantasy vine is compatible with the Bombing Chicken, that's even easier to explain. The chicken loves to eat grass, and the grass helps the chicken. Won't it become more and more prosperous? In order to motivate the players, not only did Link have to publicize this reward and honor, but he also had to give it out on time. Only when all the other players were envious could they stimulate their enthusiasm. Today, the Bombing Chicken would be the first to discover the invasion of foreign planets. Tomorrow, the players would be able to take risks for the sake of profit and go deep into the foreign planet camp to discover more useful information. A great man once said, "If there was a 100% profit, the capitalists would take risks. If there was a 200% profit, the capitalists would ignore the law. If there was a 300% profit, then the funders would trample on everything in time." Do you think that capitalists are the greediest? In front of the crazy players, the greedy capitalists were not even worth mentioning. As long as the players were given 1% of the rewards, this group of people would dare to rush into the Demon Forge camp. Link picked up his phone and called the person in charge of the publicity department, Nicole. "Nicole, I need you to immediately arrange for an interview team to go to Essia." "I have arranged for an interview team after the video conference," said Nicole. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be checking the equipment in Shenmue City and preparing to set off. "Head of State, do you have any instructions?" Although the alien invasion had caught Link off guard, his subordinates were all very useful. They knew what to do without Link's reminder. This made Link feel much more comfortable and even gave him more confidence in the wasteland. "It's good that they're in Shenmue City. I need to give them an additional task. Have them come to Howling Heights later." "All right, I'll contact them now." After a while, the Shadow TV station's frontline war correspondent team rushed to Wind Howl Castle. Since Nicole was their superior, then Link was the big boss behind them. Now that the big boss was giving them an extra task, they were all flattered, but also extremely afraid. It was inevitable that there would be benefits to completing the mission, but if it was not done well, then there would be trouble. However, after seeing the big boss in person and hearing the mission plan, they grinned. "Don't worry, head of state. We promise to complete the mission and turn the bombing chicken sculpture into a hero envied by everyone. We guarantee that the other Inhumans will use this as their goal and bravely kill the enemy to make a contribution." Link nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. "Also, the things that I'm free from you must be handed to him in perfect condition." The photographer quickly patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Princeps. I'll leave the 2 pets in the back seat of the jeep for you. I'll sit in the trunk." Link chuckled and raised a hand to stop her. "There's no need for that. These pets are born to fight, not to be spoiled. Just do it normally. If you have any needs, they will use their actions to hint to you." Although he said that, when the film crew left, they were almost letting the sand-headed eagle and the crow of misfortune go. Lin Ke watched as the jeeps and the players' vehicles disappeared into the horizon. The advance of the army also meant that the Freedom Federation and the alien planet had officially engaged. Link stayed behind and controlled the entire situation. Now, he just had to wait for the alien planet to attack again. On the other side, just as the jeeps of the film crew left, the macaw and the silver demon, who had set off earlier, had already arrived at the ruins of the desert. The macaw swaggered to the guard and showed the pass issued by Link. "The head of state has ordered us to go in and investigate." After the officer verified the authenticity of the document, he saluted with all the soldiers. Degree, 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 degree. Everyone knew about the macaw. In addition, she was an agent at Monster Security Company and was the one who appeared the most on television interviews among all of Link's pets. Her identity as Link's secretary was also well known. Although he did not have an official title, everyone knew that he was a big shot. The macaw was very satisfied with the soldiers' attitude. Comrades, you've worked hard. However, this is a dangerous place, so you must continue to guard it and not let your guard down. To serve the head of state." After the macaw and the silver demon entered the ruins, the scorching heat outside disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a gloomy cold. The macaw couldn't help but shiver at the thought of dealing with the spider demons in the future. The macaw looked around and after confirming that there was no third party, it whispered to the silver demon, "Link's mission for us is to convince the Spider Empress to join the Wasteland faction to discuss a plan to deal with the alien planet, right?" "Yes." Silver Demon nodded. "However, as far as I know, the spider demons are brutal by nature. If we use this excuse to find the Spider Demon Queen, then we will know that the military forces in Shandu are empty and that there are benefits to be gained. I don't think we should lobby her directly. My lord, what do you think we should do? His Majesty has assigned me the task of assisting Milord, and everything is under Milord's control." The macaw's grain-sized eyes darted back and forth. This son of AB*TCH Link had finally done the right thing. Now that it had full authority on this trip, things would be easier. Since that's the case, then let's 560 what's face? The players were very excited. The 3 novice planets, Pandora and Victoria's plot were all going according to plan, and it was nothing more than Hollywood's 3 axes. With an evil force at work, the protagonist rose from obscurity and became a hero who saved the world. The main character of the second move was a powerful man who went into seclusion because of something in the past. Now, evil came back to help the main character walk out of his psychological shadow and save the world again. The 3 axes world structure was complicated, and the people had no means of living. The protagonist decided to stand up and unify these forces, and the players helped by the side. He had thought that the Wastelands plot would be one of these 3. Before the alien invasion, Link had just announced the unification of the 3 major forces of the Freedom Federation. The players had also thought that the Wasteland's plot would end like this, and that Link's ultimate rule over the Wasteland would begin. However, they had never expected that the system would give them a hard slap in the face in less than a day. An alien invader suddenly appeared in Essia and launched a surprise attack on the Wasteland. They began to gather their forces to destroy the Wasteland. This 180-degree plot change caught the players off guard, and they all shivered. Looking at Pandora and Victoria, there was no movement. They were still doing things on the planet, as if they were peaceful. The players from the Wasteland had a sense of superiority now. They were still fighting on the planet, but they were directly fighting the evil extraterrestrial civilization. Wasn't this one level ahead on average? The news of alien invaders appearing in Essia quickly became a hot topic in the real world. The players from the other two planets were envious. On one hand, they regretted not choosing the Wasteland, but on the other hand, they were looking forward to seeing what this so-called alien planet was like, how strong it was, and more importantly, whether their drops would really crush the novice planets. On the Wasteland, the chain of contempt had turned into Sarta despising Dragon City and Fae. Dragon City envied Sarta despising Fae, while Fae could only pull over the players from the scattered lands to diss them, while the players from the scattered lands envied the Freedom Federation. The alien planet was invading, but the players were celebrating. In their minds, the invading alien planet was nothing more than a good man who came to their door to help the poor, bringing them advanced weapons and knowledge of the galaxy, as well as a large amount of experience and opportunities. As for the difficulty? Sorry, there was no such word in the players' vocabulary. Haven't you heard of the saying, as long as you dare to show your health bar, I'll kill you? However, the players who were reveling and swarming toward Essia had no idea what was going on, nor did they know what they were about to face. It had been 6 hours since the Duke led the members of the Moon Shadow Council to confirm that the otherworldly demons had come ashore. In these 6 hours, the Duke gathered the forces of Essia and set up a beach position on the coast. Tudo began to arrange people to evacuate the people in the southern slums. At the same time, defensive facilities were built and strengthened in the city, turning the entire southern slums into a buffer zone for the main battlefield. At the same time, Benjamin led the fox hunting special forces, some wolf cavalry, and the army artillery corps into Aya. Some of the fox hunting special forces were left in Aya to maintain the order of the city, while the rest were deployed to the front line and mixed into the group to help the Duke stabilize the situation. The swift and vigorous wolf cavalry patrolled along the coastline, and together with the mobile force armed with jeeps, they paid attention to other landing points on the coastline. The mood of the soldiers was like a dark cloud that had accumulated for a long time. This time, they were not facing an evenly matched enemy, nor any opponent they were familiar with. They were facing an existence from outside the planet. The ability to use technology to open up a different dimension and teleport to the Wasteland was an unheard-of technology that only appeared in the fantasies and science fiction of the Wasteland. When such a powerful ability appeared in the hands of the enemy, it was enough to make many people uneasy. The common people of Essia never expected that the dark clouds in the sky, which had accumulated for more than 20 days, would not bring them clear skies but bad news. The soldiers were on high alert. Aisha, which was originally known for its freedom, was under emergency martial law. After receiving permission, the television and radio stations stopped all entertainment programs and broadcasted the news 24 hours a day, comforting everyone to stay at home and not go out unless necessary. At the same time, there were also images of the alien shadow hounds captured by the television stations on the front lines. They repeatedly reminded the residents to call the phone on the screen as soon as they encountered this creature, and they would arrange for patrolling soldiers to come and check at the first moment. Some manors and families with the conditions had already rolled up barbed wire and dug trenches around their houses, turning their houses into fortresses. The residents living upstairs, after storing enough necessary living supplies, began to move all kinds of debris to block the stairs, seal the ventilation pipes, and put an end to all ways of entering the shadow dog. "Brother Chicken, we're here. Where are you? Wind-chasing wolf got off the bus, and his forthright voice brought a lot of vitality to the nervous dead city. I see your bus. It'll be there soon. After a while, Bomb Chicken arrived at the ESIA bus station with 2 Moon Shadow Council druids. He saw Wind and the people of Miracle unloading their goods. Oh my, as expected of the most popular guild on the wasteland, Miracle. They actually rented 3 buses in one go. Bombing Chicken sighed as he looked at the endless stream of players coming down from the buses. Each bus carried around 50 to 60 passengers, and the 3 buses were fully occupied. Miracle had arranged for all of its elite members to board the buses. Zui Feng grinned, didn't this happen all of a sudden? With such a huge force, it doesn't seem like a small fight. I've saved up quite a few contribution points in the Azure Wood City, so I might as well use them all. I rented 3 buses to bring them all here at once. It also saves me a lot of trouble. Wind-chasing wolf looked around. If he didn't know it was Aisha, he would have thought that he had come to a Middle Eastern country that was experiencing war. My God, where's the promised Aisha that doesn't close her door at night? It's only been a few hours and she's become like this? Bombing Chicken laughed helplessly. What do you think the phrase not shutting your doors at night is? I also thought that it was because of the simple and honest customs of Essia, but after coming here, I realized that it meant that every household had a gun, and even if the door was open, thieves would not have the courage to enter. Zui Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such an explanation. Then, Wind-chasing wolf hugged Bombing Chicken's shoulder and asked, "What's the situation now?" The response from the Sand City was very fast. After the situation was reported, the Duke and I had just confirmed that the enemy was attacking from the coastline, and Commander Benjamin had already taken his position with the Wolf Riders and Fox Hunting Special Forces. The army had also set up the artillery position, and they are now on high alert. Wind-chasing wolf punched Bomb Chicken's shoulder. You stole the Star Chain plan without a word and received Link's personal commendation. This time, you're the first to discover an alien invasion. Your contributions are huge and you'll definitely be rewarded. Bombing Chicken waved his hand. What reward? There's no news at all. Don't underestimate this alien invasion. These alien creatures are truly powerful. Any one of them is a level 30 elite, and their double resistance is F***ing high. I used Helen's new energy weapon and only killed one after more than a dozen shots. Normal weapons are just like tickles to them. As for close combat, don't even think about it. The shadow dogs can affect people's mood, and their horns are sharp. And these are just the small fries at the front. You can imagine how strong the enemies that appear later will be. Wind-chasing wolf had only heard about the mission from the Radio and Military Intelligence Department, but he didn't have time to investigate the situation of the alien planet. Now, as the first group of people to come into contact with the alien shadow hounds, Bombing Chicken informed them of the details. Zui Feng opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a moment. Thank you for the reminder. If you didn't tell me in advance, my lifelong reputation might have been destroyed here. If it wasn't for Bombing Chicken's warning, Wind-chasing wolf would have rushed up to fight with Shadow Dog at the first sight. If the image of the Shadow Dog piercing through the heart and hanging on the horn was captured or screenshot, then the Miracle Guild's title as the Wasteland's #1 guild would become a complete laughingstock. Very quickly, the Miracle Guild members had already packed up all the items and unloaded them. Let's go, take us to the front line. I've received a mission from the Military Intelligence Department, and I need to see Commander Benjamin. More than 100 people were fully armed and well equipped. The mechanic players even brought 2 detachable heavy machine guns and were ready to set them up on the front line of the beach. As soon as they entered the southern slums, they could already hear the frequent gunshots before they even got close to the coastline. Good fellow, it's still not stopping. Zui Feng's mouth was wide open. Along the way, Bombing Chicken explained the situation at the front line to him. It could be said that the coastline was ready, and the city of Essia was also fully prepared. He didn't expect that the alien planet would choose to land under such circumstances. Wasn't this just courting death? From time to time, 2 or 3 of them will come out. There's no pattern at all. There are already biologists carrying the corpses to dissect and study them, but there are no results yet," said Bombarding Chicken with a sigh. It was still okay if there were traces, they could focus on guarding against it. The most unbearable thing was that there was no pattern to follow, and they had to guard the beach 24 hours a day. It was a torture to their will. 1 or 2 days was fine, but if it took too long, it would drive people crazy. Soon, Wind-Chasing Wolf and the others came to the front line. They saw the light and heavy machine guns set up in the temporary camp, the trenches and the barbed wire, and the scattered red-skinned monsters with horns and torn skin on the beach. The scene in front of them stimulated the players' nerves. And behind the temporary position, the workers were working overtime to build concrete fortifications. Behind the fortifications was a tent, which was guarded by soldiers. Zui Feng was a small leader of the Kailan Hall. He was also a famous person in the military intelligence department and the army. Although not everyone knew him, the soldiers had all heard of him after he told them his name. It was easy for him to enter the camp and meet Commander Benjamin. "Commander, we've received a mission from the military intelligence department to reinforce the front line. Deputy Director Ren Yi said that he will be at your disposal at the front line." Benjamin had known Link since he was the leader of the Link gang. At the same time, Wind Chaser and Bandit Cool were also his acquaintances. Seeing that Wind had come in, Benjamin immediately put down the information in his hand and asked, "Your guild's people are here?" No. Wind-Chasing Wolf shook his head, "The others will stay in Shandu. I brought more than 100 elites this time." "What about the wild wolves?" Wind-Chasing Wolf smiled embarrassedly, "The wild wolf bus can't pull them all over. But I've already found a place to check them in. They will arrive by tomorrow night at the latest." "Commander, you don't know this, but as soon as the news of the alien invasion was announced, the other Inhumans went crazy. They were able to find transportation resources, and that's only because of our high contribution to the city." Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. He knew the strength of Wind-Chasing Wolf. The strength of more than 100 elites was also not bad. On average, they were at the level of Special Forces instructors. If they cooperated with the wolf, they would be even stronger. This time, Benjamin's trip was rushed, and the main force was the fox hunting Special Forces. There were not many wolf riders around him, and it was not enough to patrol the wide coastline of Essia. "All right, we're acquaintances, so I won't be polite with you. You will lead the team to rest for a while. When the wild wolves come, you will be directly merged into the wolf cavalry in the form of a guild and be responsible for the patrol work along the coastline." Only Benjamin and Wind were old acquaintances, and Wind was Link's direct disciple, so it was easy to use and he didn't need to be wary. Wind-Chasing Wolf's eyes lit up. The system also issued a task prompt, and he immediately agreed. With more than 100 wolf cavalry soldiers, he could be considered a company commander. "Commander, it'll take more than half a day before the wild wolves are sent over. We can't rest for so long. If there's anything else you need me for, just let me know." Benjamin thought for a moment and said, "The Duke has temporarily gathered workers to build the fortifications. They might be lacking in manpower. The elites of your Miracle Guild have basically participated in the construction of Shenmue City. You can go and help." Wind rolled up his sleeves. "Okay, I'll bring some people over to help. Call me if you need anything." Wind-Chasing Wolf didn't delay at all. After all, he had brought so many elites to the front line to fight for opportunities and complete a few more missions. "Oh, right. Bomb Chicken, stay for a while. I still have something to say." Zui Feng patted on the shoulder of Fried Chicken and signaled with his small eyes several times. It seemed that this guy had something good to do. After Wind left, Benjamin looked down at the document and said, "You should prepare a little. The staff of the Shadow TV station will be here soon and they'll have an interview with you. At the same time, the head of state knows that you were the first to discover and report the alien invasion, so he has specially arranged a commendation for you. The Duke would also like to express his gratitude on behalf of Essia. The interview and commendation will be held at the same time. The exploding chicken was stunned. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of a reward, but wasn't this situation a little too big? Benjamin could not help but laugh when he saw how stunned the bombarding chicken was. Such a scale, what an appearance! 561. This monster is out of my league. The bombarding chicken was carried by Benjamin in a daze. Because he was going to be interviewed later, Benjamin first brought along the exploding chicken for a temporary haircut. After the bombing chicken was done with its hair, the Duke arrived at the camp first. Benjamin smiled and asked, "Duke, the reporters from the Shita TV station will be here soon. There will be a reward from the head of state. What reward will you give us for bombing the chicken?" Benjamin and the Duke were of the same rank. One of them was in charge of the fox hunting special forces and the wolf cavalry of the wilderness. He was a commander and a member of the military committee of the Freedom Federation. The Duke was the commander of Essia and also a member of the military committee. Therefore, the two of them spoke more casually. My reward is definitely not as good as the head of states, but it also represents the characteristics of Essia. This was a mid-grade gene-enhancing potion that was jointly produced. It just so happened to be able to enhance natural energy and also had the effect of strengthening the body. With the withdrawal of the joint pharmaceutical company, this medicine will be less and less. The Duke handed the potion to Bombing Chicken, and the attribute effects of the enhancement potion were immediately displayed in Bombing Chicken's eyes. He could not help but open his mouth slightly and was so shocked that he could not speak. The middle-grade gene-enhancing potion increased his natural energy by increasing his endurance, intelligence, and energy attributes. At the same time, it would also randomly increase one of his druid skills by 2 levels. Explosive Chicken was now level 43, and the amount of experience required to level it up was huge. The increase of 2 levels for druid skills would save him nearly 100,000 experience. There was also the increase in attributes, which was even more difficult to come by. Every player knew the value of potential points, and any additional attribute would be equivalent to a permanent increase. In the past, there were still hidden missions to increase attributes in the Sand City. However, ever since the assassination attempt by the Shining failed, the Joint Pharmaceuticals and the Platinum Hotel had packed up and ran away. The players naturally had the opportunity to find hidden missions that could increase attribute points in the early stages. They also did not have the opportunity to gather the perfect opening attributes and activate the super system's hidden profession, erudite. The bombarding chicken accepted the Duke's reward in a daze. Now, it was even more eager to see Link's reward. A few minutes later, the Duke received a call from his subordinate. After listening to the report, he said, "Bring them to the front line now. We're ready." He hung up the phone and explained to Benjamin and Bomb Chicken, "The people from the television station are here. They'll be here in a while." Bombarding Chicken was both excited and nervous. What he was looking forward to was the interview on the TV station. His fame would rise to another level, and it would be much more convenient for him to socialize with NPCs and do missions in the future. At the same time, he would also receive Lin Kei's mysterious reward. He was nervous because once he was set as an example, his actions would be noticed and even monitored by other players in the future. Soon, the interview team from the TV station arrived at the tent. A thin layer of sweat formed on the staff member's forehead, not because he was tired from the long journey, but because he was carefully watching over the reward that Princeps had given him. Now that they had finally arrived at the location, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no time to waste, let's start now." The interview team quickly connected the phone and lit up, found the right angle to shoot, set up the machine, and went through the whole process smoothly. Before the bombing chicken could react, everything was ready. The content of the interview was also very simple. It basically revolved around the ins and outs of the matter. The host and Bomb Chicken talked back and forth, and the questions basically emphasized Bomb Chicken's astuteness and attentiveness, as well as the Duke's decisiveness and attention. The entire interview process was completed in 10 minutes. Then came the most important step, which was to give out the reward. In order to commend the contributions of the bombarding chicken to this incident, for discovering the alien invasion in time, for his wild and ambitious scheme, and for helping Essia, Shitu, and even the entire Freedom Federation to recover from immeasurable losses, the leader of the Freedom Federation, Link, has specially prepared 2 rewards. Upon hearing that there were 2 rewards, Bomb Chicken's eyes lit up and he looked forward to it even more. The staff pushed in a small cart with a box covered with a black cloth. The 2 rewards are here. Mr. Fried Chicken, you can open them and take a look. Exploding Chicken rubbed his hands in anticipation. Then, like a newlyweds, he lifted the bride's veil. And then, Bombing Chicken only saw 2 pets. It was an owl with white feathers and a naive look. It was a raven with a jet-black body and a pair of strange red eyes. Seeing these 2 pets, the smile on the corners of Bombing Chicken's mouth almost reached his ears. This was Link's reward, 2 pets. This reward was really delivered to his heart. He had obtained the illusion vine after presenting the star chain plan. This time, when the whistleblower was the first to discover the alien invasion, he received another 2 pets as a reward. Bombing Chicken immediately checked the information of the 2 pets. He was familiar with the white-feathered owl. He had seen many of them when he was at the God Tree Noi. This kind of owl was the offspring of Link's pet, the sand eagle. It was the product of the combination with the owl on the God Tree. It had the characteristics of both birds and could cause a wide-range sandstorm. The skill moonlight detection could also plant eyes as guards. It was a flying pet that could attack and detect. He had not seen the second crow Bomb Chicken before, but after looking at its information, he could not help but gasp. The 2 skills of the Misfortune Crow were Flying Scout and Spread Misfortune. Flying Reconnaissance perfectly complemented the Sand-Headed Eagle's Moonlight Reconnaissance, so their movements complemented each other. Spread Bad Luck was a bit overpowered. In the half a year that he had been in the game, he had not seen anything that could reduce his luck. The Misfortune Crow's skill just happened to make up for this. Even though it would only reduce 1 point, one should not just look at the present. One had to look at the future. As the Crow of Misfortune's skill leveled up, the reduction would be much greater. These 2 pets greatly made up for his lack of scouting. In addition to these 2 rewards, Deputy Director Ren Yi of the Military Intelligence Department also asked us to pass you a message. When you return to the Military Intelligence Department, there will also be additional reputation points and item rewards. The Duke also told him about the intermediate gene-enhancing potion, and increased the rewards. As the interview ended, the interview team left immediately. They still had to do some editing and post-production, and then send the sample directly back to Shandu from the television station of Essia for broadcast. The work was urgent and the task was heavy. Benjamin looked at the excited and happy Fried Chicken, and gave him a half-day break. As a druid, nothing was more exciting than getting a new pet. What he needed now was time to develop feelings with his pet and understand its abilities. After the bombarding chicken left, the smiles on the faces of Benjamin and the Duke gradually froze. Happy times always passed by so quickly. Both of them could see that the interview and reward were to boost the morale of the Inhumans. Both of them had seen the power of the alien planet on the coastline, and the shadow dogs were already enough to give them a hard time. At the moment, they could still rely on their position along the coastline and their advantage in firepower to kill the enemy. However, once the alien planet launched a large-scale attack, their firepower would be slightly insufficient. Moreover, there would definitely be stronger existences in the future, and that would be the time when he would truly suffer. The 2 of them exchanged a look, knowing that this would be a tough battle. The Duke received another message. After reading it, he said, "The Sand City has sent a helicopter formation over. We'll know the location of the island where the alien planet is located and the deployment of the alien planet soon." Benjamin took a deep breath, the expression on his face showed that he was not ready. The helicopter formation stopped in Essia for a while. After the supplies were ready, they continued south in one go, looking for the location of the alien star among the many islands on the sea. The dark clouds in the sky didn't disperse, and even the surface of the sea was reflected in a grey-black color. The sea and the sky met in the distance, connecting together. In the coastal waters, the helicopter formation could also see some shadow dogs crossing the sea. However, as they went deeper into the sea, they could no longer see any shadow dogs. The island floating on the sea gradually came into view. The pilot of the armed helicopter turned on the fire system, and the big red launch button on the control stick had also lit up. Once they found traces of a foreign planet, they would open fire and cause a wave of destruction while evaluating the combat power of the enemy. However, when they got closer, they found that the island was as calm as usual. After circling a few times in the sky and confirming that there were no signs of life, the soldiers heaved a sigh of relief, but also a little disappointed. They continued to search for traces of other islands. This situation repeated itself several times. The soldiers' emotions gradually turned from nervousness to numbness. The co-pilot looked at the navigation book and map in his hands and couldn't help but say, "There's only one island left." The helicopter pilot understood what he meant. The alien planet was definitely on one of the islands in front of them. Moreover, the dark clouds in the sky were like a large grey net, covering the sky. The islands in front happened to be the center of this grey net. No matter which point it was, it proved that the landing point of the alien planet was in the Sol Islands. "This is the Black Hawk. We'll arrive above the Sol Islands in 10 minutes. This is the center of the dark clouds and the last island we'll be investigating. All units, please be prepared." All the soldiers in the helicopter formation were on high alert. Since alien civilizations could cross planets and land on the wasteland, they must have mastered extremely advanced energy usage techniques. It could be technology, magic, or something else, but they definitely had the ability to control the air. Once the helicopter formation entered the range, they would definitely be targeted by the alien planet. They had to race against time to obtain information and make an assessment of the current situation of the alien planet. All the soldiers were preparing themselves mentally. Some had even written their wills and stuffed them into the pockets of their combat uniforms. Some were holding their crosses in prayer, but there were also some who took deep breaths to adjust their emotions and keep themselves awake. The appearance of the islands gradually appeared. The soldiers in the helicopter took out their binoculars and observed. After a while, they frowned. No abnormalities found. As the helicopter formation flew closer and closer, more answers of "no abnormalities were found" appeared in the cabin. "That's impossible. The Sol Islands are the last islands. Further south is the ocean. There's no landing point at all." The plane hovered over the Sol Islands, trying to find evidence of the existence of the alien planet, but the answer was disappointing. They couldn't find anything. But there's no trace of an alien planet on any of the islands. Could it be that their landing point is underwater? "You've captured all the videos, right? It's time for us to return." "All right, we'll pass by the archipelago on our way back. Let's take a closer look." The formation didn't stay any longer, and they turned north. It was a false alarm. They didn't directly face the alien planet, but a bigger mystery appeared. Where did these invaders come from? South coast of Essia. The players arrived one after another, looking at the fully armed city that was filled with a fighting atmosphere. They exclaimed, "There's a smell." The mission guide of the military intelligence department was to guide the players to Benjamin, so Benjamin simply arranged for a few clerks to be in charge of receiving the players and giving them tasks. As the native who had dealt with the players the earliest, he was very familiar with the arrangements. With the increase in personnel, the pressure on the coastal patrol and the construction of fortifications was greatly reduced. Some players were assigned to the front line to assist in the battle, and they rubbed their hands in excitement. The players who were not assigned to any combat tasks stood on the high wall that had been built, and they could see the alien monsters that had landed on the coastline. They even commented on the alien shadowhounds with great interest. Just this? It doesn't look strange at all. I thought it would be more brutal. How could it be a terrifying monster with 2 flowers on its head? It's not that fast either, not even as fast as a wild wolf. It's only about a meter tall, and with its tail, it's at most 1.5 meters. It's just an alien dog, so how much damage can it do? The players in Sand City had seen the world. He had fought with the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang, and he had seen many terrifying mutated creatures and evil spirits in the death quagmire. He had been full of expectations that alien creatures would be those ferocious, powerful, and strange-looking existences. In the end, the first thing he saw was the 2 blooming red-skinned shadow dogs. The players standing on the fortifications looked down on everyone, but when the players on the front line saw Shadow Wolf disembarking from the shore, they glanced at its attributes and instantly exclaimed, F***CK. This ordinary-looking shadow dog is actually a level 30 elite. He's in range. Shoot him. Caw-caw. After a round of bullets, the shadow dog's thick red skin was cracked, and blood flowed out of the beach. However, the shadow dog's pace was not affected at all, and it continued to run toward the front line at full speed. He looked at his attributes again. His 2800 HP was now left with 1100 points. WDNMD, isn't this thing too hard? At the same time, on the other side, there were impatient pugilist players who jumped out of the trenches, raised their fists, and rushed forward. Take this! Level 5 punch! In the next second, the stomach of the player who jumped up was pierced by the shadow dog's horn. The horn was stuck in the head as a meat shield to block the damage. Zui Feng of the Defense Department saw this scene and couldn't help but cover his face. The scene that he had imagined in his mind really appeared. The players who had been criticizing him just now had their mouths wide open. They were all dumbfounded. This monster is beyond my level. 562 The disappearing login point. The players who were watching from behind were shocked. With such a dense fire network at the front line, the alien shadow hounds were still moving forward energetically after a burst of bullets. On the other hand, the players were as fragile as paper. They clearly had armor on them, but they were easily pierced through by the shadow dog. They even became pendants on the other party's body to block bullets. Although they were surprised, these players who wanted to join in the fun were still quite professional. They turned on the screen recording mode, looked at the player with the pendant, and faithfully recorded the scene. This stab made him famous. Everyone knew that this player was called Soda Pork Ball. Hehe, it's not soda pork balls anymore. It's sashimi pork skewers now. This scene will definitely be in the Player Comical Scene Award. It's too funny. We usually don't laugh at other players' ridicules unless they can't help it. Ha 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 ha. The most important thing was that because the shadow dog's horn impact was not enough to kill a person, the player struggled on the shadow dog's head, but he could not pull himself out of the horn. He could only follow the shadow dog's movement, which was a funny scene. Soda Pork Ball had already heard the laughter of the other players behind him. The pain of being pierced was secondary. The shame of being laughed at made his face hot and his mind blank. He gave up struggling and pretended to be dead. Although the players at the front line were shocked, they were not slow in reloading. In the blink of an eye, another burst of bullets was fired. With Soda Pork Ball acting as a meat shield in front of Shadow Wolf, half of the bullets landed on Pork Ball, sending him back to his hometown. However, after a player died, their corpse could be retained for 10 minutes. During this period, they could still be used as a meat shield. The other players had successfully killed the shadow dog, and all the firepower on the front line was concentrated on one spot. How could Pork Ball's body withstand such a swift and violent attack? It didn't take long for him to be smashed into pieces by the surging bullets. He turned into a pile of mud and finally fell off the shadow dog's body. As for the shining shadow dog, it naturally couldn't withstand such concentrated firepower. After struggling for a moment, it fell to the ground, ending its sinful life. Zui Feng looked at the smashed body of Soda Pork Ball and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, it's no longer just pork meatballs. It's directly turned into pork meat. This is the treatment of a boss-focused fire. Pork Meatball should be proud of himself. Dog Feed King, who was at the side, sighed softly. He didn't die in vain. At least his death is enough to wake up the other players and they won't underestimate the alien Shadow Hound anymore. In just a short while, the players had a better understanding of Shadow Hound's strength. They knew that this was going to be a tough battle, so they stopped laughing and took it seriously. After all, no one wanted to be remembered in history like Soda Pork Ball. Soda and Pork Ball didn't resurrect on the spot. Instead, they chose to resurrect at the resurrection point. After resurrecting, they immediately covered their faces and ran away, afraid that they would be recognized. After he died, he took a look at the forum. There were already videos and screenshots being uploaded. With every refresh, the number of replies below multiplied. In just a few minutes, it was pushed to the top of the wasteland section. Soda Pork Ball felt like the sky was falling. Even he was shocked by his own stupidity and comical behavior when he watched the video. He wanted to laugh, not to mention the other players who were just watching the show. Soda Pork Ball clenched his fists, his face burning red from embarrassment. No, I have to do something. Otherwise, we'll have to carry such a name in the future. It's simply a large-scale social death. This time, Soda Pork Ball's embarrassment had made him famous among the players in the wasteland. If he didn't do something earth-shattering to change the public's opinion, he would basically be unable to survive in the future. If you joined a random party to do an instance dungeon, people would be surprised to hear that you were called Soda Pork Ball. They would ask if you were the guy who was stabbed to death by Shadow Wolf, and if you were rejected because of your wise operation. If they went to crowded places, they would be laughed at by other players, either openly or secretly, and even become the target of jokes. His brain must have been fried. Why did he think of running up there to fight? Soda Pork Ball covered his face. The wind was blowing fast. It wouldn't be long before all the players in the wasteland knew about the pork skewer incident. Just as Soda Pork Ball was thinking of doing something earth-shattering to change his reputation, he suddenly saw a message on the forum. The latest news. The helicopter formation sent by Shandu to search for the landing point of the alien planet at sea returned without success. When Soda Pork Ball saw the message, he suddenly had an idea. That's not right. Don't these alien creatures come from the sea? How can we not find any traces of them on all the islands? He clicked on the post and read it carefully. It turned out that the player who posted it happened to be doing a mission in the Shudu Air Force and heard the news. As a good young man who was concerned about the situation on the wasteland, although he had no money and no ability to go to the front line, he still passed this news to the other players in time and made his presence known. The Soda Pork Meatball sensed that this might be an opportunity. Others might not know, but so far, he had been in zero-distance contact with Shadow Wolf. Among the players, he was the most familiar with its body structure. When he was hanging on the Shadow Dog, he could clearly see the two nostrils of the Shadow Dog. The hot air that it spewed out also hit his face, which showed that the Shadow Dog also breathed through its lungs. If it was breathing in the lungs, it could be ruled out that the Shadow Dog came from the bottom of the sea, because the lungs of the Shadow Dog could not resist the strong pressure underwater. But the helicopter formation has checked the islands one by one, but there's no trace of a foreign planet. This was strange. Since it couldn't be at the bottom of the sea, it could only be an island. However, he didn't see it on the island, which meant that there was a problem with one of the links. Soda Pork Ball stood up, his eyes shining. He felt like he had found a way to change the rumors about him. Soda Pork Ball wrapped his face and looked around the street. After a while, he finally found a closed boat shop. "Boss, buy a fishing boat that can go out to sea," Soda Pork Ball shouted as he knocked on the door. After a moment, the reinforced armored window on the upper floor was opened, and a burly middle-aged man poked his head out. "You're the one who wants to buy a fishing boat? I don't understand what you Inhumans are thinking. One for 88,000. When Soda Pork Ball heard the price, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. His previous imposing manner disappeared. "Is there anything cheaper?" The middle-aged fisherman stared at Soda Pork Ball for a long time, still wondering if the Inhumans were here to make fun of him. Then he asked, "How much money do you have?" Soda Pork Ball was embarrassed and said, "I only have 15,000 yuan on me. I wonder what I can buy." Soda Pork Ball was determined to take a trip to the sea because this might be his only chance to turn the tables. "If it's 15,000 yuan, Ying Luo, wait a moment." The fisherman thought for a moment and retracted his head from the window. He then closed the armored window, went downstairs, and opened the curtain door. "If it's this price, then this is the only one." Then, he led Soda Pork Ball in. When Soda Pork Ball saw that it was worth 15,000 boats, his mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. At the same time, at the Windhowl Castle. After the helicopter formation returned to Essia, they reported the situation to their superiors immediately. When the higher UPS heard the report, they were dumbfounded. They asked several times, "Are you sure you've been to every island? Are you sure you've investigated carefully and didn't miss anything?" The soldiers in the helicopter formation also looked aggrieved. "We've already sent back the flight records and video of the entire process through Troy. There's nothing wrong with it. We've scouted back and forth twice, but we didn't find any clues." The soldiers on this mission were also the elites carefully selected by the Air Force. Since the flight records and video were sent back, they would not lie. "All right, you will all stay in Essia, under the name of Commander Benjamin. From now on, you will assist him in all his operations. I'll report to the head of state." After hanging up the phone, the captain of the helicopter squadron was silent for a moment before he dialed the number of Howling Castle. "Head of state, the frontline investigation report is out. There are no signs of foreign planets in the entire sea. Troy has already told me," Link said calmly. "I'm looking at the video and the flight route now. I didn't find anything unusual." The young men performed well and completed the reconnaissance mission as required. As for whether or not they found any traces of alien planets, there's no need to be too picky. "Princeps, I'm sorry." The captain didn't expect Link to be so reasonable. He didn't even say a word of the script he had prepared. "This is just the beginning. This war will last for a long time. Don't let yourself fall into unnecessary emotions. Thank you for your teachings, head of state." However, after hanging up, Link's expression was not as calm as he had been on the phone. With his hands crossed and his elbows on the table, half of his face was hidden behind his hands, only revealing his deep eyes. It was the standard posture of a Carigendo. "Troy, what do you think of this?" Troy's voice came from the computer. "When I received the video, I analyzed it frame by frame and also analyzed the flight records. The helicopter formation did run all over the southern island, and they were only flying at an altitude of 100 meters. It's impossible that they couldn't see the situation on the island at that altitude." Link furrowed his brows. Even Troy couldn't find anything wrong with the video after analyzing it. This alien invasion was really strange. However, Link saw that the structure of the shadow dog was exactly the same as in his previous life. This meant that the alien demons should be the same as in his memory. Their structure was not good at deep-sea combat, and they did not open a portal to invade the sea. That's strange. You can see shadow dogs swimming near the shore, but after entering the deep sea, due to the restrictions of observation conditions, you can't see the traces of shadow dogs. The alien invaders are coming from the sea, but they can't find the point of invasion. There was something strange about this matter. However, the Freedom Federation didn't have a mature navy, and their artillery force couldn't fire a single shot from 100 nautical miles away. Since you can't figure out the situation, then don't think about it. In short, the mission of an alien planet landing on the wasteland is definitely still to invade. We'll just wait for the enemy to come and deal with them as they come. Link had already seen the layout of the front line. With the players' patrols, they could detect most of the alien invaders. Start preparing for the evacuation of Essia. I have a feeling that when the alien forces arrive, the entire southern part of Shandu will become a battlefield. We can avoid chaos by settling down the people of Essia in advance. No one understood the chain reaction of being homeless better than Link. After Troy received the order to leave, Link sat alone in the study. This time, the invasion of the alien planet seemed to have gone out of control. It was as if a thin layer of fog had covered something that was once familiar, but it was not clear. I hope everything goes well on Fu and Jin's side. Late at night. The originally bustling night city had completely changed. All the neon lights in the city were off, leaving only sporadic street lights. The lively city was dead silent, without any strange sounds. On the contrary, the bases outside the outer ring of the city and the southern coastline were brightly lit. During the day, with the help of the sunlight, he could still clearly distinguish the shadow dogs that were approaching on the sea. However, at night, the entire sea turned black. Even with the light of the searchlight, it was not very clear. The players were excited at first, but not all the places along the coastline had shadow hounds landing. More players were in the temporary trenches on the coast, staring blankly, yawning, and looking at the dark sea with dull eyes. The task was to take turns every 3 hours, so some people were in a daze for 3 hours. And the players who encountered the battle were even more dejected. Shadow hounds were small in size, and their speed was about the same as ordinary hounds. They could be said to be agile, and their defense was also very thick. When they encountered small teams of players, they often had 5 people each firing a magazine of bullets, and they might not be able to kill shadow hounds. 70% to 80% of the bullets hit lonely. When faced with shadow hounds, there would even be situations of casualties. If they were careless, they might even be wiped out by other shadow hounds. The coastline, which was dozens of kilometers long, was brightly lit, and the sound of gunfire rose and fell. It was often the other side who came up. When players submitted their mission, they would report it. If the mission was successful, they would bring the shadow dog's corpse back to submit the mission. If they failed, they would be empty-handed. In order to get rid of the shadow dogs that had already infiltrated the city of Essia, Benjamin arranged for some players to keep watch at night and move around the streets and alleys of Essia, trying to find a way to catch these shadow dogs. In a dark, damp, and stinky alley, the wooden door that had been nailed to the wall made a few cracking sounds. The bottom part of the wooden door suddenly broke into pieces, and wood chips flew everywhere. A hole suddenly appeared, and at the same time, a thin and weak leg appeared. 563 Night, Chapter 4.6. He retracted his skinny legs, and after a moment, he reached out to grab the broken wooden door. He twisted it back and forth for a moment and removed a few pieces of wood. A little boy in tattered clothes crawled out from the opening and knelt on the mud-covered ground. His face was almost touching the ground as he whispered into the room, "After I leave, find something to block the door. When I find something, I'll knock twice, then pause for a moment and knock 3 times. Remember, if it's not this knocking sound, don't open the door." The pair of bright eyes in the room blinked, but did not speak. "Now, seal the door again." The pair of eyes inside suddenly disappeared, and a moment later, there was the sound of heavy objects moving with difficulty, filling up the fresh big hole that had just been smashed. Seeing that the wooden door had been blocked again, the little boy heaved a sigh of relief and got up to walk outside. There was not a single light in the alley. It was as dark as ink, and he could not even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. However, this did not affect the little boy's movements in the slightest. He was very familiar with this place. Even with his eyes closed, he could still reach his destination. The little boy leaned against the wall and tiptoed. Even when he was panting, he was willing to lower his breathing. From the broadcast on the side of the road, he knew that the entire city was under martial law, especially at night. If they were discovered to have sneaked out at night, the night patrollers would not show any mercy. However, he had his reasons for sneaking out. Therefore, he had to be very careful along the way. In order to achieve his goal, he could not be discovered by the night patrollers. Perhaps it was because of the martial law, but the place that was usually bustling at night fell into a dead silence. In the past, the city that the little boy was familiar with was only after the debauchery and ebb. At night, groups of rats would appear and search for the wine and food that people had spilled after their revelry. The trash cans in the alley could be said to be their playground. For the wild cat, the alley at night was also its playground. Almost every night, there would be a battle of wits and courage between the cat and the mouse, which would always end with the wild cat licking its paws in satisfaction. But today, perhaps these little guys understood human nature and understood the slogan from the loudspeaker, so they all hid one by one, making the night especially quiet. The little boy walked for a while and suddenly saw the dim yellow light at the intersection in front of him, as well as the lit street lights on the main road. He was so scared that he immediately shrank back. He had wanted to go over directly, but there were lights now. If he forced his way in, he would be discovered. It's fine if I'm caught, but the Kazaya I've left behind. The little boy wiped his sweat and decided to take a longer route. He also knew of a secret passage that could lead to the other side of the road without anyone knowing. After struggling to move the manhole cover away, the little boy endured the pungent smell and climbed in. Esia's sewer passage was very narrow. Even the thin and weak little boy could only barely get in. He had to bend his waist to move forward and could not even turn around. The little boy was like a rat, sneakily crawling in the sewer. With every step he took, his hands and feet would sink into the mud and rotten debris, like a man-eating swamp. The boy held his breath and advanced forward. Every time he wanted to breathe, he could only raise his head and barely breathe the fresh air outside through the hollowed-out drain cover on his head. Soon, the little boy climbed up the sewer that ran across the road. The street lights that used to be extremely dim were particularly dazzling today. Even though there was a sewer above his head, the light still shone through the hollow stripes on the little boy's back. Every ray of light that fell on his body was like a knife, making him feel cold. The road was more than 10 meters wide, but to the boy, it was like a marathon. The boy crawled across the street with great difficulty and couldn't help but look back. The light that passed through the cracks gradually dimmed. He had successfully reached the other side of the road. Next, he just had to climb out of the sewer in front and walk a few steps to reach his destination. However, just as the boy turned around, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sewer above his head and landed on his forehead. The boy was stunned for a moment, then he looked up. Another 2 drops of water landed on his face. There seemed to be a pool of liquid outside, dripping down the sewer. The boy slowly exhaled, then took a deep breath of fresh air. Immediately, a pungent and thick smell of blood rushed into his nose. How could there be such a strong smell of blood? The boy subconsciously used his arm to wipe away the water droplets on his face. However, with the light shining through the crack, when the boy saw the strange red color on his arm, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the hair on his body stood up. Just as the boy was in shock, the light from the sewer partition above his head suddenly turned dark, bit by bit, as if it was blocked by something. A sense of fear and anxiety grew in the boy's heart, as if a kitten was scratching it. The shadow gradually expanded and completely covered the boy. The air was cold. With the help of the extremely weak optical fiber, the boy saw 2 violet-like stamens reaching into the sewer and gradually approaching him. He could also clearly smell a rancid smell that was even more unpleasant than the sewer coming from directly above his head, as well as the heavy breathing that constantly sprayed on his face. Although he couldn't see the creature above his head clearly, the boy's eyes were filled with fear when he thought of the ceiling of the city and the alien creatures mentioned in the radio. He twisted his body slightly and squeezed deeper into the sewer, afraid that he would be discovered by the two flower-like tentacles. Its feelers fumbled around the sewer, analyzing the smell it was sniffing. The shadow dog's mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth, and its throat made a gurgling sound. It had already smelled the weak breath of life, which was definitely a Dowdy's food for the shadow dog. The shadow dog bit on the rectangular hollow sewer lid, its teeth and metal making sharp friction. The little boy had never seen such a terrifying stance before. His pupils shrank violently, and he was stunned by the violent aura exuded by the shadow dog, unable to move. This feeling was even scarier than the aura of Hoover's fierce hound, which was almost as tall as a man. Fortunately, the gap of the partition on the manhole was only 2 fingers wide, which was narrower than the lower jaw of the shadow dog. After struggling for a while, the shadow dog found that it could not open the manhole, so it tried to hit the manhole with the horn on its head. In the end, it made no progress except for a scratching sound. The shadow dog tried to put the horn into the gap again, but because the root was too swollen, it could not go any further. The boy looked at the horn spikes that were 2 punches away from piercing his body in horror. His entire body was numb and he could not move at all. The shadow dog struggled for a moment and found that the alluring smell in the sewer was like a piece of fat meat that could only be smelled but not reached. No matter how hard it tried, it could not eat it. The angry shadow dog circled the sewer a few times, revealing its saw-like fangs and man-eating green eyes, before finally leaving angrily. After the shadow dog left, the boy remained motionless. Even his breathing was in a state of half-stop, and only his heart was beating wildly. After a long while, his tensed muscles slowly relaxed, and his breathing rate increased. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. The despair that the shadow dog felt when it was trying to open the sewer above his head, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He could do nothing but helplessly wait for fate to judge him. The little boy finally understood that the bloody smell above his head was the delicious food that the shadow dog had enjoyed earlier, the corpse of an innocent. This nauseating sewer had saved his life. After recovering for a long time, the little boy could no longer hear the sound of the shadow dog. After making sure that the monster had left, he turned around and continued to crawl forward. After reaching the other side of the road, the little boy waited for a while before carefully lifting the cap on his head. He looked around to make sure that there was no sign of the shadow dog, then pushed the cap aside and carefully climbed up. The little boy walked into the alley with ease, and his pace quickened a lot because of his urgency. He walked to the corner of the dead end, gritted his teeth, and lifted the stinky trash can with great difficulty. He lifted the waterproof tarpaulin that was close to the wall, knelt down, and removed the few red bricks at the bottom. After removing the brick, the little boy twisted his body and entered. This room was a warehouse for storing goods, and the loose bricks on the wall had been temporarily fixed by the little boy when he was helping out. However, before they could hire masons, the news of the alien invasion broke out. The owner of the shop had no choice but to cover the outside with waterproof tarpaulins, close the shop, and drive home. As for the shop, he could only repair it after the crisis was over. The little boy and his sister had planned to return to the slums, but the martial law had come too quickly. They did not have any means of transportation and could not make it back in time. The little boy had to beg in a hurry before he found a storage room where his former employer stored goods. Because he had left in a hurry, there was no food or water in the utility room, and the door had been locked from the outside when the employer left. The little boy had no choice but to find something to break open the door and come out at night to look for food. After passing through the warehouse, the little boy skillfully turned on the light. The lights were turned on instantly, and the sudden light made the boy unable to open his eyes. It took him a while to gradually adapt to the light. The little boy went to the bathroom first and cleaned up the mud on his body. He then cleaned up all the dirty places on the way. After doing all this, he carried a bag and purchased the necessities on the supermarket shelves. It was unknown how many more days the lockdown would last. The monsters were wreaking havoc outside, and they did not have the opportunity to travel between the sanctuary and the supermarket every day, so the little boy had to prepare enough food for a few days at a time. First of all, there was a large bucket of drinking water. It had to be big enough to be carried and could be stuffed into the sewer. The second was food that could fill his stomach. The boy was shuttling between the shelves alone, picking up food bags from time to time to check something. After a while, the bag was filled with food. After packing everything and sealing it, the boy did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the supermarket's payment counter, found a pen, tore a piece of paper, and wrote something. "Dear store manager, I'm Sean, who used to work in your store. I'm very sorry to talk to you in this way. As my sister and I couldn't leave the city in time, we were temporarily left in the city of Aisha in a utility room on the 3rd Street. Due to the lack of food, I had no choice but to come to your store to get some life-saving supplies. In total, I took a 5-liter bottle of water, 5 packets of instant flatbread, 4 pieces of bread, a box of chocolate, and 4 hamburgers. The instant flatbread, bread, and chocolate will expire in 2 days. The 4 burgers were left in a hurry the day you left and forgot to put them away. I only have 30 wasteland coins on me now, so I'll leave it for you. I'll work in your store to pay for the remaining money after the blockade is over. Thank you again for your selflessness and generosity, young lady boy Sean." After he finished writing, the little boy Sean took out his remaining 30 wasteland coins and put them on the table together with the letter. He also used the items on the table to press down on the money and the letter's foot, making sure that when the supermarket reopened, the boss would be the first to see it. After doing all this, Sean let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the pressure on his shoulders greatly reduced. He turned off the lights of the supermarket and struggled to carry the life-saving food. The corners of his mouth could not help but raise into a smile. He wondered how happy his sister would be when she saw him carrying so much food. Crawling out of the small hole and dragging the sealed bag out, Sean knelt on the ground and stacked the bricks one by one, returning to their original appearance. Then, he carefully laid out the waterproof tarpaulin. Finally, he pushed the trash can back to its original place and placed it in front of the tarpaulin. After everything was done, Sean was sweating profusely, and the smile on his face never faded. He wiped the sweat off his face. Everything was going smoothly. However, when Sean picked up the food with great effort and turned to leave, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and the bag in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. In the dark, a pair of green eyes stared straight at Sean, and the sound of teeth grinding came from its mouth. The familiar fear came to Sean's mind again. His whole body trembled, and he knew that he was going to die this time. Sean wasn't too afraid when he thought about being eaten by the alien shadow hounds. However, his sister was still waiting for him in the storage room, waiting for him to bring back food. She was born mute and didn't even know how to call for help. If she died here, her sister would starve to death in the storeroom. Sean clenched his fists. He hated himself for not being able to protect his sister. Sean wiped his snot and half bent his body, deciding to fight to the death. Sean quickly grabbed the plastic bag on the ground, then ran with all his strength. The shadow dog pounced at Sean at the same time. The difference in strength between a weak and skinny child and a shadow dog that could easily take care of level 30 players could be said to be on 2 different dimensions. Sean saw the shadow dog pouncing at him, and subconsciously held the life-saving supplies in his arms tightly, running with his eyes closed. At this critical moment, a black shadow flashed past, like a sharp sword, and stabbed at the shadow dog's head. 564 The Macaw's Plan. A black shadow pounced on the shadow hound's head at an extremely fast speed. Its black wings covered its eyes, and its sharp and hard beak aimed at the two violet heads above its head and pecked fiercely. The shadow dog was thrown to the ground by the black shadow. It struggled and rolled on the ground, finally throwing the black shadow away. Shan wasn't pounced on by the shadow dog. Instead, he heard a commotion and couldn't help but stop. He saw the strong shadow dog fighting with a black bird. Still not running. A voice suddenly came from above Shan's head, and he immediately saw a man standing on the roof. He threw a spear with a snake wrapped around it, and it landed beside the shadow dog like a meteor. As for snake entanglement, it turned out to be just a bunch of vines. Like a slithering snake, it quickly circled around the shadow dog and the black bird and began to attack the shadow dog. The man jumped down from the roof, the hook lock on his waist caught him just as he was about to land. He unbuckled it and raised his weapon in one go. "Kid, step to the side if you're not going." Shan took a closer look at the man. From his attire, he knew that he was not a native of Essia, and his accent was more like an inhuman. What left the deepest impression on Shan was the white crescent mark on the chest of the man's clothes. Although he didn't know the man's identity, and he didn't know if his act of stealing from the supermarket had been discovered, he would not become food for the shadow dog. Shan quickly ran to the corner with the bag. Immediately, gunshots were heard, and bullets that emitted blue electric currents poured out. The shadow dog that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws earlier wailed in pain after being hit by the bullets. It then shook its head crazily, and the horns on its head whistled, making the blackbird unable to get close. After forcing the blackbird away, the feelers on the shadow dog's head sensed the man's aura and a horn impact quickly rushed towards the man. At this moment, a cloud of sand and dust rose up in the alley. The violent sand and dust made it impossible for Shan to open his eyes, and he had to cover his eyes with his hands. The sand hit his face, and he felt a sharp pain. The alley was dark to begin with, and only the sporadic lights from the main road shone in. Now that there was a sudden sandstorm, they couldn't see anything. The shadow dog also lost its perception. The sandstorm swept up all the auras around it, and with the turbulent airflow, the shadow dog lost the specific location of all kinds of smells, turning into a headless fly. At this time, the man was using the high-energy assault rifle in his hand. The electric bullets were continuous, and he was shooting as he moved. His position was erratic, not giving Shadowcos any chance to dodge. A few seconds later, the sandstorm gradually dissipated. The shadow dog, which had been extremely ferocious a moment ago, had now become a cold corpse. The man stepped forward to examine the shadow dog's body and found that he had fired several bullets that had accurately hit the previous crack. The bullets were all concentrated at one point and easily pierced through the shadow dog's resistant thick skin. Soon, the man understood the reason. As he put the shadow dog into the bag, he clicked his tongue in wonder. "I didn't know that these two pets were so awesome. This is a huge profit." This man was none other than Bombing Chicken. After receiving the reward in the afternoon, he couldn't wait to interact with his two new pets. After an afternoon of communication, Bomb Chicken had a basic understanding of how to use the two pets. At night, a shadow dog broke through the line of defense and entered Essia. Benjamin immediately issued a night patrol mission, and Bomb Chicken naturally would not let go of this opportunity to test out his new pet. He did not expect to really meet a shadow dog. With a wave of his hand, the moonlight owl on the tall building behind him was blown away by the wind. Moonlight detection was the sand-headed eagle's detection skill. After the Bombing Chicken was placed at a high place, it was also used with Beast's Eye, which allowed him to directly look down at the urban area of Essia with the perspective of moonlight detection. Coupled with the silent flying detection of the crows of misfortune, they quickly discovered the abnormality in the north. As for the few bullets that had made Bombing Chicken exclaim in surprise, there was only one reasonable explanation. After the crow of misfortune pounced on the shadow hound, it reduced the shadow hound's luck by 1 point, causing the bullets that hit the body to overlap many times. On the other hand, Bombing Chicken was not confident enough to think that his gun skills had improved recently. It was very difficult to level up after reaching the intermediate level. Every time he used it, it only gave him a little bit of experience. The illusionary vine slithered on the ground like a slithering snake and quickly returned to the bamboo tube on the back along the fried chicken's leg. The sand-headed eagle and the misfortune crow also went into the bamboo tube one after another and rested in the fluffy nest formed by the curled-up illusionary vines. Bombarding Chicken looked back at the little boy and saw that he was holding something tightly in his hands. His eyes were full of vigilance. "Still not going back, are you waiting for the shadow dog to come and take you away?" Bombarding Chicken said half-jokingly. The shadow dog liked creatures with weak vitality. It would first bite through the throat so that you couldn't make any sound, and then it would eat the flesh and blood bit by bit, tasting the flesh and blood and sucking the fear. The little boy in front of him was thin and malnourished. In the eyes of the shadow dog, he was the most delicious dish. Sean couldn't move his legs at all. In his eyes, the shadow dog was extremely terrifying, and he would only feel despair if he faced it. However, this mysterious mutant in front of him was like a divine soldier that descended from the sky, killing the shadow dog in no time. This man was stronger than the shadow dog. I can walk, you're not going to arrest me." The kid entered the supermarket with ease and came out with a full bag. Anyone could guess what the kid was doing inside. However, looking at his tattered appearance and his severely malnourished body, anyone would have compassion, not to mention Bombarding Chicken. "Then let me ask you a question. When you saw the shadow dog just now, you could have continued to hide in the supermarket through the hole. Why did you run in the direction of the shadow dog?" Just now, using Moonlight's scouting perspective, Bombing Chicken had seen this scene clearly, but he could not understand the child's actions. "If I run in, the shadow dog will definitely follow me, and it will cause more serious losses to the supermarket owner. I was forced to come here for food, he shouldn't suffer more losses because of me." Bombing Chicken felt as if his heart had been struck and missed a beat. "Let's go back quickly. There should be no shadow dogs nearby. You don't have to go through the sewers when you go back. I'm the only night watchman in this area, so I'll pretend I've never seen you." Bombarding Chicken waved his hand in a not a tired manner and sent the boy away. Sean repeatedly bowed in thanks. After running for a short distance, he suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "May I ask, the new moon symbol on your chest, what kind of organization is it?" Bombarding Chicken looked down at the Moon Shadow Council's elite short robes. Without thinking too much, he said casually, "The Moon Shadow Council." Sean kept these words in mind, turned around, and jogged all the way. He ran under the lights across the road and disappeared into the dark alley. After Sean left, Fried Chicken sniffled and wiped his slightly wet eyes. He muttered to himself, "F***ck, this sand tornado skill can even blind my eyes. F***ck, I'm so F***ed up." When the sand-head eagle in the bamboo tube behind him heard this, it could not help but tilt its head and cooed twice, as if it was protesting. "Idiot, don't blame me for everything." Bombing Chicken removed the whip rope and attached it to his waist. He pulled out his spear with one hand and carried the shadow dog's corpse bag with the other. He went back to submit his mission and receive his reward. The night returned to silence, without a single sound. Sean brought the food back to the door of the house piled with junk in the alley. First, he knocked lightly twice, then paused for a moment before he knocked thrice. After a while, the heavy object against the wooden door was moved away bit by bit, revealing a pair of big eyes with tears in them, staring at Sean without blinking. "It's fine. I'm back. I brought some food back." Sean immediately stuffed the food under the wooden door, then looked left and right a few times before carefully crawling back in and blocking the door with a heavy object. The little girl only dared to turn on the light after she returned to the enclosed space. However, after turning on the light, she saw the blood on Sean's forehead and arm. The little girl was worried and held Sean's arm to check the wound. "These aren't mine, I accidentally got them on the road. Look what I've brought back for you." There are hamburgers, bread, and your favorite chocolate. The little girl was mute, so she couldn't speak. Then, her fingers and eyes stopped on a pool of purple blood on her clothes. Shan understood his sister's meaning and smiled. This is the shadow dog's blood. It splashed on me. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it while you eat. While Shan was telling his sister about his encounter outside, he had no idea that there was a black shadow standing outside the wooden door. After a long while, the black shadow stretched out its sharp and slender claws and gently stroked the wooden door. Green smoke rose from the wooden door, and there were 2 scratches on the door that were 20 centimeters long. The entire process was extremely strange, and not a single sound was made. After doing all this, the black shadow flickered like a flame, and its body slowly returned to nothingness. It disappeared without a trace, becoming one with the dark night. At this moment, Essia was the focus of the entire wasteland. It touched everyone's heart, and every move she made would trigger the reaction of the Freedom Federation. And in the invisible place, some people were also working hard for the wasteland. The macaw and the Silver Devil walked through the complicated underground cave. The Silver Devil walked in front, holding a rope in his hand. He followed the rope and saw the macaw that was tied up on the other end. "All right, we're almost done. I'm a little tired from walking. Let's take a break," the macaw said as it instructed the Silver Demon to pour it some food and water. The cave was rugged and difficult to walk on. There were many forks in the road. The macaw and the Silver Demon walked for a day and a night, and they had yet to reach the end. The macaw's forehead was wrapped with a new energy headlight made by Helen, which could work continuously for more than 100 hours. The light illuminated the cave, and one could see that the round walls were quite smooth. The headlight could even form a halo reflection on the wall. The macaw had entered the underground cave before. Whether it was dug by the treasure-hunting mouse and his underlings or the work of the tentacles dragon, the structure was relatively loose, not as fine as the spider demon's crypt. The Silver Demon carried a bag of supplies on one of its tentacles, took out water and food from it, and fed the macaw. "My lord, do you need me to untie you a little?" the Silver Demon asked. The macaw was also a ruthless bird when it carried out its mission. It was also ruthless to itself and shook its head repeatedly. "Untie what? If a spider demon suddenly appears, we'll be in deep trouble if we untie it. Our plan will soon fail, so there's no need to take this risk." Silver Demon couldn't help but feel deep respect for this Lord Jin who loved to criticize others and knew all kinds of languages. The macaw's plan was neither simple nor difficult. It was inspired by Link's operations in Dragon City. As a member of the crew who had witnessed Link's actions in Dragon City, even though the macaw had missed many exciting shots, it could still pat its shoulders and say that it had seen Link's actions clearly. The macaw wanted to use the same method to make the Silver Demons go from ordinary deacons to the core authority of the Spider Demon Empire. After Link's modifications, the Silver Demon's strength went without saying. Even the high priests under the Queen might not be a match for them. Now that it had returned, it only lacked a reason and opportunity to let it enter the Queen's vision. And this reason and opportunity was the macaw itself. The macaw would pretend to be captured by the Silver Demon. By using its identity as Link's pet, close vassal, and secretary, it would definitely give the Silver Demon a good start. Who was Link? He was the supreme leader of the Freedom Federation and could be said to be the overlord of the wasteland. On the other hand, the Spider Demons controlled the underground empire. The two seemed to have no influence on each other, but with the increase in industrialization, the excavation and utilization of underground resources would inevitably deepen. At that time, the grab of resources and the compression of living territory would cause the contradiction between the two to be irreconcilable. If they captured the macaw, they would be able to threaten Link. This was the macaw's little plan. By making use of the fact that rare goods could be kept, the Silver Demon would enter the vision of the upper echelons. Then, with its own abilities, it would quickly climb to a high position and control the power of the Spider Demon Empire, planning a coup. This process was a perfect copy of Link's operations in Dragon City. After all, with the successful case before, the macaw felt that the possibility of success was still very high. Even if the queen didn't plan to threaten them and chose to execute them directly, the macaw could still find an opportunity to escape. Silver Demon had already handed him over anyway, so even if he escaped, he would not be blamed. The macaw's plan wasn't bad, and with his glib tongue, the Silver Demon was quickly duped and agreed with the macaw's plan. Hence, this scene of them being tied up was created. After eating and drinking, the macaw got up and its stomach suddenly growled. "Wait a moment!" The macaw suddenly called out to the Silver Demon. Silver Demon was stunned for a moment, not knowing what this Lord Jin was going to do. The macaw was still standing on the spot. Although its body was bound, its butt was slightly raised and its cheeks were slightly red. After a moment, a long fart was heard. Pfft! Her voice was extremely long, like a soprano. The sound reverberated back and forth in the cave and began to spread. After the fart, the macaw laughed. "It's a little tight. My stomach feels uncomfortable." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight rustling sound in the distance of the cave. It was like the wind of the desert, but also like something dense moving quickly. The Silver Demon's expression changed and he said to the macaw, "They're here." 565 The Spider Demon Empire. The macaw immediately became serious and shouted in the Spider Demon language, "I won't yield, give up." Then, he winked at Silver Demon and mouthed silently, "Act according to my eye signal." Silver Demon was a little dumbfounded. *CK, isn't this making things difficult for me? It was not easy to see such small, rice grain-sized eyes, let alone a hammer-like gaze. Before the Silver Demon could say anything, the rustling footsteps were getting closer. It had to change the topic and said fiercely, "It's useless to be stubborn now. When we meet the Empress, I'll let you know the power of our Spider Demon clan." Not long after he said that, many spider demons appeared in the cave. The macaw's headlamp shone over and saw a dense horde of spider demons. They all had huge abdomens and thin upper bodies. The pincers on their mouths made cracking sounds, and their dense spider eyes stared at the macaw and the Silver Demon beside them. Oh my god, it didn't matter if she didn't look, but just one look at the macaw made her trypophobia act up and she almost died on the spot. The spider demons had a strict hierarchy. Although the Silver Demons had changed in appearance after evolution, their structure had basically not changed. Moreover, they were emitting surging dark void energy all over their bodies, making these ordinary spider demons not dare to approach. The Silver Demon turned around and glanced at the spider demons in front of it. The spider demons all lowered their heads respectfully. "High Priest." The Silver Demon's body was slender, and after the synthesis, it was nearly 2 meters tall. Although its upper body looked thin and weak, the dark energy that it emitted was very oppressive. Its abdominal cavity and limbs were all hidden under the biological armor formed by pendants and mithril, giving it a graceful and luxurious look. "I've captured a vassal of the King of the Land Empire during a mission, and I'm going to present it to Her Majesty. You guys lead the way." The demonic spider had no doubts. After all, the priest's orders were like imperial edicts to them, except for the queen's orders. The Grand Spider Demon Army led the way. A spider demon wanted to take the rope from the Silver Demon's hand, but was forced away by the Silver Demon's powerful aura. It stared at the spider demon and said, "You want to take my credit?" The spider demon hurriedly retreated and bent over. Its tone was nervous, and its 8 eyes were trembling listlessly. "I don't dare. I just want to share your burden. I don't dare to overstep my boundaries." "Then get lost." The Silver Demon's tone was sharp, and he did not care about the flattery at all. Hearing the Silver Demon's words, the macaw was slightly relieved. The hierarchy of the spider demons was indeed strict. Although there were many spider demons in the cave and it was extremely crowded, there was a lot of space around the Silver Demons and the macaw. The other spider demons would rather take a detour than intrude into the silver demon's territory. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the macaw saw a ray of light in the tunnel in the distance. As he advanced, the light grew stronger. The last ray of white light swept past, and the macaw was pierced until it closed its eyes. After adapting for a long time, it slowly opened its eyes. Immediately, the macaw was shocked, its mouth wide open as it looked at the scene that was created by God. Walking out of the dark and cramped underground cave, the macaw saw a vast and grand architectural scene. There were only two words in its mind: art and power. The dome was as magnificent as the sky, and the top was inlaid with countless crystals that emitted a faint light, as bright as the stars in the night sky. There were 4 huge stone pillars in the hall that extended from the ground to the dome. They were hundreds of meters high, much higher than the highest Moros building in the Sand City. The long history of the Spider clan was written on the stone pillars in hieroglyphics unique to the spider demons. The smooth stone slabs on the ground were like a mirror that could directly reflect a shadow. Even the shimmering crystals on the dome were reflected on the stone slabs on the ground, giving one a feeling of swimming in the galaxy. The grandest light in the entire hall came from behind the main seat in front. There was a huge crystal cluster. The naturally growing crystal had clear edges and thorns that radiated out. It was 20 to 30 meters tall and emitted a strange pink color. Under the cluster of crystals was a huge floating throne. The architectural carvings on the throne and the handling of various details made the macaw exclaim in admiration. In the Freedom Federation's surface world, he had seen many buildings of different cultures, but none of them could compare to the buildings of the Spider Demon Empire in terms of magnificence and details. I thought Link was just complimenting the Spider Demon Empire's architectural expertise. It seems that it's really something. After entering the Grand Hall, all the spider demons retreated to the sides of the stone pillars and respectfully lined up in neat rows. The silver demon led the chained macaw to the bottom of the main hall, then said in a clear voice, "Priest Ubis, the spider demon requests an audience with Her Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, many slender spider demons in luxurious robes walked out from both sides of the steps. On the way here, the silver demon had introduced to the macaw that the spider demons that could wear long robes were all priests. Priests were ranked second in the ranks of the Spider Demon Empire. The queen was the highest rank in the Spider Demon Empire. There were 2 types of nobles, one was the priest and the other was the warrior. And below this noble class was the commoner class, all of which were ordinary spider demons. Among them, priests were born with natural magic affinity or had the qualifications. They could start as apprentices, then as priests, and then as priests. On the other hand, warriors were born with great natural strength. Their body shape was also different from ordinary spider demons and priests. They looked more like giant beetles or longhorn bulls. They were usually responsible for leading ordinary spider demons and protecting the queen's guards. Spider demon priests appeared on the high and low steps, and 12 priests stood on both sides of the 6 steps. Their clothes were gorgeous, from the lowest to the highest. When they reached the 6th step, they could see that in addition to the clothes, there was a disc-shaped object at the back of the spider demon's head, which looked like a screen. The macaw had only seen similar things on the King Kong, but the King Kong had a ring of Buddha's light behind its head. These priests had nothing to worry about. What was this? Do you think you're a dish? The 12 priests on the stage were all shocked when they saw the silver demons, who were even more glamorous than them and exuded dark energy. Ubis was only a small priest who was sent out on a mission. Why did his strength increase so much after he returned? The energy fluctuations in his body seemed to be higher than most priests. The highest-ranking high priest said, "You were sent out on a mission. Why did you return alone? Now, you want to see the Empress. What is it?" The silver demon pulled the macaw forward 2 steps, then turned to the side and said, "There was an accident during the mission. I will report this to the Empress personally. As for the captive behind me, he's a close official and secret secretary of the ruler on Earth, Link. I'll explain the rest to the Queen in detail." The macaw also said arrogantly, "Just you spider demons, what a joke! If you don't release me now, my master's fury won't be something you puny spider demons can resist." The macaw spoke in the spider demon language. The 12 priests on the stage looked at each other and saw 96 shocked expressions. A fat parrot that could speak the demon spider language so fluently was simply unbelievable. The demonic spiders lived underground and rarely had conflicts with the surface, let alone communication. In addition to the silver demon's words and the strange changes in its body, the 12 priests unanimously decided that it was time to ask the Empress to make an appearance and explain everything. "Then I shall respectfully welcome your Majesty." The 12 priests stretched out their limbs and crossed them in front of their chests. They muttered a melodious and difficult incantation. Their voice echoed back and forth in the hall, adding a bit of holiness to it. The macaw frowned. Although it had a talent for languages, it had learned the spider demon language from the silver fiend for more than a day, so it could not speak it at all. However, when they encountered these ancient words, they could only stare blankly at the silver demon. The silver demon also saw the macaw's small eyes in a timely manner. He saw the heavy scrutiny in its eyes, as if it was saying, "So you're the 9 leaking fish taught by the spider demons." However, in the main hall, Silver Demon had no way of explaining. This was a university course. As an assistant priest, it had no access to such a profound incantation. Thump! Thump! There were 2 loud sounds of metal hitting the ground. It reverberated back and forth in the vast palace, and the sound waves it produced even made the macaw's mind tremble, its mouth wide open in shock. At the top of the stairs, 2 giant beasts appeared. The reason it was called a giant beast was because of its huge size. It was more than 20 meters tall, and the earth trembled with every step it took. Its entire body was covered in a hard chitin shell, and its huge tentacles looked extremely sharp. There was even a pair of insect wings on its back. Its appearance was really similar to that of a giant longhorn beetle. The fully armed armor made him look like a general on the battlefield. Under the armor was a pair of eyes that emitted a purple light, and at the top was a sharp and huge curved horn. He held a long, sharp crystal spear in his hand. The spear was as tall as his body. The 2 spider demon warriors stood on the left and right of the throne in a defensive position. In the macaw's eyes, these 2 terrifying spears could easily pierce through the skyscrapers of the Sand City. "Gooey gooey, this is too brave." Immediately after, the demonic spiders surrounding the 4 heavenly pillars all bowed in worship. The spider demon empress slowly walked out from the side, her body covered with a layer of light gauze as bright as the stars, as if the entire Milky Way was draped over her body. Its body was extremely slender, and its huge abdominal cavity was blocked by 4 spread limbs, but it didn't look bloated. Instead, it was just right. It had 4 tentacles and 4 short small tentacles that were hanging in front of its chest. They were all flashing with a pink color like the crystal clusters behind them. There were 2 things that looked like butterfly wings on its head. They were like tentacles. Its abdominal cavity and limbs were inlaid with exquisite and gorgeous decorations and clothes. The macaw swallowed its saliva in shock. Compared to the appearance of the spider demon empress, the appearances it had seen before were simply inferior. Even the silver demon was half kneeling to welcome the empress. The empress stood on the high platform, giving off a graceful and elegant feeling. Even for the macaw, when it saw the light around the empress, it felt like it was kneeling down, its heart swaying, and it felt inferior. The macaw shook its head violently and forced itself to wake up. Its eyes were filled with vigilance. What a fellow, he had almost fallen for this empress's trap. The macaw couldn't tell if it was the queen's own ability or the energy of the crystals she wore. However, now that it was on its guard, it had to be more careful in the future. It might have been careless somewhere and not dodged, but suddenly flipped over. The queen spoke slowly, but her voice was different from her appearance. It was slightly sharp, and the 2 clamps at the corner of her mouth moved along with her mouth, making a crisp sound. "Woobies, it seems like you've received a gift while carrying out your mission. Now that I'm here, you can tell me. Silver Demon explained everything that had happened when he was out on a mission, adding some details to the story. Of course, in some cases, they respected the facts, but most of the content was a magically modified version that had been deliberated by the macaw. For example, the Silver Demon's abilities all came from the ruins. At that time, they had dug out the interior of the stone and met the ancient desert pharaoh. At that time, the enemy was behind them, trying to grab the fruits of their victory. At the crucial moment, Ubis snatched the treasure that represented the pharaoh. When he was about to escape, he was hit by the enemy's energy cannon. However, he accidentally had a chemical reaction with the mithril and void essence in the treasure and fused with it, resulting in the current situation. After the evolution, the Silver Demon's companions had all been killed by the enemy. In the battle, the Silver Demon discovered that this fat parrot could speak the Spider Demon language. It immediately realized that there might be a great conspiracy. Thus, it grabbed the macaw, who was in charge, and escaped through the complex environment of the cave. After listening to the Silver Demon's explanation, the 12 priests' expression changed several times. They looked at each other in disbelief, but they also felt that it was very reasonable. Whether it was the mithril on the Silver Demon or the intense dark void energy it emitted, both could not be faked. The Spider Demon Queen, Shakonia, was also affected by this shocking plot. She was silent for a long time before she came back to her senses. At first, when the news of the Spider Demons digging the tunnel and discovering the Pharaoh's tomb was sent back to the Spider Demon Empire, the priest had arranged for the Spider Demons and the priests to go and check it out. The demonic spiders had appeared on this continent for even longer than the history of humans, and there were records of the Pharaoh dynasty from 1,000 years ago. It was a pity that the stone walls of the Pharaoh's tomb were too thick. Even after digging for a long time, there was only a crack. Other than mithril and void essence, what else did you find in the Pharaoh's tomb? What's wrong? Charkania asked. The Silver Demon answered honestly, there's also the moon ship of the Pharaoh Tumen and the soul box with the golden mask. However, these were all taken away by the humans on land. Since the soul box is here, there must be a way to awaken his soul. We might be able to learn about the knowledge and divine weapons that the alien civilization had bestowed upon mankind 1,000 years ago. After she finished speaking, she looked at the macaw that was as fat as a quail next to Silver Demon and praised, Ubis, you've done well this time. You've been promoted. From now on, you'll be the 13th priest of the High Priest Committee. 566 Unraveling the Alien Planet. Seeing that the first step of its mission was a success, the macaw revealed an unnoticeable smile. The Silver Demon had become the 13th priest. Although it seemed like he was ranked last, in reality, in terms of strength, he was already capable of overthrowing the High Priest. What it wanted now was the Queen's favor and appreciation, as well as some achievements, so that it could gain more fans among the Spider Demons. Of course, the macaw's arrangements did not stop there. This follower of the king of the land. Take him to the dungeon and interrogate him. Pry more secrets of the land from his mouth. Empress Shakonia said. The Silver Demon strode forward and made his request. Your Majesty, I've just joined the High Priest group and haven't made any contributions. I'm really uneasy. Why don't you give me the opportunity to interrogate me? I'll definitely be able to get the secret information about the land and make a contribution to the Spider Demon Empire. After thinking about it for a moment, she did not have any doubts. She thought about how she had broken the balance between the 12 priests after her promotion, and how Ubis' personal strength had increased. However, he was not famous in the High Priest Committee or even the Spider Demon Empire. If he did not make any contributions, he would likely be excluded. Ubis is right. I'll leave this captive to you. I hope you can bring me some useful information as soon as possible. At this moment, the restrained macaw shouted, I won't say it even if you beat me to death. The silver demon unceremoniously tugged on the rope and pulled the macaw to the ground. He said fiercely, "Show me some respect. You're not allowed to disrespect the Empress." The other demon spiders were also shocked by his violent and ferocious posture and the black chi surrounding him. Shikoniya was very satisfied with Ubis' performance. The Spider Demon Empire needed loyal warriors, and Ubis was undoubtedly one of the best. "Then I'll be looking forward to your good news." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left the throne. The two giant spider demon warriors stood guard at the side, the spears in their hands smashing on the ground twice, leaving with a soul-stirring tremor. The spider demons present saluted again and watched the Empress leave. After the queen left, the 12th priest came up to Ubis and talked about how they would work together sincerely for the sake of the Spider Demon Empire. The macaw fell to the ground and was speechless. It didn't expect to hear these words that made its ears hurt when it came from the ground. After that, all the spider demons retreated, and the priests also left. A large spider suddenly jumped out from the side of the throne and quickly ran to Ubis's side. "Lord Ubis, Her Majesty has arranged a priest's residence for you. Please follow me to take a look." The macaw was a little curious. The Spider Demon Empire actually had purebred large spiders that could even speak. It was truly rare. Soon, the silver demon was brought to a residence. Unlike the spider eggs, webs, and craggy buildings along the way, the priest's residence was once again gorgeous. The decorations everywhere seemed to be extremely meticulous. The walls were inlaid with gems, carefully carved embossed, and many spider demon-style handicrafts, all of which reflected the revered status of the residence. The entire residence was at least 700 to 800 square meters and was divided into several areas. The silver demon looked around and was very satisfied. "Please thank Her Majesty for her reward. I'm very satisfied with this place." Silver Demon's eyes revealed his fondness for it. This place was no different from the residences of the other priests. It seemed that the Queen's reward this time was sincere, which meant that the plan of Ubis and the Vajra Pu had gained the trust of the Queen. Lord Ubis had a fortuitous encounter, and now his body is surging with dark energy. He's really powerful, and he'll definitely become the Queen's right-hand man. The spider stared at the silver demon with its 8 eyes. Its 4 tentacles trembled uneasily, and its voice was full of flattery. "In the future, I'll also need Lord Attendant's care," the silver demon replied. After the spider left, the macaw blinked its eyes and asked the silver demon if it was safe. Silver Demon came to the crystal control desk in the center of the residence and activated a light purple protective shield. "We're safe now. What's with that big spider? What's the status of an attendant?" the macaw asked curiously. The Silver Demon untied the macaw and said, "An attendant is the Queen's communication officer. They're known as the Queen's voice, and they convey the Queen's will." Hearing this, the macaw was no longer sleepy and immediately said excitedly, "That's like my position by Link's side. It seems like we can make use of this person." "Don't," said Silver Demon hurriedly. This spider looked cunning and tried to curry favor with the Queen, but in fact, the Queen could directly extract its memory. The reason why the Spider Demon Empire has a giant spider is because this giant spider is old enough and can bear the spirit absorption of the Empress, so it has always existed. Although half of the demonic spider's appearance was that of a spider, it was a completely different creature from a spider. The spider demons had a cultural heritage and were an intelligent creature, while spiders were just arthropods. The difference between the two was like that of humans and monkeys. Therefore, the appearance of a big spider in the Spider Demon Empire was indeed an extremely rare thing, not to mention that it was an official. After hearing the explanation, the macaw suddenly realized, "Isn't that just a puppet? It turns out that it's just a sound transmission insect. It seems that it's a bit unreliable to try to win it over. Then let's continue with our original plan. It's your turn to exert your strength." The Silver Demon nodded slightly. The macaw had already explained the plan on the way here, so there was no need to repeat it. The macaw patted the Silver Demon's shoulder. So it's all up to you now. I'm just a tool, just squeezing toothpaste every day. You have to take the opportunity to exude your charm when you're in contact with the Spider Demon Empress. You've been modified by Link and are now more powerful than 99% of the people in the Spider Demon Empire. You also have free will and are not under the Queen's control. You know, the Spider Demon Empress is also a woman, and women are curious. I think she's listening to the story quite seriously today. Try to turn your curiosity into attraction and find a way to obtain power from the Spider Demon Empress. And this time, when you were promoted to a priest, I saw that several people seemed to be dissatisfied. These can be used. The macaw talked on and on, finally understanding the pleasure of strategizing. The Silver Demon listened attentively. Link had arranged for the macaw to be the commander of this mission, so it had to listen to the macaw's opinions when they were outside. As long as it was helpful in completing the mission, it would do as it was told. All right, I've noted all of this down. From tomorrow onwards, I'll report to the Queen every day. The macaw nodded its head repeatedly. This child was worth teaching. Then let's talk about the daily squeezing of toothpaste. The information has to be released bit by bit, and the content has to be more and more explosive. The macaw winked and laughed, feeling that the plot was moving in the direction it had expected. The dark night gradually came to an end, and the darkness faded from the clouds, revealing the original grey. The players on the shore could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. During the day, the field of vision would be wider and easier, and it would be more convenient to defend. The beach was filled with a strong rotting smell, mixed with the slightly salty sea breeze. It should have been nauseating, but the players on the front line seemed to be used to it and did not feel any discomfort. The beach had turned red, and even the waves that hit the beach were dark red, mixed with some shadow dog corpses or blood-colored bubbles. There were many bodies of shadow dogs on the beach, some lying on the beach, some on the wire mesh, and some in the trenches, with their stomachs turned over. Hey, while there's no shadow dog, quickly collect the bodies and receive your reward. Oh, then let's go together. The other brothers will hold the line at the back. The two of them got up, staggered over the trenches, and began to move the shadow dog's body listlessly. After killing for an entire night, they were all numb. During the day, the pace of the shadow dog's landing was not so fast, and the number was sparse, but at night, especially in the second half of the night, the frequency was extremely high. In this main defensive area alone, 70 to 80 shadow hounds had been killed in one night, not to mention the other places along the coast. Many alien shadow hounds had also landed, and some had broken through the defense and entered Essia. In just one night, the player's view of the alien planet had changed greatly. At first, he thought that the shadow dogs were not worth mentioning, but after taking turns to fight, he found that these dogs had amazing defense, high double resistance, and fast movement at night. It took a lot of firepower to take care of one. If there were only one or two, it would be easy to kill them, but once there were 3 or 5 of them, even if there were searchlights at night, it would not be easy to shoot and kill the flexible shadow dogs. The fish that slipped through the net would attack the trenches, and the players would have to fight the shadow dogs in close combat. If someone said that killing the shadow hounds was as easy as cutting vegetables and meat, these players who had fought on the front line would be the first to disagree. In that case, what would they become? Benjamin got up early in the morning and saw the results of last night's battle that the secretary had handed over. Most of the shadow hounds were still defended against. Although there were some losses on the front line, most of them were Inhumans. Only a small number of shadow hounds had infiltrated Aya, and with the efforts of the night patrollers, some of them had been killed. There were only a few scattered ones left, and there was hope that they could be dealt with during the day. All in all, the first day of defense was a success. After reading it, Benjamin was about to call Windhowl Castle to report to Link, but just as this thought emerged in his mind, the secretary ran in again with a pile of documents. "Commander, this is a fax from Windhowl Castle. The head of state specifically requested to hand it over to you. Benjamin was shocked. The head of state had given him information. What's the content? Benjamin asked. The secretary's expression was forced. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I've seen it, but it's up to you to read it yourself, Commander. Because it was a fax, the secretary had already seen the contents when she received it. Other than shock, there was more shock. Benjamin untied the string from the craft paper bag and took out the information. When he saw the first page of the document, Benjamin's pupils contracted and his mouth was slightly agape. He was so shocked that he could not speak. This document was filled with materials related to alien life forms. There was no need to say more about Shadow Dog. After 2 days of fighting, everyone had a clear understanding of Shadow Dog's strength. However, the document also stated that the grey fog under Weeping Valley could limit the Shadow Dog's perception. He would arrange for it to be released later. Benjamin was stunned. Previously, when Link brought Li Zijun to explore the Death Quagmire, they discovered the Kaz crystal, which could be used to develop a new energy source. They also subdued the Queen of Banshees, Grace, who was entrenched in the Death Quagmire, and gained control of the Grey Fog ability. It turned out that all of this was just a foreshadowing for the fight against the alien planet. The span of this arrangement was actually as long as half a year. He was really far-sighted. When Benjamin flipped to the second page, his hand that was holding the document trembled slightly. He suddenly became restless, and his tone was very excited. No, I have to talk to the Duke. Hurry, get the car ready. Very quickly, Benjamin appeared in the Duke's mansion. When he heard that Benjamin had come to visit, the Duke put on some casual clothes and went out to welcome him. What's so urgent that you came to find me so early in the morning? Benjamin held the Duke's hand and hurried into the house. Let's find a place where we can talk. I have something to show you. The Duke was also affected by Benjamin's anxious expression, and his face gradually darkened. This person was also someone who had seen great storms and waves. If he was so anxious now, it must be something important. When the two of them were spying on him, Benjamin took out a document. The Duke was shocked and could not speak. This Bayan. Then, he flipped through the pages one by one, and the waves in his heart grew stronger and stronger. So you know why I'm looking for you? Benjamin said. If he were to state his intentions directly, the Duke would definitely think that he was an idiot. However, after reading the information, it was hard for the Duke to disagree. Dao Tuo was nominally the mayor of Essia's autonomous region and the first leader. In fact, everyone knew that the Duke was Dado's long-lost child. After Dado was imprisoned, he regained his power and found his son. He simply gave power to the Duke and let him manage all the affairs in Essia. If that's the case, we have to set up the plan early. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for us and the people of Essia. If this document had been brought by someone else, the Duke would have torn it up without a second word and cursed at them for deluding the public with lies. However, this fax was from Howling Castle, and it was from Link himself. There was no doubt about its authenticity. After all, the Duke had personally experienced the power of Link's prediction ability. With just one sentence, "Where is Dad?" he had changed the situation in Essia without the need for a single soldier. It was simply supernatural. It's still a shadow dog. According to this document, the next alien species to land will be this thing, right? Benjamin stood at the side, looking at Link's hand-drawn image of the demon on the document, as if he was facing a great enemy. It seems that it's time to make preparations. When this thing comes ashore, I'm afraid the current front-line defense will be as fragile as paper. Also, we have to quickly gather the mutants and superhumans, or else we won't be able to deal with this thing. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 567. Benjamin and the Duke looked at the alien demon drawn by Link on the file. I saw that the alien monster had a T-shaped head, and the horizontal skull gave people a very strong feeling. A straight horse's face does not have any fat, but a few folds on the cheekbones are directly connected to the mouth. The mouth is open, and the sharp fangs are tightly bitten, which looks extremely powerful. What makes life suspicious is that the face of the alien monster has no eyes, no ears, and no nose. The whole face has only one mouth. The limbs are strong, the body is as strong as an ox, and the body is covered with a vest-like armor. Except for the blue-purple skin, the other looks no different from the human type. The weird thing is that the weapon in the hands of the alien demon is something similar to a short-handled torch. At the top of the torch is not fire, but a stone that emits light. Link not only drew the image of the alien monster in the document, but also included detailed information. This is a kind of alien power species, similar in size to normal humans, but weighs more than 100 kilograms, and has a strong explosive power. Link also vividly gave the alien demon the nickname the Devil Muscle Man. Regarding the ability of the alien monster, it seems even more frightening. Rush, time enchantment, multiple slams, backtracking. Every ability is breathtaking. Once an alien and an alien demon with such abilities fought against each other, 80% of them could only be manipulated and slaughtered unilaterally. The defensive line built on the beach, waiting for the landing of alien monsters, I am afraid it will be difficult to prevent, then the battlefield will spread to the city of Asia. Relocate the people in the city in advance, arrange defenses in the city in advance, and arrange arrangements in advance according to the enemy's weaknesses pointed out in the document, before they have a chance to fight the alien demon. The document also stated the weaknesses of the alien monsters, and for this weakness, they had to arrange them in advance. This is just an alien demon, and the more alien demons written at the end of the document, just looking at the description will make your scalp numb. After reading it, Benjamin and the Duke were sweaty behind their backs, feeling weak. But I also thought that Link sent this information in advance, and it also wrote a lot of countermeasures. Behind Asia is the entire Free Federation, and he has regained his confidence. Have you read this information? The Duke asked. Benjamin nodded. After reading it, destroy it directly. Once this thing spreads, the impact it will cause is not something we can afford. The Duke looked serious, as a person who experienced the benefits of foresight and changed the original development path. I know that once the information from the future is circulated, it will have a huge impact on the situation. It is completely the butterfly effect. Link's phrase "your dad is Dao Tuo" completely reversed the pattern of Asia, and even the fate of Dao Tuo and the Duke. If this information is accidentally circulated, especially if the alien invaders find out, maybe the invasion plan against the wasteland will be changed. If the time comes to lose the first opportunity, it will also make them passive. Benjamin suddenly realized that he took out the lighter, lit the document, and burned it to ashes. The fax says that Shah will assist us in the population transfer. In this case, we have to take action today. The Duke sighed. Although the population of Asia is not as terrifying as Shadu, there are nearly 8 million people, of which slums are crowded. More than 1 million people, such a large population, it is absolutely difficult to evacuate in an orderly manner. Although it is difficult, we must never fail to do it. The Duke patted Benjamin on the shoulder and said, "Commander Benjamin, I will give you the beachfront. All the fighting resources of Asia are up to you. In the next period of time, my main energy will be on the transfer of the masses and the urban area." Armed. The two hit it off, and Benjamin smiled bitterly. If only relying on Asia and our own strength, it would be excusable to not be able to defend the alien. Now there is the support of the Free Federation behind him, and the head of state has also sent the alien's weaknesses. If we can't hold Asia in this situation, then we are incompetent. The Duke laughed and couldn't help but nodded. This is indeed the truth. I don't know the information. Now I know the weak points of so many enemies. If I can't prevent it, I really don't know what excuses I can find to justify myself. The two came out of the secret room and immediately plunged into working mode. Without further ado, maybe the alien demons will appear soon, and you must make preparations in advance. Soon, the Duke announced that Commander Benjamin would be the president of the armed forces of Asia. All combat units in Asia would be dispatched, and offenders would be killed. And he is responsible for the deployment of the city and the transfer and resettlement of refugees. When the news spread throughout Asia in the form of radio, the people squatting at home panicked. Isn't it finished after relocating the southern slums? Now that other people have to be transferred and resettled, and the city has to be armed? What does this mean? Is it that the line of defense built on the beach cannot deter the enemy? So to evacuate the people in the city and treat Asia as a battlefield? Although there are many poor people in Asia City, they are all above the standard in reading and comprehension, and quickly understood the meaning of the Duke's declaration. But immediately, all the residents of Asia exploded. They are all dragging their families, and their household goods are all in Asia. If the war really swept into the city, all their fixed assets would be wiped out and turned into ruins. Immediately, many people questioned the transfer operation. After such a big battle was arranged, the result was still unstoppable. Doesn't this mean that the Duke and Benjamin are incompetent? The current situation was something the Duke had never expected. He thought he had a deep control over Asia, but now that there is widespread resentment, ordinary people are unwilling, and the big gates of Asia are even more unwilling. Without the industries of Asia, the family power has shrunk by half. So after the broadcast, instead of leaving, these people began to reinforce their homes again, using actual actions to show that they vowed to coexist and die with Asia. On the contrary, the players on the front line do not have much emotion. On the one hand, they hope that their strength will increase quickly, and on the other hand, they hope that the alien invasion will not come so quickly, and they are afraid that the body will not be able to bear it. The Duke looked at the enthusiasm of the crowd, and all of them were resisting, and he couldn't help but find his father Dao Tuo. "Father, I thought that everyone would be very cooperative and agree to emigrate. I didn't expect that the backlash would be so great. Those tycoons opposed me, and I can understand that after all, a large part of their properties are title deeds, if they are really destroyed in the war. The absolute loss was heavy. But those poor people, who have nothing to do but are unwilling to leave, I don't understand." Dao Tuo didn't have much surprise. When the Duke told the action, he had already thought that it would be the current situation. The Duke has been in charge of Asia affairs for several months. According to Dao Tuo's observation, the Duke's rich experience in leading combat and training has won unanimous approval from the soldiers. However, in terms of people's livelihood and policies, the Duke had no previous experience, so directly Cao Suxiao rules, still using the same set of the wasteland gang period. In terms of the cohesion of ordinary people, it is basically zero. Dao Tuo also wanted to use this situation to sound the alarm for the Duke and teach him a lesson by the way. There is still a big difference between managing a city and being a high-end killer and bounty hunter. Your analysis of the tycoons is correct. They are reluctant to go because the sunk cost is too high. But you don't usually contact the poor and don't know what they think, so it is difficult to understand their inexplicable resistance. Dao Tuo paused, and continued, "You said these poor people don't want to leave because they don't have any long objects, but you know that they can't leave because they don't have any long objects. They don't have much savings or wealth. Every day's food is obtained by labor, and you will be hungry if you don't work for a day. There is no guarantee. I don't know where to immigrate. Everything is unknown. If you want to evacuate, you have to let them walk on an invisible one. The path of the world, will you agree to it for you?" The Duke suddenly realized, Dao Tuo said so, he understood. Unexpectedly, success will be alone, and failure will be alone. The city was sealed off, and the poor felt that as long as they endured a few days, the situation would be better and they would be able to go out to work and earn money. But now I have to move them all away. When I get to the new place, I can't decide what will happen. I don't have money or food. When I get to the new place, I won't all be hungry or dead. Then what should I do now? Is there any way for them to leave quickly? Dao Tuo saw the rare anxiety of the Duke, and Benjamin found the mansion in the morning, so he should have known some important things. Now if you want to solve this problem, you just need to call the head of state, tell him about it, and everything will be solved soon. Dao Tuo pointed a clear way to the Duke. The Duke is difficult to decide, and now he is asked to call the head of state for help. Doesn't this mean that his mission has failed and he cannot solve the problem alone? Is there really no other way? The Duke looked hopeful in his eyes. Dao Tuo shook his head helplessly, now calling for help is the only way. Although Dao Tuo didn't read the information with his own eyes, he knew from the Duke's words that it was Link who asked for the defense and evacuation of the city. Even if he was hundreds of miles away, he understood Link's thoughts at once. Link is ready to hand over Asia to the two young men, the Duke and Benjamin, with confidence. He wants to train the two through this high pressure so that they can be alone. He gave the order, but didn't tell the Duke how to do it, and he didn't tell others where to move. Obviously, he left behind. But knowing that Link valued the Duke so much and regarded it as a backbone training, Dao Tuo's hanging heart finally landed. Originally Dao Tuo was worried that the Duke would be excluded from the core circle of the Free Federation, but now it seems that he is too worried. The Duke fought between heaven and man, and after tangling for a long time, he finally sighed, well, as long as the problem can be solved. The Duke picked up the phone on the desk and immediately dialed Link's phone. The phone only rang twice and was quickly connected, as if the other party was waiting for this call. Only 3 seconds later, the Duke hummed twice and hung up the phone in a daze. The speed was so fast that even Dao Tuo was shocked. What did the head of state say? Dao Tuo asked. Just leave it to me. The Duke repeated Link's words with a dazed expression. It's gone. Well, no more. Dao Tuo was a little speechless, thinking that Link would have some tricks, but he hung up after saying a word. In order to comfort his son, he still said, since Yuan Capital said to give it to him, then we can just wait and see the changes. The Duke put 120 hearts on this. Link did not feel surprised at all, and he had promised so quickly, obviously. The Duke also figured out everything after he hung up the phone for a short period of time. It seems that giving Asia the responsibility to him and Benjamin this time is indeed a test. The Duke returned to his post soon, and the cronies around him were all trembling. After all, the people in the city were fighting against the Duke. This was simply a face-slapped face. How could the Duke feel good? But looking at this one again, there was no disapproval, no pressure, and no rage on his face. On the contrary, he looked like a okay person, as if it was not him who was boycotted by the whole people in the morning. Only soon, the cronies understood the reason. The Asia broadcast sounded again. When the people heard the noisy noise coming from the broadcast, they immediately yelled, "We have said that we won't go, and we won't go if we persuade you 10 times. Is it annoying? I don't have the ability to hold Asia, now we want to leave our home, what can we do in the future? I haven't found what I have eaten today. If this is really going out, wouldn't it be dead?" The people of Asia complained again, as if there were signs of riots. Hello everyone, I am Link, the head of the Free Federation. With Link's soft words www.mtlnovel.com, Asia, who was about to fry the pan, suddenly became quiet and calmed down. There was no noise in the entire city for a time. When the people heard Link's name, they all shut up and began to listen carefully. Even the soldiers and players pricked their ears at this moment, wanting to hear what Link had to say. The situation in Asia is urgent. In order to protect your personal safety, I have specially arranged the Duke to guide everyone to evacuate. As for the resettlement after the evacuation, I have a complete plan, so you don't have to worry about it. Leaving today is for a better return tomorrow, so please rest assured that I am with you. After speaking, the broadcast signal disappeared. Hearing the few words of Link, the Duke and his cronies all held their breath and waited for the response of the people of Asia. Just a few words can really dissipate the anger of the people? After a while, Asia became restless again. The cronies sighed lightly, with a look of despair on their faces. Even Link's words were useless. Asia was not saved, these people were not saved. But soon, the doors and windows of the house opened, and many people rushed out of the house with their bags. What about people? The head of state asked us to transfer, why no one will guide us? This group of dry food, Yuan capital has spoken, don't they work? Go, take your belongings and pack lightly, no other things. Although today's food has not yet arrived, Yuan capital has spoken, and we are determined to implement it even when we are hungry. For a time, the attitude of the entire Asia people reversed 180 degrees, and they all took action. 568 Are you teaching me how to do things? Even the Duke was in a state of confusion. He and Link had the same thought. Why was he being hated by everyone, while Link was being pursued by everyone? Looking at the people who rushed out of their houses with fanatical eyes, the Duke finally understood that the problem was not what they said, but their identity and influence. His influence was limited to the son of the mayor, the top 3 in the Platinum Hotel, the top bounty hunter, and the commander of Essia. However, these titles had limited influence on the poor. At least, compared to the demand for a mouth, they were really limited. However, Link had absolute influence on the wasteland, and the public opinion among the poor was even more terrifying. The changes in the slums of Shandu were seen by everyone. Regardless of one's background, the view of only talent was used. Even some of the forces that were hostile to the Freedom Federation had to admit that Link was more open-minded in terms of manpower and people's livelihood. He was ahead of everyone else. Now that Link's voice had appeared on the broadcast in Essia, the citizens did not have any doubts and rushed out of their houses to respond. The head of state loved his people like his own children, so he definitely wouldn't lie to them. Just as the Duke was sighing at the head of state's amazing influence and how he could gain the unconditional trust of millions of citizens in Aya with just a word, his phone suddenly rang. "Duke, this is Troy. The relocation plan has been sent to the fax machine in your office. All we need to do now is to follow the steps and complete the docking." The Duke knew about Troy, so he immediately returned to his office and saw the fax machine that was spewing out paper. He was shocked when he saw the detailed plans and requests. Link's relocation plan was rather comprehensive. The location was set at the city ruins where the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang had met. The general appearance of this place was still there, and there was no need for foundation construction. It only needed a roof to be habitable. The size of the city ruins was also suitable, enough to accommodate 1 million people. And because of the integration of Essia into Shandu, trade exchanges were becoming more and more abundant, and the city ruins had begun to take shape. Many merchants or transit merchants chose to stay here, and the city ruins were showing signs of recovery. This time, the people of Essia were sent to the city ruins for 2 reasons. One was to shift the battlefield, and the other was to build the city ruins into a transit point between Shazhu and Essia, becoming the 3rd pearl in the desert. For this reason, Link gave the city ruins a new name with a rich meaning: New West Asia. It carried the rise of Essia and gave birth to new hope in the ruins. In the past 2 days, the construction work in New West Asia had been in full swing. Because of the foundation they had left, the repair work was smooth. A large number of ruins had been cleaned up and rebuilt, becoming temporary settlements. Now they were only waiting for the refugees to come. After reading the detailed work instructions, the Duke immediately began to make arrangements. The evacuation of large numbers of residents from Essia gave Benjamin a lot of space to arrange his tactics. On the basis of the original beach battlefront, they began to lay out tactics in the southern slums. Some of the players who were not strong enough and were not sent to the front line for resistance missions smelled business opportunities. There would definitely be a lot of tasks for the large number of refugees to be transferred. At the same time, they would definitely build a home after arriving at the transfer location. Although the poor people's missions might not necessarily have good rewards, they would still give experience. These quests were not difficult and were usually E-rank or F-rank quests. However, there were a lot of poor people, and as long as the quest was efficient, the speed of gaining experience was not inferior to doing a D-rank or C-rank quest. In addition to the poor, there were also rich merchants and tycoons in the refugee group, and there might even be hidden quests. Originally, these millions of people living in Aisha could be said to be water hidden in a sponge, not easy to detect. However, this time, everyone had to move in order to retreat. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a hidden mission. The stronger players were even more excited when they saw the people moving. This clearly meant that the whole of Aisha would be reduced to a battlefield. As long as they continued to stay on the front line, they would be rewarded with war achievements and experience. The escapees began to retreat in a grandiose manner, their eyes filled with hope as they moved towards the north. The long line did not stop even at night. The refugees holding torches formed a long line in the desert and slowly moved forward. And against the backdrop of this fire dragon heading north, there was actually a black fleet of cars heading in the opposite direction of the crowd. The black convoy drove into Essia, crossed the urban area along the main road, and came directly to the front line military camp. The carriages were all painted black and shiny. Under the light of the camp, the reflection could be clearly seen. The vehicle was not the usual car that was commonly seen in Shadu. Instead, it was an old car with an extremely long front. On the hood of the car, there was a bat sign, which was particularly eye-catching. The soldiers on guard at the gate of the military camp extended their hands to stop the convoy. Then, they saluted and said, "Please show your identification." The car window rolled down gradually. The driver was wearing a well-fitting black suit, and his skin was fair and delicate. He took out his documents and identification and said, "I'm here on the Freedom Federation's orders to provide assistance to the front line." The soldier shone the documents with a flashlight. After confirming their identities, he was surprised, but he returned the things to the driver at once. Then, he glanced inside the car and saw almost uniform black suits with windbreakers. The driver drove the car into the military camp and stopped in the parking area that had been marked out in advance. A black trench coat with a fitting suit inside and a black top hat on his head, he gave off the feeling of an upper-class underworld. The group of people were led by the soldiers to the tent where Benjamin was. "Hey, who are these people?" A soldier on the other side of the gate asked curiously. The soldier who had just checked his ID replied, "He's from Dragon City. I think he's from some family. He has a personal order from the head of state. Good fellow, even the people of Dragon City have come to help. However, have you noticed that these people all have a unique characteristic? Too white. You've noticed it too, haven't you? And his behavior is like that of an old-school noble. His every move has old-school etiquette." On the other side, Benjamin was arranging tomorrow's plans when suddenly, a secretary opened the tent door and walked in. "Commander, there's a guest from Dragon City outside with the head of state's personal order requesting an audience." This sentence was full of information. The head of state's order, a guest from Dragon City. Benjamin could not help but frown. He could not figure out who it was from Dragon City. "Quickly invite him in." After a while, a group of aristocrats in black trench coats and suits walked in. They nodded slightly when they saw Benjamin, and were very polite. "Commander Benjamin, we were specially sent by the head of state to the front line to support you." Benjamin took Link's order and saw that these people were all from the Chu, Shen, and Zhang families of Dragon City. Each family had sent 5 people, so there were 15 people in total. After reading the handwritten order, Benjamin was stunned for a moment. Hadn't the powerful families in Dragon City been completely eliminated? Why would there still be people who dared to call themselves the X family? A moment later, Benjamin suddenly realized. He remembered that Link had once said that Dragon City seemed to be under Su Tianzhao's control on the surface, but in reality, there were many families that had been hidden for hundreds of years. Among them were the blood clan like the Secret Alliance in the Sand City, namely the Chu, Shen, and Zhang families. Looking at this group of 15 people, their skin was sickly white, and their behavior looked like that of an old noble. Benjamin understood what Link meant. There was not much pressure on the defense during the day. Only at night, in the darkness, would the shadow dogs launch a large-scale attack. They would break through the defense line and enter the city, lying in ambush and taking the opportunity to launch an attack. This was also the thing that gave Benjamin the most headache, because of the lack of military strength, coupled with the complicated structure of Aisha. In the dark of the night, whether it was soldiers or Inhumans, it was extremely difficult to find the shadow hounds, and they might even be ambushed, which would bring hidden dangers to the upcoming battle. Link had obviously sent the vampires to the Dragon City to solve this problem. The Blood Clan was good at moving at night and had a keen sense of smell. In terms of strength, they were extremely strange, so they were the best match for the shadow dog. The moment he thought about how these people had traveled a long distance from Dragon City, and how it would take at least a week to drive from Dragon City to Essia, the head of state once again foresaw everything in advance. He even knew that he could not deal with the shadow dog that infiltrated at night. It's been a long journey, so why don't you take the time to rest? Without waiting for Benjamin to finish, the leader raised his hand and interrupted, "You're welcome, Commander. It's the head of state's reward that our 3 families can come to Essia to help. Otherwise, with the head of state's ability, it would be too easy to solve this problem. I'll have to trouble Commander to send someone to take a look at the shadow dog's body and get familiar with it. We'll get back to work and rest during the day." Since he had said this, Benjamin did not beat around the bush and arranged for his secretary to take everyone to check on the shadow dog's body. With Link behind him checking for any loopholes, Benjamin took a look at his overly cautious plan and took out a pen to scribble and draw. He crossed out many of them and made them bolder actions. "The head of state has given me face and has already evacuated all of Essia. He's letting me use it as a battlefield to my heart's content, so I must definitely make it look good." Not long after receiving the unexpected visitor, the ground in a certain part of the slums of Aisha began to loosen, and the soil gradually rose. Then, some kind of creature crawled out of the hole. Under the faint light of the slums, the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider were reflected on the wall. It was a pity that the slums were empty at the moment. No one had seen such a strange creature. After the demonic spider came out of the hole, it immediately smelled a rancid smell coming from the sea. This is the smell of life decay. A lot of spider demons crawled out of the holes and quietly spread to various parts of the slums. Most of them focused their eyes on the coast. They heard the fierce gunshots and saw the shadow dogs coming on the waves. There were also a small number of spider demons wandering around the slums, using their outstanding ability to sense the darkness to assess the intensity of the battle in Essia. "Do you think the Queen will really interfere in the war between humans and aliens? In the past, the Queen would definitely take the opportunity to occupy the land. But now, it's hard to say. The Empress has already been bewitched by that newcomer. That newcomer even wants the Empress to send troops to help the humans fight against the alien planet. It's a pity that our words carry little weight and we didn't have the chance to clarify the pros and cons. Actually, it's not a good decision to attack the alien planet. You should know that the Pharaoh dynasty fought with the alien planet 1,000 years ago. In the end, they only managed to drive the alien planet out with the advanced knowledge and divine weapons given by the extraterrestrial civilization. The alien planets are powerful. If the humans can't resist and are destroyed, our Spider Devil Empire won't be able to escape. Not to mention, the alien civilization's level is higher than ours. Perhaps if we join forces to defeat them, we can even obtain advanced knowledge from them." Soon, all the demon spiders that had gone out to investigate returned. "Have you finished your investigation?" asked the leader of the group. The spider demons nodded in unison. The battle situation between Essia and the alien planet was basically clear. "All right, then let's go back and report this to the Empress." The spider demons did not stay for long. After investigating and evaluating Aisha, they left the hole together. When they left, the assistant priest used a secret technique to fill up the hole, so no traces of excavation could be seen from the outside. Spider Demon Empire. The 13th priest, the Silver Demon UBIS's exclusive area. Not long after the Silver Demon woke up, the Queen's voice spider came to the Silver Demon's area again. After the Silver Demon let the spider in, the spider opened its eyes wide as if it was smiling. High Priest, the Empress will come here to enjoy her lunch later. Please make some preparations. Silver Demon was expressionless and said casually, "All right, I got it." Although it had only been 2 days, the Silver Demon was already used to the Queen's enthusiasm. After the Queen's voice left, the Silver Demon looked around in confusion. He did not expect things to turn out like this in just a few days. But fortunately, according to the current situation, the progress was smooth. He just needed to endure for a while more and the mission would be completed smoothly. Just as Silver Demon was in a daze, he suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching from outside the crystal barrier. Looking closely, it was the Spider Demon Empire's Empress outside the barrier. So fast? Silver Demon was shocked. Didn't they say that they would be having lunch later? Why did the Queen come right after the spider left? The Silver Demon did not dare to show any disrespect. He immediately opened the barrier and let the Empress in. 2 huge Spider Demon warriors stood on the left and right side of the entrance of the residence. They raised their long spears and had a fierce look on their faces. Their faces were written with the words "Do not let strangers in." After the Queen entered the residence, she went straight to the Silver Demon. The Silver Demon put his hands together in front of his chest and bowed to the Empress. "Is Yingluo inside?" the Empress asked. "Yes, it's inside," Silver Demon quickly replied. The Queen nodded in satisfaction. "Lunch will be delivered to the door later. You can bring it in. Please rest assured, Empress. I will not let anyone disturb you." That's good, Yingluo." Charkania slowly walked into the room. When she saw the macaw drinking tea on the rattan chair, her expression suddenly softened. Even the butterfly-like feelers on her head softened. "Ole Gold, I've already sent people to Essia to investigate the battle situation between humans and the alien planet. They should be back soon to make an assessment. With these evaluations, I believe it won't be a problem to convince the other priests." Charkania slowly sat down beside the macaw, like a young girl in love. Jin pursed his lips and looked up at Shakaniat. "When did you send people to the front line to investigate? Why didn't I know?" The butterfly's feelers on her head wriggled back and forth uneasily, and she said carefully and pitifully, "I was thinking that I could use this method to convince the High Priest. This way, I could help you, hee." The macaw smacked the teapot on the table and said, "You're teaching me how to do things." 569 The Prime Minister of the Royal Family. Outside, Charkania was the unparalleled queen of the Spider Demon Empire. She was majestic and domineering, and all the spider demons had to submit to her rule. But now, she had become a helpless little girl. If the other spider demons saw their cold and elegant queen in this state, they would probably have a mental breakdown and their faith would collapse. It all started 2 days ago when the Silver Devil became the 13th priest. According to their plan, the Silver Demon would report to Charkania every day and attract the queen with his unique charm. But who knew that after hearing the retold information, the queen was not interested in the coquettish Silver Demon in front of her. Instead, she was interested in the macaw, the trusted aide of the king of the land. Thus, the queen went directly to the Silver Demon's residence, intending to have a chat with the macaw. The macaw did not expect the queen to come directly to interrogate it, so it hurriedly came to an agreement with the Silver Demon that it would rather die than submit, and its attitude was bad. Later on, the Silver Demon guaranteed that they could get more useful information. They played a double trick to highlight the Silver Demon's role and also to show that the information was hard to come by. It was just that the two of them had a beautiful idea, but when Charkania and the macaw met, things began to develop in a different direction that was out of control. The macaw would rather die than submit. At the same time, it also said a lot of harsh words, completely disregarding the queen. This made the queen, who had always been worshipped by the spider demons, experience a strange feeling that she had never experienced before. After that, in the exchange, the macaw was very eloquent. With more than 30 years of rich life and experience, it completely made Charkania, the spider queen who had lived underground for hundreds of years, spin in circles. In the macaw's eyes, Charkania was an overbearing queen when facing the spider demons, but when it came to the outside world, she was as silly as Anna. Although she knew the history of the wasteland like the back of her hand, she knew nothing about other aspects. She would be curious about anything that the macaw talked about. It was like a young literary girl meeting a wastrel for the first time, full of yearning for the vast world and unprecedented experience he described. The macaw also had a standard in its heart, and that was to not disclose any information about the Freedom Federation. As for its experiences that weren't worth mentioning, of course, it could say whatever it wanted. As a parrot with legendary experience, the macaw had traveled all over the world for the first half of its life. It had seen too many people and things, and had observed their expressions. Ever since it had been gifted to Link by Benjamin last year, the macaw's experience had become even more brilliant. The gang war, the battle for the Sand City, the machinery faith, pacifying the desert, and the hidden dragon city were all done by the macaw. These were all things that Charkania had never experienced before. Under the macaw's alluring and exciting narration, even the macaw looked more heroic and extraordinary when she looked at it. "If you don't like it, then I won't do it next time," Charkania said carefully. The macaw waved its hand and said with slight disdain, "What's done is done, what's the point of saying this now?" "Then you mean Ying Luo? I'll do as you say this time, but don't tell me what to do in the future." The macaw's tone was firm. "Yes," Charkania nodded and said, "then I have something I want to ask your opinion on." "Tell me, what's the matter?" Charkania hesitated for a long time and observed the macaw's expression. After making sure that it was in a good mood, she probed, "I want to re-establish an official position in the Spider Demon Empire. It will be above the priests and warriors, and have the right to mobilize the Spider Demon Army. I'm going to name this position as the Prime Minister of the Royal Family, and the candidate is you. What do you think?" The macaw had just picked up the teapot and took a sip, but upon hearing this, it spat it out. "Pfft!" The macaw stood up from the rattan chair with a shocked expression. "You woman, are you completely crazy? I'm still a prisoner, and you suddenly put me in the position of Prime Minister. What will the other spider demons think of me? Do you want me to die?" Charkania was also in shock, not because of the macaw's fierce attitude, but because of the "you woman" it had said. When she heard those words, her entire body trembled. In the environment she lived in, everyone only treated her as the Empress. She always carried the development of the Spider Demon Empire on her shoulders. Only the macaw subconsciously treated her as a woman. This identity of acknowledgement had once again closed the psychological distance between the two. Charkania was so touched that she didn't even listen to the macaw. The macaw was tired and stopped to catch its breath. No wonder Link refused to get close to women. He had great foresight. He was really extreme in his actions. At this moment, the silver demon popped his head out. "I didn't disturb you, did I?" The silver demon pushed the carton and quickly took out the lunch and placed them on the table. At the same time, he winked at the macaw. The macaw looked helpless. The Spider Demon Empress was used to being dictatorial, and when she made a decision, she was like a wild horse out of control. It couldn't stand it at all. The silver demon immediately blinked and encouraged the macaw with his eyes. It was already very strong for it to be able to do so much in just 2 days. It had to be steady. The macaw sighed and expressed that it would try its best. After delivering the lunch, Silver Demon left. At this moment, it was completely impressed by the macaw. Although it was in the room outside, the macaw and the queen didn't lower their voices, so it could hear a lot. The macaw had actually used its silver tongue to make the spider demon queen fall in love with the macaw, and she couldn't extricate herself from it. From a prisoner, she had become the royal prime minister, and she had even forced herself to live off a woman. She was a role model for men. Previously, it had followed the macaw's instructions and launched a fierce attack on the queen, but the queen remained unmoved. Originally, Silver Demon had some complaints in his heart. He thought, "Macaw, you say you're so powerful, but you're actually just talking on paper. If you have the ability, why don't you do it yourself?" As a result, he was immediately taught a lesson by the macaw, and from then on, he was convinced. "I'm just thinking about it. If you don't agree, then it's fine, Raya." Charkania's tone was filled with grievance. She also wanted the spider demons to accept the macaw as soon as possible, so she had to do this. The macaw shook its head helplessly and sighed, "You're still too impulsive." It wasn't that the prime minister of the royal family was out of the question, but the timing wasn't good. "I'm still a prisoner, and you suddenly promoted me to the prime minister of the royal family. What is this?" When the spider demons return and confirm the situation at the front line, you can explain the pros and cons to the high priest and cooperate with Link to fight against the alien planet. Because I can represent Link, you can give me the prime minister. This will give me an excuse and a buffer. Charkania was overjoyed. It couldn't be better that the macaw was willing to accept the position of prime minister. However, she still had her own selfish motives for the macaw. "By the way, can't you just not go back? I can give you whatever treatment Link has. You're the one who calls the shots here, Ying Ying." But before she could finish, the macaw shot her a sharp look. "You're meddling too much. It's mealtime now." "No." Charkania hurriedly shut her mouth, not daring to bring up the topic again. After lunch, Charkania sat at the side and watched the macaw jump onto the rattan chair after eating and drinking. It closed its eyes and snored slightly. Charkania's eyes were so gentle that water could be squeezed out of them. She felt that the macaw was full of manliness and was extremely manly. At this moment, Silver Demon suddenly entered. He clearly had something urgent to report. However, before the Silver Demon could say anything, Queen turned around and locked her killing intent on the Silver Demon. The pressure was so strong that it was almost tangible, and the Silver Demon could not speak. Then, the Queen looked at the sleeping macaw, and the Silver Demon immediately understood. He walked to the Queen's side and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the investigation team you sent has returned and would like to report to you." "Then I'll go listen to their report. I'll leave this to you. Old King Kong has just fallen asleep, so don't disturb him." Charkania's attitude towards the Silver Demon was still acceptable. After all, it was the Silver Demon who had brought the macaw to her side, which could be said to be a great service. So, during this period, she had given the new priest a lot of preferential treatment and privileges. "Yes." Silver Demon nodded. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will take good care of the Prime Minister." Charkania gave the Silver Devil a teachable look, nodded in satisfaction, and left. As soon as Charkania left, the macaw sitting on the wicker chair suddenly opened its sesame-sized eyes and said excitedly, "If there are no accidents, this mission will be a success." "My lord, were you pretending to be asleep?" Silver Demon was stunned. The macaw smiled but didn't answer directly. "Sometimes, you don't have to say it to show your charm. Saying too much is as bad as not enough. You should learn from me." Although it said so, the macaw was pretending to be asleep because it couldn't stand Charkania's fiery eyes that were 4 times more intense. It finally understood Link's troubles. Anna, Nicole, Mina, Helen, and Grace, these 5 pairs of eyes were even more stressful than it was. The macaw pushed the Silver Demon a few times and whispered, "I'll continue to pretend to be asleep. You go outside and scout out the situation so that I can make preparations in advance." "All right, I'll go immediately," Silver Demon said. Windhowl Castle. Lin Ke was looking through the documents for the day. The intelligence from the front line was sent in like flowing water, and all kinds of preparations in Shandu were in full swing. Other than that, the Freedom Federation had also set up a 3-hour notification mechanism in other places. As long as there was any unexpected discovery of a foreign planet within the borders, it would be verified within 3 hours and reported to the higher levels. It would finally appear on Link's desk. In addition, there were also the progress and various reports on the settlement of the new West Asian refugees, as well as the battle situation on the front line. After reading all the information, Link heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since the appearance of the alien demonic tribe, it was as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button on his life. Every day had become much more urgent, and the documents he needed to read and the decisions he had to make had also increased by several times. By the time he finished reading all the documents from 9 a.m., it was already noon. Jin, get me a cup of coffee. There was no response for a long time after Link shouted. He looked up at the empty office and only realized after a long while that the macaw had been sent out on a mission and was no longer in the castle. Link laughed and rubbed his temples. He was so busy that he had almost forgotten about this. I wonder how old Jin and Silver Demon are doing in the Spider Demon Empire. Link and the macaw were connected by the spiritual network, but Link didn't dare to contact Jin easily. Although the mind network could ignore distance, connecting required mental power. Link was not sure if the Spider Demon Empire could detect mental fluctuations during the communication. The macaw and Silver Demons were in the enemy's nest. Rashly contacting them might harm them. Do. Just as Link was lost in his thoughts, his phone rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, Link heard a cheerful voice. Head of State, we've successfully overcome the difficult part of the rocket engine. We'll be able to enter the second phase of the test launch test very soon. Link's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but smile. This is the best news I've heard recently. Helen stood behind the protective glass of the laboratory and looked at the flames spewing out from the back of the rocket engine. In the middle of the blue and red flames, there were circles made of flames. There were 1, 2, and 3 rings, a total of 6 rings. The engine is done, and we don't have to worry about the energy source. Troy will be in charge of the balancing system, and we can go straight to the construction and test launch phase. Head of State, can I start designing the Sky Eye satellite now? Link agreed decisively. Yes, we've started on both sides. Your main energy will be on the development of the Heavenly Eye satellite. As for the rocket assembly and construction work, I'll let Dave and Ludwig be in charge. We'll try to launch the 2 satellites as soon as possible. This news was truly exciting. Although there were messages and news coming in every day, Link had a high degree of control over the wasteland's situation. However, without 2 satellites, there was no way to form 24-hour non-stop global communication. At the same time, there was also a lack of real-time monitoring of the first battlefield. Helen was indeed a genius to be able to conquer the most difficult and important engine technology in just a week. She was worthy of being the future mother goddess of machinery. According to the current speed, the 2 Sky Eye satellites would be able to take off before May. Suddenly, Troy's image appeared on the computer, bringing the latest urgent news. Head of State, the helicopter patrol formation was scouting in the coastal waters at 12 o'clock today and found a large number of shadow dogs. At the same time, they also found the alien demons mentioned in your information. There are a large number of them and they are moving quickly towards the coastline. Link's expression turned cold. After a few days of probing, the first wave of attacks from the alien planet had finally arrived. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 570. The pictures and images taken by the helicopter formation during the cruise have appeared on the computer screen. Among them, you can see that the coastal waters are full of red shadow dogs. The number is like dumplings going in a boiling pot, one next to the other. There were also white waves during the parade. And among the shadow dogs, from time to time you can see alien monsters with T-heads. The entire dense range of red shadow dogs is 2 to 3 kilometers long. Is there a number of evaluations? Link supported his chin with one hand, and the shadow dog of this size suddenly struck, which was definitely a huge impact on the front line. After a brief silence, Troy scanned the videos and pictures, and relied on the powerful information processing capabilities of the underground data center to quickly parse the pictures. According to the data analysis of pictures and videos, it is roughly estimated that the number of shadow dogs is more than 20,000, and the number of alien monsters is about 200. These are only data obtained from analyzing the shooting content. The specific number is only a lot more, and it is not clear. 20,000. Even Link couldn't help but take a breath. The alien demon race did a big move silently. This amount is simply to put all the troops accumulated during this period of time into one off. At the same time, Link is also sure of one thing, that is, the alien demon definitely descended on the island. If it's just a portal that tears through space, then there will never be a massive Shadowhound Legion in the rift at once. It must be after the alien creatures exit the portal that the scale of savings will be formed. The previous scattered offenses were only tests, and this time was the first wave of shock. Once this impact directly destroys the defense, then the Shadow Dog and the alien demon enter Asia. With the Shadow Dog's size and movement speed, the battle will be more difficult. Large-scale firepower can be used to suppress the beaches on the shore, but once it is broken into pieces and enters the city, it is like a mass of water flowing into a sponge, and it is difficult to wring it out completely. At the same time, losing the advantage of the coast, the next more powerful enemies such as alien demons, legion vanguards, and war messengers will land. It will be even more difficult to defend. Link pressed his chin, was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked, "Troy, when will this wave of alien legions land?" "It is expected to enter the coast in 2 hours. The Asia front line has now been informed of the situation and has begun emergency calls and preparations for battle." Link pondered for a moment. In the current situation, the frontline forces and manpower, even with players, might not be able to withstand the attack of such a large-scale Shadow Dog and alien demon. Let the pure defensive pattern turn into a roadway battle in Asia City. This is what Link does not want to see, at least not at this stage. At the same time, if you can't stand it, the player's self-confidence is easily hit, and the next task is not easy to arrange. Therefore, Link's eyes suddenly became firm, and it was time to start the next phase of planning. "Troy, contact the think tank. I am going to Asia, sitting in town and directing the battle myself. Need to arrange a plane for you?" Troy asked intimately. "No, I need to bring a lot of things to Asia this time. You tell Benjamin to let him bear the impact of the alien planet, and I will appear from an unexpected place when he needs it most." Asia. When the helicopter reconnaissance formation returned and landed, it immediately reported the situation observed by the front line to Benjamin and the Duke. Previously, the alien scales were all small things, but this time it's real. Benjamin, like a big enemy, immediately called all players in Asia to the front line through the city broadcast. While arranging the manpower to build a position in the city, the Duke gathered his troops and rushed to the battlefield. Benjamin did not conceal the situation of the war. He bluntly said that the 10,000 Shadow Dogs were crossing the sea and would arrive at the shore in 2 hours. Before the Shadow Dog raid at night, the scattered numbers have made it difficult for players to cope with, and there have been many loopholes, and many have been put into the city. Some more careless players were counter-killed by Shadow Dogs. This time there were tens of thousands of Shadow Dogs suddenly appearing. With such a scale, the players couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard it. This is a general attack. All the players who heard the broadcast also got a mission issued by Benjamin: stay in position. This news was like wings on, and quickly spread to the players. At the same time, some players posted the news to the forum, and the news that tens of thousands of Shadow Dogs will launch an impact on Asia will spread quickly in 2 hours. Many players who went offline to rest or finished eating, received a call from a friend, and went online in a hurry. A lot of white lights appeared in Asia City. As long as they were online in Asia and heard the broadcast, they would get quests. And the players who ran to New West Asia to do the resettlement task, after learning the news, immediately put down the task in hand. Chi began to advance to the south. A battle of this magnitude is most suitable for picking up leaks. As long as you get in the crowd, you can get experience. And this level of war, how can you not see it with your own eyes? The army artillery unit guarding outside the city of Asia, after receiving orders from Benjamin, also advanced into the city and stationed in the open space of the inner ring park. Arrayed here, the attack range can just cover the beach, and the inner ring was originally the residence of the commanders of the Wasteland Gang, surrounded by high walls and moat defenses, which can provide excellent defense for artillery troops. For a moment, the atmosphere in Asia City was anxious, and everyone's faces were like a threat of an enemy. Benjamin walked out of the camp and looked at the large number of players moving back and forth. He couldn't help asking the secretary beside him, how many foreigners are on the front line now? There are dozens of civilians under the command of the secretary, who are responsible for sending and receiving tasks every day. This is set up by various departments after the alien appeared and Link came to power, imitating the organization of the Military Intelligence Department, so the secretary has general data on hand. According to the mission situation in the past few days, the number of aliens in Asia is now about 50,000. However, the commander has now issued a major mobilization. It is presumed that a large number of aliens will come back from New West Asia during this time, plus from Shenmue City. The number of He Shadow arriving, the final number may be around 100,000. Benjamin's brows hadn't stretched since he learned the news. 100,000 foreigners are still too few. There are a large number of shadow dogs, high double resistance and flexible movement. According to the battle damage ratio of the previous 2 days, it is basically 6 foreigners to solve a shadow dog. There are now tens of thousands of shadow dogs, and there are also some alien demons mixed in. Shadow dogs are attacking in groups, and more players are needed. Moreover, the coastline is wide, and the shadow dogs can be scattered and landed, but if the player is scattered and the firepower is divided, it will be more difficult to destroy the alien army, and the defense line will be easily penetrated. Even if the artillery unit can attack the sea surface in advance, it is still difficult to fight with the number of shadow dogs in the photos and videos. The previous battles were all small trials, this time it was a real battle. In addition to foreigners, Asia now has 800 wolf cavalry, 4,000 army and 5,000 fox hunting special forces, making up 10,000 people at full capacity. There are also 7,000 mercenaries in Asia's local area, and 100 power squads. This is the current strength of Asia. At this moment, Benjamin's cell phone rang, and the screen showed that it was a call from Troy. The original words of the head of state, "Let you bear the impact of the alien planet, and he will appear from an unexpected place when you need it most." The pupils of Benjamin's eyes dilated rapidly, and the whole body was shocked. He immediately asked, "The UN chief kisses the front line?" "Yes, but I don't know when or where." Troy told the truth. Benjay chewed the words carefully, his frowning brows slowly relaxed, and his eyes gradually changed from anxiety to buoyancy. When the head of state comes here, he must use this battle to fight out the awe-inspiring power of the wasteland and kill the aura of a foreign star. After Benjamin hung up the phone, he immediately arranged to the secretary next to him, "Order to go down, the chief Yuan will arrive at the battlefield in person. If you don't want to be embarrassed in front of the head of state, please cheer me up." The expression on the secretary's face changed from anxiety to excitement at the moment, and changed several times, excitedly taking the order, and hurrying to announce it. In the first large-scale confrontation between the wasteland and the alien, the news that Link will be in person quickly spread throughout Asia through the announcement of the Secretariat. The soldiers were all eager to try, all their previous tensions and worries were resolved, and they even made jokes, wanting to perform well. The mercenary and mutant team in Asia expected even more. Many of them have only heard of Link's name, and have never seen the King of the Wasteland with their own eyes. When they saw it this time, they naturally looked forward to it. The players are even more exaggerated. Link came in person. If anyone showed brilliant, he would definitely be favored, and the reward would definitely be a big drop. Look at the bombing chicken. There are psychedelic vines and steppe wolves before, and now there are doom crows and sand-headed eagles. One person is a team. Kill the shadow dog single-handedly, with outstanding strength and style. Even the presidents of the Great Guild, such as Herwind and Lang Feng, were envious of them. After all, these three pets have the ability to detect, restrict, and attack as a whole, and cooperate with the personal abilities and equipment of the bombing chicken, and sometimes the energy that bursts out is stronger than that of a player team. With the human-shaped billboard bombing chicken, who wouldn't expect Link to be there? One by one, they were full of energy, as if they were beaten with blood. Once again, the helicopter took off from the apron of Asia, whizzing over the artillery positions in the inner ring, the front lines of the southern slums, and the tall defense lines poured in reinforced concrete on the beach. Chen soldiers lined up on the coast, and an atmosphere of solemnity rushed into the sky. In the helicopter formation this time, there was only one pilot aircraft, and the remaining four were all equipped with armed firepower. In addition to reconnaissance missions, this time they will also shoulder the heavy responsibility of the primary attack. Under the nose of the gunship, a heavy firepower 12.7 mm caliber cannon is fitted, and a 7.62 mm caliber light machine gun is also temporarily erected on the left door of the rear compartment. On the right door, there is a soldier carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, making high-precision strikes on offshore targets. When the helicopter formation whizzed past the heads of the front-line players, everyone understood that the battle had begun. The two most important aspects of this battle are the pouring fire of helicopter formations, and the carpet bombing of artillery units after entering the strike range. Only when part of the main force is wiped out by these two waves of offenses, can the land force be able to stop the enemy. After the helicopter formation took off, it has been communicating with the terminal in the city in real time, reporting what it sees on the sea. There were not many shadow dogs in the waters near the beach, only a few. The helicopter formation did not waste ammunition, but reported the situation to the terminal building truthfully. As the formation continued to fly away from Asia, I gradually saw the dense white waves and foam on the sea in the distance. On the surface of the black water, a splash of white waves suddenly appeared. From a distance, I thought it was a huge school of fish beating on the surface. But the soldiers knew that this was the huge Shadowhound Legion officially attacked by the aliens. The driver opened the launch cover on the joystick, revealing the red button representing the attack. The first officer kept talking, reporting the frontline coordinates and the size of the enemy to Asia. The two soldiers at the rear compartment door couldn't help swallowing saliva, trying their best to suppress their nervousness. The roar of helicopters resounded across the sky. The alien shadow dogs and alien monsters crossing the sea in the distance all noticed the 5 black harriers in the sky, stopped one after another, and looked at the approaching helicopter formation with their heads up. The huge wind of the propeller blows away the white foam on the sea. When the pilot presses the red button, the heavy fire cannon ejects endless fire dragons. Streams of light are lased on the sea surface, hitting the shadow dog, and instantly piercing the red thick skin into a big hole, and the shadow dog utters miserable pain. The howl of the man stirred up a column of water on the surface of the sea. The soldier in the back seat pulled the trigger of the light machine gun, and a series of fire dragons were forced out. Along with the movement of the helicopter, a series of light spots were shot, and they were scattered on the sea. After all, the firepower of the light machine gun was a little weaker than that of the aviation gun. It fell on the shadow dog, but it cracked the thick red skin and leaked blood stains, but did not penetrate the internal texture. The soldier on the other side loaded the rocket into the barrel, then carried it on his shoulder, and locked the sight dog on the most dense spot. Blow! As the rocket drew a trail of white smoke in the air, it hit the target on the sea perfectly, and the explosion set off a water column several meters high, as well as the broken limbs of the shadow dog. Under a series of attacks, the shadow dogs kept turning up their belly, and the broken internal organs and residual limbs began to float on the surface of the sea. The alien army reacted very quickly. After a round of bombing, it immediately began to disperse, or dive into the sea. The suffocating distance between the shadow dogs gradually opened up, and it landed on the sea and shot a lonely bullet more and more. Many dropped down a little bit, they began to scatter into the sea, and bullets at this height can't penetrate the sea. The flying altitude is too high, and the bullet consumes too much kinetic energy during the flight. The thick sea surface has become a bulletproof sea surface. After the bullet falls into the water, the kinetic energy is greatly reduced. After swimming for 1 meter, it almost loses its killing effect. So the soldiers chose to lower the altitude to make the bullets more lethal underwater. The height of the helicopter dropped, the dense shadow dogs on the sea disappeared, and the sea surface was wrinkled by the wind created by the propeller, spreading out, and even the remains floating on the sea surface began to drift outward. As the soldiers were looking for the target, a T-shaped head emerged from the sea. The alien demon stood upright in the water, his body gradually rising. Next, the soldiers saw an extremely shocking scene. I saw the shadow dogs in the water, clustered together, forming an ascending hill pile, lifting the alien demon standing at the top gradually rising. The shadow dog is like a stacked pyramid, the height of the red pyramid keeps rising, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The alien monster is getting closer and closer to the helicopter. The firepower was pouring toward the shadow dog, and the injured or killed shadow dog fell from the stack, and a new shadow dog immediately made up for it. Until when the driver saw the corners of the alien monster's grinning mouth, he suddenly felt a hint of panic. But in the next second, the alien demon disappeared from the top, leaving a few afterimages in the air. After a short while, the alien demon holding the torch leaped to the front of the helicopter cockpit, holding the torch high, opening his mouth wide, revealing his hideous mouth and sharp teeth. When the torch fell, boom! The first helicopter burst into brilliant flames in the air, roaring from the sky into the sea. 571 Beach landing. The sudden turn of events stunned the soldiers on the other attack helicopters. They watched as the pilot exploded and fell into the water. However, before they could come back to their senses, a shadow dog pyramid once again gathered on the surface of the sea. Another mutant demon stood on the tip of the wave formed by the shadow dogs and quickly rose. Raise the altitude, quickly raise the altitude. The passenger's back was soaked in cold sweat. The pilot saw the alien demon grinning and suddenly reacted. He quickly raised the control stick with both hands, and the helicopter rose at an extremely fast speed. The two soldiers who were shooting and launching rockets in the back seat shook violently. If not for their seat belts, they would have been thrown out directly. The mutant demon saw that the helicopter was rising quickly, but it was still not close enough to attack. It bent its knees slightly and jumped up. The shadow dog's head under its feet was crushed, and its brain burst. The next second, the mutant demon used its ability advance in the air and quickly approached the helicopter, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. However, due to the pilot's quick reaction, the helicopter had already been pulled up. Even though the mutant demon used the sudden attack, it couldn't catch up to the helicopter. Instead, it appeared about 10 meters below the helicopter. Its body was slightly sluggish. It had reached the highest altitude and could no longer move forward. The soldiers on the helicopter heaved a sigh of relief and showed a relieved expression. However, before they could celebrate, the demonic beast raised the torch in its hand and threw it at the helicopter. There was a flash of fire in the air, and the torch accurately hit the helicopter's fuel tank. The front half of the torch directly pierced into the fuel tank, leaving only half of the handle outside. All the soldiers on the helicopter were dumbfounded. The helicopter's outer shell was made of reinforced metal, and the fuel tank was covered with several layers of armor plates. It could be said to be the thickest and hardest part of the helicopter, no less than the armor of a tank. However, even this kind of armor plate had been penetrated by the mutated demon's torch. The power of the attack was terrifying. Before the soldiers could react, the helicopter's fuel tank burst with strong sparks and was swallowed by the flames with a bang. It broke down into countless pieces and fell into the sea. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the assault helicopters were destroyed by the alien army. The remaining aircraft no longer dared to stay at a low altitude. They all increased their altitude and dodged the attacks of the demonic creatures. Unable to attack at low altitudes, the helicopters could only fire rockets from high altitudes. As the shadow dogs scattered, the number of hits decreased. They no longer had the effect of blowing up a group of fish. From time to time, a few shadow dogs would float up from the water with their bellies turned over. The remaining 3 helicopters had run out of ammunition and reluctantly returned. As soon as the helicopter left, the shadow dogs gathered again, set off a white wave, and swam quickly to the north. 2 assault helicopters were lost in the first operation, and the appearance of the new otherworldly demons taught the wasteland soldiers a lesson. This valuable information was all sent back to the terminal, and then compiled by the staff for Benjamin and the Duke. Looking at the precious information that the soldiers had exchanged their lives and blood for, Benjamin and the Duke's faces turned ashen. "I think we've still underestimated the ability of this alien army in the previous small invasion. We only saw the characteristics of the shadow dogs themselves, but we ignored the fact that they were actually a group of people who fought in groups and had strong cooperation abilities. The strength of the demons might be even stronger than we imagined." Benjamin clenched his fist and said. The Duke agreed. He had been numbed by the scattered shadow hounds because he thought that the shadow hounds had high resistance and high movement speed, but he had neglected the most important ability of teamwork. The information they brought back this time was very important. The shadow dog and the demonic beast were able to destroy 2 helicopters, which showed their strength and tacit cooperation. If the shadow dogs can be stacked and lifted, then our reinforced concrete defense on the beach won't be very effective. It seems that we have to arrange another method. Anxiety appeared on Benjamin's face again. "Why don't we spray tar?" the Duke suddenly said. Tar could make the wall slippery. In addition, if the shadow dog's body was stained with tar, it could be ignited and increase the killing effect. After the Duke and Benjamin exchanged glances, they understood each other's intentions. They immediately stood up and walked out. "I'll make the arrangements." After the helicopter formation returned, they did not set off again. Due to the alien army's extreme speed, the enemy should have already reached the coast by the time they set sail again. At that time, the helicopter formation and the enemy would be exposed to the attack of the artillery. Not long after, the Duke ordered people to bring tar and began to sprinkle it on the concrete walls, the ground, the trenches, and the sea. The tar floated on the water's surface. The shadow dog had come ashore from the sea, so its back must be stained with tar. When the time came, a fire would be enough to make the battlefield heated. "Quickly, look into the distance." Following a player's shout, everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a fierce white wave on the sea, as if the tide of the Qiantang River was approaching the shore quickly. "They're here, the alien army is here." The rest of the players were dumbfounded at first, marveling at the number of enemies. Some of them with quick reactions immediately returned to their positions and checked their ammunition and weapons. When Benjamin and the Duke heard the news, they immediately ran out of their tents and went to the observation tower to take a look through the telescope. Through the telescope, the shadow dogs were scrambling to swim quickly, and under the lens, there were densely packed shadow dogs. In the rare gaps, the water waves were surging, squeezing out white waves. What entered his eyes was a lump that was like a giant ship speeding on the sea. "Get the artillery team ready. Once the enemy enters the range, we'll begin carpet bombing." The alien army advanced very quickly, especially the shadow dogs that stretched for a kilometer or two. They seemed to be filling up the entire sea area, and one could not see the end of them. The alien army had already fused with the tar floating on the sea and entered the attack range. Before Benjamin could say anything, the soldiers at the other sentries who were responsible for monitoring the distance had already transmitted the enemy's entering range to the artillery position in the inner ring of Essia in real time. The gloomy sky suddenly burst with thunder, and then a series of dense and bright light curtains appeared in the sky, followed by a grey-white trail. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time, wave after wave, drawing beautiful arcs in the sky and steadily landing on the army of the opposite sex. The powerful firepower of the mortars and artilleries stirred up water columns several meters high after they fell into the water. Suddenly, a series of water curtains burst out on the surface of the sea, as if the water had suddenly boiled. The bodies of the shadow dogs were blown everywhere, and the white waves were soon dyed red, mixed with tar. The frightened shadow hounds quickly dove into the water and scattered, and the otherworldly demons also followed. The white waves on the sea disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the broken limbs of the shadow dog floating on the surface. The players on the shore cheered when they saw such a dense attack and the free cannons. They were simply too happy to see and hear about the head-on attack on the enemy. The more he killed now, the greater his chances of winning later. The artillery force seemed to have held back for a long time. All kinds of cannonballs were scattered on the sea as if they were free. The flames above their heads were wave after wave, and it was extremely spectacular. The ferocious shadow dog army had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Only a few shadow dogs, which were hit by cannonballs or stray bullets, emerged from the water with their bellies turned over. The cheers came wave after wave, and more bodies of shadow dogs were overturned on the sea. The tense atmosphere from before had completely disappeared under the continuous bombardment of the cannons. More and more corpses floated on the sea, and the players were getting more and more excited. Benjamin and the Duke looked at the sea of floating corpses and felt that this was a great start. The Duke frowned as he watched. "Benjamin, quick, get everyone on the front line back to their positions and get ready." Benjamin took a look at the shadow hound's corpse that was gradually floating up from the sea, and suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he reacted and immediately shouted, "Everyone, return to your positions and prepare to face the enemy." They only saw more and more floating corpses, but they ignored the fact that the location of the floating corpses was getting closer and closer to the coastline. Now that he had come to his senses, Benjamin immediately gave the order for everyone to return to their posts. The soldiers and players were still in the midst of cheering, and were a little confused when they were interrupted by Benjamin's roar. But before they could come to their senses, countless shadow dogs in the sea suddenly jumped onto the beach from the water, and began to rush towards the defense line. The shadow dog's thick red skin was covered in tar, and as it ran, the tar dripped and dyed the beach black. The soldiers and players were shocked. They had no idea how the shadow dogs had suddenly appeared on the shore. They hurriedly returned to their respective positions, only to be greeted by the sounds of gunfire and flashes of fire. The poured city walls were indeed useful. The firing points from high above formed a dense net of fire, and light spots poured down. In addition to the wire rings, trenches, and traps on the beach, the charging Red Ocean was forcibly stopped. In addition to guns, there were also some explosive throwing objects and arrows. When the sparks came into contact with tar, they burst into flames. Soon, there were ignited shadow dogs rolling on the beach, spreading the flames everywhere. The players sniped and watched as the shadow hound was killed or set on fire. The experience points in the system flowed like a waterfall. The experience points in the experience pool jumped rapidly, which greatly stimulated the players' enthusiasm. An alien army that could sink a helicopter at sea through cooperation definitely wouldn't just charge blindly. On this side, the shadow dogs rushed to the shore without any regard for their own safety, attracting a large number of firepower. On the other side of the coastline, shadow hounds began to land, and the fire resistance they encountered was much smaller. On the southern coastline of Asia, the length of land that could be reached was dozens of kilometers, and the construction of the defensive wall was far from this level. Therefore, there were relatively few defenses and players in other places. At this time, the turbulent shadow dogs ran out of the sea. Although some players opened fire to stop them, they suffered much less firepower. When the Duke saw this, he immediately drove the jeep to change his position and threw metal balls the size of bowling balls to the front line. The metal ball quickly unfolded after landing on the ground, forming a miniature machine gun station. At the same time, armor plates rose from the ground to provide a shield for the machine gun station. Other than that, the Duke also opened up all the weapons on his body. The launcher on his shoulder popped open, revealing 8x8 miniature missile launchers. The miniature missiles flew out, and their small bodies contained great energy. They landed on the beach and exploded with a series of powerful explosions. The players who were gathered together to defend were all stunned when they saw the Grand Duke, who was a mechanic and a bounty hunter. Micro-missiles, vehicle-mounted artillery, portable machine gun array, spider mine detection, the number of means left people speechless, and he suppressed the shadow dog army that rushed up with his own strength. Oh my god, this is too cool! A one-man army with suppressive fire. Is this the strength of a mechanic? I love it. Isn't this firepower a little too strong? This person's firepower is even stronger than our group of people. The players were all amazed by the Duke's powerful firepower, and he single-handedly stopped the enemy's attack, which had a weak defense. Among the players, the mechanic players' eyes were sparkling. They were only slightly involved in weapon modification, and at most, they could enhance their weapons and equipment. A slightly more powerful mechanic could only create a small intelligent mechanical detection device. They were far from the Duke's level of being able to force back thousands of enemies. However, seeing the Duke's power, the mechanic players were filled with anticipation. As long as they became stronger, they could be like the Duke. The coastline was still too long. Even with the Duke's one-man firepower suppression, the shadow hounds in the distance still managed to land successfully and attack Asia. At this time, the fox hunting special forces and the wolf cavalry stepped forward and forced the shadow dog back. Just when everyone thought that they could successfully suppress the shadow dog army, a few blue-purple people with muscles all over their bodies suddenly appeared in the enemy's formation. They had T-shaped skulls and no eyes, nose, or ears. They only had a ferocious mouth and sharp teeth. He was wearing simple armor and holding a short torch in his hand. This was the first time the players had seen an alien creature other than the shadow dog. The appearance was absurd and strange. However, when the players began to focus fire on the new creature, the bullets landed on the armor and burst into dazzling flames, but the Devil's Tendon Man looked completely unharmed. When more firepower began to pour down, the otherworldly demons began to move. An afterimage flashed past, easily breaking through the barbed wire and trenches, and arrived at the bottom of the city wall. The players were shocked. This kind of movement speed was completely beyond their imagination. Before they could aim and fire again, something even more terrifying happened. The bottom of the city wall where the demonic beast was located was suddenly enveloped by a dark blue spherical barrier. The barrier had a diameter of more than 10 meters, and all the players inside the barrier were frozen and unable to move. It was as if they had become dolls that were waiting to be slaughtered. What was even more terrifying was that inside the barrier, the demons could move freely without any hindrance. The mutant demon walked to the bottom of the city wall, looked up at the players above, and grinned, revealing his fangs. He raised the torch in his hand and smashed it on the reinforced concrete wall. Boom! Countless cracks appeared on the city wall, and the city wall trembled. Another attack. Torch's afterimage flashed multi-strike. Boom! The crack in the city wall expanded infinitely. When the dark blue time barrier dissipated, the broken city wall could no longer hold on and collapsed. Even the players on top of the city wall fell down and were buried under the debris with the broken wall. For a moment, Everyone was shocked. 572 A grand entrance. The reinforced concrete that the players had built collapsed in an instant. The players below the city wall were dumbfounded, but some of them reacted quickly and fired at the breach. The other players also came to their senses, and a sense of fear welled up in their hearts. This demon-like muscular man was too fierce. There was even a space-time barrier that locked people in place. A torch in his hand could actually directly smash through a concrete wall that was dozens of centimeters thick. It was simply terrifying. If the players knew that it was this demon-like muscular man who had sunk 2 military helicopters at sea, they would probably be even more afraid. A cluster of flames shot towards the opening in the dust. However, when the dust settled, the players were shocked to find that the mutant demon had disappeared. It didn't rush over, nor did it have a body that fell to the ground after being shot. The otherworldly demon seemed to have disappeared on the spot. But before the players could find it, the red shadow dogs outside the gap swarmed in and quickly spread out to expand their range. The players were forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat in advance and began to engage in close combat with the shadow hounds. After witnessing the strength of the otherworldly demons, the players on the other walls all turned their attention to the purple-skinned monster. But this time, the alien army had a new trick up their sleeve. The shadow dogs formed walls of flesh and blood in front of the mutant demon, actively absorbing the firepower. The shadow hounds that were being focused on could only last for 2 or 3 seconds before they fell apart. They were blown into a bloody mess and their limbs were separated. However, other shadow hounds quickly took over their positions and continued to quickly approach the city wall. Only when the shadow dog entered the demon's charge range would it scatter and dodge, leaving behind an afterimage. In the next second, the terrifying and unsolvable time barrier appeared again, enveloping the city wall and the players on the top. The players once again heard the suffocating rumbles of torches hitting the walls. When the time barrier disappeared, the city wall collapsed, stirring up a lot of dust. The combined attack of the shadow dogs and the demons easily destroyed the Great Wall of Defense. The players had never encountered the demons before, and they were caught off guard by the strange skills. The city wall was like a piece of paper, torn apart by the mutant demon. The red shadow dogs poured in like seawater and then scattered everywhere. They had originally planned to use the city walls to eliminate more shadow hounds, but because of the demonic creatures, the alien army had easily torn through the first line of defense. The special forces at the top of the southern slums, as well as the players on guard, looked at the chaotic environment and began to clear out the targets. Benjamin also led 800 wolf riders and began to charge several times along the coastline, attacking the shadow dogs that were about to come ashore or assemble. The battlefield was split into 3 parts. A part of it was the wolf cavalry led by Benjamin, and they worked together with the fox hunting special forces to eliminate the shadow hounds. The other group was the Duke and his mutant team. The Duke's powerful mechanical products, combined with the abilities of the mutant team, were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, constantly reaping the lives of the alien army. The last group was the players who were in a mess. The battle was messy and chaotic. Although a small number of players performed well and could join forces to attack the enemy, most of the players were just here to give up their lives. Their only use was to use their bodies to block the enemy's overwhelming attack wave. Compared to the shadow dog, the otherworldly demons were more threatening. This guy was a level 40 elite with 4500 HP. His skills were also first class and strange, making it impossible to guard against. Once a person was attacked from 30 meters away and released a time barrier right in front of their face, with this guy's terrifying attack power, they would basically be at the mercy of others. Therefore, except for the dense shadow dogs that occupied their vision, everyone on the battlefield was always on guard against the demonic creatures. And sometimes, it was just like this, what one feared the most would happen. The mutant demon suddenly jumped out from under the shadow dog, leaving a few afterimages in the air, and rushed into the crowd of players. Wind Chaser and the other members of the Miracle Guild, who were fighting together under the command, were all frozen in the time barrier. Then, the otherworldly demon walked forward and killed the child with one strike. Only Wind Chasing, the president of the Miracle Guild, took the 2 strikes of the otherworldly demon. All of this was witnessed by the surrounding players. A single otherworldly demon had annihilated Miracle's guild leader and elite members. The skill and damage it dealt were simply too frightening. The elites of Lang Feng and Mo Bei Lang were all people who had followed Li Zijun before, so they had been following the fox hunting special forces. At this moment, they were standing guard on the high platform built in the southern slum. Lang Feng's spirit electromagnetic sniper captured Wind Chasing Wolf, who was trapped in the time barrier. The cold muzzle aimed at the demonic creature, who was enjoying the slaughter. He wanted to kill the enemy instantly, but when the armor-piercing bullet enhanced by the cluster ring entered the time barrier, its speed suddenly slowed down, and the demonic creature easily dodged it. This time barrier can even slow down bullets. This is too much of a bug. Lang Feng couldn't help but mock. Just this number of shadow hounds was enough to give the players a headache. Now, there were even stronger demonic beasts, which were almost completely overpowered by the current players. Fortunately, there were not many of them this time. After the players mastered the strange abilities of the otherworldly demons, they began to regain their footing. There were deaths of the otherworldly demons on the battlefield. The players retreated as they fought, and soon, the entire beach was lost. The Duke had already entered the southern slums with the team, relying on the powerful firepower of a single person and the mechanical spiders to start a massacre. However, the others were not so lucky. The shadow dog's size and speed were more suitable for fighting in the narrow slums. If players fought with the shadow dog in the slums, they would end up even worse. Only Benjamin and 800 wolf cavalry soldiers were left outside, chasing after the remaining shadow dogs that landed. The beach was already in a mess. The city wall and defense line that had been built before could no longer be seen. The ground was littered with the corpses of shadow hounds, which were charred black. Among them were the corpses of many players and soldiers. At a glance, Benjamin felt that this was a purgatory of decay and death. Even when he was enemies with the Machinery Faith and the Wasteland Gang, such a scene had not appeared. He had wanted to rely on the city wall to block the enemy and make the Shadow Dog army suffer a loss. However, the ability of the demonic creatures easily destroyed the line of defense they had built. The Shadow Dog army was not consumed much. Now, they had entered the slums, and soon, the entire Asia would become a battlefield. Benjamin looked at the devastated Aisha, his eyes showing a hint of sadness. Link had said that he would appear in an unexpected way when the situation was the most critical. Now that the alien army was marching straight in, where was the head of state? Just as Benjamin was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound from the ground. The ground was shaking as if something was spurting out. In the next second, the giant head of the tentacles dragon pierced through the ground, and half of its body suddenly appeared. The area on the ground where the demonic time enchantment was supposed to be exploded like a silver bottle. The time-freezing enchantment was torn apart by an external force. Meanwhile, Link stood on top of the tentacles dragon god's head, looking down at the entire battlefield without a change in expression. A brilliant entrance. 573 The pet army's complete form. The tentacles dragon appeared with a great momentum, even covering the sound of gunfire. Everyone on the battlefield stopped moving and looked at the giant centipede that was tens of meters tall. Even the attacking alien army stopped in their tracks and looked up at this god who was giving them great pressure. The shadow dogs saw a monster that looked like it was holding up the sky. Its aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Even the flower bud on the top of its head withered. It did not dare to smell the air carefully, for fear of being crushed by the aura. The alien demon also saw the tall and big tentacles dragon, and its mouth was wide open in surprise. Even on a foreign planet, there were very few creatures that could emit such a pressure. However, it was only stunned for a second. The mutant demon let out a sharp howl, and its T-shaped head trembled. Along with the howls, the otherworldly demons who were fighting in other places also received the signal. They jumped out of the slums, saw the tentacles dragon on the battlefield, and issued a challenge. When the soldiers saw the figure of the tentacles dragon emerging from the ground, their eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The head of state is here, the head of state is here. The soldiers' voices were trembling. The originally suppressed tension on the battlefield suddenly relaxed and was released with cheers. All the shadow hounds present panicked. As alien creatures that could sense negative emotions, the fear and tension they had smelled on the battlefield disappeared in an instant and were replaced by passion, fervor, and even fanaticism. This kind of emotion was what the shadow dog was most afraid of. Since it was a dog, it still had some basic conditions of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Once it sensed your fear, it would become even more violent. As long as you were fierce and eager, the shadow dog would think twice before attacking. Therefore, when they sneaked into Aya, the shadow dog specifically picked some weak or seriously ill people to attack, because such people had no resistance. Now that the atmosphere on the battlefield had suddenly changed, the fear and tension that could have made Shadow Wolf excited had all disappeared. This had directly weakened Shadow Wolf's strength by more than 20%. Benjamin, who was leading the Wolf Riders, was in the middle of a battle. Suddenly, he saw the touch dragon god and the godlike Link. They were like life-saving straws. When the wolves saw Link, they howled excitedly, welcoming their true master. The Duke was killing in the slums. The interface showed that there were violent fluctuations coming from underground. Through the cracks in the slums, he saw the huge tentacle dragon god and immediately understood that it was Link. He couldn't help smiling. It's true that Wufu only appeared at the last moment. The players all had different expressions when they saw Link. Wind-chasing Wolf was still on his way to the slums with the resurrected members of Miracle. Suddenly, he saw a big snake-like creature rising from the ground. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into a warm cheer. Oh, it's Link. This bunch of alien scum is going to have a good time. King Gozheng shouted excitedly. Wind-chasing Wolf also had a smile on his face. They had lost all their face when they were wiped out by the mutant demon in front of so many players and NPCs. When they were resurrected, Wind-chasing Wolf and the others had already discussed how to deal with the demonic beasts, but they were not easy to deal with due to the number of shadow dogs. Now that Link was here, the situation would definitely be reversed. They would have the chance to put their tactics into practice and kill a mutant demon themselves. The people from Traveling Dragon all pointed at Link. Many of them had come from Dragon City and had never seen Link in person before. Now that they saw the legendary Tentacles dragon, they were even more excited. However, their leader, Panamera, poured cold water on their hopes. The shadow hounds and otherworldly demons are powerful and numerous. Even if Link brought the Tentacles dragon, he probably wouldn't be able to do much. The mutated demon's ability is time barrier, and the touch dragon god's poison is only a little more powerful. We don't know what the outcome is. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Link slapped her in the face with his actions. The mutated demons sensed the power of their enemies and broke away from their respective battles, charging toward the evil touch dragon. As a slightly stronger force on the alien planet, although the number of otherworldling demons was not as high as the shadow hounds, their intelligence was definitely much higher. They were even cunning, and with their ability to play with time and extremely destructive power, they had always been the first to invade other planets. The shadow dogs were in charge of the advantage in numbers, while the demons were in charge of jointly attacking the enemy's main units and key buildings, achieving the work of capturing the leader first and breaking the situation first. As long as the enemy's strongest unit was killed, then the army would collapse like a mountain, and it would be the Dowdy's moment of hunting by the shadow dog. Therefore, when the mutant demon saw the Tentacles dragon, it immediately sent a signal to all its kind, asking them to gather and kill it. Link smirked. How dare a mere level 40 elite try to act all high and mighty in front of him? It seemed that he had been too successful in dominating the planet and had forgotten the taste of defeat. He might as well make them remember today. The wasteland wasn't a place an alien planet could casually touch. Link jumped down from the tentacles dragon god's head. The tentacles dragon also jumped up, broke through the ground, and dug back into the ground. The sand and dust on the beach flew up, and the otherworldly demons charging at them all disappeared into the dust. Link, who had fallen from the sky, also disappeared into the dust. The players standing on high ground could see the irregular expansion of the sand and dust. They could also vaguely see the blue time barrier. At that moment, everyone was worried for Link. There were at least dozens of demons. A normal player would have trouble dealing with one. Link suddenly faced dozens of them. Just the time barrier was enough to make him suffer, let alone fighting them. Once they were trapped in the time barrier, they would be unable to move, unable to live or die, and their lives would be in the hands of the enemy. The time barrier lasted for 10 seconds, which was enough to do a lot of things. Ever since Link's sudden arrival, he had become the absolute focus of the battlefield. Whether it was their own side or the enemy side, they all stared at the dust, waiting for a result. Except for the time barrier, there were no violent sounds coming from the dust. It didn't look like a fight at all. There could only be one conclusion: Link was also trapped in the time barrier. When everyone made this judgment, their hearts suddenly tightened, and they had a bad feeling. Everyone's hearts were drawn to the dust. Even the shadow dogs were waiting for a result. They stared at the dust and opened their antennae, trying to distinguish the smell. As the dust settled, it gradually dissipated, revealing its glory. When everyone looked at the center of the battlefield, they couldn't help but open their mouths. Some of the players were dumbfounded, and their weapons fell from their hands. Lang Feng adjusted the focus of his sniper rifle's lens and swept back and forth. The toothpick in his mouth even fell out of his mouth. Explosive Chicken used Beast's eye to see the whole picture with the help of the Crow of Misfortune. He could not help but sigh. This formation is the complete form of Link's pet army, right? 574 Directly use it to go up, Chapter 4.15. This is what an army should be like. Compared to this army, the alien army is nothing in terms of numbers and species. I thought Link was strong and his pets were powerful. It seems I was wrong. Link's true strength lay in his human wave tactics. With such an army of pets, anyone who comes will be drowned. The guild master of the Sentimental Guild, Tangju, took off his mechanical auxiliary eyes and looked at the huge number of pets in disbelief. He couldn't help but sigh. Did Link bring out all his trump cards? Good lord, I've never seen at least 60% of them before. The guild master of the Myth Guild, Lost Mon, laughed lightly and said, "We always thought that Link had taken out his trump card, but he always used his actions to teach us that he could actually take out more. Believe it or not, there are only shadow dogs and demons today. If there are other terrifying creatures on this planet, Link can take out even more." Liang Thief was also in the slums of the south. As a player and a member of the think tank, he came with a mission. He wanted to record all of this and post it on forums and the internet. It would definitely set off a new storm. The players were dumbfounded. Their understanding of Lin Ke was once again renewed. The soldiers at the scene were even more dumbfounded. The head of state's stunning appearance had already determined the victory in an instant. The otherworldly demons who had been swaggering around the battlefield and toying with people at will were now either dead or injured. No one had seen what had happened under the sand just now. They only saw the beheaded otherworldly demons or the otherworldly demons struggling on the ground after the sand had dissipated. The otherworldly demons that they had been wary of had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. Link's power was beyond their imagination. They felt like a god had descended from the heavens to save the people. Link looked at the dead otherworldly demons on the ground. He slowly took 2 steps forward and spread his arms like a god who had blessed the world. He walked to one of the twitching otherworldly demons that was not completely dead. "Thank you for your cooperation in completing this grand performance with me." This time, Link spoke in the common language, so the demon understood what he was saying. Its mouth fell open in shock. However, in the next second, several arrows shot out from behind Link and ruthlessly pierced through the demon's throat, nailing it to the ground. There was a commotion behind Link, as if the blood of the demons had ignited their long-suppressed passion. "I know you've been holding back for too long, Ying Luo. Now, it's your turn to perform." Link's pets behind him had received the precise order. They all let out excited neighs. All kinds of cries mixed together and exploded. It was soul-stirring. The first to move out was the smallest but the largest of the silver army ants. They were like a silver ocean, covering the gaps on the beach. The silver army ants were like a silver river, rapidly advancing toward the shadow dog. Even the silver fine sand was stirred up in the air. The flying ants carried the worker ants and quickly scattered them all over the battlefield. The second team was the rat army. The treasure-hunting rats, sand rats, and 5 rats secret agent team led the rat army. They moved out in large numbers, and even the ground was buzzing. The members of the Sand Rat clan led by the Sand Rat clan all turned into sand and slithered along the beach like quicksand. The 3 treasures of security also took action, including the invisible killer bee, the Black Widow, and the illusion vine. The illusionary vine and the army of sand rats moved forward together. With the help of the quicksand, they moved extremely fast, like slithering snakes. The invisible killer bees and the silver army ants were mixed together, creating a metal sandstorm in the sky. And after the 3, without the threat of the otherworldly demons, the tentacles dragon once again emerged from the ground. It laid its whole body on the beach, burying all its tentacles underground and summoning a swarm of insects with its dark power. Beetle-like bugs wriggled their bodies out of the beach. Among them, there were 2 larger evil pincers with grayish-white shells. Like 2 generals, they led the group of bugs to spread and kill the poor. The huge metallic brood mother crawled out of the underground cave dug by the tentacles dragon god. Its metallic body immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The soldiers and players in Shandu had all seen King Kong before. In the Battle of the Machinery Faith, Vajra had been reborn, and he had changed from the metal gorilla captain to a metal saint. Now, there was another giant metal spider. Just by looking at the material, one could tell that it was not ordinary. It might be a ruthless character. The giant metal spider charged toward the slums at full speed, splitting as it charged. The brood mother suddenly exploded as it moved forward, and the silver crumbs from the explosion were everywhere. The smaller spiders exploded and split again, until they were the size of silver army ants. They were densely packed with silver ocean as they entered the slums. Everyone present was stunned. Just the abdomen alone was more than a meter in diameter, the sharp 6 claws landed on the ground, and the body was more than 3 meters wide. Such a huge metal spider exploded into countless small spiders that were difficult to be identified by the naked eye in an instant, disappearing into nothingness. The explosion of the giant spider was beyond everyone's expectations. This kind of creature could become a giant object and then disappear after the explosion. It was simply a great killing weapon for infiltration. The army's final attack was the undead army that attracted everyone's attention. Hundreds of undead zombies with terrible plagues on their bodies formed a huge undead army with the undead clan's bandaged mummies. Although they were not fast and only walked at the standard of a normal player, the team of thousands of zombies and mummies was a spectacular sight. Because he knew in advance that the main force of this attack would be the shadow dogs, accompanied by a small number of demons, Link didn't send out high-level combat power this time. Instead, he pulled out group pets and let them perform together. The players were extremely excited. Previously, they were the weaker side and were forced to retreat from the beach to the slums by the shadow dog army. Even the slums couldn't stop the shadow dog, it had to retreat. But now, with Link's appearance, the situation changed. Link had led his army of thousands of pets and turned the tide. Now that the momentum of the situation had been completely reversed, the players who had been on tenterhooks all dared to go all out. Link's existence was to cover for them. Even if they died in this battle, it was already a sure win. Therefore, from now on, the players only needed to consider one problem, which was to kill more enemies before the end of the battle to earn mission rewards and experience. Not only did they have to fight with the players for enemies, but they also had to fight with the huge pet army in front of them. After Zui Feng realized this, his expression changed and he quickly urged the people around him, hurry up and charge. When Link's pets kill all the enemies, we won't be able to get anything. The others' expressions changed simultaneously, realizing that something was wrong. The members of Miracle immediately ran away, afraid that they would not even have a hot meal. The Shadow Hound army was in a panic. All the mutated demons had been defeated, leaving only the Shadow Hound army. Although they still had a large number of pets, Link's pet army was the nemesis of the Shadow Hounds. The Shadow Dog relied on the 2 Morning Glory on its head to sense its surroundings and analyze the pheromones and fluctuations in the air. However, whether it was the Silver Army ants, the invisible killer bees, the Black Widow, or the small metal spiders split from the brood mother, they were all extremely small. At the same time, they had a metal appearance and lost their general biological characteristics, so it was more difficult to detect them. On top of that, Link was using the human wave tactic. He could directly attack the pet army. There were tens of millions of them. With the Shadow Dog's ability, it could capture 1 or 2. However, with such a dense number of pets, its brain would also be in a mess. His brain had to block some information, but once it was blocked, other pets would take advantage of it. The flying ants carried the worker ants and were directly thrown onto the Shadow Dog. Link had already told the pets that the Shadow Dog's weakness was the horn on its head that looked like a morning glory. The worker ants could burrow into the horn and gnaw on the nerves inside, causing the Shadow Dog to roll on the ground in pain. The illusionary vine took the opportunity to tie up the Shadow Dog. After it was unable to move, it became a fish on the chopping board, allowing the other pets to eat it. When the feelers on the Shadow Dog's head were completely gnawed off, it became blind and deaf, losing all its senses. The tiny metal spiders, sand rats, and self-destructing rats took the opportunity to enter the Shadow Dog's mouth and cause secondary damage from the inside. The Shadow Dog had never thought that its sharp teeth and mouth would one day become its biggest weakness, making its thick skin with high resistance lose its effect. Of course, under Link's orders, the pets wouldn't kill the Shadow Dog directly. Instead, they would make it lose its mobility and attack power. When it was on its last breath, they would change their target. When the undying zombies and mummies arrived, everything had just begun. After the undead used bite on the Shadow Hound, the alien Shadow Hound would become one of the undead. Link then obtained an undead Shadow Hound with the same dark element. It also had the ability to bite, and its outer skin was strengthened on top of its original body. Because its internal organs were empty, its body also had the ability to heal itself. At the same time, it was a carrier of plague and could spread viruses. In the past, Link had kept the undead and mummies under the castle. If there were prisoners to be executed or villains dying in the city, they would be sent to Howling Castle through the underground pipeline of the garbage dump, and then converted by the undead, so the efficiency had always been low. In this battle against the alien planet, Link had used the Undying as his trump card. He also had the intention of converting them. However, this transformation was not always possible. It could only be used on a target of the same level or lower than the user. Most of the undead were level 15 creatures, and they were not at all comfortable with the level 30 Shadow Hounds. Only the first undead that Link had created had reached level 35 because of its daily bite. After the undead leader turns into an undead Shadow Hound, the undead Shadow Hound will turn into other units. There were also mummies. However, the transformation of mummies had strict requirements. They could only transform once a day, and it had to be a complete corpse. Therefore, only a small number of shadow dogs killed by players or NPCs could be transformed into mummy shadow dogs through the transformation ritual. The self-destructing rats drilled into the shadow dog's mouth and exploded, while the other rats squeaked to create interference. All the pets were fighting in their own ways. The shadow hounds had an advantage in numbers and strength. They could never imagine that they would die at the hands of Link's pet army, which outnumbered them by several times. This was a one-sided massacre. Although shadow hounds were strong, they could only be effective against normal-sized players or NPCs. Now, it had encountered silver army ants, metal spiders, fantasy vines, invisible killer bees, and self-destructing rats. No matter how fierce its horns were and how sharp its teeth were, it was difficult for them to be of any use. It was like punching cotton. He had used all his strength, but the other party was not hurt at all. The pet army launched a frontal assault, and the players in the slums constantly blocked the shadow dog. They attacked from the front and back, directly closing the door to beat the dog. However, at that moment, the remaining shadow hounds suddenly formed a square formation and charged towards the weak spot where the players were. They ran out of the slums and rushed towards the beach. It was obvious that they were going to escape the battlefield and return to the sea. And the closest to this group of shadow dogs were the 800 wolf cavalry led by Benjamin. Benjamin was sharp enough to notice that the leading shadow dog had grey skin, which was very eye-catching among the red shadow dogs. There were more than 100 shadow dogs that had escaped. Now that they had won the battle, how could Benjamin let these shadow dogs escape? He immediately led 800 wolf riders to charge and intercept them, vowing to keep all the enemies in Essia and not give the alien planet any chance to make a comeback. The wild wolves ran wildly toward the shadow dogs. The soldiers' arrows and bullets were like rain, and many shadow dogs were hit and left behind along the way. However, the dark shadow hound in the lead was astonishingly fast. Whether it was charging in a straight line or moving, it was quite swift, which was clearly different from the other shadow hounds. Just as Benjamin was about to successfully catch up to the shadow dog, he realized that the wolves under him suddenly began to slow down, and the gap between them and the shadow dog was getting bigger and bigger. Under the watch of Benjamin and a type of wolf rider, the shadow dog successfully entered the water and swam into the sea. Damn it! Benjamin clenched his fists, his face full of indignation. However, when he looked at the wolf under him again, he saw that it was still full of energy and was not exhausted. Benjamin's brows furrowed. He suddenly felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. He turned to look at Link, who was still standing on the battlefield, and found that Link's eyes were on him. It was at this moment that Benjamin realized that the wolves' speed reduction was Link's idea. Seeing that the battle was coming to an end, Benjamin rode the wolf to Link's side and asked, "Head of state, why did you stop me from chasing the shadow dog just now? I saw a dark shadow dog among them, it seems to be the leader of all the shadow dogs." Link smiled and told her the truth, "That shadow dog is my pet. I'll let them go back and report the situation so that I can know where the real landing point of the alien planet is, hehe." 575 The Sand of Time. Benjamin quickly scanned his surroundings and heaved a sigh of relief when he did not find anyone else beside him. "Head of state, are you going to tell me such a confidential matter?" Benjamin was a little flustered. This could be considered a top secret. If any information was leaked, the price would be huge. Just the shadow dog and hundreds of demonic creatures were already so difficult to deal with. If the other monsters mentioned in the information were here, the price would be even greater. Benjamin had personally fought against the alien star's shadow dog army, and knew how powerful these monsters were. "Don't worry," said Link with a smile, "we'll know where the enemy will land soon." Link patted Benjamin's shoulder and scanned the battlefield that was filled with corpses and ruins. "Now, what you need to do is to clean up the battlefield and repair it. Believe me, the enemy will not give up just because of this attack." Benjamin nodded heavily. The alien planet sending out such an army of shadow dogs to attack showed their determination to conquer the wasteland. It would be impossible to scare the alien planets away with a single battle. The enemy would come again, and the next attack would definitely be more violent than this one. There would also be more elites. Too many problems had been exposed in this battle. If the head of state had not appeared in time, these shadow hounds would have occupied all of Essia. With the efforts of the pet army, they had successfully defended Ecia, giving Benjamin a chance to resolve these exposed hidden dangers. Don't worry, head of state. This time, I'll definitely turn Essia into an iron bucket. Benjamin's eyes were determined. This battle had revealed the shadow dog's ability to cooperate as a group, as well as the ability of the demonic beast. Next, based on these 2 points, he would rebuild the defense and limit the abilities of the shadow dog and the demonic beast. Benjamin was confident that he could rebuild an impregnable defense. The Duke walked out of the slums, his cloak covered in the blood of shadow hounds and otherworldly demons, in sharp contrast to his clean armor. The Duke walked up to Link and knelt on one knee, one hand to his chest. Head of state, thank you for helping me out. Aya was the Duke's hometown, and it was also the home he fought for. In today's situation, if Link hadn't appeared, the price to pay for destroying the alien army would definitely have been heavy. It was also because of Link's appearance at the critical moment that a disaster was averted. Whether it was as a child raised in Essia's land or as a local commander, the Duke had reason to thank Link. Link helped the Duke up. There's no need to thank me, he said, smiling. Essia is the territory of the Freedom Federation. If it were to be taken over by an alien planet, where would I put my face? The Duke could not answer Link's question. He could only smile awkwardly. The battle was coming to an end. Other than the shadow hounds and dozens of shadow hounds that Link let go on purpose, the rest of the shadow hounds had either died in battle or hidden in the city of Essia. If the opponent was an NPC or a player, these shadow hounds could still rely on their cunning and agility to escape. However, they were now facing Link's pet army, whose greatest ability was to be everywhere. The 5 Rats secret agent team led the rats into the city's drainage system. The illusionary vines had set up defenses on all major roads. The invisible killer bee and the silver army ant were in charge of patrolling in the air and watching out for any signs of trouble. The broodmother's metal spiders seeped into the city's cracks like rain. Even the undying shadow dogs and mummy shadow dogs that had just transformed joined the search. This was no longer a carpet search, but a ground search. The shadow dogs had no place to hide, and they were quickly found one by one. The wasteland won the first large-scale confrontation between the rotten Earth and the alien planet. The players were celebrating this hard-won victory, and after collecting their spoils, they set up stalls on the ground to exchange for the items they needed. At the same time, in the forums, the players were discussing today's victory and Link's stunning appearance. He was once called a god. It had been a one-sided battle. However, ever since Link appeared, he had commanded his massive pet army to attack the alien army and turned the situation around. The players on the forums had high opinions of Link. Some even said that everyone in the battle today was just a supporting character and extra, all for Link's grand entrance. Although this statement was rather extreme, it did not seem unreasonable when he thought about it carefully. In addition to all kinds of exclamations, there were also players who listed screenshots of today's pets on the forum, exclaiming that Lin K's harem had many powerful new members. In particular, the undead and mummies were the most popular among players. It was mainly because the abilities of these 2 creatures were too terrifying. After the undead bite, the alien shadow dog was directly infected into the undead shadow dog. After the transformation ritual, the mummy shadow dog was directly transformed into the mummy shadow dog. According to the players' rough estimation, at least 1,000 shadow hounds had been converted in this battle. The enemy's attack was almost completely wiped out, but they still contributed 1,000 combat power to Link. It was ridiculous that the combat power was increasing. When the alien planet attacked again, he wondered what kind of expression they would have when they saw Shadow Wolf being dominated. While the gamers were bragging on the discussion forum, the gamers of Victoria City and Victoria gathered to watch. As the first planet to have a connection with the universe, the war on the wasteland attracted not only the players on the wasteland, but also the players on Pandora and Victoria. After all, this was the first time that a cosmic race had appeared in the game. All the players were curious about the world outside of the novice planet. However, due to the current plot and knowledge of the planet, they had not yet mastered the ability to leave the planet. Now that they suddenly learned that the wasteland had been invaded, they immediately turned into curious babies. They moved their chairs and waited for the latest news on the Wasteland forum. Many people thought that with the level of the Wasteland players, they would not be able to stop the invasion of foreign planets. The Wasteland would be the prelude to the invasion of novice planets and become a target. Because of this point of view, many Wasteland players had disputes with players from other novice planets. The result was naturally a successful slap in the face to the players from other planets. However, the victory did not stop them. Soon, new opinions appeared. The Shadow Dogs were only the first troop type on the alien planet. There would definitely be more powerful enemies in the future. Even Link's pet army would not be able to defend against them. After all, who would throw a bomb at the start of a game? Just as the forum was in a heated argument, in the middle camp tent of Essia, the light was swaying in the wind. Benjamin and the Duke went in and out of the tent repeatedly to carry the items personally. Very quickly, the tent was filled with torches and sticks. As if they had lost their wicks, these sticks no longer looked as elegant as they did in the hands of the mutated demon. If one looked closely, they would see that the glowing stones at the top of the torches had all been taken down and placed in boxes. Head of State, apart from the 5 corpses that were killed by Inhumans, the rest of the demonic corpses have been collected. The stones on the top of the weapons have also been removed. Link looked at the box filled with glowing yellow stones. He was extremely satisfied. The ability of the mutated demon to control time comes from this sand of time now. It's time to use the power of the alien star to deal with it. Link's eyes lit up as he smiled. 576, the island under the barrier. Both Benjamin and the Duke were shocked. They had thought that the crushed stone was only used by the mutant demon to increase its power. They had never expected that this ordinary stone was the source of the mutant demon's power. Link picked up a grain of sand of time and explained, whether it's the alien demons or the sand of time, they're not alien races. They're just slaves under the alien planet's rule when it's conquering the galaxy. It's only because the otherworldly demons have strong physical fitness that they can withstand the extreme pressure produced by the use of the sand of time that they are made into the vanguard of the invasion of planets. The same is true for the Shadow Dogs. Benjamin and the Duke looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. He had thought that he had repelled the first wave of attacks and dealt a heavy blow to the alien invaders, but it turned out that he was only a small fry under the enemy's command. Without Link, they wouldn't have won today. Even so, they hadn't even seen the real alien yet. They felt defeated. With this sand of time, as long as we use it well, we can avoid the threat of the mutated devil forever. Link wasn't exaggerating. In his previous life, the players had obtained advanced knowledge from the First Order, and among them, time sand was extremely useful in strengthening weapons and equipment. It could add a suffix to suitable weapons. Although the players did not have any advanced knowledge and could not learn higher levels of forging enhancement techniques, as a prophet, Link naturally knew the other uses of the sand of time. First of all, he did not need advanced knowledge to fully utilize the effects of the sand of time in his barrier formation. Link was going to give some of the sand of time to Constellation for research. He would set up a reverse magic circle on the front line to limit the flow of time and thus the demon's abilities. Secondly, when the sand of time was smelted into metal, it could increase the toughness and resistance to corrosion of the metal, allowing the metal to withstand even greater pressure and wear. At the moment, Helen was studying the Heavenly Eye satellite and rocket launch. Using the sand of time to make the shell of the rocket and the body of the satellite could increase the service life and strength. The last point was that Link's cross-version synthesis of the Golden Fingers hive was not restricted. He could use the sand of time to synthesize suitable pets to fight aliens. It was late at night, and the sky was overcast. The dark night sky dyed the sea water black. A month of continuous gloomy weather had caused the temperature in Asia and the ocean to drop significantly. It was supposed to be summer, but now it was cold. The bone-chilling sea water didn't stop the shadow hounds from escaping. The thick skin that even bullets couldn't penetrate had isolated the low temperature of the sea. The shadow dog's head and tentacles on the top of its head were exposed to the water, and its forehooves and tail were moving underwater. The shadow hound was very calculative. It didn't know the specific location of the escape, so it arranged a shadow hound to scout in front and a shadow hound at the back. With the shadow hound's brain capacity, which was less than the size of a fist, it would definitely not be able to figure out the shadow hound's true intentions. They only knew that it was this powerful shadow dog that had led them to kill their way out, and its powerful aura was enough to make people submit. Although it looked slightly different from the other shadow hounds, it had a more leadership aura. The other shadow hounds were willing to listen to the shadow hound's orders. Following the shadow hound in front, the shadow hound quickly noticed that the surrounding scenery had suddenly changed. The sea water that was originally black to the bone was now black as far as the eye could see. However, the next second, he felt a beach under his feet, and the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. He had arrived on an island. The shadow hound sensed the coconut forest not far from the beach. The white leaves rustled as the sea breeze brushed against each other. The sea breeze blew from the south bank. The shadow hound released pheromones to observe the surroundings and found that the terrain of the island, which did not exist in sight, was gradually rising. Behind the coconut trees, the shadow hound could sense many other alien creatures. It even saw a cluster of red light soaring into the sky. He did not see any of this when he was trekking earlier. Sha 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 sha. A series of noises came from the coconut forest, and then a few shadow dogs sprang out from the low bushes under the coconut trees, baring their teeth and howling like vicious supervisors, asking them why they were on the island in an unfriendly tone. The shadow hound released its aura, and a threatening giggle came from its throat. A powerful aura immediately spread out. The shadow dog, which had been using the tiger's might to show its teeth, immediately retracted its head, put away its sharp teeth, and knelt down on the ground, begging for mercy to show its submission. The shadow hound snorted coldly and walked in front. The other shadow hounds followed behind and entered the forest. The shadow hound walked towards the source of the fire in the forest. In addition to finding landing points on foreign planets, it was also responsible for gathering intelligence. The freshness of the forest and the saltiness of the sea breeze gradually disappeared, replaced by a strong rotting smell and spreading heat waves. In addition to the shadow hound's smell, the shadow hound also smelled the scent of otherworldly demons. In addition, there were a few other auras that made the dog feel very uneasy. However, the shadow hound did not retreat. Instead, it led the charge. Hwalala! After crossing the bushes, the view before him suddenly widened. All the trees in the surroundings had been cut down. The ground that was originally wet and covered with vegetation was now covered with thick scorch marks. The ground was dry and not a single blade of grass grew. In the center of his vision, a rippling tear in space caught the shadow hound's attention. With the help of the surrounding flames, the shadow hound saw an unstable tear in space, like a large eye of nothingness. The surroundings were filled with purplish-black shadows, and there were purple void lightning constantly shooting silently in the surrounding air. In the center of the eye, there was a crimson scene. It was like a mirror covered with a layer of gauze, or like steam rising, distorting the image. On the other side of the void gate, there was a barren scene of red scorched earth, and black figures could be vaguely seen moving. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared nearby. The next second, it passed through the void gate and a shadow hound appeared. The shadow hound wanted to find out more, but a figure suddenly appeared from the dark shadows. A strong man wrapped in a cloak walked out. The cloak covered his entire face, and only squid-like tentacles could be seen from below his face to his chest. You should be on the way to occupy the wasteland at the front line. Why did you reappear on the island? The cloaked man was holding a leather whip in his hand, and a red whistle was hanging on his chest under the fleshy feelers. All the shadow hounds at the scene knelt on the ground, only the shadow hound stared at the man, revealing its sharp fangs, and gradually approached him tentatively. The cloaked man stretched out a hand, and the shadow hound wrapped its tentacles around the man's hand. A rare complete annihilation of the army. 577 War Overlord, 4.17. The shadow hound still had its previous memories. The cloaked man with the dog whistle was Douglas, the dog trainer from the alien planet. The shadow hound transmitted the memory of the battlefield to Douglas through the antennae on its head, allowing Douglas to see how the Wasteland's pet army defeated the advance army composed of shadow hounds and demonic creatures. After checking its memory, dog trainer Douglas finally noticed the unique gray-skinned shadow dog in front of him. The other shadow dogs were red-skinned, but this one was gray-skinned. In addition, he could feel that this shadow dog's strength was better than the other shadow dogs. Douglas touched it. His hand was cold. His tentacle-like fingers slid over the shadow hound's skin and finally stopped on its forehead. Biological mutations and unexpected situations happened from time to time. Douglas was only amazed by the strength of the gray-skinned shadow dog and did not doubt anything else. As a dog trainer on an alien planet, Douglas' position was somewhat similar to that of a vanguard. Every time an alien planet invaded another planet, he would lead the shadow dog army as the vanguard. Some shadow hounds would encounter some accidents when they attacked planets. Some accidents were malignant, while others were benign, which would improve the ability of the shadow dog. For example, the shadow dog's thick-skinned double resistance was actually obtained by accident. With the thick-skinned double resistance, the shadow dog's ability to resist attacks was improved, so Douglas began to breed these stronger shadow dogs, which led to the now fearsome alien shadow dog. In addition to his higher dual resistance, the power of shadow surged. Douglas also found that the gray-skinned shadow dog's brain capacity was larger, and it was smarter and more human-like. The tentacle glowed red and left a diamond-shaped mark on the shadow hound's forehead. From now on, you are the leader of the shadow hounds. The shadow hound understood what he meant. It turned around and opened its bloody mouth, letting out a gurgling sound to release pressure. All the shadow hounds present, after sensing the mark left by the dog trainer and the strong pressure of the shadow hound itself, all prostrated themselves to show their submission. A steady stream of otherworldly demons and shadow hounds entered the unstable portal, but before the shadow hounds could leave, the torn portal shrank rapidly, like a big eye of Kazialand squinting, leaving only a very small gap. And below the portal was a circle of flashing light. If one looked closely, they would find that these lights were all plasma. All the plasma flowed out from the black tubes outside the array, and the rubber tubes led deep into the array. Douglas waved his hand, signaling the shadow hound to follow him. It seems like there are a lot of things to report today. The shadow hound followed Douglas all the way from the island forest to the road. The so-called road was not specially built. The hard soil and the surrounding bushes and weeds that had been stepped on all indicated that this was a road that had been trampled on. Along the way, the shadow hound saw the camp where the otherworldly demons lived. Compared to the more than 100 otherworldly demons in the last battle, there were hundreds here, living in primitive and simple tents, guarded by a grey metal armored creature similar to the head warden. He continued to walk up until he reached the highest point on the west side of the island, where a stone hall appeared. Every single hole in the stone hall was exuding a powerful pressure that even the shadow hound was afraid of. Douglas walked into the stone hall and walked around the stone screen. A huge table appeared in front of him. In the middle of the table, there was a holographic planet suspended in mid-air. This planet was the Wasteland. At the side of the round table, there was a giant with greenish-gray skin. The giant was 3 to 4 meters tall. Even sitting at the round table, one could see its size. He wore a red and gold helmet with a horn-like protrusion on the top, giving him an extraordinary aura. One of his arms had a shoulder armor of a similar color, and his strong upper body was exposed. One could clearly see the cracks on his body that were emitting void energy, like cracked ground, and his firm muscles contained explosive energy. The skull-shaped waist guard and knee guard both gave off a sense of danger. "My lord, I have something to report." Douglas, who was high and mighty in front of the shadow dog, became very respectful when he came to this place. The warlord's red eyes under the helmet moved from the holographic wasteland to Douglas, signaling him to continue. The first wave of the army made up of shadow dogs and demonic beasts failed. They have been completely annihilated. The war overlord was stunned for a moment, and his sharp eyes were full of questions. When foreign planets invaded low-tier planets to plunder resources, they would always send out shadow dogs and foreign-type demon armies, and they were always successful. Although they were summoned here, Wasteland Planet was just a low-level life planet in the Van Ti system. Both Douglas and Tulu found it hard to believe that they could wipe out the first wave of legions. Tens of thousands of shadow dogs and over 100 demons had been annihilated by the enemy. Douglas walked to the stone table and pressed his tentacle-like hands against the table. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the holographic image of the abandoned planet in the center of the stone table disappeared and was replaced by the image of the shadow dog and the demonic beast being killed by the enemy on the battlefield. Countless tiny insects surrounded the shadow dog like a tide, nibbling away at it bit by bit. This was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. Tulu fell into silence. He had never expected this to be the outcome. Perhaps it's time to re-evaluate Wasteland. The warlord Tulu recovered his mind. The native humans of the wasteland were useless in the face of the shadow dogs and demons. The real threat was the small but numerous insects and plants. Looking at the battle scene, these animals and insects had a clear division of labor, as if they had a unified mind to coordinate their actions. Tulu was very interested in this. If they could take over the wasteland and find a way to control these creatures, the alien planet would have another powerful force in terms of conquering cities. "Doug, I think it's necessary to have a good talk with the local people who warmly invited us to visit." Douglas left the stone palace with the shadow hound. He told Tulu the news, and his mission was considered complete. Tulu took care of the rest. His job was to train the shadow dog, and nothing else. Moreover, Douglas did not think that a victory on the wasteland would change anything. The alien planet needed the resources of other planets, resources in various meanings. The defeat of the army this time had instead revealed the unique resources of the wasteland, which would only make the alien planet more determined to occupy this planet. When Douglas arrived at the building on the mountainside, Dean and Aziz quickly went up to him. They spoke in a respectful tone, with a hint of flattery. "Respected dog trainer, what advice do you have?" With disdain in his eyes, Douglas snorted. "His lordship has something to ask you." After saying that, he turned around and left. He had never been kind to people who sold out their home planet. Douglas was not an alien. He looked very different from a pure-blood alien like Tulu, and the tentacles on his body were completely caused by a curse. Back when the alien planet attacked his mother planet, he fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he was no match for the alien planet and became its slave. The alien planet had used these slaves for all sorts of human experiments, and many of them had died. Douglas survived the experiment and gained the ability to command the shadow dog, but the price was that he had turned into a ghost with tentacles on his hands, feet, and chin. In addition, they were also branded by the alien planet. Once they had any thoughts of rebellion, they would suffer the pain of being deeply etched in their hearts. He had always been disdainful of people who betrayed their mother planet for benefits. Dean and Aziz looked at each other with a trace of worry in their eyes. They could not help but speed up and catch up. "Lord Daoji, may I ask when the Lord is looking for us?" Douglas glanced at the two of them and thought to himself that they were cowards. In today's first official battle, the alien army has been completely annihilated. Does the Lord think you have hidden some information? Douglas' words were vague and did not fully say it, but Dean and Aziz's faces had already turned pale. They had never thought that the first alien army attack would be stopped by Link and wiped out. Their minds went blank. They had seen the power of the alien planet, whether it was the shadow dog's terrifying double resistance and agility, or the otherworldly demon's strong body and ability to play with time, it was definitely a dimensional attack on the wasteland. However, they didn't think that such a lineup would be wiped out by the wasteland. Such an outcome wasn't within their scope of consideration. "Thank you, Lord Doug, for telling me." Dean and Aziz were both dazed as they staggered towards the stone palace while supporting each other. The atmosphere in the stone hall was heavy. Tulu saw the two and asked, "Did you two forget to say something about this defeat on the alien planet?" Aziz was an old man. Under the pressure of the war overlord, his forehead was covered in sweat and his breathing was rapid. Dean swallowed hard. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "If my lord wants to know anything, we will definitely tell you everything we know." Tulu waved his hand and played the picture that Douglas captured again. On the battlefield, the shadow dogs and the otherworldly demons were killed by the insects without any restraint, and they had no power to fight back. Seeing this scene, Dean and Aziz became dumbfounded and their lips turned pale. "I need an explanation from you." Dean and Aziz looked at each other. Link's strength was beyond their imagination. He could even easily defeat an alien army. In the beginning, they still had the intention to hide it, but in this situation, if they continued to hide it, the alien star would be unhappy and wave his hand to lead the army away. The two of them would be completely dumbfounded. "We need to start from a year ago." Tulu asked the two to leave. Dean and Aziz bowed and hurriedly left the stone hall as if they had been granted amnesty. He was a druid who could change the abilities of animals and a rapidly rising king. This was the most powerful man in the wasteland that the two of them had mentioned. The holographic image on Tulushi's table kept replaying the scene of Shadowhound's defeat. All kinds of insects in the image had supernatural abilities. Metal spiders, ants, explosive rats, and vines with hallucinatory effects gathered together to form a sea of insects. Once the energetic shadow dog was wrapped in it, it would be like drowning in water, quickly losing its combat power and becoming a fish. Tulu's eyes became sharper and sharper. He was interested in the new king of the wasteland. If they could capture this person, then the alien planet would have one more powerful general on the road to war in the future. Controlling a sea of zergs, together with the shadow dog, was enough to sweep any low-tier planet. Tulu pulled out a black stone from his belt and held it in his hand. Cracking sounds could be heard from his palm, and the black stone was quickly ground into black powder. Sha 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 sha. The black powder fell from Tulu's hand onto the stone table and gathered in the center of the table as if it was being pulled by something. A moment later, all the black powder was suspended in the position of the holographic image, and gradually condensed into a human face in the air. "Tulu, shouldn't you be attacking Wasteland Planet right now? Why did you summon me?" Tulu stood up, put one arm on his chest, and lowered his head. "Sir, there's a problem with the attack on Wasteland. I need more powerful troops to support me." The black face of the Lord in the air showed a trace of anger. "What's wrong?" "They encountered intense resistance on the Wasteland and suffered heavy losses." Tulu didn't answer. He buried his head deeper. "Tulu, your failure disgraces me. Sir, please be sure to reinforce some powerful troops. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." "Is that person still with you?" "I don't dare to interrupt his research," Tulu said. The black-faced avatar was silent for a moment. "Since that person is also on the wasteland, I'll give you one more chance. I'll send the army vanguard and war emissaries. This will be the last reinforcement. We've discovered a few new low-level planets in the Fandi system, and we still have to leave some troops to guard against the First Order. If you fail again, you don't have to come back." Tulu's lips curled up when he heard the word vanguard and messenger of war. His crimson eyes glowed. "I'll definitely complete the mission and make the alien planet great again." Tulu hesitated for a moment before he said, "Sir, what is the identity of that person?" Blackface had a rare solemn expression on his face as he warned, "This is personally arranged by the commander. All you have to do is not to interfere with that person. If he has any requests, you must complete them at the first moment. Your priority is higher than the invasion." As soon as he finished speaking, the black face crumbled into powder and fell on the stone table. Tulu was relaxed. The adjutant had promised to send the vanguard and the war messenger, so there was no need to worry about the wasteland. After thinking for a moment, he decided to meet that person. 578 Old Jin, am back again. The war overlord Tulu came to the other side of the island. Compared to the muffled thunder of the energy overload of the dimensional rift on the other side of the island, the hissing of the alien army's hounds, and the crashing of the unusual magic iron head, this place was very quiet. There was no light pollution or sound pollution, and it was like heaven in comparison. Tulu stood respectfully in front of a small building on the other side. Through the light in the room, he saw the shadow on the glass. Sir Abu Jia asked me to send his regards." Tulu, who had been unpredictable in front of Dean and Aziz, was now as obedient as a baby outside the house. The shadow on the window suddenly disappeared, and the only light in the room was also extinguished. Tulu saw a black shadow on the ground. It looked like a will-o'-the-wisp, and it was swimming around him. The air temperature suddenly dropped, and a layer of frost appeared on the soft ground. Tulu's breath was so cold that he could even breathe white air. "I heard that your attack failed, tisk, 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 tisk," such a rare sight. The black figure's tone was mocking, and as the warlord who attacked the wasteland, Tulu could only bow and accept the mockery. He didn't dare to show any disobedience. The black shadow was someone that even his own boss's boss had to please. His identity and status were well hidden and extremely mysterious. He had never shown his true face to anyone. From what Abu said, Duru knew that this man in front of him was an influential figure on the planet. He did as he pleased and wasn't even under the control of the leader, Thanos. Tulu knelt down on one knee and said with a determined look, "The defeat last time has let down Sir Abu's trust. This time, I'll definitely sweep through the wasteland." The black shadow let out an ear-piercing cackle. "If even the army vanguard and other war messengers can't conquer the wasteland, where do you think Abu Muslim would send you?" The question sent a chill down Tulu's spine. Thinking of how the aliens treated their defeated enemies and the bitter cold they were in, Tulu clenched his fists. He couldn't fail again this time. No matter what, he had to take down the wasteland, capture Link, and ask his adjutant for a reward. "My lord, if you need me for anything, please let me know. Sir Abu Muslim has ordered that your request is of higher priority than the wasteland." The black shadow swam on the ground, and wherever it passed, the ground was covered in white frost, and the cold air was pressing. "Oh? You'll unconditionally carry out my orders?" Tulu's heart tightened again when he heard the question. It was rumored that this Lord Black Shadow had a strange personality and was unreasonable. If he was really given an impossible task, making it impossible for him to occupy the wasteland, it would be useless to cry out for injustice when he was later sent to the bitter cold planet by the trial team. However, the words had already been spoken, and he could not go back on his words now. The black shadow laughed slyly, then said slowly, "Then how about I ask you to give up on attacking the wasteland crickets?" Tulu's face was ashen, and his lips trembled. "Hee, look at how scared you are. There are many interesting things on this planet, but you should still act properly and not waste too much time on the wasteland. The Star Seekers have already found several low civilization planets in the Fandi system, and the army still has to be on guard against the attack of the First Order at all times. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can avoid any more trouble." The shadow disappeared as soon as it finished its sentence. The chill and the pressure surrounding Tulu disappeared as well. Tulu let out a breath and left carefully, afraid that the dark figure would suddenly change his mind. Tulu felt the pressure on his body decrease after they were far away. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked back with lingering fear. This person was really too evil. He did everything according to his own will, and no one could keep him in check. The shadow returned to the room, and the lights suddenly lit up again. With black flames surging around him, he slowly pushed open a door and looked at the boy who was holding a little girl in the room. His voice was extremely seductive, like a demon king who was trying to abduct and trade. Think about it carefully. As long as you agree to my request, I'll save your sister, let her speak like a normal person, and ensure her health and longevity. Otherwise, with her current condition, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for her to survive until next month. The boy held his unconscious sister in his arms. Looking at her pale face and slightly furrowed brows, he seemed to be able to feel the pain she was suffering. This planet is full of evil and injustice. You and your sister have suffered so much. Don't you want to break the rules and return the world to fairness? The black shadow continued. Sean was silent, only staring at his unconscious sister in his arms. I'll remind you again. If your sister doesn't receive treatment, I can't guarantee that she'll be fine after you've thought it through. The black shadow slowly left the room. He had just taken 2 steps when a voice came from behind him. What's the price for curing my sister? The black shadow suddenly turned around, the black flames around him surging, and his voice trembled with excitement. The price is to accept my experiments. At that time, you will bid farewell to your weak body and completely activate the treasure in your body. You will have extraordinary abilities and longevity. You don't have to consider life and death, and you can be with your sister forever. Sean's eyes flickered, and he was conflicted. After a long time, he finally relaxed his clenched hands. How is it? Your result is Yingluo. Sean slowly raised his head, staring at the black fire in front of him, and said his choice, I want you to save my sister first. No problem, the black flame laughed, you'll be glad that you made a wise decision. Your sister will recover soon. And you, will become the most all-rounded warrior in the history of the alien planet, Chi-Chi. Essia. After the hard work of the soldiers and players, the clearing of the battlefield had come to an end. The next step was to rebuild the fortifications. After this battle, the front line welcomed a rare moment of peace. There were no longer any scattered shadow dogs on the beach, only the sound of the wind blowing and the waves crashing. Everyone was enjoying the rare peace and quiet. The players were either bartering in the open space of the city of Essia or handing in their missions at the military camp. The soldiers, on the other hand, held their guns and casually found a place to rest. The high-intensity defense of the past few days had exhausted them. They could only cope with the upcoming battle by recuperating. The news of the victory at the front line spread throughout the Freedom Federation with the post-war interviews and videos of the staff of the Shadow TV station. In addition to post-war filming, during the large-scale attack of the alien planet, the cameraman on the TV tower also captured first-hand combat information. The time barrier of the otherworldly demons, their simple and domineering attack method, as well as the terrifying number of shadow hounds and their cooperation ability were all impressive. Before this, everyone only knew that there was an alien force that had infiltrated the wasteland, but they had no idea what kind of image and strength it had. However, after watching the battle scene from the TV tower, the people of the wasteland finally knew how terrifying the enemy was. With the military strength of Sand City and Essia, the Freedom Federation fell into a disadvantageous position once the battle began. Only a few individuals and groups with strong abilities could barely resist the enemy's tide-like attack. The defense by the sea fell for a time, and the war began deep in the southern slums. At this critical moment, the tentacles dragon god appeared from the ground. Link and his pet army descended like divine soldiers, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The alien army that had been unstoppable before was now as fragile as paper in front of Link's pet army. The audience watching on TV clenched their fists in fear. They were deeply immersed and even felt that the wasteland had no chance of winning. However, after seeing Link's godly strength, she finally relaxed. As long as Link was there, the wasteland would be safe. The alien planet had no chance of winning. The previous battles were all internal struggles within the wasteland. But this time, the Freedom Federation was representing the entire wasteland in the battle against the interstellar invaders. Even those who did not agree with Link's ideals praised the battle, saying that Link had kept the wasteland's dignity. The Freedom Federation made up about 80% of the entire wasteland's population. Thus, after the Freedom Federation's news report, Link's reputation once again reached a peak. In addition, the Monster Security Company had also opened a branch in the scattered land, so the news also spread to the remaining 20% of the population. No matter how much people criticized Link's Iron Fist and Monopoly, his performance in this foreign war was beyond doubt. Other than the heartless people who took the opportunity to criticize him, no matter how unromantic they were, they had to give him a thumbs up and praise him for being a man. The happiest people were the people who moved to New West Asia. When they saw such a large-scale battle in their homeland, which was hundreds of miles away, they were all shocked. They put their hands together and silently prayed for their leader, Link. If not for Link's arrangements for their retreat, they would have died in the war. The news of their first victory spread throughout the wasteland, and everyone was in a cheerful mood. In the front-line camp, the soldiers were resting and recuperating. They were also happy for the great victory. Only the commander's tent had a solemn atmosphere. The others did not know what the alien planet would do next. They thought that after this battle, the alien planet would know the power of the wasteland and choose to avoid the battle. However, only Link knew that after losing their first battle on an alien planet, the wasteland would welcome an even stronger army and attack. This time, the soldiers and players had barely managed to stop the otherworldly demons and shadow hounds, but the next time, the alien planet would send out even stronger terrorizing tacticians and banshees. Facing a stronger combined army, if the soldiers could not upgrade their tactics, weapons, and equipment, and the players could not upgrade their levels, more than 90% of the soldiers and players would be crushed in the next battle. Using the Sand of Time to temporarily increase their strength was one thing, but the transformed Shadow Wolf could only drink poison to quench their thirst, and could not solve the root of the problem. Link even planned to find a few corpses and synthesize them to temporarily strengthen the team. Helen's new weapons are being distributed, and players can buy them with contribution points or wasteland money. The Sky Eye satellite was still under development, and there was still some time before it could be launched. This was not what Link was most worried about. What he was most worried about was that another portal to another planet would appear in Dragon City or Fae. He already needed to step in to turn the tables in this battle. If another teleportation gate appeared, he would be exhausted. Seeing Link's furrowed brows, Benjamin and the Duke were worried. Other than the three of them and Benjamin's secretary, no one else knew more about the alien planet, let alone the alien troops. The ignorant were fearless. It was because they didn't know the enemy's strength that they could burst out with joy after the victory. However, it was also because they knew the enemy's strength that the commander's tent was filled with a deathly aura. The terror tactician and the banshee were stronger than the demons, and the terror tactician was good at tactics and strategies. If this kind of troop type were to lead an attack, it would cause them a lot of trouble. The female demon was good at secret arts and could control the enemy with weak mental power. Together with terrifying tacticians, they could sneak in, assassinate, and destroy, making it impossible to guard against. In addition to the army of demons and shadow hounds, it would only be more of a headache. Star constellations formation could reduce the ability of the demons. As for the Banshee's ability, it was extremely powerful. Link was hesitant. He didn't know if he should expose the Dream Realm Duke to the public. The Dream Realm Demon's gluttonous feast, mysterious projection, and decaying dreams could counter the Banshee's mind control. However, once it was used, Link would lose one of his trump cards. just as the three of them were in a gloomy mood. In the desert outside of Essia. Suddenly, a circle of sand caved in, forming a small quicksand vortex. It gradually expanded from a meter in diameter to a quicksand vortex of about 10 meters. The players who were scavenging nearby keenly noticed the quicksand vortex in the desert. Many players gathered around, their eyes filled with excitement and nervousness. They were excited because this might be a special event with a generous reward, and nervous because it might be a trick of an alien planet. The players each took out their strongest weapons and stood guard outside the sunken desert, waiting for the direction. The sinking quicksand was like a waterfall, and a half-moon-shaped cave appeared behind the sand curtain. All the players swallowed their saliva and looked nervously at the cave. Suddenly, a fat parrot jumped out of the cave. It was wrapped in a layer of exquisite and gorgeous gold robe that reached the ground. It looked bloated, luxurious, and rich. "Dear friends, I, macaw, am back." Immediately, the macaw was dumbfounded as the surrounding Inhumans all pointed their guns at it. The Inhumans who were waiting had complicated expressions on their faces. "Tisk, I was wondering what kind of emergency it was, but it's old Jin. It's boring, it's boring. I'll take my leave first." "I'm leaving too, wait for me." The players were familiar with old Jin. As a level 8 parrot that could speak Zhuan language, old Jin was still very influential among the players. Moreover, as one of the few NPCs who could interact with players and even issue missions, it had also triggered a series of discussions among the players. However, after getting used to it, the players knew that this fat bird was always whimsical. The surrounding players gradually left, and the macaw saw that the audience had left. Its grand entrance was about to end in a strong start but weak finish. It immediately panicked and shouted, "Hey, don't go! I didn't come back alone this time. Open your eyes and take a good look at this lineup." 579 Jindawa, the tiger of the wasteland. The macaw quickly turned around and flapped its wings, and the spider demons swarmed out of the crypt. The players had never seen a demonic spider before. It had a humanoid upper body, hair-raising tentacles and abdomens on its lower body, and thick, sharp, hard hair in the gaps of its body. It was full of evil just by looking at it. "What kind of monsters are these?" The players immediately pulled away from each other. At the same time, they felt a chill behind them and pointed their guns up, thinking that it was a new wave of alien attacks. The spider demons sensed the players' hostility and bared their fangs. The spider demon assistants and priests held their staffs, ready to chant the evilest and darkest spells at any time. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the macaw hurriedly stood in front of the demonic spider and said, "Aya, everyone, you've made a mistake, you've made a mistake. These spider demons are here to form an alliance with the Freedom Federation to fight against alien invaders together. It's really like a flood washing over a Dragon King's temple. We're family, but we don't know each other." The players looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They used detection on the demonic spiders and discovered that they were also dark attribute creatures. At the same time, their ferocious faces made it difficult for people to believe that they would join forces with humans to deal with the alien planet. No matter how one looked at it, it was still an alliance with an alien planet to deal with humanity. In addition, the macaw was also an old, shut up, so the players had little credibility for this fat parrot that often bragged. Seeing that the players were still pointing their guns at them after the explanation, the macaw's chest was instantly filled with a ball of fire. It immediately cursed, "I already said that these demonic spiders are here to help, don't you understand? If it affects the relationship between the Freedom Federation and the Spider Demon Empire, you will be the greatest sinners." The players who were slow to react suddenly realized that the relationship between the macaw and the Spider Demon Empire had dropped by a large amount. The worst thing was that even the Lin family financial group's reputation had dropped by quite a bit. These reputation points were earned through hard work. The Military Intelligence Division's missions would affect the range of the missions they accepted. The reputation of the Lin Financial Group was even more precious. After all, it was Link's direct force and involved many aspects. The loss of reputation would affect more than just one or two things. Seeing that their reputation had been deducted, the players no longer doubted that it was fake. If they continued, their reputation would probably be deducted completely. The players kept their guns and retreated from the quicksand, afraid of angering the macaw. The spider demon army kept coming out of the cave, most of which were ordinary spider guards. The priest group was led by Silver Demon. In addition to Silver Demon, there were 3 other priests, and the number of acolytes and apprentices added up to more than 100. Other than that, there were also 2 rather large spider demon warriors. Finally, it came out of the cave. Its huge body shook the cave, and the house looked like it was going to collapse. The players were already shocked beyond words by the mountain-like body of the spider demon warrior. Just the halberd in the spider demon warrior's hand alone could kill a bunch of players with a single shot. It was a domineering move. There's also the number of spider demons. This is even more than the alien planet's attack yesterday. Link's scattered pets quickly noticed the commotion outside. Not long after, Benjamin led the wolf riders over. When he saw the tens of thousands of spider demons in formation in the desert, he could not close his mouth. At the forefront of the spider army, the spider guards were carrying a carriage made of crystal and glazed gold. The palanquin was very large, far larger than an ordinary jeep. There were even red and black-robed priests holding a canopy and screen behind the palanquin. In the middle of the palanquin lay a fat parrot, and next to it was an assistant priest carrying a plate of fresh fruit. This corrupted appearance really had the taste of a ruler of a fallen country. Jin, what's going on? Benjamin was a little dumbfounded, his brain had shut down and he could not understand what was going on. I want to report to Link, the macaw said as it stretched. We'll talk on the way. The city of Essia had already been evacuated, and the remaining people were either soldiers and mercenaries of the Freedom Federation or players. The vast and mighty demonic spider army was still very eye-catching. In order not to cause any unnecessary trouble, the macaw did not bring the entire spider demon army into the city. Instead, it arranged for a priest, warrior, and some priests to stay outside the city. It brought the remaining core members of the Spider Demon Empire into the city to meet Link. Along the way, the macaw only explained the situation with a few words, saying that it had convinced the Spider Demon Empress and was willing to form an alliance with the Freedom Federation to fight against the alien invaders together. Benjamin wanted to ask why the macaw was treated so well. It was no different from a king traveling. The macaw kept Link in suspense, waiting to explain in detail when it saw him. When the macaw arrived at the tent, Link had been waiting at the door for a long time. When the demonic spider army had first appeared, the sand rats had noticed the abnormality and immediately sent the news back. Under Swarm Commander mode, Link noticed the return of the macaw and the silver demons. At the same time, he discovered a large number of spider demons. What did this mean? It meant that sending the macaw and the silver demon to carry out the mission was a great success. Seeing Link, the macaw jumped down from the carriage and rushed to Link's side like a gust of wind. It hugged Link's leg and wailed, "Boss, I almost didn't get to see you." The silver demon, on the other hand, restrained his impulse and stayed with the other priests. He did not go forward to pay special respects and did not expose himself. Not bad. You've only been out for a few days and you've brought back an army of over 10,000 demonic spiders. Link complimented. He really wanted to know the story behind it. The macaw wiped its snot on Link's pants and said, "The twists and turns in this journey are truly difficult and can't be explained in 3 days and 3 nights. Boss, come with me first, I'll introduce you." Then, under the introduction of the macaw, Link and the visiting high-ranking officials of the Spider Demon Empire entered the tent for a preliminary friendly exchange. They also decided to sign the agreement and the ceremony tomorrow. At night, the macaw, Link, Benjamin, and the Duke had a long conversation, telling the story of its journey with the silver demon from the ruins to the spider demon's lair in detail. Link had thought that this would be a soul-stirring story. However, after the macaw started its lecture, Link realized that he was wrong, very wrong. After the macaw finished speaking, it picked up the water bottle and started gulping down the water. Link looked at Benjamin and the Duke, feeling embarrassed. Then, he looked at the self-satisfied macaw and gave it a thumbs up. "You're the best, you're a man who lives off a woman. You should just be called Jindawa, the tiger of the wasteland." Although Benjamin didn't know why it was Jindawa, the tiger of the wasteland, this didn't prevent him from admiring the macaw. The Duke was even more dumbfounded. What kind of fairy tale was this? Interracial love? 580 The Spider Demon Assault Team. Although the macaw didn't understand the Jindawa, the tiger of the wasteland, it didn't stop it from doing reading comprehension. Link's sincere gaze and thumbs up showed his approval of her amazing achievements. The macaw's wings were on its hips, and its nostrils were almost raised to the sky. It was also proud of the results of its harvest. Although there was a small interlude in the middle, and the role of seduction changed from the silver demon to himself, the result was still very good. "It's no big deal as Link's personal secretary, I've been influenced by him. It's just to bring the Freedom Federation and the Spider Devil Empire together. It's not a big project. Isn't this a piece of cake?" The macaw covered its face and laughed, using the most humble expression to say the most arrogant words. Link looked at the covenant on the table written in both human and spider languages. He sighed and said, "You're now the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire, just below the Spider Demon Queen. You've accomplished more than what you've been asked to do." The macaw flapped its wings and sighed. "Alas, my talent and handsomeness are like the moonlight in the dark night. No matter how you try, you can't hide it. I can only say that the Spider Demon Empress has a good eye for people, a wise ruler." Benjamin and the Duke were speechless. The macaw loved to show off, but the achievements it had made were truly great. Previously, they were still worried about resisting the next invasion of the alien planet. In the end, the macaw had brought back an army of tens of thousands of spider demons, and the two sides had officially formed an alliance to fight against the alien planet together. The macaw was now the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire. Its status was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. It was deeply trusted by the Empress. When it was with the Empress in private, it had the final say, and the Empress did not dare to disobey. When Link gave the mission to Jin and the Silver Demon, he did not expect such a thing to happen. It was true that as long as the macaw was involved, there were infinite possibilities. The macaw sat on the wicker chair like a popinjay, swinging one leg outside the wicker chair. "And the Queen has said that she's urging for this alliance. There are many underground spider demons, and this is only a portion of them. She can send more troops if needed. Besides that, the Queen also wants to promote stable communication between the underground world and the surface world. She doesn't want to return to the previous state of isolation after defeating the alien planet." Link's brows twitched. Although he had never met the Spider Queen, he could understand her intentions through the macaw. Although the main reason for this was because of the macaw, they were able to exchange information. Otherwise, Lao Jin would definitely choose to return to her side after the battle. The Spider Demon Empress naturally realized this. However, this was a good thing for Link and the entire wasteland. As long as the macaw acted as a link, the relationship between the Freedom Federation and the Spider Demon Empire would continue. With the wide communication between the two, the players would have the opportunity to come into contact with the culture and classes of the spider demons. Priest, and Shadow Priest were rare classes that only the spider demons had. The wasteland's rich underground resources and underground transportation would help Link control the wasteland. There was the Heavenly Eye satellite in the sky, the Freedom Federation's troops on the ground, and the Spider Demon Empire underground. It was truly a comprehensive formation. And Benjamin and the Duke were still wary of the Spider Demon Empire. They had lived on the wasteland for so long, but they had never known that there was such a species under the surface of the wasteland. The size and number of people in the empire were shocking. The most amazing thing about the spider demons was that they had a special civilization system, similar to ancient human culture. If such an empire that lived under everyone's feet had the ambition to swallow up the humans, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Now, even if they were to join forces with the humans and live in peace. However, the two species had huge differences in both culture and habits, and these problems would become the point of conflict. Although the macaw was the prime minister of the royal family, it couldn't control everything. Once the two sides clashed, it was possible to escalate. Link had already thought of a solution to their worries. This is easy. We can open up a special area for the Spider Demon Empire to build its own city. They would first organize an official-level exchange and trade study, then unveil the veil of the spider demons and spread science to the people. Finally, they would open up civil exchange activities, step by step. Whether it's humans or spider demons, there's a good buffer for them to understand and adapt to each other. Benjamin was stunned for a moment, then said, "So you've already thought it through, Chancellor?" Then our worries were completely unnecessary. Most of the players on the wasteland were pugilists or espers, so there was only one type of player. Now that he had the opportunity, the mystical classes of the spider demons were worth learning to expand the complexity of the game. The Duke also sighed. The spider demons have a hard shell made of chitin and are good at digging holes. The spider demons are agile and use special weapons. The spider demon assistant was good at magic and could heal the damage caused by curses. The spider demon warriors were huge, and their effects far exceeded that of tanks. They could sweep the battlefield over a large area. With the addition of the Spider Devil Empire, it should be much easier to deal with the next alien planet attack. Link suddenly caught on to the main point in the Duke's words. The spider demons had a hard shell made of chitin. As everyone knew, chitin outer shell was a type of high-strength biological outer shell material that was resistant to high temperature and pressure. The otherworldly demons relied on their outstanding physical attributes to withstand the debuffs of the Sand of Time. In that case, the spider demons could also rely on their chitin shells to withstand the pressure of using the Sand of Time. Old Jin, help me select 10 demonic spider guards with excellent physical fitness and outstanding strength. I have a use for them. The macaw and Link were old partners, so they instantly understood what he meant. All right, all right, all right. Wait a moment, I'll go make the arrangements. Benjamin and the Duke sensibly found an excuse to leave, leaving to attend to the construction of the fortifications and the work of the soldiers. Not long after, Old Jin came in with 10 demonic spider guards. He grinned and said, "These are the Queen's trusted guards. They are loyal and reliable, so they are the most suitable for fusion evolution." When the demonic spider guards learned that they were going to be modified and evolved, they had no objections. After all, the spider demons had a strict hierarchy, and the Queen had ordered them to listen to all of Jin's instructions. Safety was their top priority, and Jin was now the Prime Minister of the royal family, so he was a man of his word. He didn't have to waste any time on words. Link took out the remaining 10 sets of Sand of Time. When he saw the 100% compatibility rate on the synthesis interface, Link's brows relaxed and he felt relieved. Soon, the 10 spider demons had all turned into blood cocoons. The essence of the Sand of Time had been absorbed by Link and poured into the spider demons' bodies. After a few hours, the first spider demon assault team would be able to make an official appearance. 581 A clue that spans 1,000 years. Late at night. The lights in the command tent were still on. The soldiers passing by or patrolling couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. The head of state was really worried about the wasteland. Inside the tent, Link was holding a cup of coffee. He was browsing through documents while waiting for the 10 blood cocoons to hatch. The macaw at the side followed suit. It held a bottle of drink and shook it on the rattan chair, waiting for the spider demon guard to break out of its cocoon. Action as shown in the picture. In the latter half of the night, the frequency of patrols outside decreased significantly. Only the rhythmical crackling of firewood burning in the brazier could be heard. At the same time, the hardened blood cocoon in the tent also cracked. The blood cocoon shook, and the demonic spider inside struggled to break free. It then used its tentacles to tear the blood cocoon apart. After the synthesis, the appearance of the demonic spider guard didn't change much from its original appearance. The only difference was that there were some flowing light-like patterns on its abdominal cavity. His upper body, which was originally standing upright, was now gradually leaning forward in order to better suit the mechanics of the body. This reduced the area that he could exert force on, and also reduced the pressure on the demonic spider's spine. The rulers on its forelimbs had also increased in number, extending out from both sides of its body. It was covered in a layer of thick, streamlined shell, looking sharp and aggressive. Link checked the spider demon guard's information and saw the combined data. Monster attributes. Name, Underground Assassin. Quality, Blue. Race, Spider Devil. Attribute, Darkness. Level, 35+, Elite. Initial Skill 1, Ground Shrinking LVL 5, rapidly burrow into the ground and increase movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds, 5 times per day. Initial Skill 2, Combo LV3, Nerubian Assassin has a 30% chance to create a combo when attacking the target twice. Initial Skill 3, Time Backtrack LV1, allows the Crypt Assassin to return to the state and position 10 seconds ago. Cooldown time, 3 days. Initial Skill 4, Venomous Bug Spit, Nerubian Assassins can use close combat weapons, while long-range attacks are by spitting venomous bugs. Evaluation, Excellent Assassin Potential. The skill of the demonic spider guard turning into a crypt assassin was also quite powerful. 10 underground assassins emerged from their cocoons and appeared in front of Link. The crypt assassin's jaw opened and closed as it opened its mouth, and a hoarse voice came from its throat. The demon spider language was a minority language. Link had not mastered it, so he could not understand what they were saying. However, the macaw beside him was already excited and quickly translated for Link. They said that they'd pledge their loyalty to Link. But since you can't even speak the spider demon language, I'll be in charge of these 10 underground assassins. Link opened his mouth, but the words that came out of his mouth became, I'll leave it to you. First of all, considering his current relationship with the Spider Demon Empire, it was not convenient for Link to bring 10 crypt assassins with him. Secondly, there was a language problem. He still had to rely on the macaw to translate his orders. Since the macaw had spoken, Link decided to give it some face. The macaw rubbed its hands in excitement. With such an elite group of guards, its safety at the front line was guaranteed. The macaw yawned. Since it's already hatched, it's getting late. I'll go back and rest. I still have to prepare for the alliance ceremony and do an interview with the TV station tomorrow morning. Go ahead if you don't return at night, I'm afraid the higher UPS of the demonic spiders will be waiting anxiously. Although the macaw relied on a soft rice to survive, it still valued the position and job of the Imperial Prime Minister that the Empress had given it. It was very responsible. Since he had brought out so many demonic spiders, he had to settle them down. With his wings on his back, he swaggered out of the tent, followed by 10 burrow assassins, looking quite impressive. The next day, Essia held a grand concluding ceremony. Although there were no citizens in the city, all the soldiers were present except for the necessary defensive forces. As for players, they would never miss a show, not to mention the matter of the Spider Demon Empire. That's right, ever since the sudden appearance of the Spider Demon Empire yesterday, the players had developed a strong interest in this new race. A race that lived under the wasteland with a complete civilization and was completely different from the known race. This sense of mystery brought a new experience to the players. In just one night, there was no news of the wasteland's victory over the alien planet on the forum. Instead, there were posts like the sudden appearance of the spider demons and the sudden reversal of the plot, my opinion, Macaw's life as a double spy, the self-cultivation of the best actor, old Jin's, the spider demon empire's plan of doing things in the dark, I've seen through everything, and other posts. They were basically all players fantasizing about the sudden appearance of the spider demons and their unruly speculations. Just the day before, there were posts praising Link's awesomeness. In the blink of an eye, they had all turned into Conan and started to play with reasoning. Hee. Of course, in addition to the parties involved in the alliance, there was also the most important role, the photography team of Zhuge TV station. Not only did this combat team bring first-hand war videos to the wasteland, but they also brought the scene of the cooperation agreement between the Freedom Federation and the Spider Demon Empire. It could be said that this small team of cameramen had played an important role in allowing the audience to understand the situation at the front line. In addition to the actual shooting of the large-scale exhibition, there was also this historical moment. The photography team's products could be said to be productive. From the interviews of the two commanders, Benjamin and the Duke, to the lives of the frontline soldiers, to the situation of the Inhumans, the photography team filmed and interviewed the frontline personnel from all aspects, bringing the latest news and programs to the audience behind. We are fortunate enough to witness this historical moment. The Overwatch Alliance, signed by the Supreme Leader of the Freedom Federation, Link, and the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire, Macaw, has officially come into effect. From today onwards, the Freedom Federation and the Spider Demon Empire would work together to reach a consensus on the development, utilization, and security of the wasteland. The wasteland is our home, and we need to work together. In the future, the two sides would have in-depth cooperation in economy, trade, culture, and other aspects. In addition, the Freedom Federation will recognize the Spider Demon Empire's underground authority. At the same time, the Spider Demon Empire will recognize the principle of one wasteland, which is that the Freedom Federation will be the only legal government on the wasteland, and Link will be the supreme leader of the Freedom Federation, Qian. After listening to the Overwatch Alliance and the declaration of Essia seriously, the players who were watching the show expressed that they were great. His entire person had been edified and sublimated. It could even be fast-forwarded to the establishment of the Spider Demon Dan branch. Other than that, Link also gave the Spider Demon Empire a piece of land in the Gobi Desert between Etha and New West Asia. It was more than 20 kilometers away from Etha, allowing them to build their first city on land. After Lin Ke and the Macaw signed and exchanged documents, they shook hands and took pictures in front of the camera. "You really don't need my help?" Link asked with a smile. The Macaw chuckled. "Please don't. The construction skills of the spider demons are top-notch. I'll arrange for a messenger to bring the news back and ask the Queen to gather the spider demon craftsmen to rush to the construction. I believe that it won't be long before an eye-catching city of spider demons rises from the ground." Soon, the materials shot at the front line were transmitted to Shandu. After editing and post-production, they were turned into a TV program for thousands of households. There were many things happening on the wasteland every day, but in recent days, everyone's eyes were focused on Essia in the southwest. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Essia, two special existences went against the flow and crossed the eastern border of Shandu, arriving at a dense primitive forest at the junction of Day, Shandu, and scattered lands. Fu was panting. The primitive forest was covered in mud and many mosquitoes. Fu's entire body was wrapped in a sealed plastic suit from head to toe. He also had a large gas mask on his face, covering his eyes, nose, and mouth. The plastic coat under his feet was divided into two parts. The part that stepped into the mud was the color of the mud, and the part on his knee was dry and scabbed grey mud. Fu was panting. The mud was too hard to pull out. Once it reached his calves, it was as if something was sucking him up. The spirit vulture palace was exposed to the air, and it was tied to his back by a spirit chain. A small opening appeared in the Ling vulture palace, and a rich blue-green soul wormed out of the opening, talking to Fu. According to the ancient book, there was a rebellion within the pharaoh's royal family 515 years ago. The branch royal family escaped from the desert with the pharaoh's treasures and came to the jungle to establish a new regime. They recuperated here. According to the other documents I've read, this separation was the start of the pharaoh's royal family's decline. After that, the pharaoh dynasty lasted for 100 years. Human society overthrew this feudal rule and entered a new society. At the end of the dynasty, various inheritances were lost, and the high priest group had no useful people, so they were easily overthrown. Pharaoh Tumen said. What about this branch, how's the development going? Fu asked as they walked. According to the historical records, after this family settled down in the jungle, they reclaimed farmland, built temples, and continued to live according to the ancient system. They also created a grand occasion. However, 450 years ago, it was said that all the clansmen put down their work and went into the depths of the jungle overnight. Since then, they disappeared mysteriously and never appeared again. You know so much about things that happened over 400 years ago. Fu couldn't help but ask, attracted by this mysterious story. Later on, some people from the outside world came to the jungle and found that the place they lived in was in a hurry to leave. All kinds of farm tools were scattered on the ground, and a project that was half done came to an abrupt end, so there was this record. After that, many people who were greedy for the treasures of the pharaoh's branch came to explore the temple, but all of them met with mishaps after entering the temple. The only person who escaped from the temple alive also became crazy. He said that there were suffocating dirty things in the temple and then repented for his greed for entering the temple to find treasures. But even so, this person died a strange death 3 months later. These were all recorded down by people. From then on, there were rumors that the pharaoh branches in the forest had suddenly died because they had collectively suffered some kind of curse. The places they used to live in were also cursed. Anyone who dares to approach them will die a strange death. Fu shuddered and said with a trembling voice, "So you are directing me to the ruins of the temple to kill me with the curse of the pharaoh?" As expected, you still revealed your fangs, he. Pharaoh Tumen was very depressed, and he didn't know whether Fu was really stupid or just pretending. If the pharaoh's royal family had such a powerful curse, it wouldn't have been overthrown later. Although it was possible that there was filth in the temple, all the evidence now showed that it was very likely to have advanced knowledge and clues to the divine weapon. If we don't go in, we might never be able to help Link deal with the alien invasion. Fu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth after a while. Tisk, even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, I'll still have to go. The extraterrestrial civilization was powerful, and only advanced knowledge could change the fate of the wasteland. As the younger brother, I should share the burden with the boss. Good. Pharaoh Tumen clapped. What a touching master-servant relationship. Fu rolled his eyes at Pharaoh Tumen. This 1,000-year-old man had always coveted his body and abilities. Previously, he'd tried to sow discord between him and Link in various ways. Seeing that he wasn't moved, he started being sarcastic again. And then what? We can't just keep walking like this, right? Fu asked in a bad mood. Pharaoh Tumen looked around and then muttered to himself, according to the records, this place is now the ruins of the temple. Combined with the subsequent astronomical and meteorological records, due to geographical changes and human activity, there have been one violent earthquake and flood here. The temple is likely to be buried under the mud. Fu was angry when he heard this. What kind of answer was this? This was the same as not saying anything. The primeval forest was so big, and the ground was filled with mud. How could they find it if they said that it should be under the mud? It wasn't realistic to remove all the mud. You're serious? At the very least, tell me the rough area. With such a large primitive forest, by the time we find the temple, even the wasteland will have fallen. Or rather, you didn't actually find the exact location and just guessed it, right? The Pharaoh Tumen frowned slightly. What a guy. After staying here for a few days, this fat-headed and big-eared Fu actually knows how to make fun of people. He's really a traitor. You're right. I can only confirm that it happened in this generation from historical records and documents, but the specific location can't be verified due to modern human activities and natural changes. But just because I don't know, it doesn't mean that others don't know. Tumanfa's face didn't turn red, and he wasn't panting, as if he didn't know what he was doing. Who else knows? You. Link told me that if I encounter an uncertain or unsolvable problem, I should let you judge as you wish. It's always been magical. Pharaoh Tuman's soul moved closer to Fu and squinted at him. Or are you saying that Link is just bragging and you don't actually have this ability? Fu's fists were clenched tightly, and the fat on his face trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can insult me, but you can't insult the boss." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu entered the translucent spiritualization state and plunged into the mud. Everything before him was dark. The Pharaoh Tuman was truly panicking. He couldn't see anything around him, and he didn't know his exact location. Moreover, Fu's spiritualism had a time limit. If he didn't get out when the time was up, there would be no oxygen underground, and the pressure would be huge. Once he exited the spiritualism state, he would suffocate to death in the mud. If Fu died, his soul would be parasitized in the Vulture Palace, but his mechanical body would be in his backpack. He would be completely finished. Fu, I'm just saying. Don't let your emotions get the better of you, Pharaoh Tuman comforted him with a trembling voice. 580 to 100 million types of circulation. Fu's breathing was heavy, and he didn't listen to Pharaoh Tuman's words. You're the one who said Link was just bragging, and you're the one who's telling me not to act on impulse. Right and wrong were all up to Pharaoh Tuman's words, and Fu was really unconvinced. Since the boss said that he believed in his own judgment, what right did you, Pharaoh Tuman, who has expired for more than 1,000 years, have to give orders? According to the latest garbage classification principles in the Sand City, things like Pharaoh Tuman were considered expired garbage. Fu, I was just joking. The space under the mud is so thick and large. How can we find the temple in such a short time? Let's come out and look for clues first. Pharaoh Tuman was truly afraid. If he was the slightest bit careless in this wave, he would play with fire and burn himself. This was mud, not like children playing in it. Pharaoh Tuman was full of regret. He wanted to cry but had no tears. If he had known, he wouldn't have teased this one-track-minded guy. Now, he was also done for. After waiting for more than 1,000 years, he was finally resurrected. He didn't want to suffocate to death in the dark mud. However, before he could speak again, the dark scene in front of him suddenly changed, and a spot of light appeared. The surrounding scene gradually began to materialize in his trance. There was a lot of dark moss growing on the mottled stone walls. A large amount of water vapor had gathered at the top of the tunnel, making it extremely humid. It condensed into beads of water above his head and dripped down. However, Fu didn't stop after seeing this. Before Pharaoh Tuman could carefully examine this place, Fu directly passed through the stone wall, and the scene before him changed again, returning to darkness. It's over there. It went off course. Pharaoh Tuman's expression changed as if he was a passenger who was ordering his driver to stop. Unfortunately, Fu didn't stop and continued to run. The scene in front of him turned from black to bright again. This time, not only could he see the stone wall clearly, but he could also see the bones on the ground. They were lying on the ground in a twisted posture, and there were hideous scratch marks on the wall. Unsurprisingly, these were the outsiders who had entered the temple at that time. They were all trapped here, and it was unknown what they had encountered before they died. All right, quickly stop here. This is the place. Pharaoh Tuman spoke again, but the result was the same. Fu completely ignored him. Dark, bright, dense mist. The images in front of Pharaoh Tuman kept alternating between the two, and the interior of the temple became clearer and clearer. The various mechanisms, settings, and sculptures in the temple were all similar to the aesthetic style of the Pharaoh dynasty when he was alive. It was almost certain that this was the temple built by the branch of the pharaoh. Although it had been developed by itself, it still followed the old style and sacrificial system. "We're really here. Don't run anymore. If you keep running, you'll be out." Pharaoh Tumen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was like a little girl who was being threatened by a criminal while walking on the road at night, and no one would respond even if he shouted until he broke his throat. Fu continued to run, passing through the tomb where the fake pharaoh was buried under the temple, crossing the altar and returning to the darkness. This time, the darkness was particularly long. Pharaoh Tumen drooped listlessly on a Fu's shoulder, his arms hanging down and swinging left and right as the spiritualized Fu ran. He looked like a salted fish. In any case, Fu wouldn't listen to anything he said now, so he might as well leave it to fate. Forget about remembering the location of the temple, whether he could escape after the spiritualization was over was another matter. Just as Pharaoh's Tumen were broken and laid listlessly on Fu's shoulders, the darkness in front of them was swept away, replaced by a dazzling golden brilliance. The Pharaoh Tumen was in a soul state, but he subconsciously reached out to cover his eyes. The moment Fu broke through the wall, his spiritualism disappeared, and the scene in front of him was shocking. There were countless gold coins, gems, bottles and sculptures made of gold, as well as all kinds of precious materials and treasure chests. It was a dazzling sight. Even the Pharaoh Tumen, the founder of the prosperous Pharaoh dynasty 1,000 years ago, couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream when he saw the astonishing wealth in front of him. This wealth Kazaya was truly a little too shocking. This is the place. Fu had her hands on her hips, her face brimming with a brilliant expression. His premonition told him that he would definitely find something here. The scene quickly flashed through Pharaoh Tumen's mind, and he suddenly realized, the tomb above the temple is indeed the tomb of the pseudo-pharaohs of the past generations. Most people would think that this is all they have. They did not expect that there would be hidden spaces in the deeper layers. This is the real core of the temple and where all the wealth of this branch is. The Pharaoh Tumen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It turned out that the Pharaoh dynasty had developed terrifyingly after his death. Even a branch of the pharaoh after splitting up had such terrifying wealth. Of course, what excited him the most wasn't the wealth, but the treasure chests and bookshelves mixed with the gold. The knowledge on these bookshelves was most likely the advanced knowledge that he had been dreaming of. "Quick, Fu, let me out. These books might contain advanced knowledge." Fu naturally wouldn't forget the main point of this mission. Without saying anything, he released Pharaoh Tumen and took out his soul box from his strengthening backpack. The soul of Pharaoh Tumen entered the soul box. The soul fire under the golden mask was reignited, and the power of soul filled his body. Fu then took out a measuring instrument from his backpack. After the progress light flashed for a while, the output results appeared on the screen. The air quality is good, no bacteria, no viral substances, and the oxygen content is 30% suitable for human breathing. Fu took off his gas mask with relief and tried to take a breath. He was relieved when he didn't feel anything unusual. This simple analysis device was specially made for him by Helen. After learning that Fu was going on a long journey to carry out a mission, she had specially made this device as a gift. Pharaoh Tumen quickly walked to the bookshelf and began to flip through the books, like an addict eager to find the answers. Fu decided to take advantage of this time to wander around the secret chamber of the treasure to look for other clues. Although gold and jewelry moved people's hearts, neither of the two here put gold and jewelry in their eyes. One of them was reading the book attentively, while the other was walking around the secret chamber of the treasure to look for other clues. However, as he read, his temper became more and more irritable. No, still no. He had read all the books here before. Although the medical, agricultural, architecture, and astronomy knowledge of the ancient Pharaoh dynasty had been discovered and improved by the later generations, they were still the same as the Pharaoh dynasty in essence and were not advanced knowledge at all. After looking through it, the only useful thing was a thick book about the history of the Pseudo dynasty. The entire history recorded the chronicle of the Pseudo dynasty from its division to its migration to the jungle, where it reproduced and recuperated. When he reached the end of the book, he didn't find any information about advancement or divine weapons. He couldn't even find the words. But in the end, Pharaoh Tumen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but become serious. The end came. The dark shadows covered the sky. Everyone put down their work and fled in all directions. The light in the temple weakened, the statue that was glowing dimmed, and the inextinguishable basin fire swayed back and forth. This disaster is completely caused by our greed. Perhaps after this battle, our race will be consigned to eternal damnation. I hope that the pharaohs and desert gods of the past generations can bless us and praise you for your mayfly. The handwriting towards the end was rather scribbled. It could be seen that it was written in a state of complete panic, especially the traces of the last few words. It was completely rushed. The shape and handwriting were unusually simple. Fortunately, the ancient characters were different and easy to distinguish. A tribulation caused by greed, what? Pharaoh Tumen was confused. According to the biographies and information he had read before, the outsiders had come to the Jungle dynasty, but they had not found anyone from the Ramon dynasty. There were no corpses, and there were no signs of fighting. Everyone had escaped into the jungle together, and no one knew where they had gone. Everything was verified when combined with this record. When the members of the Ramon dynasty learned that a certain threat was approaching, they put down everything they were doing and fled into the depths of the forest. Their goal was to avoid the so-called final calamity. However, after hiding in the depths of the forest, these descendants of the Ramon dynasty had all disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated overnight. What kind of terrible disaster could have caused such an outcome? In their respective records, people had explored the jungle, but they had not found the corpses of the descendants of the Ramon dynasty, nor any traces of living activities. Pharaoh Tumen closed the book regretfully. This was the last book he had found, and he didn't gain anything after reading it all. Instead, he had more questions. Fu, did you find anything on your side? Pharaoh Tumen asked. Fu shrugged helplessly. This secret chamber was specially designed to store the wealth of the Ramon dynasty. There were clear traces of man-made excavation on the stone walls, and there were no embossed or murals. There were only mountains of treasures. Perhaps it was because he had run after spiritualizing and also because he had searched for a while. Fu's breathing was heavy and he was panting a little. He casually placed his hand on the arm of a golden statue beside him. However, the golden arm of the sculpture suddenly made a crisp cracking sound, and the chest of the golden sculpture suddenly opened. The opening happened to be on the edge of the clothes. The clever decorative patterns covered up the mechanism, and it could not be seen from the outside. Fu fell to the ground, rubbing the place where he had fallen and grumbling, "What kind of broken sculpture is this? The quality is so poor." Seeing the open chest of the golden sculpture, Pharaoh Tumen couldn't help but walk forward and see a thin book inside. Fafa Elder Tumen took out the book, and there was a row of large words on it, a handbook of the Laman dynasty's fathom. The pharaoh's letter was hidden in such a secret location. There must be some hidden secret in it. Pharaoh Tumen opened the letter immediately and saw many secrets that were not recorded. Fu saw the small book taken out of the statue's chest and forgot the pain. She stood up, patted the book casually, and moved closer to Pharaoh Tumen to read it. It recorded all the secrets of Pharaoh Ramon after he left the desert branch, and none of these things were recorded in the previous year's book. For example, in the past, Pharaoh Ramon had colluded with the dynasty's chief priest, Aner, and created chaos with the other nobles of the dynasty in an attempt to usurp the throne. After the failure, they had no choice but to gather their men and escape to the jungle with their subordinates in order to restore the country. In order to help restore the Ramon dynasty and seize the position of the pharaoh, the chief priest, Esnir, began to try to get his hands on an even more powerful force. According to the records in the handbook, if he succeeded, not only would he be able to establish a pharaoh dynasty, but he would also be able to claim the entire planet. The letter also said that this power was an idea that Aner had come up with when he saw the magic box of the preachers by chance. He had borrowed the runes on the surface of the magic box and the records in the ancient scrolls of the pharaoh priests. Pharaoh Tumen and Afa watched with great interest. Indeed, humans were all gossip mongers. He had almost fallen asleep after flipping through the serious yearbook. This thin personal letter made him beam with joy. He was very interested in the things that actually happened but were kept secret. Especially Pharaoh Tumen. Even through the golden mask, he could feel his burning gaze. Pharaoh Tumen had read the yearbook before, and now he was even more clear about the reasons for some of the things that had happened in it. The reason for the incident written in the yearbook was one thing, but the actual reason was only known by some of the higher UPS, including SPHYNX Cat. This was also a method he often used when he was in power, a policy to fool the people. After all, if some of the facts were really revealed, it would cause a mutiny. But when he turned to the second last page, his excited eyes suddenly brightened. May 17th, year 47 of the new calendar. At that time, the evacuation was too rushed after the coup was discovered, and some important things were not brought out. Although Aner has referred to the rune words and the ancient books of the High Priest Hall, he still lacks the support of knowledge in certain aspects. Fortunately, I still have a spy in the old dynasty, and the key has been handed over to a reliable confidant. As long as I can get the support of Sharbak and obtain the knowledge, the Ramon dynasty will be able to accumulate enough power to overthrow the old dynasty and return to the orthodox position. Some key words were mentioned in the letter, which made Pharaoh Tumen immediately connect everything. A small portion of the ancient books in the priest temple was advanced knowledge. However, the knowledge of the priest temple had been strictly controlled during the dynasty. Those who spread it would be sentenced to death. In addition, the dynasty had been in turmoil several times. In the later stages, the original knowledge was incomplete, let alone part of the advanced knowledge. The second was the runes of the magic box of the preacher's family. It was said that this item was a product of the extraterrestrial civilization and contained high-level knowledge. In that case, the knowledge that Patriarch Ramon had obtained from Sharbak was most likely the so-called advanced knowledge. The Pharaoh Tumen had seen Sharbak before when he was reviewing the history of the later generations. This man was a general at the end of the Orthodox Pharaoh dynasty, and the place he guarded happened to be the current Shazu. As a result, Suanji. They had come from Shandu in search of the so-called advanced knowledge, and it turned out that the advanced knowledge had been in Shandu for hundreds of years. The Pharaoh Tumen was eager to know what happened next, so he turned to the last page. It was the same scribbled handwriting, the same words filled with despair. It's too late. I've already heard the curses and calls in the air. None of my people will be able to escape this calamity. 583 The discovery in the secret treasure chamber. That was all. Pharaoh Tumen was anxious. He continued to flip through the pages and only saw the back cover of the handbook. There was no follow-up. What about the follow-up of contacting Sharbak? What about the follow-up of advanced knowledge? There was nothing. Pharaoh Tumen opened the handbook again and saw the date on the last page. It was June 5th, year 47 of the new calendar. It had been less than 20 days since he had sent someone to contact Sharbak. Pharaoh Tumen's heart went cold. He had finally found a clue about the advanced knowledge, but it had stopped before he could be happy. It felt like he had just pooped and was suddenly cut off, and he couldn't continue pooping. It wasn't really suffocating, but he felt more uncomfortable. It stopped abruptly, There was no follow-up. Tumunfar was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After he came out of the ruins, he had spent a week to study the history of the desert. The first thing he came into contact with and was most concerned about was the history of the desert. In the history books, Sharbak had always been a fan of the old dynasty, at least in the history books. He ruled the desert city of Sharbak, which was the predecessor of the Sand City. After his death, he was buried by the pharaoh as if he was a royal. The desert city that he had been guarding was also named after him, so his status was not low. However, it was this person who had been placed as a chess piece in the old dynasty in Pharaoh Ramon's letter. It was really unexpected. If what was written in the letter was true, then the class advancement knowledge was stored in ancient Shabark. However, he had read the history of Shandu, from the evolution of the old dynasty to the modern society, to the wasteland calendar. From a few thousand people stationed in a pass, to a trade border city with tens of thousands of people, to the 3 special cities with a population of 15 million, the history was extremely detailed. There was no clue about the class advancement knowledge. Even with Link's complete control of the Sand City, he still couldn't find any records of advanced knowledge. This clue was basically useless. Seeing the excitement in Pharaoh Tumen's eyes turn into cold water, Fu couldn't help but ask, "What? Are the clues useless?" The Pharaoh Tumen nodded. This wave of hope and despair had intertwined so quickly. Didn't it say that the advanced knowledge is with Sharbak? Sharbak was a general of the old dynasty and he was the one who guarded the earthen city of Sharbak. After the dynasty was overthrown, this place was given a new name, Sharbak. Fu did not understand the first part of the sentence. As a slave from the desert, it was enough for him to be literate. He had only learned how to calculate the history of the future. He had no interest in the history of the past, which was hundreds or thousands of years. However, he understood the second half of the sentence. This advanced knowledge was in Shandu. Arg! In Shandu! At first, Fu exclaimed in surprise like Pharaoh's Tumen, but then he suddenly reacted, looking extremely depressed. That shouldn't be the case. If it was in the Sand capital, there's no way boss wouldn't have found out. The control of the Sand capital is unprecedentedly high. In the past, only humans ruled the city, but during Link's reign, all the rats, insects, and birds in the city were almost all pets. Their control over the city was terrifying. Ah Fu lowered his head in a daze. They had followed the clues to come here, and they had been exposed to the wind, the sun, and the rain. After working for half a day, the final clue led them back to Shandu. Did that mean that they were lonely when they came out to investigate? What's there to investigate in Shandu? There are no clues at all. Pharaoh Tumen sighed as if he had accepted his fate. He closed the letter and handed it to Fu. Put this book away first. When you go back, you'll have an explanation. Also, you can put as much treasure as you can in your bag. Fu took the letter and stuffed it into his backpack. Then, he looked at the gold, silver, and gold statues in front of him. He was furious. He had to bear with the annoying Pharaoh Tumen. He had spent so much time and effort, but in the end, it was all in vain. Now, he could only bring some treasures back to report on his mission. A sense of guilt welled up in his heart for not letting his boss down. Fu first stuffed the mechanical golden man into his backpack, then walked to the front of a statue of a wolf-headed god with white eyes. The wolf-headed man's fierce expression immediately made Fu furious. What are you staring at? What are you so smug about? I'll melt you into liquid gold when we get back. After saying that, he rudely stuffed the golden body of death god Anubis into his backpack. However, just as Fu was holding the scale in Anubis's hand, the scepter that represented power in Anubis' other hand suddenly fell. At the same time, the diamond-inlaid top of the scepter fell off, and a small sheepskin scroll fell out from the hollow handle. The angry Fu and the dejected Pharaoh Tumen were both stunned when they saw the palm-sized sheepskin scroll on the ground. What? Fu blurted out. There's so many traps in a secret treasure chamber? Are you crazy? Pharaoh Tumen quickly picked up the goatskin scroll on the ground and read it. He was immediately shocked. On one hand, he was shocked by Fu's luck. This luck completely violated the law of causality. It was not scientific at all and was completely unreasonable. On the other hand, he was shocked by the contents of the sheepskin scroll. The contents of the sheepskin scroll were very simple. There were only some very short words and a scribbled picture. It looked like a user's manual. At this time, Fu also came over and tiptoed to see the contents of the sheepskin scroll. A simple black L was drawn on the sheepskin scroll, and a few words were written beside it. Only a supreme token can unlock knowledge from beyond the heavens. When the two meet, the dusty treasure will shake the entire planet. Fu's eyes lit up as she pointed at the goatskin scroll and said excitedly, "Knowledge from beyond the heavens, this is called advanced knowledge, right? It means that the activation of advanced knowledge requires a token. Where is this token? Could it be here?" Pharaoh Tumen glanced at Fu with a complicated expression. He had tried all kinds of ways to trick Fu into working for him, but this guy was always smart and vigilant. "Why are you so muddled when it comes to serious matters? Didn't the letter from the pharaoh say that Pharaoh Ramon had given the token to his trusted aide and went to find Sharbak? Then, before we could even get a response, the entire clan ran into the depths of the forest and disappeared." When Fu heard this, he immediately became a dejected ball of rubber. He became dispirited. So the clues are broken again. Pharaoh Tumen looked at the L mark on the sheepskin scroll and said, "It's not completely broken this time. There's an L-shaped mark on this sheepskin scroll. I think this mark must have some important meaning, otherwise it wouldn't appear on this manual like sheepskin. Also, think about it, if Sharbak had activated the advanced knowledge, then after such a long time, there would definitely be some of it. However, I've read through the history, but I haven't seen any of it. This might mean that the advanced knowledge has not been found yet." 584 Violent changes on the coast. If that's the case, then this exploration isn't completely without any gains, Fu said, scratching his head. After saying that, he seemed to remember something and stared at Pharaoh Tumen angrily. "We've made a wasted trip. It's all your fault." Pharaoh Tumen felt wronged. He had worked so hard to look up information and collect clues, but in the end, it was his fault for not getting much. "These are all your offspring, right? They've caused so much trouble, splitting up and usurping the throne, and deliberately hiding it, causing us to run around and not find the advanced knowledge. It's exactly the same as what you did in the ruins. As expected, the whole family is like this." Fu's ridicule was extremely sharp, and a set of chaotic fists directly hit the Pharaoh Tumen, who couldn't find a point to refute. The Pharaoh Tumen seemed to have been stabbed in his artery. He was stunned for a long time, and his mouth opened several times, but he couldn't think of what to say. After a while, Pharaoh Tumen walked to the side of the golden statue and began to fiddle with it, trying to open more mechanisms. However, after he touched all the statues, there was no reaction at all. The statue's frozen expression seemed to be mocking Pharaoh Tumen. No matter how hard he tried, he could only look like a clown. The Pharaoh Tumen stood at the side in a daze, looking at the golden statues that were broken. After struggling for a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. He didn't have Fu's luck, nor did he have Fu's life. Fu ran madly all the way. He had asked him to stop several times, but he ignored him. That was how they found the secret room of the treasure in one go. It was also here that Fu had randomly struck up 2 statues and triggered the mechanism to find clues. On the other hand, he had opened more than a dozen statues and gained nothing. Fu, who had finished packing up, walked up and patted Pharaoh Tumen on the shoulder. "All right, stop sighing. Let's rest here for a few hours. When my spiritualism ability has recovered, we'll go back and report." He had only found a few scattered clues here. Fortunately, he had found information about the key at the last minute. Now that all the clues had gathered in Shandu again, there was no need to loiter outside. Fu had also been using her phone to get information these days, concerned about the war on the front line. Although Boss had blocked the first wave of attacks, the alien planet would definitely not let this go. There would definitely be more terrifying attacks coming. Therefore, he had to race against time. When he returned to Sharbak, he had to look for clues related to Sharbak. Perhaps he could find advanced knowledge and help his boss before the enemy attacked. Ah Fu's luck was very good, but of course, this was only limited to himself. He would never have thought that while he was trying to help Link, Essia in the southwest of the wasteland would experience another disaster. Essia. Even though they had won a great victory, the dark clouds in the sky showed no signs of weakening. As the TV station reported the entire process of Link signing the agreement with the Macaw representative of the Spider Demon Empire on television, radio, and newspapers, the discussion about the front line reached another climax. It turned out that there was a group of strange creatures living under the wasteland. They had never known about it. The most lethal line in the Alliance Declaration was the Spider Demon Empire acknowledges the principle of only one wasteland. It only acknowledged the Freedom Federation forces under Link's rule as legitimate. In other words, it acknowledged Link's right to rule. This was undoubtedly another bargaining chip for Link's rule. Under the command of the Macaw and the Silver Demon, the Spider Demon Army began to work together with the Freedom Federation soldiers and Link's pet army to defend. The Herald returned to the Spider Demon Empire with the signed agreement and the request of the Macaw. After half a day, many Spider Demon craftsmen appeared on the front line. These Spider Demon craftsmen were divided into two groups by the Macaw. One group would help build the defensive facilities at the front line, while the other group would rush to the designated site and begin building the Spider Demon City on land. Both groups were working simultaneously. The construction techniques of the Spider Demons were quite unique, but the quality of their buildings was better than that of humans. After all, they were building an underground city, so they had a deeper understanding of the mechanical structure. The construction of the Spider Demons attracted the attention of many players. Seeing that the material-saving, lightweight construction seemed to have a stronger energy absorption effect, they could not help but sigh. How great it would be if they could communicate with the Spider Demons and learn such advanced knowledge. After seeing the mysterious civilization and various advanced technologies of the Spider Demons, some far-sighted players had already developed the idea of getting close to the Spider Demons Empire and obtaining benefits from it. However, no matter how they tried to strike up a conversation, the Spider Demons only lowered their heads and did their work, completely ignoring them. This forced the players to focus their strategy on the Macaw. The Macaw was Link's personal secretary, the manager of the Monster Security Company, and now the Royal Prime Minister of the Spider Demon Empire. It was both a surface and underground identity. As long as they learned the language of the Spider Demons from the Macaw, they would have a way to communicate with the Spider Demons. When the city of the Spider Demons, Siramis, was opened, they would be able to enter and do missions. Since he wanted to increase his reputation with the Macaw, he could only gain the favor of the Macaw if he had a high reputation with Howling Castle. The variable appeared in the comm. Just when everyone thought that the alien planet had been defeated in one wave and was preparing for the next wave of forces, no one expected that the alien planet would not play their cards according to their plan. The dark clouds that covered the sky had shrouded Aya for a month. Not only did they not dissipate, but they also became thicker. The moving dark clouds rubbed against each other, and the sky rumbled. Lightning snaked through the clouds like snakes, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The wind rose on the sea, and the whistling sound came from afar. The waves on the beach were stronger than the previous one, and the height of the waves was also getting stronger. When they hit the beach, it suddenly felt like a storm was coming. The soldiers who were guarding the front line were the first to notice the abnormality. The dark clouds in the sky had been lingering for almost a month, but there had never been any lightning or wind. The sudden extreme situation seemed to have some omens. What's going on? Why is there thunder and lightning all of a sudden? Could it be that the alien planet is preparing to retreat, and the dark clouds have dissipated after a wave of thunder and lightning and rain? Lightning, thunder, waves, and wind. How did you think that the enemy was going to retreat? Just as the soldiers were whispering to each other, another bolt of lightning spread through the dark clouds. Suddenly, someone saw a fast-moving figure in the dark clouds, but before they could say anything, the black shadow suddenly broke through the thick clouds and turned into a raging fireball, tearing through the dark clouds and revealing itself. When the soldiers and players saw this, they subconsciously stopped what they were doing. But soon, more fireballs broke through the clouds and smashed toward the shore. 585 The despairing second attack of the alien army. The soldiers and players panicked. Sensing the threat, the spider demons quickly dug a hole and hid inside. Link's pets immediately gathered in the main tent to protect their masters. More than a dozen heavenly fires fell from the sky, piercing through the clouds at an extremely fast speed and smashing toward the shore. The high-frequency friction with the air made a shaking sound that spread through the sky, which was devastatingly loud. Link immediately came out of the tent. He was stunned to see the apocalyptic red sky illuminated by the heavenly fire. He couldn't be more familiar with the scene in front of him. In the middle and late stages of the battle with the alien planet in his previous life, he had to be washed by this heavenly fire almost every day. However, this was not the same as his previous life. The alien planet had invaded ahead of time, and they had defeated the army led by the Shadowhounds and the demons. Logically speaking, the second wave should have been a tactical army composed of the Shadowhounds, demons, horror tacticians, and banshees. However, such an enemy had not appeared, but an even more terrifying enemy had appeared. This time, the alien planet was not playing by the rules. Benjamin and the Duke also came out of their tents one after another. When they saw the doomsday-like scene, their mouths were wide open. Quickly organize your troops and retreat, preserve your strength. Link ordered. The two of them were naturally unwilling. They looked at each other, not understanding why the head of state would suddenly ask them to retreat when the enemy was here. However, the two of them could sense something from Link's serious expression. This time, the enemy did not come with good intentions. Head of state, we've just finished building our fortifications and have the help of the demonic spiders. Why are we suddenly retreating? The Duke felt that the army was abundant and the fire was dense. Although the heavenly fire looked terrifying, it was not enough to retreat with a single order without even the slightest resistance. This would greatly damage the morale. You can't fight these monsters, said Link, his expression serious. There's no need to waste your lives. Even so, we can't just retreat without putting up a fight. If we do, the enemy will march straight in. Benjamin clenched his fists, a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Last time, the players and soldiers did not perform very well. They were beaten by the alien army in a single encounter. They thought that after 2 days of rest, they could regain their strength. But they didn't expect the head of state to give them the order to retreat. Link looked at Benjamin, who was holding his breath, and smiled. Of course we can't just retreat. What I mean is that all of you retreat, and I'll stay behind to deal with these army vanguards. That won't do. The two of them said in unison. At this moment, the heavenly fire violently bombarded the ground, accompanied by a loud bang and flames. The earth under their feet shook violently. The macaw appeared in front of Link with lightning speed, its face full of shock. Link, what's going on? Give the order to all the spider demons to hide underground and reduce unnecessary losses. Without my order, don't let them come out to face the enemy. Hey, what kind of order is this? The macaw was already prepared to lead the spider demon empire in battle. This battle would be the first battle for its position as the prime minister of the royal family. However, it was doused with cold water by Link the moment it arrived. There's no time to explain. Everyone, act according to our plan. The heavenly fire landed on the beach with a strong impact, creating a huge pit. The rocks in the huge pit were split into pieces, and orange flames were burning on the surface. The gamers raised their weapons and charged into the scorched earth. They saw volcanic rock-like fragments. This is also a trick of the alien planet. Isn't it a joke to hit someone with such a precise heavenly fire? It was unknown which player laughed. That's right. Although I don't know how it fell from the clouds, the killing effect is too average. The accuracy is also very poor. The heavenly fire landed on the beach and created a huge pit. When it landed in the sea, it caused water columns to splash. Some of the heavenly fire hit the fortifications and even landed in the crowd. It looked intimidating, but the actual killing effect was not comparable to the Shadow Hound demon at all. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the volcanic rock in the pit suddenly moved. All the rocks seemed to sense each other and trembled violently. They also shifted, like many pieces of magnet, they rejoined one by one. A moment later, a stone man covered in flames appeared in front of everyone. It was about 2 meters tall, and the red flames formed a protective shield on the surface of its body. The rocks on its body had cracks that were as hot as magma. When all the cracks on the rocks combined together, it looked like some kind of rune. The flames on the flaming stone man's body were enough to turn the ground under its feet into scorched earth. Some players who were close to it even had HP loss and burn notifications appear on their interface. The elemental monster that everyone was looking at now was the killing weapon of the alien invasion. It was also the most difficult to deal with among all the alien troops, the army vanguard. The players immediately used Inspect on the flaming stone man in front of them and were dumbfounded when they saw the data. Name: Army Vanguard. Race: Alien Elemental Being. Level: Plus, Elite. HP: Energy. Attribute: Unknown. Skills: Fire Sacrifice, Resistance Aura, Other Unknown. Other than the name and Elite, everything else was unknown. The players at the front line were all around level 30, and some were even level 40. However, after checking the vanguard of the army, the data was all question marks, which meant that the other party was at least 10 levels higher than him. It was not impossible to deal with an elite creature that was at least 10 levels higher. However, the army's vanguard was covered in flames. They were elemental creatures that were a combination of stone and fire, so they had extremely high resistance. The players tried to attack at the first moment, but their hot weapons hit the vanguard of the army, and the numbers that appeared above their heads made them despair. -0. Immune. -0. Immune. -0. Immune. He was immune to all firearms damage, and other long-range physical attacks were basically blocked, deflected, missed. The occasional hit would only reduce 1 HP, which was less than 1 in 10. And after 1 HP was deducted, they also saw the true HP of the army's vanguard, 8,000. While they were still in a daze, the army's vanguard cast a flame strike, and the explosion directly killed a player. The remaining players immediately scattered in all directions, not daring to face him head-on. To be able to insta-kill players, this was not something they could deal with their current strength. No matter how many of them went up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Are there any water or ice mutants who can use elements to counter elements? The players who were hiding whispered to each other, and then a mutated human came out. However, when the small water pillar and ice spear hit the army's vanguard, the extremely weak and eye-catching 1 point of damage made the mutated human players' hearts go cold. 586 retreating step by step in defeat. F***ck, how are we supposed to fight this? Only the opposing elements can cause 1 point of damage. The mutated human was in despair. He could only shoot a dozen of these water pillars or ice thorns, which would only cause a dozen points of damage at most. However, these dozen damage points were already more than the total damage dealt by the other players. Naturally, he also successfully pulled the aggro of the army's vanguard. The army's vanguard strode forward and didn't give any room for negotiation. One punch, one child. When the players saw that the water and ice-type mutants could deal damage to the army's vanguard, they thought that they had found a way to counter them. However, after seeing the high damage of 1 point, they fell into despair again. There were already very few people who could awaken water and ice abilities after using the potion in the store, and there were even fewer of them on the battlefield. In addition, the level of the army's vanguards was too high. One punch to one player, who could stand it? After killing the two mutated human players, the army's vanguard opened its lava mouth and let out a roar. His overwhelming strength had already shattered the players' confidence, and now, his swagger was the last straw that broke the players' hearts. The vanguard of the army was the most powerful fighter for the alien planet's invasion of low-leveled civilizations. They had destroyed countless troops and members of the planet that they were proud of. With the blessing of fire and violence, they had razed the entire planet to the ground, killed all those who resisted, and destroyed their backbone and spirit so that they would not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. They had become a supply station and a stepping stone for the alien planet to plunder resources. The soldiers received the order and began to retreat as they fought. The macaw found the silver demon and the other priests, and began to organize the spider demons to sneak underground and enter silent mode. Some of the impulsive players paid the price for their impulsiveness after fighting with the army's vanguard. They became the background for the army's vanguard to show their strength. Seeing this, the other players also stopped trying to show off. They were all immune to ordinary weapons, so why didn't they quickly run away and wait to be killed? However, just as they were about to retreat, the army's vanguard had already set their eyes on them and began to rush over with large strides. Although the vanguard of the army was made of heavy volcanic rocks, their mobility was not inferior at all. Their 2-meter-tall bodies did not look bloated at all when they sprinted. The players who had tried to attack not far away turned pale and got up to retreat. All sorts of crowd control skills were thrown out, but when they landed on the army vanguards, they were either immune or resistant. The difference in level made it difficult for the skills to hit. In addition, the army vanguards were tough to deal with. They had high attack and defense with AoE damage. Even if the players wanted to use their strength, it was useless. The army's vanguard created sparks along the way, and many players who were slow or left alone were killed instantly. At this moment, a blue bullet suddenly flashed through the air and hit the chest of the army's vanguard. A small piece of the volcanic rock on his chest had collapsed. The bullet mark on his chest could be clearly seen, as well as a flash of fire. This bullet was different from the others. It actually caused real damage. A 20 damage figure popped up on the head of the army's vanguard, which was more than the total damage caused by the two mutants. The fleeing players were all dumbfounded. Who was it that suddenly dealt 20 points of damage? Even the vanguards of the attacking army could not help but stop and look down at the bullet mark on their chest. Even though the damage wasn't high, it was very insulting. The flames on his body became more intense, and the players could clearly feel the fury of the army's vanguard. However, before the army vanguard could roar, another blue bullet came. This time, it was aimed at the head of the army vanguard. There was a flash of fire, and a clear bullet mark appeared on the head. The players followed the trail of the bullet and found that the warrior who fired was in a temporary shelter built on the high point of the water tank in the slums. The person who fired was the captain of the Northern Desert Wolves, Lang Feng, also known as Warwolf. The electromagnetic sniper rifle in his hand was a blue-level new energy weapon personally made by Helen, and its effect was extremely powerful. The players finally understood that they had to spend a lot of money on new weapons if they wanted to deal damage to the vanguard of the army. The army's vanguard roared and gave up on chasing the small fry in front of them. They turned and charged into the slums to kill Lang Feng. "Hurry up and run, what are you waiting for? It'll be too late if you don't run." The other players reacted one after another. Against a monster with question mark level, their strength was ordinary, and their weapons were simple. They were of no use at all. This matter of being a hero and showing off was better left to the players. Mob Lang and the others did not sit and wait for death. They set up many traps and obstacles in the slums. It was a pity that the ordinary pits and traps could only slow them down a little. However, taking advantage of this time, Desert Wolf and the others fired a round of volleys at the army's vanguard, taking out a few hundred HP. This also gave them some hope. The same situation was also happening in other places in the slums. The main forces of the major guilds such as Dragon Travels the World, the Myths, Callan's Heart, Friendship, Temple of God, and Miracle were all doing their best to delay or focus fire on the vanguard of the Legion. However, there were more than a dozen fireballs, and the players could only stop them. The rest of the army vanguards began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The newly built fortifications were destroyed wherever the vanguards passed. After entering the slums, the flames on their bodies ignited the wooden structures, making crackling sounds. The army's vanguard continued to advance, wanting to catch up to the retreating troops and players. Suddenly, a series of intense cannon fire suppressed the army's vanguard. These cannons did not place damage as the number one requirement. When the bullets came into contact with the flames, they would release a ball of white matter, and when they came into contact with the flames, they would release a dazzling white light like magnesium powder. It looked quite magnificent, but it didn't seem to have any effect at all, just like a flower shelf. The person operating these machine guns was the commander of Essia, the Duke. The vanguards of the army were getting closer and closer, and their speed was getting faster and faster, like a walking fireball. Now, when the army's vanguard was only 100 or 200 meters away from the Duke, the two launch platforms on the Duke's shoulders popped out. The miniature missiles inside flew out like a swarm of bees, leaving white trails behind them as they flew toward the army's vanguard. With the weak firepower at the front, the army's vanguard did not dodge and directly used their bodies to receive these missiles. The corners of the Duke's lips curled up, and he muttered in a low voice, "Take these as a welcome gift for your visit to the wasteland." The missiles landed on the vanguards of the army and exploded. The explosion didn't produce any fire. Instead, it was replaced by a white frost-like substance, which wrapped around the vanguard of the army like a mist, extinguishing the flames on its body and making a sizzling sound. These were liquid nitrogen missiles specially prepared by the Duke. The effect of low-temperature liquid nitrogen was much stronger than the mutated humans' water columns and ice thorns. With such a dense number of missiles directly covering the entire body of the army's vanguard, wouldn't they be extinguished immediately? When the fog gradually dispersed, the flames on the vanguard's body were indeed extinguished. Even the rocks on his body were frozen and covered in a layer of white frost, as if he was frozen. However, the runes on the stones on his body were flashing with an orange-red light. They flickered, as if they were accumulating something. 587 The Messenger of War. The Duke thought that he would be able to kill the vanguard of the army, but the energy from the stone spread through his body again. The white frost quickly evaporated into steam and disappeared without a trace. With a bang, a ball of flames enveloped him again. Although the army's vanguard had recovered, the aura and flames on his body were not strong. It seemed that the liquid nitrogen cluster bomb had caused quite a significant effect. However, the vanguard's double resistance was too high. Even though the Duke fired 100 concentrated liquid nitrogen cluster bombs from his shoulders, he still could not kill the enemy. It was enough to show how terrifying the creature was. The Duke finally understood why Link had ordered everyone to retreat when he saw the heavenly fire. Even he had to expend tremendous effort to deal with a vanguard of the army, and he had not even killed them. Whether it was the soldiers or the Inhumans, the resistance would only be more difficult. The vanguards of the army had destroyed the fire net set up by the Duke and were now charging towards him with large strides. At the same time, the vanguard of the Legion, who was not far away, also noticed the Duke after flipping over a roof. They followed him and attacked. Another one, damn it, the Duke was on the verge of a mental breakdown. One was already a headache, and there was no way to defend against another one. The Duke fought as he retreated. Many artilleries rose in the slums, and the bullets were three types of alternating agents: compressed liquid nitrogen, and combustion aids. The Duke had prepared all of these when he saw the Inhumans fighting the army's vanguard. He wanted to wear down the stone armor of the army's vanguard through the use of the molding agent, and then use the rapid expansion and contraction effect to cause damage to the army's vanguard in a short time. This method sounded very clever, but in fact, the Duke had no choice but to do this. If he could cause direct damage, he would have poured a lot of firepower on it. However, this monster was really strange. Conventional weapons were ineffective, so he thought of using science to deal with it. The effect of the molding agent and the combustion-enhancing agent was quick. The flames on the vanguard of the army, which had been half-burned, soon grew stronger. When the compressed liquid nitrogen was injected, the difference between the cold and the hot was obvious. The surface of the volcanic rock was also weakened by the molding agent. Under the rapid change in temperature, the volcanic rock finally couldn't hold on any longer and a crack as wide as a finger appeared. It was effective. The Duke had finally won the battle and found a way to deal with the army's vanguard. However, at this moment, another army's vanguard arrived, and their flaming fists whistled towards the Duke. Even though the Duke was wearing armor, he could still feel the hot air and the strong wind. In the nick of time, a dagger suddenly appeared in front of the Duke. The next second, a figure stood in front of the Duke. Blue high-energy particles surged out of the support-type energy blade on his wrist, and he cut off the fist of the army's vanguard. The blade would deal an additional 200% damage to all types of armor. Its attack was already high, and Link's own attributes were strong. His normal damage was already over 300. With the additional double damage, one slash took away 1000 HP. Link sent the vanguard flying with a single kick. They were two completely different characters, but the heavier one was sent flying. The Duke and the escaping players were dumbfounded by the huge contrast. Link tilted his head and glanced at the Duke on the ground. "Hurry up and retreat. I'm here." The Duke nodded heavily. Looking at the vanguards charging at Link, he didn't say anything else and left. His method could deal with the army's vanguard, but he didn't have enough ammunition. The damage was too low, and he couldn't cut off a fist like Link. Staying here would only become a weakness and distract Link. It was better to retreat with people now and come again after some preparation. Link looked at the army's vanguards charging at him. He decided to focus on the enemy whose chest had been cracked by the Duke's feeding. Link took out his magic box pistol. The magazine was filled with high-explosive armor-piercing bullets. He aimed at the army's vanguard and fired a series of shots. Although the army's vanguards had high resistance, they had no advantage against Link, who was at the same level. A regular armor-piercing bullet hit the crack in the chest, and a series of dozens of damage points appeared above the head of the army's vanguard. However, this was not the key. The key was the 11th random elemental bomb damage. Other than fire damage being ineffective, the remaining frost, radiation, lightning, poison, and chaos elements could all greatly reduce the armor of the vanguard of the army. Soon, the vanguard was covered in green poison damage. The poison began to corrode the vanguard's volcanic body. The cracks on his body widened, and stones began to fall off. At the same time, the damage caused by the poison also began to take effect. As the armor reduced the damage, it also gradually increased, from tens of points to more than 100 points. When the second yellow radiation effect hit, it helped the spread of the poison and weakened the armor. The flames on the vanguard's body visibly decreased, and their movement speed also decreased. The runes on their bodies dimmed, and they looked like they were on the verge of death. When the escaping players saw that Link had attracted the attention of several vanguards, many of them who had escaped from danger stopped in their tracks to watch. Even though Link's attacks were powerful and it seemed like he was about to take care of one of them soon, the others had already rushed up. Even someone as strong as Link couldn't fight against so many people with just 2 fists. They were all sweating for him. It's already a win for Link if he can kill one and retreat safely. Yeah, this F***ing army vanguard is too tough. It's completely a difference in level, and most of them missed. How can we play? That's a little too much. The last wave of enemies were still able to move us, but this time, the average number of enemies is a question mark. We're completely reduced to a foil. The players all thought that Link could kill one of the army's vanguards, but that was all. If the other vanguards surrounded them, even someone as strong as Link would have to hide. However, to everyone's surprise, Link's dagger was thrown forward instead of backward. The next second, Link appeared in front of the vanguard. The blade stabbed straight into his chest. The blue high-energy particle beam went through his heart and pierced through his back. In order to kill this vanguard, Link had completely entered the enemy's encirclement. Just when everyone thought that Link had lost his mind and was doomed, the ground suddenly surged. The tentacles dragon broke through the obstacles of the houses in the slums and jumped up. With a swing of its huge body, it knocked away a vanguard army. On the other side, Buddhist light emerged. After a golden light, King Kong placed both hands on the heaven shaker on his shoulder and accurately smashed the head of the army's vanguard, directly smashing him to the ground. Amitabha! Benefactor, you're not kind. In the end, a few tornadoes rolled up from the ground, and a crocodile-like man with a pair of wings and blades appeared, blocking the attack of the army's vanguard. At this point, Link's three most powerful pets had all appeared. In the distance, a round of applause sounded. Not bad, not bad. I can't believe there's such a person in the wasteland. He's worthy of a battle. Immediately after, the terrifying sound of the axe being dragged on the ground could be heard. Link kicked away the vanguard of the army in front of him and pulled out his sword. He saw a huge grey-skinned creature with bulging muscles and half of its body covered in armor. It was the commander at the core of the alien invasion, the War Messenger. 588. The most difficult battle. The Tentacles Dragon and King Kong were both level 45 leaders, while Shizik was a level 50 leader. Although their levels were not as high as the vanguard of the army, these three pets were all leader level, while the vanguard of the army was only an elite. The difference in their levels was enough to make up for the 10-level difference. The three of them fought with the army's vanguard. Although they were at a disadvantage in level, they did have the upper hand. The Touch Dragon God's Dragon God Guard summoned two evil pincers. Shadow Strike could cause dark damage and put the enemy in a vulnerable state. Fan-shaped Spit could spit out a poisonous mist, causing 100 points of poison damage per second to the enemy and adding a corrosive state. There was also a small chance of petrifying the enemy. Needle Whirlwind could shoot a large number of needles, causing a huge amount of damage up to 2,000 points. If it hit a petrified target, it could also cause an instant death. As for Vajra, he had already comprehended 8 of the 9 moves of the Buddha's palm. There was also the Law Phenomenon skill, which increased his body size by 20 times. He could control metal to provide buffs, and he had a variety of combat modes with the Skybreaker in his hands. He did not care about the vanguard of the army at all. The Sha Sok was the highest level out of the 3 pets. It was also the highest level pet that Link had so far. There was no need to elaborate on his strength. With the support of the divine elements, he could borrow the effects of the 4 elements of wind, fire, earth, and water. He had group damage, defense, and recovery abilities. He could be called omnipotent. As soon as the 3 pets appeared, they blocked the vanguard of the army that was attacking Link. They were like 3 iron walls, firmly keeping these threats out. Link and the War Messenger stared at each other, their eyes burning with battle intent. This attack was completely out of Link's expectations. Logically speaking, it should be the Terrors and Banshees. Who would have thought that the alien planet would send the strongest invading army on the continent? They were ready to sweep through the wasteland. And that wasn't the end. Even the War Messenger had come personally. It was clear that they were prepared to completely destroy the wasteland in one wave. Link glanced at the War Messenger and checked his information. Name, War Envoy Tulu. Race, Alien. Level, LV61+, Leader. Health points, 50,000/50,000. Energy, 5,000/5,000. Skills, Space Tearing / soul-shattering, power of destruction, stomp, devour. Talent, Commander, LV1. Description, the most powerful creature you have ever seen. The War Envoy, the alien army's adjutant, a warrior who was skilled in battle. When alien armies invaded other planets, they would usually send a war emissary to hold the fort and work with the endless alien army through the portal to wipe out the planet and make it submit. It could be said that the war messenger was the most powerful and highest-ranking existence on the invading planet. Now that even the war messenger had appeared, it seemed like this battle would be extremely difficult. After reading the data, Lin Ke started to level up. There was a 6-level difference between him and the Warbringer. They were both leaders, but there was a huge difference in their attributes. Furthermore, the other party was level 61, which meant that he was an NPC from version 2.0. He had higher-leveled knowledge and abilities, which were reflected in the data. If it was a level 60 NPC leader, its HP would be at most 30,000. However, it was only one level higher now, and its HP had increased by 20,000. This was the strength of a supermodel. With the advanced knowledge, their skills were more powerful, and the effect of their specialties was better. This was reflected in the huge increase in HP. If the difference in level was too great, then it was inevitable that there would be a large number of miss or resistance during the fight. LV55 level 59 requires 766000 experience points. Do you want to level up? Yes/no. Upgrade. Link chose to level up without hesitation. After leveling up, he would have 194 potential points and he added all of them to endurance without hesitation. In terms of attack, Link had the Heaven's Insight and Apocalypse, which allowed him to absorb the undead's aura to improve his state. Adding points directly to strength and agility wouldn't benefit him much. On the other hand, endurance could bring him many benefits. Link's endurance jumped from 73 points to 267 points. At the same time, the system sent out a notification. Your endurance attribute has exceeded 250 points, activating Specialty Elementary Endurance Bonus. Primary Endurance Bonus, your endurance conversion efficiency is higher. 1 endurance can be converted into 20 health points. After that, Link's attributes underwent a huge change. His HP jumped from 12,810 points to 17,820 points. Apart from the increase in endurance conversion, his outstanding potential ability would also provide 100 health points and 20 energy points for every level he gained. The reason why he did not level up to level 60 immediately was that he still needed to save some time in case of an emergency. In Tulu's eyes, Link's vitality suddenly increased by a third. He was extremely excited. He had thought that the wasteland was no different from the low-tier planets he had invaded before, but he had encountered a rare defeat here. So this time, he personally went into battle. He must take the beach position and give the resistance on the wasteland a head-on blow, crushing their momentum. Tulu dragged his heavy axe forward, and his scarlet eyes under his helmet sized up his opponent. A small wasteland in such a backward and barren land can actually give birth to a figure like you who almost stands at the top. It's not easy. Tulu spoke in the common language, and his voice came out from the chest of the giant. It was as if his voice was amplified, and the air vibrated. Even the players and soldiers in the distance could hear him clearly. It was a pity that the players only knew the local language of the wasteland and knew nothing about the common language. All they could hear was gibberish. Link snorted, his lips curling. I didn't think that Abu Muslim would send his most capable war envoy, Tulu, to invade the wasteland. I don't know if I should be glad or sad. Tulu lifted his heavy axe and said, You should be grateful that I'm here to destroy the wasteland. Boom! Tulu placed his axe on the ground, and the ground cracked. If you choose to surrender, you will become a warrior of the alien planet's space plundering and will be valued. Tulu's voice was thick and heavy, and even though the players and soldiers couldn't understand him, they could feel the tension and pressure in his voice. Link laughed again and said sarcastically, "Alien star? Was it the alien planet that had been beaten up by the First Order and fled like a rat, not forgetting to plunder planets even as it fled in a panic? I've already gotten to this point, wouldn't it be too degrading to be your lackey?" Tulu's eyes were burning with anger. He didn't expect this wasteland man to know so much about the Fandi system. It seemed that he had some contact with the outer world. In that case, the reason why he could reach the peak of power on a low-tier planet was probably because he had received some guidance. Those who insult aliens will be killed without mercy. Without another word, Tulu picked up his axe and swung it at Link. Link's expression was serious. A dagger appeared in his left hand, and the air blade in his right. This battle would probably be his most difficult one. 589 A Super Template Mission. At that moment, a dialog box popped up on Link's system interface with a new mission prompt. You have triggered the Super Template Mission War Envoy Tulu accept/reject. Mission tip: the Alien War Messenger Tulu will personally take part in the battle. Please successfully survive under the other party's will to fight. Mission reward: 100000 basic experience points. The rest will be determined by your performance score in the mission. Note: this mission is beyond the current version of the game. The enemies you will encounter are all extremely powerful. The difficulty of the mission is extremely high, but the rewards are also extremely rich. Please accept it carefully. A Super Template Mission. Link's attention was immediately drawn to the mission. The so-called Super Template Mission was a mission that was related to the subsequent versions that were received in the current version. As the story and monster level in the subsequent versions were higher than the current version, it was considered a mission that exceeded the current template. Ever since the alien invasion, the two sides had been at a stalemate. They had experienced one big battle and countless small-scale battles. However, Link had not received a single mission related to the alien planet. This was also because the invasion of the alien planet in the game was in version 2.0. The entire plot was in version 1.0 now. Because of Link's butterfly effect, the alien planet invaded ahead of time. Thus, many settings that should have appeared as missions were not activated. Link accepted the mission without hesitation. Interesting. You'll get a reward if you survive the battle with Tulu. If we kill him directly, I wonder how many rewards we'll get for our performance score. If anyone else knew what Link was thinking, they would only think that he was crazy. It was crazy to think about killing a supermodel's enemy NPC. The moment Link accepted the mission, Tulu's battle intent turned into 2 streaks of murderous intent. Tulu's momentum was terrifying. He was 3 to 4 meters tall and looked like a giant. Logically speaking, the larger the body, the slower the movement should be. However, Tulu's muscles were like granite, sharp and full of power. When he moved, each of his muscles was like an engine that was running at full speed, releasing a surging power. Every time he stepped on the ground, a sound like a bomb exploding would be heard. After the next step, the ground where he had just stepped on caved in due to the strong pressure, and then a pillar of dust several meters high exploded. He was like a roaring train that was speeding over, carrying hundreds of tons of impact. Link's taunting words could be said to be fatal. The grudge between the alien planet and the First Order could be traced back to thousands of years ago. The alien planet's development path was purely based on plundering resources. Under the iron-fisted rule of the alien leader, Thanos, they had conquered many resource planets. Not only did they plunder resources, but they also plundered the population. They sold some intelligent creatures from low-leveled civilizations to galactic pirates or illegal galactic organizations for profit. Under this snowball-like development, the alien planet's forces grew stronger and stronger. Along the way, many intelligent creatures on the planet admired Thanos' power and became his lackeys. Gradually, the alien planet became a fearsome force in the universe. As they targeted low-leveled civilizations, the speed of their descent was extremely fast, and the speed of their departure was also extremely fast. Sometimes, by the time the interstellar forces discovered them, they would have already left for space, leaving behind a dead star with no life, seriously destroying the balance of the universe. Therefore, in order to resist the alien planet's predatory development, some of the advanced civilizations and freedom organizations in the Fandi star system joined forces and established the first joint organization in the star system, First Order. The purpose of the First Order was only one thing: to maintain the health and stable development of the Fandi star system and to strike hard against any enemies that destroyed the star system's ecosystem. As the Fandi galaxy was located in a remote area of the Maul galaxy cluster, it was underdeveloped and had low strength, so it had no say in the galaxy cluster. In the eyes of the other civilizations in the star cluster, there was nothing wrong with the behavior of the alien planet. It was even a form of interstellar culture. Therefore, they maintained an attitude of "this is child's play" and basically ignored it. Thus, in the Long War, when the foreign planets invaded, the First Order put out the fire in the entire star system and even imparted advanced knowledge to low-leveled civilizations. In such a large environment, the First Order gradually gained the upper hand and beat the foreign planets into a retreat. Hence, Link's words hit Tulu's soft spot. It was like touching a tiger's butt, kicking over a dog's bowl that was eating, lighting a cigarette to calm down when you smelled a gas leak in your house, or jumping on a steel wire repeatedly. Tulu held his axe with both hands, and his muscles seemed to be about to burst. He then jumped up more than 20 meters high. The tattoo on his body, which was formed by dark energy, gushed with strong energy. It climbed up his arms and formed a few black lines, which resonated with the lines on the handle of the heavy axe. It was like a storm of power. Space-splitting slash. It was one of the most iconic skills of the Warbringer. Link immediately threw the dagger to the side and cast the haste effect on himself. The Warbringer's heavy axe left his hand and smashed down from the sky. A ray of black light descended from the sky, and the ground immediately burst open as if something huge was about to surge out from the ground. Sand surged through the cracks, as if a pillar of air was shooting up into the sky. With the black light as the center, anything that came close to it was directly crushed into powder. The houses that were a little further away were directly crushed by the intense air waves, forming an explosion pit with a diameter of about 100 meters. In the center of the black light, the heavy axe was surrounded by black lightning, carrying a heart-palpitating power of darkness. Boom! The war messenger landed on the ground in an extremely domineering posture. He bent his knees and took a half-squat horse stance. His arms were on his muscular thighs that were full of explosive power. Then, he straightened his body and picked up the heavy axe that was buried in the ground with one hand. The black lightning climbed up the war envoy's shoulder along the hilt. Black electric snakes slithered on half of the shoulder, which was extremely shocking. The players in the distance did not even dare to breathe as they stared at the battlefield. This was the top combat power of an alien planet. The power of an axe throw far exceeded that of a missile, and the destructive power of a simple gesture was astonishing. If players were to face this attack, a single swing of the axe would most likely wipe out over 100 players. The players tried their best to find Link, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Where's Link? Where did Link go? It can't be that Ying Luo directly turned into ashes with an axe. F***ck, so what do we do now? The players looked at each other, and for a moment, they were at a loss. 590 Intense battle with the War Messenger. If someone as strong as Link had been annihilated by the War Messenger's attack, who else on the wasteland could fight it? The development of the plot had far exceeded the players' expectations. They were all at a loss, not knowing whether to leave or continue to watch the development from a distance. However, there were also a few players who believed that Link was still alive. Lang Feng found a high point. He held his electromagnetic sniper rifle and used the high magnification scope to search for Link. That's impossible. It's powerful, but Link should be able to dodge it. Lang Feng mumbled to himself as he searched. The other members of Desert Wolf were also using military binoculars or high magnification scopes from sniper rifles to search. They had seen Link throw out his flash dagger earlier. He must have used it to escape. However, he didn't find any trace of the flash dagger's location, and the flash dagger's landing point was still within the area of the Warbringer's AoE attack. Tulu stood in the middle of the field with his axe in one hand and his other hand clenched into a fist. Although he didn't say a word, his domineering aura was revealed, shocking everyone present. Tulu snorted, as if he was saying that he couldn't take a single blow. Then, he fixed his eyes on the Tentacles dragon, which was fighting with the vanguards of the army. The Tentacles dragon had the upper hand, while the two vanguards of the army were dying. The fire on their bodies was almost extinguished. Since the Wasteland's leader was dead, the next move was to use this big bug as an example. Killing Link and the three pets would be enough to destroy the morale of the entire Wasteland. As a war envoy who had fought on many low-tier planets, Tulu's best skill was to make the natives of the planet collapse and lose their will to fight. Only by completely crushing their will to resist could they be better enslaved. The black lightning on Tulu's arm crackled like a snake. It was a terrifying sight. Coupled with the heavy axe in his hand, he looked like a statue of a god of war. Tulu stepped forward, his aura locked onto the touch dragon god. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the two vanguards who were on the verge of death. He raised his hand and swung his blade. The energy blade pierced through the back of their heads, ending their lives. Pulling out his knife, Link kicked the vanguard down. Seeing Tulu's shocked expression, he smiled. "What, are you disappointed that I didn't die?" Link casually absorbed the undead aura from the two vanguards on the ground and cast 2 stacks of blood rage on himself. When fighting against an enemy of a higher level, only by accumulating blood fury would he have the strength to fight. However, Link was careful this time. Tulu had a skill called Devour, which removed a buff from the enemy. If he absorbed the undead aura of all the vanguards, he wouldn't be able to find a place to absorb them in a short time if Tulu used Devour. When the players who were watching the battle from a distance saw Link suddenly appear, they felt like their hearts had fallen to the bottom of the abyss and were back to life again. They couldn't help but cheer loudly. The god of tentacles turned around and plunged into the ground. The Warbringer's spatial rend had a huge range. Even Link couldn't move more than 300 feet in a short time. That was why he had used his flash dagger to avoid the center of the attack, and then used Shadow Meld the moment his flash landed. He had used the special effect of Shadow Meld's instant damage immunity to avoid the AoE damage of the Space Splitter. Then, he had sneaked to the Touch Dragon God and killed 2 people, saving up 2 blood rage. Tulu's expression gradually returned to normal. He felt humiliated when he saw that Link was almost unharmed. His murderous aura even affected the surrounding aura. The gravel on the ground and the ashes around him trembled. Although he didn't say a word, his change had clearly expressed his anger. "Since you've already attacked, it's my turn now." Link had 2 layers of blood rage on him, which increased his attack, movement speed and resistance by 16%. It was a good time to test out the War Messenger's power. The high explosive armor-piercing bullet hit Tulu's body, but it didn't leave a mark on his armor. It didn't even leave a mark on his grey skin. It was like a rubber bullet in a child's hand, with 0 damage. However, after the 11th random elemental bullet was fired, Tulu, who was still using his body to catch the bullet, suddenly waved his heavy axe and blocked the poison damage. The poisonous mist landed on the axe's blade. The mist that could even weaken the armor of the vanguard of an army was now reduced by a single-digit number. Tulu only lost a few dozen HP before he was easily dispelled. Underhanded methods. However, after Tulu blocked the poisonous mist, Link sped up and was already not far from Tulu. He flashed his dagger again, this time aiming at Tulu's head. Link's magic box continued to fire bullets at Tulu, while the multi-purpose combat suit's hook reached out from his other hand. It happened to be on a piece of metal on the ground, and he quickly approached Tulu. The bullets from the magic box guns were like fireworks, and the random elemental damage forced Tulu to stay where he was and defend. Tulu was a war messenger who had conquered many planets. He was knowledgeable and had advanced knowledge. He immediately saw through Link's weapon. Although normal damage was pitifully weak and couldn't even break through defense, random elemental damage could easily become a maggot in one's bones if one wasn't careful. All kinds of elemental damage could react with each other. At first, the effect might be ordinary, but once several types were stacked, the effect would suddenly appear. Link, in particular, was extremely cunning. Mixing such elemental effects with ordinary bullets would make one careless. Tulu suppressed the joy in his eyes as he watched Link approach. The strongest skill of a war messenger was close combat, and they were eager for the enemy to get close. The moment Link's hook entered Tulu's range of attack, the axe, which had been defending itself, suddenly changed its trajectory. It drew a half-moon arc as it slashed towards Link. The black lightning was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. With a wave of the hand, even the gravel and rubble on the ground were turned into dust. In the nick of time, Link disappeared from where he was and reappeared at the spot where he had flashed his dagger right above Tulu's head. Link flashed his dagger again. With the support chi blade popping out from his wrist and throat cutter in his other hand, he launched an attack on Tulu. The high-energy particle beam of the knife landed on Tulu's red and gold helmet. The particle beam vibrated at a high frequency, which was rare, and left a tiny crack on Tulu's helmet. The other knife hit the back of Tulu's neck and left a bloody mark. -987. 591 The power of destruction. Having succeeded in his attack, Link quickly teleported to the location of the flash dagger. He then hung throat cutter on his waist and picked up the flash dagger on the ground. He used his chi blade and flash dagger to slash Tulu's armor. The two blades of light flashed across Tulu's armor and exploded. Tulu did not react in time and was played by Link's agility. Enraged, he swung his axe in a half-moon arc, creating a strong wind that swept up everything within a 5-foot radius. Link seized the opportunity to attack, but he was sent flying by the axe's aura. Tulu took advantage of Link's loss of control. He stepped on Meteor and swung his axe, ready to follow up with another attack. Link opened his parachute in midair and stabilized himself. Then, he used his power boots to generate a jet of air to help him push forward. Link and Tulu faced each other, ready for an earth-shattering clash. The players who were watching the battle from afar held their breaths as they watched the two men approach each other. They did not even dare to breathe. Boom! The two collided. Link's cyclone blade and flash dagger blocked Tulu's axe. It was as if a pause button had been pressed on the screen. They didn't fly back, nor did the two of them retreat. There was only a silent struggle between the two. Tulu's grey skin exploded and his meridians dried up. Its 3 to 4 meter long body was like a mountain pressing down on him as it resisted the heavy axe. Under the pressure of the axe and the high-energy particle beam, a sizzling sound could be heard as a finger-deep gash appeared on the axe. On the other hand, the high-energy particle beam on Link's gas blade was also becoming unstable due to the compression. Blue flames started appearing at the compressed position. Tulu shouted, increasing his strength. He wanted to crush Link to death. However, Link was also someone who had a backup plan. His lips curled into a smile as if his plan had succeeded. The Warbringer focused on close combat, and its main attacks were heavy axes, secret techniques from other planets, and some other physical skills. On the other hand, Link had a wide variety of attacks that were impossible to guard against. As long as he got close, he had 100 ways to deal damage. Link whistled, and 3 whistle arrows flew out from his sleeve. They were aimed at Tulu's eyes. Tulu quickly tilted his head when the arrow was about to hit him. The arrow hit his helmet and bounced off. As soon as Tulu turned around, he saw one of Link's arms suddenly turn purple-black, and a sticky liquid climbed up the arm. It quickly wrapped around the dagger and climbed up his axe. Tulu clenched his heavy axe, and the black lightning on his arm became more and more violent. Even so, after the purplish-black sticky substance was struck by the lightning, a hole was blasted out. Then, it slowly recovered and continued to climb up in its own way. Very quickly, it covered the entire heavy axe. When the demonized symbiotic demon touched Tulu, Tulu immediately sensed that the mud in front of him was an extremely evil dark creature. He felt that the monster was devouring his blood and energy. At the same time, the black lightning on his arm and heavy axe gradually weakened, and the effect of the lightning enhancement disappeared. In order to avoid more serious damage, Tulu raised one of his legs and stomped down. Link's eyes brightened. If Tulu had managed to land that kick, he would have lost at least half of his HP. The iconic crowd control skill of the Warbringer Trample. All targets within a 10-meter radius will be stunned for 10 seconds. It was the simplest and most brutal, but extremely useful crowd control skill. Without a heavy axe, Link couldn't replicate the space splitter. However, he had legs, and copying trample would be a piece of cake. Just as Tulu lifted his leg, Link activated the legendary spell Mirror Man and lifted his leg as well. Tulu's eyes flashed with surprise. Link's current actions and state were clearly his clone. Boom! When Tulu's huge hoof landed on the ground, it carried a huge amount of kinetic energy, and the hard ground rippled. A fraction of a second later, Link's feet touched the ground at the same time, and the ground rippled again. The two bursts of energy collided with each other, and the ripples on the ground were immediately thrown into chaos. The energy that had nowhere to vent tore the ground apart, and countless cracks appeared. The two players at the center of the shockwave were both stunned by each other's stomp. However, the arrow still had its own consciousness in the air, and it quickly shot toward Tulu's face. As soon as they reached Tulu, a pulse of energy suddenly gushed out of the jewel in the center of his helmet and flicked the three arrows to the ground. There were still some residual shock currents. The demonized symbiotic demon wasn't affected by the dizziness at all, and it took advantage of this time to feast and absorb Tulu's life and energy. Tulu was wearing an alien armor, and his skin was as hard as rock, giving him high resistance. In his opinion, even though Link had imitated his skills, it was only for show. The actual effect was definitely not as powerful as the original. However, before he could think further, Link had already removed the stun. The three weapons, the air blade, flash dagger, and throat crusher, took turns attacking Tulu. With the help of the flash dagger, Link quickly moved around Tulu and dealt a lot of damage in 2 seconds with the special effect of his weapon. Tulu was stunned. Trample was clearly the skill he was most proud of, and in terms of proficiency, this person from a low-leveled civilization was definitely not his match. But why was it that the other party's stun effect was so much lower than his? There were only two possibilities. 1. Link had high resistance and was able to resist a portion of the stun. Secondly, Link's trample skill was more powerful, and the stun duration was longer. But Tulu couldn't accept either explanation. It was then that Tulu realized that Link was surrounded by two streams of death aura. They seemed to be strengthening Link. As soon as the stun effect ended, Link immediately put away his sword and landed in the distance where he had flashed his dagger. However, Tulu didn't chase after him in anger. Instead, he reached out and aimed at Link's position, casting a spell. Link suddenly felt something strange above his head. A black shadow appeared above his head, followed by a skeletal face. It opened its mouth and roared down. Link saw this and ignored it. He continued to use his flash dagger to quickly move towards King Kong and Shizuke. This move was the only alien secret technique that the Warbringer had mastered, devouring an enemy's buff. This was because this skill used eye lock, and the casting distance was very far. Once it locked on, there was no way to remove it other than blocking the other party's eyes. Even if one used Shadow Meld to hide in an alternate dimension, they wouldn't be able to block the effect of this skill. Moreover, Link's 2 stacks of Blood Rage were meant to attract Tulu's devouring. Now that he'd used Devour to erase them, Link could finally relax. Using his flash dagger, he quickly moved to King Kong and Shizuke's position and finished off the 4 vanguards with low health. Link now had 4 more stacks of Blood Rage. Tulu's HP had dropped by 8,000, leaving him with only 42,000. On the other hand, Lin Ke had used his skills and equipment to absorb a lot of damage, and his HP had only dropped by around 2,000. Of course, Link's main goal was not the War Messenger's HP, but his energy. Because of the continuous use of skills and the cleansing from the demonized symbiotic demon, Tulu only had 2,400 points of energy left, which was more than half. As long as he used up all his energy, Tulu would only be a small fry. This was also a method that players had developed to deal with Warbringer in the past. As long as he exhausted his energy and became kidney weak, he could only use his heavy axe to slash at it, greatly reducing the threat and damage. After being repeatedly suppressed and toyed with by Link, Tulu's blood-red eyes seemed to be on fire. He had to kill Link today. No one could stop him from saying that. Tulu raised his axe and charged at Link again. This time, he held the axe with both hands and bent over like a bull. The ground rumbled, and the players standing outside the slums could feel the earth shaking. The battle between the two was exciting. Not only was Link not at a disadvantage against the War Messenger, but he also gained the upper hand. Shizuke carried 2 blades and walked up to Link. "Master, I'll help you this time." King Kong twirled a flower stick and looked at the few remaining army vanguards in the slum. He knocked on the ground with sky shaking. "Old dragon, let's go. Follow me and take care of these monsters." The god of tentacles broke out of the ground again, right under the Vajra's feet. It carried the Vajra and headed toward the remaining vanguards. Link glanced at the wind power around Shizuke. The guy had accumulated a lot of rage points from the battle earlier and was now fully enraged. "This seems to be the first time we've fought side by side," said Link, the corners of his lips curling up. Shizuke opened his mouth wide, and the 2 blades in his hands whistled through the air as he charged after Link. With Shizuke joining, there would be someone to help Link. The pressure on Link was greatly reduced. The Shizuke was a level 50 leader and was Link's highest level pet so far. Although it was still far from being comparable to the Warbringer, the Shizuke's skills could still be of great help to Link. Shizuke held his sword and jumped into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Link exchanged blows with Tulu again. Link first released the damage absorbed by his nano battle suit and dealt a wave of damage. Next was the close combat between the two of them. Tulu's axe swung wildly, and every time it was swung, the wind and thunder roared. On the other hand, Link's weapons were all melee weapons except the magic box pistol. They were like toothpicks compared to the axe. However, Link still had the advantage with his various traps, small displacement, and various skills. In order to create more damage, he took some damage and fought with his life on the line. The reason Link was so confident was because of the muscle bone strengthening scripture. 1 stamina point could be converted into 5 health points. Even though he had been fighting for a long time, his stamina points were still above 2,000. In other words, he could still exchange it for 10,000 health points. Link also wanted to use Tulu as a benchmark to test his own strength. As a small leader of an alien invasion, if Link could kill Tulu, it would mean that he had surpassed the ceiling of the current version. It would be a satisfactory result for him in version 1.0. As the two of them fought, Shizuke suddenly emerged from the ground with his sword. The blade glinted coldly as he aimed at Tulu's Achilles tendon. The battle blade only left 2 shallow marks on the green-gray skin. "Bastard, die!" Tulu turned around and looked at Shizuke, his eyes full of killing intent. He turned his hand around and struck down with his heavy axe. Shizuke didn't dodge. Instead, he activated the power of Earth, and the Earth's origin substance appeared beneath his feet, covering his entire body. Link took advantage of this gap to charge up his power and use his strongest move, Apocalypse. The heavy axe landed on Shizuke's body, and a loud clang rang out. The sound waves quickly spread out, deafening the ears. Sparks appeared on the axe, and a few cracks appeared on it. Although Shizuke had blocked the axe, he was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Tulu took all the damage from the power of earth, and the force was transferred to his arm through the axe. A high damage of 3377 points appeared above his head. However, that wasn't the end of it. Tulu's chest was wide open, and he was in so much pain that he had no time to defend himself. The ground under Link's feet exploded into countless pillars, spreading outwards with the two of them as the center. The houses within a 200-meter radius were blown up and filled with sand and gravel. -4,850. With 4 stacks of Blood Rage, Apocalypse's damage had increased significantly. Tulu did not have any defense at all, so the damage dealt by the skill was quite high. Link and Zhuge worked together and dealt over 8,000 damage. The players standing in the distance were dumbfounded. He had thought that Tulu's damage and skills were already terrifying enough, but it seemed that he had to rely on Link to see the bigger picture. The range of this move was 200 meters, and earth pillars appeared in almost every meter. It was an all-rounded killing move. Tulu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had been injured, and there were purple blood stains on his mouth, nose, and mouth. Die! All of you, die! Tulu raised his hand, and purple energy appeared around it. Immediately, Link felt the soul in his body tremble. He looked at his body and found that it was in an abnormal state. Broken soul. Shattered soul, weaken the target, causing the target to receive an additional 30% damage. Lasts for 3 minutes. Tulu raised his heavy axe. His body was wrapped in black lightning, and his armor cracked. Link had just taken 2 steps forward when he was struck by a bolt of black lightning. He instantly lost more than 2000 HP, and his expression changed. He recognized that Tulu was about to use his ultimate skill, Power of Destruction. The dark clouds in the sky formed a vortex that hovered above Tulu's head. His heavy axe and his greenish-gray body were already covered in dense black lightning, making him impervious to all attacks. Once this move was used, the entire slum would be reduced to ruins. 592. The last counterattack. The first thing Link did was to use the shock drive boots to take off. He then entered Swarm Commander mode and ordered his 3 pets to avoid danger. After landing on the ground, Zhuge twisted his waist and quickly burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. After the Tentacles Dragon and Vajra worked together to take care of a vanguard of the army, they immediately went underground to take refuge. Link started flying away from Tulu. His multifunctional flight suit had turned into a pair of purple wings under the parasite's influence. He flapped in the sky, and the power boots on his feet provided him with a steady stream of kinetic energy. Tulu glanced at Link, who was trying to escape in the sky, and a look of disdain flashed through his eyes. It was simply a fool's dream to escape from his attack range with such speed. Even if he was given 2 pairs of wings, he could not escape from his attack range in such a short time. Link was now under the effects of the Soul of Destruction and would receive additional damage. Coupled with the destructive power's terrifying damage and range, he was going to kill Link this time. Even the ants that were watching from afar were turned into ashes. As the ultimate move of the Warbringer, the price of using this move was also terrifying. He would sacrifice half of his life to the evil god in exchange for powerful damage. It was said that this move was developed by the Lord Black Shadow when he was traveling around the planet and combined it with the sacrificial rituals of the local aboriginals. Other than the high-level commanders, only the bodies of the war messengers could withstand such a large-scale sacrifice. Tulu's grey rock-like skin cracked under the black lightning, and purple blood flowed out. There were hundreds of such wounds on Tulu's body, and blood was flowing out of every wound. The blood didn't lose its momentum after reaching the ground. Instead, it became more active. It radiated from Tulu and quickly formed a huge blood net on the ground. It was even faster than Link's flying speed. In the air, Link saw with his own eyes that the blood vessels covered the entire slum. The furthest they could reach was a kilometer away, which was the starting point of the southern slums. A wildfire was burning in the slums, and thick smoke was billowing. The purple blood had now formed a pattern that completely enveloped the area within a 2-kilometer radius. At such a distance, no one could leave in a short time unless they used the flash spirit's teleportation. Tulu's face was twisted, and blood was flowing down his cheeks. His eyes were red, and he looked even more terrifying. Embrace the blood god. Xiu Xian Er above, please grant me strength. When Tulu finished chanting the blood sacrifice spell, blood god Xiu Tong Er seemed to have sensed something. The blood on the ground suddenly turned into tiny particles of blood-red light, floating in the air and clearly outlining the entire blood sacrifice area. The spectating players' jaws dropped when they saw the blood-red light around them. They had no idea what was happening. Wind and Lang Feng reacted the fastest. Even Link had flown into the air to avoid it. This thing couldn't be anything good. The two immediately called out to their guild members to hurry up and leave. Everyone packed up their weapons and equipment and turned to run. Most of the others did not react in time. They were still looking at the blood light that suddenly appeared under their feet and the strange scene that almost covered the entire southern slum. Die. Silence. Wang. Annihilate. When Tulu uttered the words destruction, a bolt of black lightning suddenly struck the heavy axe in his hand. Tulu shouted, and all the black lightning gathered together. He then swung his axe. With Tulu as the center, a black hemisphere suddenly expanded. The sky was scorched, and the houses were turned into dust. The foundation that was 6 meters thick was overturned. The blood-red light and black lightning made it look like the end of the world. As the black hemisphere expanded, Link immediately used the skill Pain Immunity, which ignored 50% of the damage taken for 1 minute. But even so, he was still pulled down from the sky by the violent force of the black lightning and the blood light. His whole body flew out like a broken kite and bounced on the ruins. He rolled for dozens of meters before hitting a raised foundation and breaking it into pieces before he stopped. When the players who were just standing there to join in the fun realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave, they could no longer escape the black circle. As soon as the black circle arrived, no matter what life-saving methods these players used, their bodies all melted without exception, turning into white light and disappearing. Only a few guild players and unspecialized players who reacted the fastest managed to escape the range of the blood light and didn't take the damage from the black circle. However, the dazzling light that rushed to their eyes still made a few survivors dizzy and unable to open their eyes. Even the emissaries of the alien planet's own army were not spared. They melted with the black light, and the power of the flames disappeared instantly. What was left of the volcanic rock was also scattered into a ball. When the light dissipated, the entire southern slum had disappeared. Smoke rose from the scorched earth, and all kinds of broken walls, debris, and metal fragments were scattered all over the ground. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and sulfur. At first glance, one would think that they had arrived in hell. The survivors stared at everything in front of them, dumbfounded, as if they had not recovered from the huge shock just now. On the battlefield, Tulu's armor was broken, and he was covered in blood. He stood in the middle of the battlefield with his hands on his axe, looking like an immortal god of war. None of the players could have imagined that an alien life form could explode with such terrifying energy and flatten everything within a 2-kilometer radius. Everything was turned into dust. The foundation was destroyed, and the entire ground that was not affected by the attack caved in by 2 to 3 meters. With such terrifying destructive power, no matter how many players came, they could not avoid the word death. Link staggered up from the ground. The wings of the demonized symbiotic demon wrapped around him, keeping him from suffering too much damage. This was especially true for the steel bar embedded in the wings on his back. Without the demonized symbiotic demon's defense, the steel bar would definitely stab into Link's body and cause secondary damage. Link patted the scorched earth off his body. Even with Pain Ignore activated, he had still dealt over 6,000 damage. If not for the pugilist's godly skill, Link would probably only have 1,000 or 2,000 HP left. Link's eyes were sharp. He used the muscle bone strengthening scripture to exchange his energy for health points and pulled his HP back to more than 10,000. He looked at the immortal like Tulu in the distance. In reality, his HP had dropped to around 15,000. He only had 1/3 of his HP left. Pet team, assemble! The tentacles dragon god rose from the ground again with King Kong. The scorched earth shook and Shizak jumped up. The rat army, silver army ants, fantasy vines, invisible killer bees, broodmother spiders, mummies, undead, eagle guardians, and grave werewolves all came out of the cave dug by the tentacles dragon god. In the distance, the macaw, dressed in the luxurious clothes of the royal prime minister, was shouting and charging at the front line. Behind it, the silver demon and the priest led the crypt assassins, spider demon guards, and 2 giant spider demon warriors to climb out of the quicksand and gather at the battlefield. 593 The Fall of Essia, 4.27. When Tulu saw Link stand up again, he was surprised. He had already used all of his techniques, applied the shattered soul, and even sacrificed himself to the blood god in exchange for such a world-shaking destructive power. But even so, Link was still alive. Tulu's expression was grim. He had run out of energy, and he couldn't use any more skills. The next thing he had to do was to fight with real swords and spears. However, just as he had this thought, Link's command, "Assemble the pet army," shattered his illusion. Countless pets rushed out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. Although most of the creatures were as insignificant as ants and couldn't cause him any harm, the overwhelming scale seemed to be an overwhelming pressure, like an explosive resistance. The surviving players in the distance all had their mouths wide open when they saw this. When all the pets emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain, a thing called hope emerged in everyone's heart. Link, Shizak, the tentacles dragon god, and King Kong took the lead and started fighting the war messenger. Tulu had run out of energy, so he could only swing his axe to block the storm of attacks. Shizak's attacks were swift and fierce, and he focused on Tulu's lower body. Without the protection of his armor, each of his attacks could cut open his skin. The god of tentacles directly used Needle Whirlwind on Tulu. Countless sharp spikes flew out of its body and formed a cluster, stabbing at Tulu. Tulu had no choice but to swing his axe to block the spikes. King Kong and Link took this opportunity to attack. Without the protection of his armor, Tulu's defense had been greatly reduced after using the blood sacrifice's power of destruction. He only used his axe to block some of the damage, and took the rest. King Kong's damage aside, Link's assassin-like movement speed and attack dealt high damage when King Kong was unprepared. Soon, Tulu felt exhausted. Blood gushed out of his wound, and he couldn't even swing his axe. Tulu's breath was heavy. He swung his axe again, and blood spurted out of his wound. Tulu looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, and the viciousness in his eyes was replaced by despair. Tulu's scarlet eyes changed again, this time filled with determination. Although Tulu only had 10% of his health left, Link did not let his guard down. A person who did not have the will to live and only wanted to die in battle was the scariest. Link and his 3 pets didn't hold back. They each used their strongest move to take on Tulu. Apocalypse appeared once again. Within a 200-meter radius, earth pillars and pillars erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, forming a dense forest. The golden Buddha appeared behind Vajra, and his hands formed the sunlight bodhisattva seal, exterminating evil with the Buddha's light. Shizak switched to the power of wind, and the blade in his hand danced wildly, slashing out 2 whirlwinds. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and the minced meat swept out. The touch dragon god once again used the whirlwind of spikes. The chitin spikes were as dense as pillars. Tulu used all of his strength to swing his heavy axe to resist, but he only managed to resist for a moment before he lost all of his strength, and his heavy axe fell from the air. Tulu, the war messenger, fell to the ground and died in the explosion and golden light. You have successfully killed the Warbringer, Tulu, level 61+, leader. You have received 8,000,000 experience points. You have completed the Super Template Mission War Envoy Tulu. You have received 1,000,000 basic experience points. The original goal of this mission: survive under the hands of Tulu the War Messenger. Mission objective achieved: kill Tulu the War Envoy. Mission rating: S. Additional reward settlement: 4,000,000 experience points. Pugilist Skill Book Space Splitting Slash, Grade B, Weapon Alien Battle Axe, Blue, Alien Demonized Steel, Blue, Cursed Blood, Purple, Berserker Advanced Knowledge. It has been detected that you are in the state of blessing of the knowledge altar. All experience points gained have increased by 100%. Therefore, the total experience gained this time is 11.6 million. After reading the system's summary, Link was completely shocked. He had completed the Supermodel mission and received an S-rank mission evaluation. The rewards he had received were beyond his imagination. The first was the experience he had gained from the blessing of the knowledge altar. Not counting the army vanguards he had killed, just the war envoy Tulu alone had given him nearly 12 million experience. Next was the Warbringer's skill, Space Tearing Slash. This skill's damage was not ordinary, and it was an AoE attack. It was different from the previous skills that dealt fixed damage. This skill not only dealt fixed damage, but it also dealt additional damage. The damage dealt was linked to the weapon's damage, and it was a growth-type skill. The weapon Alien Battle Axe didn't need to be mentioned. This thing was the big axe in Tulu's hand. It was of high quality and only had a few chips on the blade when it blocked all kinds of attacks. The forging process was obviously better than that of the Wasteland. It was the kind with forging advanced knowledge. Then, there were the two materials, the alien demonized steel and the cursed blood. Demonized steel was the metal used to make Tulu's armor. It was also an alloy made with advanced knowledge of smelting and forging. Although it was only blue in quality, it would be a dimension-reducing attack on the Wasteland without advanced knowledge. The cursed blood was a purple material. It was the remains of Tulu's blood, but it contained the curse of the blood god Drow. Its effect was unknown, so it was a little strange. The last was the main point. It was also the thing that excited Lin Ke the most: the Berserker class advancement knowledge. Even in version 3.0, it was a precious item. Only by mastering advanced knowledge would one have the potential to continue growing. For example, in version 1.0, the upper limit of all skills was level 10, and they could not be upgraded after reaching level 10. However, as long as he learned the corresponding advanced knowledge, he could increase the level limit, and thus make his skills and strength stronger. At the same time, if one had not learned the corresponding advanced knowledge, they would not be able to learn some high-level skill books. For example, the Space Tearing Slash that Link had received this time had 3 learning requirements. First, the character's level must be greater than or equal to level 60. Second, the character's strength must be greater than 200 points. The third was to master the advanced Berserker knowledge. Hence, without class advancement knowledge, other than levels and equipment, the character's skills would reach the ceiling and could not be further improved. The character's potential would thus be limited. Just as Link was concerned about the rewards and the survivors were celebrating their decision to leave the planet, the sky suddenly changed. The gloomy clouds were suddenly reflected red. This time, the red was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to set the entire sky on fire. The sudden scene made everyone freeze. They all thought of the strange phenomenon in the sky when the army's vanguard had descended. It was exactly the same. Bang bang bang! A deafening explosion came from behind the burning cloud, and hundreds of fire meteors fell from the sky. At the same time, a bright ball surrounded by black lightning fell from the sky. Link's mind went blank. These hundreds of meteors were the vanguard of the alien army. And this black star that was mixed in was the war envoy of the alien planet. After killing a war emissary, another one would come? Logically speaking, invading a low-tier planet only required one war emissary. Besides, this guy wasn't a cabbage. Two of them came at once. Was the wasteland treated like an SVIP? Retreat, everyone, retreat. Link immediately entered swarm commander mode and ordered all pets to leave the slums and Essia. The macaw, who had run over halfway, immediately changed its direction when it saw this. It hurriedly led the spider demon army back to the cave. On this day, the wasteland defeated the second wave of alien attacks and killed the commander of the invasion. However, under the descent of the flames and black stars, Essia turned into a sea of fire and completely fell. 594 Upgrade to the epic stage. The heavenly fire fell violently, smashing all over Essia. The mansion of the rich in the center of the city, the former United Pharmaceutical Building, which was now the office of the government of Essia, the TV tower of Essia, the neon nightlife area in the inner ring, the slums in the outer ring, and the former mercenary camp. These landmark buildings and locations were all destroyed by the heavenly fire and became ruins. The entire Essia was filled with explosions, flames, and destruction. Under the descent of the heavenly fire, everything was reduced to ruins. Especially when Black Star, which was filled with black lightning, fell, the entire invasion reached a climax. Gannis the War Messenger was 2 to 3 meters tall, but he looked different from Tulu, who had been defeated. He had a pair of huge wings hanging behind his back, which were more than 4 meters wide. He looked extraordinarily brave and domineering. He had a pair of horns on his head, pale skin, and a purple-black armor that covered his entire body. His green eyes were in high spirits, and he could sense a conspiracy just by touching them. In just a moment, he could find a few keywords that accurately described Gannis's appearance and temperament. Strong, cunning, and domineering. These 3 words didn't seem to match each other, but they were perfectly integrated into one person. Gannis glanced at the wasteland aborigines who were fleeing, but he did not give the order to chase. He looked back at the destruction and sea of fire that had been Athea. The smell of scorched earth and sulfur in the air made him feel a sense of familiarity that he had not felt for a long time. The alien planet had gained a firm foothold in the first piece of land on the wasteland. Gannis slowly walked to Tulu's side and looked down at the bloodied Tulu. He sneered and said, "Your plan has failed again, but this is good. The military order you gave last time was to bring the head back if you fail." Gannis seemed to be talking to Tulu, but he also seemed to be talking to himself. Gannis raised his arm, and a short and thin Fallen with long ears and big eyes appeared behind him. His 4 limbs were bigger than his torso. He looked like a goblin or a fairy, but the only difference was that he had some green evil flames around him. "Please collect the remains of our respected Lord Tulu, who sacrificed himself for the great cause of the alien planet." Gannis placed his claw-like hand on his chest, his face showing a pained expression. However, he immediately switched to a sly expression and suddenly thought of something. "Oh right, Master Tulu is a man of his word. He said that if you fail, he'll bring your head back, so remember to bring his head back alone. You don't want Tulu to be tainted by your mistakes, do you?" "Don't worry, Master Gannis. I'll get this done and let Master Tulu leave in peace." The Fallen let out a weird laugh and snapped his fingers. The surrounding space began to shake, and then a few more Fallen jumped out from the crack, chirping non-stop. Then, a group of Fallen began to cut off Tulu's head with a saw. The battlefield was filled with excited and sharp laughter. Gannis moved away from Tulu's body, his lips curling into a sneaky smile. Although they were both aliens, and their goal was to fight for the will of Master Thanos, and they were both war emissaries, their relationship was not close. It was more like a competitive relationship. The structure of the alien army wasn't complicated, and the highest-ranking one was naturally the alien leader, Thanos. Other than the Lord Black Shadow, who was free from the system, the rest of the people followed a strict system. Thanos's adjutant, the alien army's commander Yegesh, was in charge of all alien invasion plans. He was a master tactician with high intelligence and combat power. On the other hand, Yegesh had a proud adjutant who was in charge of leading the invasion. His name was Abu, and he was the adjutant of the entire alien army. His job was to carry out Yegisha's plan. Abu's most reliable subordinates were the war messengers. They led the army to invade the various planets and transport the resources back to the foreign planets. On the surface, these war emissaries looked like they were all under Abu's command. They had invaded the planet, but there had always been competition between them. Whoever performed well would be favored by Abu. Of the war emissaries, Abu praised Tulu the most. He even said things like, "Tulu is my #1 general." He also gave him the most resources and soldiers. In fact, this attack was planned by Tulu and Ganis, but Tulu had always looked down on the other war messengers because of Abu Muslim's admiration. He said that he could take a few vanguards and wipe out the wasteland. Ganis let him be, but he found out that Tulu couldn't beat Link. That was why he bided his time and decided to kill him with a borrowed knife. Now that Tulu was dead, the soldiers and resources that belonged to him had to be distributed to the others, and he would have a chance to get more benefits. As for the wasteland, how could it stop him? Although Link's performance had exceeded Ganis' expectations and he was indeed strong, it was all because of Tulu's carelessness. He had only brought a dozen vanguards and was tricked by Link. On the other hand, Ganis' style was completely different from Tulu's. He was strict with his military tactics and focused on attacking the city with strategy and psychological cooperation. He looked down on people like Tulu who conquered with brute force. Looking at the wasteland natives who had all retreated to Essia, Ganis snorted and even praised, "You know when to stop, you're pretty smart." Ganis did not arrange for anyone to chase after them as he had more important things to do. A small island was really not conducive to amassing troops. What he needed to do now was to stabilize this territory, then send the troops on the island to the front line to gain a firm foothold, and arrange for alien technicians to explore the wasteland for the first time, search for all kinds of resources needed by the alien planet, and determine their priority. Steadily and surely, then gradually advance and completely devour the wasteland. Link retreated with his pet. Although he had killed a commander, he did not feel any joy at the moment. Looking at the completely fallen Essia, he even felt a little frustrated and dazed. Hundreds of heavenly flames fell from the sky, instantly scattering the victory. Link had thought that killing Tulu was the end. He didn't expect the real alien force to be waiting behind. With hundreds of army vanguards and a war envoy, there must be many shadow hounds and demons in the base overseas. Link couldn't understand. Was it necessary to send 2 war messengers to such a big extent on a low civilization planet like the wasteland? This made him extremely puzzled. With the alien forces that had descended upon Essia, if they chose to fight them head-on, Link might even lose his life. It was better to retreat first and investigate the situation before taking action. Moreover, Link had just killed Tulu and received a huge reward. It was time to improve his strength and come back to Essia. Ever since Link came to the wasteland, he had fought countless battles. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he could always turn the tables. Today, he was forced to escape from Essia. In a sense, it could be considered Link's first defeat in the wasteland. Benjamin, arrange for the Wolf Cavalry and Special Forces to patrol between New West Asia and Aya, and be on guard for any alien movements. After Benjamin received the order, he immediately made arrangements on his wild wolf. He did things in an orderly manner without panicking, and when he retreated, he had a strict manner, without any signs of chaos, and already had the faint air of a general. Duke, from now on, all government affairs in Essia will be temporarily placed in New West Asia and will operate according to the previous standards. Now that Essia has been lost, New West Asia must be defended. The Duke also understood this. Once New West Asia was lost, the alien army would march straight through the Grand Canal and threaten the safety of Shandu. At that time, the entire Freedom Federation would probably fall into chaos before the alien army could even reach the city. The Duke and Benjamin heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were both hawks and wanted to stay in Essia to fight together. When they were retreating, they saw the battle and movements in Essia and were instantly shocked. The large area of damage was beyond their imagination. Fortunately, the head of state had arranged for them to retreat in advance. Otherwise, they would have all become cannon fodder in this battle. After the war ended, even more alien armies descended, and the entire Essia fell. At this point, the two of them admired Link's decision even more. The head of state must have anticipated the current situation, so he had arranged for them to retreat in advance to avoid unnecessary losses. If they had chosen to stay, they would probably have been washed by the heavenly fire by now. Princeps, the great prophet, YYDS. The players who had been killed by Tulu were all shocked when they heard the surviving players hear about the apocalyptic scene of the heavenly fire from Essia. Just one army vanguard was enough to kill the players. The war messenger had even fought back and forth with Link. Now, there were more than 100 army vanguards. Were they going to be happy or warm? More than 100 volcanic monsters with flames all over their bodies were indeed warm, but they did not dare to move. As for the war messenger, it has been removed from the players' discussion list. With one swing of the axe, it turned a radius of 2 kilometers into scorched earth. We usually call this monster a block. That's right, discussing this thing was just adding to his own troubles. Don't say things like "I'll kill you if I reveal my health bar." The players expressed that they had disturbed them. It was better to improve their own strength as soon as possible. I'll set a small target first and hit 1 point of damage from the Warbringer, then find a way to increase it to a 2-digit damage. The group quickly retreated to New West Asia. Link decided to set up camp outside the New West Asia. The special team sent by the Shadu TV station had recorded all the battle situation at the front line of Essia today while they were retreating. After Anna finished reading today's material in fear, she decided to broadcast it without cutting it. If news of the fall of Essia were to be released individually, it would definitely cause panic among the people. Rather than that, it was better to reveal the whole story to the public and tell them the truth. This time, the loss of Essia was not a defeat, nor was it that Link was no match for the alien invaders. The invaders were simply too powerful. They were retreating with very few casualties now. When the troops and Link recuperated, they would take Essia back. Some of the players had also taken videos. The forum was now buzzing with discussions about the Warbringer and Link's strength. At the same time, the Freedom Federation was broadcasting the entire process of today's battle. Almost everyone was concerned about the situation at the front line. Meanwhile, Link was in the tent, dismissing his subordinates and successfully submitting the mission War Envoy Tulu. He had also received all his rewards. His experience pool had reached 57 million experience points. This number was enough to ensure the supply of experience points for the entire version 2.0, so he did not have to worry about the amount of experience points. The first and most important item was the Berserker's Advanced Knowledge. This advanced knowledge was presented in the form of a book. Link flipped through it, and all sorts of complicated words appeared on the paper. They were transmitted into his brain through his eyes. At the same time, a progress bar appeared on the system interface. A few minutes later, a melodious ding from the system was heard. Link had completed the learning of the advanced knowledge. Congratulations on mastering the advanced Berserker knowledge. From now on, the upper limit of all your Berserker skills has been increased to level 15, and you can now unlock the learning of high-level Berserker skills. Then, Link checked the system and found that his Apocalypse had leveled up. His eyes lit up. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He did not expect the system to recognize the self-created Apocalypse as a Berserker skill. As Link's trump card and the most powerful AoE skill, Apocalypse could definitely be considered his core skill. Now that it could be upgraded by another 5 levels, its damage and effect would increase again. Even Blood Rage's effect would be stronger. To Link, it could definitely be considered an epic upgrade. Since he had a huge amount of experience points, Link decided to level up immediately. He wanted to see how strong Apocalypse would become after obtaining the advanced knowledge. After spending a terrifying amount of 100,000,000 experience points, Link successfully upgraded his skill to level 15. It's f***ing ridiculous. I spent 800,000 experience points to go from level 1 to level 10, and 100,000 experience points to go from level 10 to level 15. Link, who had thought that he had a lot of experience points and wealth, was now angry and did not dare to act cool. The upgraded Apocalypse appeared in front of him in an even stronger form. Apocalypse, LV-15, this was a unique skill created by Link after he learned the military killing fist. It deals 6,500 points of damage to all enemies within a 1,500-foot radius and applies the deterrence effect to them for 5 minutes. Can absorb the opponent's breath of the dead, blood rage, for every enemy in the deterrence state killed. Attack, movement speed, and resistance increase by 10%. Can be stacked. 1,000 health points. The range had increased, the damage had greatly increased, and the percentage increase with each stack of blood rage had also increased by quite a bit. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that after acquiring the Berserker's advanced knowledge, the changes in Apocalypse's skills with each level up had also increased. Originally, the damage at level 1 was 600 points, and at level 10 was 4,000 points. Now that it was at level 15, it had jumped to 6,500 points. After upgrading Apocalypse, Link rubbed his hands together excitedly and eagerly turned to the next loot. 595 Mr. Key, who turned the tide of the battle, 4.29. Link's second target was the Pugilist skill book, Space Splitting Slash. Although it was recognized as a B-rank skill by the system, it was still a B-rank skill in version 2.0, not version 1.0. Hence, there was a qualitative leap in its effects. Link had already completed 2 of the 3 requirements for learning the Space Tearing Slash. All he needed now was a level. LV-59 level 60 requires 209800 experience points. Do you want to level up? Yes/no. Link chose to level up without hesitation. When he reached level 60, he slapped the Space Tearing Slash in his hand, and the skill book turned into a white light and disappeared into his body. The Space Splitting Slash was a Berserker skill. Link had already mastered the advanced Berserker knowledge, so he was still at level 15. Link spent another 10,000,000 experience points to upgrade Space Splitting Slash to level 15. Air Splitter level 15, deals 3,000 plus 10x weapon damage to all targets within a 150-meter radius with the weapon. Consumes 300 energy. After reading the skill's introduction, Link was shocked. The damage was really not low. The first attack was 3,000 basic damage, followed by 10 times weapon damage. Using his flash dagger as an example, the damage on the weapon panel was 130 points, and 10 times the damage was 1,300 points, which was at least 4,000 plus damage in addition to the base damage. The maximum damage of a B-rank skill was more than 4,000 points. If it was a level 60 epic weapon, the damage would be more than 6,000 points. It was comparable to Link's original A-rank skill, Apocalypse. As expected of a skill from version 2.0, it was so terrifying. After the Apocalypse, Link had obtained another powerful weapon. His attack power had been enhanced again. Link shifted his attention to the alien axe. It was much smaller than the one Tulu was using. It was basically designed according to Link's height. The axe's specifications were excellent. Although it was smaller, its effect and combat power were the same. Alien Battle Axe. Quality, Blue. Parameters, Attack 190 to 210 points, Weight 70 kilograms, Length 180 centimeters, High-grade alien alloy, Advanced smithing. Equipment requirements, LV60, Strength 150, Endurance 150. Additional attributes, plus 70 Strength plus 80 Endurance. Effect bonus, Space Rift / Alien Battle Axe with Space Rift / Power increase by 10%. Mortal Strike Fatal Strike damage plus 10%. Fear Scale AoE skill damage plus 10%. Link shook his head after reading the data on the Alien Battle Axe. This battle axe was prepared to complement Space Splitting / When using the Alien Battle Axe, the power of Space Splitter would be increased by 10%. Then, the passive Gale Lai had also written a 10% increase in damage for an area skill. Space Splitter was an area skill, and these two added up to a 20% increase. The data expert, Link, did a quick calculation. If he used the Alien Axe to cast the Space Tearing / the base damage would be 3000 points. The tenfold weapon damage would be 2100 points. If the median was 2000 points, the skill damage would be 5000 points. In addition to the 20% passive enhancement of the Alien Axe, the total damage was 6000 points. Good guy, ridiculous. With a blue exclusive weapon and a B-class skill, the damage cost could almost be equal to that of an A-class skill. This was the advantage of the version and advanced knowledge. Link finally understood why Tulu always wanted to cut his opponent's head off when he attacked with the axe. It was because the axe could increase the damage of his fatal blow. If he used the Space Slicer to hit a vital point, the damage would be explosive. Link then focused his attention on the two sets of materials he had obtained. The purple material, the Cursed Blood, was put aside after a glance. This thing was a little mysterious, and the introduction was also unclear. It said that this bottle of blood had been cursed by the blood god Zhuge, and its use was unknown. This was the first version 2.0 purple material that Link had obtained. It was very valuable and he had no idea how to synthesize it, so he could only keep it for now. The other material was the alien magical steel, blue grade. It was also the raw material for the Warbringer's armor, and it had extremely high stability and strength. After obtaining these materials, Link already had a specific synthesis plan in his mind. He planned to synthesize the alien demonized steel with the silver array wall ants to improve their body structure and strength. In the previous battle with Tulu, because both of them were close-range combatants, the whistle arrow had been a great opportunity to break the stalemate. However, the weakness of the whistle arrow was also revealed in the battle. Its level was too low, and its hardness was worrying. When faced with this version 2.0 monster, it could not break its defense at all and could only harass it. Moreover, the three arrows were completely destroyed after being hit by Tulu's black lightning. If it was against enemies from the wasteland, these pets could still play a group advantage. However, the enemy now was an alien planet. Other than a few powerful and high-level pets, these pets were no longer as useful on the battlefield. On the other hand, the Silver Formation wall ants' effects were still outstanding. It was only because of the enemy's strength and the limitations of its own synthetic materials that it gradually could not adapt to battle. Now that he had the high-end material, if he could make the Silver Formation wall ants rejuvenated after synthesizing it again, it would strengthen Link's battle strategy. However, he was now in charge of New West Asia, and as the only backbone, it was not good for him to leave. The matter of returning to Windhowl Castle to call for reinforcements could only be handed over to others. While he was thinking, a gust of wind suddenly blew outside the tent, lifting the battalion commander's curtain. Immediately, Link saw the macaw appear on the other side of the table. As soon as it entered, it stared at the materials on the table and gasped in surprise. "Good fellow, you've gained a lot from this battle. You even managed to get your hands on the war envoy's heavy axe." The macaw jumped onto the table and stretched out its two wings to lift it with all its might, but it realized that it couldn't lift it at all. It was indeed a heavy blow. Link finally realized what was going on. He stared at the macaw for a long time before asking, "What are you doing here?" He remembered that after issuing the retreat mission, the macaw had led the Spider Devil's army back to the underground cave. Logically speaking, they should have returned to the newly designated Spider Devil's city area. The Vajra Swan Ni didn't even raise its head as it continued to grab the alien demonized steel. It even knocked on the door to listen to the sound before answering, "Oh, it's too dangerous at the front line, so I brought the Spider Devil army here. They're now settled in the desert ruins, so I don't have to worry about scaring the people of New West Asia." Oh, Link's eyes were filled with scrutiny. "I feel like you're here to look at the spoils of war, right?" The macaw's true purpose was pointed out by Link. Its fat body paused for a moment, but it quickly put on a smile. "You're joking, how could I? Actually, I saw that you fought a little fiercely with the war messenger, and then you were chased out of Essia, so I came here to comfort you. But I'm relieved to see that you're in a stable mood." The macaw picked up a small sealed bottle of red liquid and shook it. "What the hell is this? Tulu's blood contains the blood god's curse. I don't know what it's used for, but it's not anything good." The macaw was so frightened that it hurriedly placed the health potions back on the table carefully. Oh my god, the blood that had been cursed by the blood god was no joke. King Kong still remembered the scene of Tulu's blood sacrifice to the blood god on the battlefield and razing all the slums in the south of Essia to the ground. To be able to borrow such a great power from the blood god, it looked very strange. Link had been thinking of who to bring back, but now the tool was right in front of him. The macaw realized that Link was staring at it with a smile on his face. It immediately had a bad feeling and covered its body with its wings. "Please put away those thoughts that you shouldn't have." Link opened a drawer and found a wooden box. He put the cursed blood in and said, "I have an important task here. Only the most cautious, astute, adaptable, and trusted person can do it. I've been thinking about it." Before Link could finish, the macaw raised its wings and interrupted him with a serious expression, "I understand. The perfect existence you speak of is me. Who else can fulfill these conditions and this task other than me? So, I'll take Ying Luo's mission." The macaw's grain-sized eyes were already mesmerized by its perfect image. It didn't notice that Link had already slung a bag over its body. "Hey? What is this?" The macaw came back to its senses and looked at the bag on its body. It tilted its head in confusion. "The task I'm giving you this time is to bring this bottle of blood cursed by the blood god back to Howl Castle and store it in a secret chamber. Also, I need you to bring the rest of the Silver Formation wall ants here as soon as possible." The Silver Formation wall ants were combined by Link with the army ants and the arm shield. There was no queen ant involved in the fusion, so there were only a limited number of them. The Formation wall ant that usually shot 3 arrows was on Link's wrist. The rest was left under the castle. He didn't bring it out even for this battle. The macaw made an OK sign with its wings, then nodded naively. "I'll definitely complete the mission. Don't worry." After saying that, he raised his head, turned his body, and lifted his feet. He did a tactical acceleration action, and then the curtain of the tent was blown up again. The macaw disappeared in a flash. After giving the macaw a workplace smack and making it accept the mission willingly, Link sat down again and let out a long sigh. The situation he was facing now could not be solved by relying on his memory. The alien invasion had been brought forward, and the invading lineup had also changed. There were even 2 commanders. Essia had fallen, and the Shadow Hounds and other worldly demons would soon land. As for the alien technicians, they would set up a magic casting camp in Essia, which would make it even more difficult to recover. The players couldn't be counted on in this battle. The level difference was too big, and they couldn't improve much in the short term. It could be said that the heavy responsibility of fighting against the alien planet fell on Link and the Wasteland NPCs. Although he didn't have a clear plan, Link had set a bottom line. It was better to do it now than later. They had to take advantage of the enemy's lack of stability to organize another attack and destroy the second war envoy. On one hand, the front line was one thing. On the other hand, the Wasteland still had lost advanced knowledge. If he could get this knowledge, his combat power would be improved. Link walked out of the tent and looked up at the full moon in the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if there's any progress with Afu and Pharaoh's Tumen, hee. At the same time, under the same moonlit night, the moonlight shone all over the desert, covering the ground with a layer of silver gauze. Hoo! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and a long metal object glowed with a metallic color under the moonlight as it galloped past the desert. If one looked carefully, this was a moonship that was gliding quickly through the desert. What was even more amazing was that this moonship wasn't sticking to the ground. It was 40 to 50 centimeters away from the ground and was gliding at a low altitude. On the bow of the moon, a young man wearing a golden mask stepped on the bow with one foot and crossed his hands in front of his chest. He looked like a captain who was sailing at sea. And behind this young captain, there was a man wearing a hood and a cloak, his entire face hidden in the darkness of the cloak. Oh, I'm sorry, my eyes were wrong. His face was not hidden under the cloak. His skin was so dark that even the full moon couldn't illuminate it. In addition, his eyes were closed, and his fat hands were holding the captain in front of him tightly, so it created the illusion that his entire face was hidden in the darkness of the cloak. Fu's eyes were tightly closed, and he could only hear the wind whistling in his ears. It was so fast that he found it hard to breathe. Speaking of which, how long more before we arrive at Yingluo? Under the golden mask, Pharaoh Tumen's eyes glowed with a dark green light as he controlled the moonship with his powerful soul power. Don't rush us. We'll be in Shadu in a few minutes. Pharaoh Tumen was also depressed. He had only lived in Fu's coffin for a few days. After he confirmed that he was going to return, Fu kept nagging him to start moonship and return to Shandu at the fastest speed. He even said that after living here for so long, his soul had been nourished well, and that he should collect some rent even if he wanted to rent a house. It was also because of Pharaoh Tumen's cheap mouth that Fu knew he had the ability to control the moonship and fly. When Fu heard that they would reach Shandu in a few minutes, he was so excited that he was no longer afraid of the high speed. He immediately opened his eyes and saw a bright light in the distance. It was the god tree Noxie that grew in Crying Valley. Under the full moon's illumination, it emitted the purest light, like a bright lighthouse, pointing out the direction for passers-by in the dark. Fu couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaim, "Wah! He's back!" However, it was fine if he didn't sigh. With this sigh and this mouth, Pharaoh Tumen, who was controlling the moonship in front, suddenly felt that the sky had brightened. It was as if there was a driver behind him, with high beams on, requesting to overtake and illuminate the road ahead. In reality, Fu had only flashed his teeth. That was all. A few minutes later, Fu and Pharaoh Tumen arrived at the foot of the Weeping Valley. Looking at the dimly lit whistling castle, Fu knew that his boss had not returned to the castle. He was most likely still guarding the front line. All right, let's go back to Shadu. I want to find clues about Sharbak as soon as possible. After Fu finished speaking, Pharaoh Tumen was just about to urge the moonship to leave when something suddenly flashed in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left people speechless, and only the sand it brought up clanked against the moonship. Just as Fu and Pharaoh Tumen were in a daze, the macaw suddenly stopped in front of the two. "Oh, Fu, you're back so soon. Did you find the advanced knowledge?" The macaw was pleasantly surprised. It didn't expect to meet this Marquis who had turned the tide of the battle in Weeping Valley. 596 A Crazy Plan, 4.30. Fu glanced at the macaw and found that its eyes were full of hope and anticipation. At this moment, this kind of gaze was particularly glaring, so he didn't dare to look at it directly. They only looked at each other for a moment and then immediately looked away. "Well, I only found a few scattered clues this time. I didn't find any advanced knowledge," Fu said shyly. The macaw was surprised, as if it was saying that even Fu couldn't find it. This made Fu's head sink even deeper, and he felt even more ashamed. "As expected of you, Fu. You're actually able to find clues about something that's more than 1,000 years old just by looking at the records of later generations." However, Fu and Pharaoh Tumen didn't expect the macaw to praise them after being surprised. This stunned the two of them. Then, the macaw waved its hand and said, "I still have a mission here, so I'll take my leave first. I'll let Link know if you've found any clues tonight." She then disappeared. A moment later, Fu saw the lights in Howling Heights light up one by one, and then quickly go out. Under the moonlight, a trail of sand and dust flew towards the south. The macaw came and went in a hurry. Fu and Pharaoh Tumen only returned to their senses after a long while and continued to walk into the city. "Where are you planning to go?" Pharaoh Tumen asked. Fu thought for a moment. "Let's go to the think tank. We can also talk to Penny and the others and mobilize the resources in Chitu. Hopefully, we can find some clues as soon as possible." Fu and Pharaoh Tumen went all the way to the Moro's building and successfully met Penny, the penguin who was working overtime. As the chief designer of the Freedom Federation's economy, Pony had been extremely busy for the past 2 days. The battle between Essia and the alien planet affected the hearts of countless people on the wasteland. Although the Freedom Federation managed to maintain its stability under everyone's hard work, it could be seen from some economic data that the arrival of the alien planet had caused quite a bit of panic. Some economic indexes had declined to varying degrees, and the heat of economic production was linked to the war situation on the front lines. Once they won, all the index numbers would rise, but once there was bad news, they would fall. Pony had also tried to block the news slightly, but after blocking the news, the panic among the people increased, and the decline of various indicators was even more serious. After saying so much, simply put, it was not in the mood to work, but in the front line. The war at the front line also became a weather gauge for the wasteland's economy. And what worried Penny was the latest data that he had just received that night. With Anna's decision to broadcast the live recordings of what happened in Essia to all the television media of the Freedom Federation, more than 90% of the people on the wasteland saw the tragic degree of the war on the front line today. The scene of the alien invaders turning the entire slum into ruins with a single strike was truly impressive. If the alien invaders sent such monsters, then the wasteland really had no chance of winning. After that, Link and his pet army turned the tables and killed the war messenger. Just as everyone was celebrating, the sky suddenly changed, like a burning cloud, pouring cold water on everyone's heads. More heavenly fire fell, and there was also a black star with black lightning surging. This time, the scale was even greater than before. Even someone as strong as Link could only choose to retreat from Essia and avoid the brunt of the attack. When they saw many of the buildings in Essia destroyed by the heavenly flames and the city filled with scorched earth and flames, the citizens of the Freedom Federation couldn't help but imagine the doomsday scene where the city they lived in was also reduced to ruins. Even though various places tried their best to appease them, the effect was not great. The residents were obviously slacking off in their work and life. Penny took a sip of coffee and forced himself to wake up. He had to stay up late to think of a solution. Otherwise, the rear would be in chaos before the war at the front ended. What was going on? Just as Penny was deep in thought, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Fu barged in with an anxious expression. Before Penny could speak, he said, "To make a long story short, I found some scattered clues about the advancement knowledge when I went out this time, but it stopped abruptly when everything pointed to Sharbak. Sharbak was the predecessor of Sidhu. I need to mobilize the resources of Sidhu to continue this clue." This time, Penny finally understood that the advanced knowledge could be in Shadu. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to Penny's mind, and he thought of a good way to divert the public's attention. Penny instantly got up from his seat, his 2 short penguin wings supporting the table, his body leaning forward, and his eyes sharp. Lin's financial group only has a few resources. Even if we mobilize all of them, we might not be able to find the information. Penny's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured on Afu's head. It chilled her to the core, and her expression instantly darkened. But then, Penny suddenly changed the topic and said, "But I suddenly have a crazy plan, do you want to hear it?" Before Fu could react, Pharaoh Tumen had already walked up. His intuition told him that this penguin's plan was absolutely as crazy as it said. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's the plan?" Penny glanced at Fu and Pharaoh Tumen, and said simply, "Next, I'll ask you guys questions and you'll answer them. You just need to tell me yes or no. Can we reverse the current situation if we find the advanced knowledge?" "Yes." "After getting the resources in Shandu, are you guys thinking of turning the entire city upside down to find clues to advanced knowledge?" "Yes." "Is it better to have more people participate?" "Yes." After 3 consecutive answers, the penguin, Penny, flapped its wings. "That's right, then this matter is easy to handle." Fu's eyes widened in curiosity at Penny's brilliant plan. "My plan is actually very simple. You've gotten a clue that the advanced knowledge might be in Shandu, so I need resources and manpower to search for the advanced knowledge. My mission is to divert the people's attention, restore their fighting spirit, improve the economy, and make the Shitu a stable rear again so that Link can lead the army at the front line in peace." Penny took a deep breath, then continued, "These 2 missions may seem unrelated, but in fact, they can be linked with one operation, and they can smoothly meet our respective needs." At this moment, Pharaoh Tumen had already guessed what Penny was doing. He opened his mouth slightly and gasped while staring at Penny. Seeing the expression on Pharaoh Tumen's face, Penny laughed and said, "Sphinx cat, you've already guessed it, right? What do you think of this plan?" "I have to say, he's very bold." Ah Fu scratched his head and looked at the 2 in confusion. He did not understand what the plan was. Penny didn't keep him in suspense and said directly, "My plan is to make use of the Lin Financial Group's influence in Shitu to put up a bounty for everyone so that everyone can participate in the search for advanced knowledge. Firstly, it can mobilize the enthusiasm of the 15 million people in Shandu and let them help us search for clues. Their efficiency and speed will definitely be higher than ours. Next, we'll divert the public's attention and give them a hint. As long as we can find the advanced knowledge, we'll win this war and boost everyone's confidence." Fu couldn't help but open his mouth wide after hearing this. This plan was indeed crazy enough to directly involve everyone in the activity of searching for advanced knowledge. Just thinking about it was crazy. What if someone finds the advanced knowledge and takes it for themselves, or some covetous forces try to take it? Fu thought of this. Although Link was the head of the Freedom Federation, he only made up 80% of the wasteland's total population. The remaining 20% were vagrants and various extreme forces. The Platinum Hotel, the academy behind the joint pharmaceuticals, and even the Dragon City and the Magic Knight's conservative factions were all eyeing Link covetously, waiting to give him a fatal blow. If he directly announced the use of the class advancement knowledge, there was no guarantee that these organizations would not be able to catch him. The level of danger was no less than walking on a tightrope. However, Fu also admitted that this was the most efficient plan. The Lin's financial group has a very strong control over the Sand Capital. Right now, there are only the army, special forces, artillery troops, Inhumans, and pet troops on the front line. Most of the troops are still in the Sand Capital, and Troy is monitoring the signals of the entire Sand Capital. Even if the enemy comes in, we have a way to guard against it. Penny's logical explanation dispelled Fu's last bit of doubt. Fu raised his head and looked at Pharaoh Tumen beside him, asking, "It's useless for ordinary people to obtain advanced knowledge, right?" "That's right." Pharaoh Tumen nodded. "Ordinary people are like blank pieces of paper when they get advanced knowledge. Only the top existences who are ahead of others in all aspects can have some enlightenment after getting the advanced knowledge." With Pharaoh Tumen's endorsement, Fu's eyes suddenly became firm, and he said with determination, "All right, then let's get to it." Now that the boss was in danger at the front line and Essia had been lost, only advanced knowledge and godly items could turn the tables. The safety of the wasteland depends on me alone. I must do everything I can to find advanced knowledge and artifacts. I can't betray the trust of the boss. I'm willing to take any risk. All right. Penny's goose body trembled, and the fat on his body made a dun-dun sound as he clapped his hands. Penny sat back in his seat and immediately talked in detail with Afu and Pharaoh Tumen about the scattered clues they had obtained this time. They locked onto the target, Sharbak. He then picked up the phone and contacted Nicole and Anna, telling them the news. He asked them to arrange the highest level of publicity overnight and mobilize everyone to search for the advanced knowledge. After hanging up the phone, Penny placed his wings on his chin and said to the two, "All right, it'll only take half an hour at most. Everyone in the entire Sand City will be mobilized to search for advanced knowledge. What you need to do now is to go back and rest for a while. Then, wait for the massive amount of information and intelligence, filter through the ones that you think are useful, and then find the advanced knowledge." Before Fu and Pharaoh Tumen could recover from their shock, they were already led out of the office by Penny to the underground corridor. "Don't worry, go back and wait for the news. As for the hostile forces, I'll tell Bob, Commander Dai, and Troy to increase the surveillance." Fu knew that Penny had always been reliable, so she was relieved. They had gone out to look for clues, and then rushed back day and night. It would be a lie to say that they were not tired. Now that half of the pressure had been relieved, fatigue finally overwhelmed him. He really needed to rest. On the other hand, when he was in the underground ruins, Pharaoh Tumen had to use his energy carefully every day. Ever since he knew that Afu's Spirit Vulture Palace was a blessed land, he was unwilling to come out after entering it. He used all kinds of methods to nourish his soul. His current soul energy was even more powerful than when he was alive. This was ridiculous. It was no wonder that in the Spirit Vulture Palace, a 9-patterned dragon became a Buddha, and the former head of Fia, Augustine, also followed the 9-patterned dragon and started to worship Buddha. Even Ronder, who had been noisy before, was now a lot quieter. They must have known about the benefits of the Spirit Vulture Palace in nourishing the soul, so they were all making the best use of their time to torture the soul. Controlling the moon ship this time had consumed more than half of Pharaoh Tumen's soul energy. Now, as soon as he heard that he could rest, he immediately staggered. The dark green soul power in his eyes flickered, showing that he was suffering from a heat stroke, no, showing a state of soul exhaustion. He wanted to sneak into the Spirit Vulture Palace to rest. After all, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. After enjoying the nourishment of a huge amount of energy, he couldn't stand it if he had to go back to the state where he had to work hard to save a little every day. Fu looked at Pharaoh Tumen's attitude and thought that this guy was even more diligent than a donkey on the production team's way back. He couldn't help but feel compassion. "You're only allowed to stay for one night. Don't think about having any other thoughts." Pharaoh Tumen's eyes lit up, and he immediately extended his palm and swore, "Don't worry, I, Tumen Fa, am called an honest and reliable young man. I said I wouldn't move, and I meant it." Fu waited in the underground corridor for a while, then took the capsule car back to its base camp, the Colosseum. Fu's assistant, Fred, immediately came to greet him when he saw Fu. He helped to get his coat, massaged his shoulders, and handed him water. "Brother Fu, you must be tired from the long journey. You've been exposed to the wind, the sun, and the rain. You've worked hard." Not long after the two of them got off the elevator and passed by the hall, the image signal on both the big screens and the small televisions in the animal arena suddenly changed. The figure of Shadow TV station's director, Nicole, appeared on the screen. The words "live broadcast" were also marked on the upper right corner. "An important message, an important message." At the same time, outside New West Asia, in the Shandu military camp, the macaw quickly took out the remaining silver formation wall ants. When he put the meteorite magical steel and the formation wall ants together, a 95% compatibility appeared on the synthesis interface. So, Link synthesized them without thinking. Other than that, the macaw also told Link about its encounter with Afu and Pharaoh Tumen outside of Howl Castle. You said that Fu's original words were that he did find some clues outside, right? Asked Link. The macaw nodded repeatedly. That's right, but I don't think Fu's character is very high. I don't think it's important information and it's still far from finding advanced knowledge. Otherwise, I would have contacted you excitedly. Although the macaw's usual analysis was a mess, Link agreed with it this time. If it was really useful information, Fu would have called him a long time ago. Now that he didn't pick up the call, it must be because the clues were still unclear. However, Link had no intention of interfering. Fu's luck could only be understood and not described. This thing could be believed. One must not use one's brain or logic, or else one would be slapped in the face very miserably. Even though there was no news tonight, who knew if there would be news of him finding advanced knowledge tomorrow morning? 597 Half-Step Legendary Realm. However, it didn't take long for Link to hear the city erupt in cheers. When Link walked out of the tent, he was surprised to see many people holding torches heading north and leaving New West Asia under the moonlight. Could it be that the video that was played in the afternoon had caused everyone to lose their confidence in the Freedom Federation? However, these people who had left clearly had excited expressions on their faces. They didn't seem to have lost confidence in the Freedom Federation at all. Link couldn't understand. If it wasn't because of an alien planet, what was it that drove so many people to leave New West Asia overnight with torches? Was it the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? Not only were there local merchants from New West Asia, but there were also refugees who had previously evacuated from Asia, as well as a large number of players. In addition to the torches, there were also all kinds of vehicles that were scrambling to evacuate from New West Asia. The macaw disappeared from where it was and returned to Link after a while, panting. I've figured it out. Something big has happened in Shandu. Something big happened in Shandu? Link's mind tensed up. His first reaction was that there were alien invaders in the Sand City. The macaw panted a few times and continued, it's the TV station that issued a call overnight, calling for all the people of Shandu to join in the search for advanced knowledge and contribute to the fight against the alien planet. This time, it was Link's turn to be surprised. If the TV station called for this, there must be a think tank behind it. This operation must have been suggested by Penny. But why did he call on the people of Shandu to search for advanced knowledge? Link felt that it was time to contact Penny and ask about the whole story. However, before he could make the call, the sound-transmitting bug on the table began to call, Penguin Penny is requesting communication. Link stuffed the sound bug into his ear and immediately heard Penny's voice. Boss, there are quite a few people in New West Asia who have started to move, right? I'll let you sit down and report. Link returned to his tent and sat on the sofa. I was just about to call you to ask about the situation, so let's start. The Penguin's report was concise and effective. It explained the situation to Link in the shortest time possible. So you're combining these two requirements and directly mobilizing everyone to search for advanced knowledge? That's right. As for safety, you don't have to worry about it. I've already contacted Commander Dai Yi, Bob from the Slum Gang, and even Mr. Painter in advance. We can send reinforcements at any time. This way, we can make sure that the Platinum Hotel, the Academy, and other forces can't get involved. Penny's tone was full of confidence. This time, it was Link's turn to be surprised. He said in disbelief, "You've even settled John?" "Yes, I told him that it's considered overtime and that it's another price." "What's the price?" "A month's worth of VIP-level Little Fragrant Pig brand cat food for a short fur cat." Link was stunned. He didn't think that Penny would be able to bribe John with a month's worth of short hair food. It could only be said that as a master entrepreneur, Penny's eyes were sharp and vicious. He saw through John's weakness at a glance and then dealt with the problem. "Yet, you've arranged so many things. Even if the Platinum Hotel and the Academy came, they would definitely not be able to return." After Penny explained the reasons for the series of actions, Link understood what she was thinking. Even he was starting to become interested in this plan. However, there was another piece of information that surprised him. Afu and Pharaoh's Tumen had gone out to look for the advanced knowledge and the whereabouts of the divine artifacts, but in the end, the information they obtained pointed to Shandu. However, the plot in his previous life had not been as fast, and the players had not found any advancement knowledge in Shandu. It was only when the First Order people had descended and imparted the advancement knowledge that the players had gradually gained control of the situation and fought back and forth with the alien planet. So Link didn't have high hopes for Sharbaka's clue. After all, even if they obtained the class advancement knowledge, it would be useless to the players at their current level. They could only use it to upgrade some of the NPCs. Rather than that, he might as well place his hopes on advancing to Legend. Yes, Link had thought about it all night after the upgrade and decided to place his hopes on reaching the legendary level. He had already completed the first part of killing 5-leader NPCs no lower than level 50. Now, he only needed to create a legendary skill to successfully advance to legendary. According to the popular terms in online novels, his current state was half-step legendary. The macaw also heard the conversation between Penny and Link. After all, as the chat group leader and in front of them, it could easily receive the radio waves from the sound bugs. The macaw scratched its head. The advanced knowledge was in shadow after half a day, but the clues had also been cut off. Penny was also a big-hearted person. He actually dared to come up with such a bold plan and execute it first before reporting. He was simply a role model for his generation. In this regard, the macaw only had 2 words: the chicken is too beautiful. After ending the call with Penny, Link removed the sound bug and made a call on his phone. Do. After a few seconds of waiting, the call was connected. As soon as it was connected, a burst of complaints came. It's been less than half an hour since Penny called, and you're already calling me. Are you not going to let me sleep? Link heard John's voice gradually increase in volume from a low voice to a louder one. There was a lot of resentment in his voice. I didn't accurately interrupt your spell casting this time, did I? Link grinned. Get lost, get lost. Hammer's interruption of spell casting. What's the matter? I'm here to ask how to create a legendary skill, Link said seriously. I've already had enough experience fighting against experts. Now, I'm just short of a self-created legendary skill to advance to legendary. The success or failure of the front line this time should be decided here. Hearing that Link was going to create a legendary skill, John was instantly awake. I didn't expect you to have accumulated enough experience so quickly. It's really the new generation pushing the old. John couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he had gone through a lot of trouble in order to advance to the legendary level. John knew that this matter was deeply related to the fate of the wasteland, so he didn't keep them in suspense and said, self-created legendary skills are not created out of thin air, but are integrated according to your combat style and existing abilities. So the first step is to find 2 or more skill characteristics, what effect you want the created skill to have, and find the skill corresponding to the characteristics. When you find a sample, the next step is the most difficult step in the whole process, which is to constantly challenge the inner demons. In the process of challenging the inner demons, it is the process of gradually perfecting the concept in your heart. However, this process was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful in the battle with the inner demon, one would fall into a state of loss of control, or even be completely occupied by the inner demon and become a walking corpse. However, as long as there was enough insurance, the process was relatively safe. You have to find something that can focus your mind, as well as the materials to transform your inner demons. The stronger the inner demons you transform into, the more perfect the ability you create. Most importantly, one could only complete a legendary skill after thousands of battles with the inner demon. Therefore, one needed a dream reincarnation stone that could repeat the whole process. Back then, I had also chanced upon one of these by chance. It's rather difficult to find. However, you're now the Freedom Federation's head, so finding the materials shouldn't be a problem. John gave a long speech and taught him all kinds of key points and secrets. After hearing this, Link said that he'd already written down the orders in his notebook. With these words, John hung up the phone with satisfaction and said that he would like to experience it as soon as it was created. The macaw stood on its tiptoes and saw the key points in Link's little notebook. When it saw them, it immediately turned into Nick Yang with a face full of question marks. Holy sh*t, they'd said everything on the phone just now and even jotted down the orders. But now, she realized that Link's notebook only had one word written down: luck. So this was the main point of the conclusion. There wasn't much written in the book, but after listening to John's experience, Link had a rough idea in his mind. The prototype of a legendary skill needed to be selected from the unique combinations of the skills that had already been learned. Link scanned through all his skills. Poison LV10, Coin Divination, Beast's Eye LV10, Bullet of Misfortune LV1, Hidden Weapon LV10, Charging Fist LV10, Urgent LV10, Crane Form Style LV10, Apocalypse LV15, A. Man in the Mirror, S. Geomancy LV10, Shaman Witchcraft LV10, Tarot Secret LV10, Mechanical Assembly LV10, Mechanical Force Surge LV10, Firearm Modification LV10, Punishment LV10, Pacify Wild Beasts LV10, Natural Anger LV10, Tracking Humanoid Creature LV10, Shadow Meld LV10, Yi Jinjing LV10, Repentance LV10, Ignore Pain LV10, Heavenly Gaze, A, /LV15, B. Normally, the higher the grade of a skill, the better its characteristics would be. This was especially so for Link, who already had a legendary S-rank skill and 2 epic A-rank skills. Link decided not to use the combination of Apocalypse and Heaven's Gaze. These two skills were a perfect match. If he chose these two as the blueprint to create a legendary skill, he would be able to absorb the strengths of these two skills. He would not have one more legendary skill, but 2 less epic skills. The gains did not make up for the loss. Since it was a legendary skill, it had to be unique. Most of the skills he had learned were normal skills, and only exclusive skills were unique. Skills that had a star in front of them were exclusive skills. They were unique and exclusive, and could best reflect a character's characteristics. Bullet of Misfortune, Apocalypse, Heaven Sun's Insight. Now that Apocalypse was bound to Heaven Sun's Insight, the development target would be the Bullet of Misfortune. Although the Bullet of Bad Luck was unique and exclusive, and was the earliest exclusive skill that Lin Ke had obtained, its effects were so weak that it was rarely mentioned. He would only think of it when he occasionally needed synthetic materials. Thinking about it carefully, the effect of the Bullet of Misfortune was a little interesting. Not only did it reduce the luck attribute, but it also had a hidden effect, which was that it would definitely cause a critical hit after hitting the enemy. However, because the damage of firearms was relatively low, the surefire damage was not as high as Lin Ke's other skills. If he could make full use of this advantage, it seemed to be quite promising. If he wanted to use the Bullet of Misfortune as his base skill, what should he choose for the other skill combination? Normal skills had the same effect, and Lin Ke could not find any inspiration even after looking at them several times. If this skill couldn't increase the height of the Bullet of Misfortune and instead limited the rules, then the self-creation this time would be a failure. What Link needed was not one correct answer, but countless possibilities. In order to achieve this, he needed to have a wide range of skills. The only skill that met this requirement was the Heaven Sun's Insight. Not only could he control his aura to kill people invisibly, but he could also use all kinds of auras to strengthen himself. Although the Heaven Sun's Insight could control a lot of chi fields and detect the existence of all kinds of chi, there was only one thing that was ethereal and uncertain and couldn't be controlled, which was luck. The Bullet of Bad Luck could affect both luck and misfortune. If he combined it with the Heaven's Insight, would he be able to control luck? After all, Link had always been envious of Fu's unparalleled luck. If he had this ability, wouldn't it be awesome? Make a bold assumption and carefully verify it. At the very least, Link's current assumptions were all within the rules. As for whether he could really achieve his goal, it was hard to say. However, a legendary skill extracted from two exclusive and unique skills could not be too weak. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the name of a legendary skill? Now that he had the initial idea of the skill, the next step was the problem of the hardware materials. Other than the Dream Reincarnation Stone, Link had never even heard of such a thing in his previous life. He could only hope that his subordinates would find it. Link really did have a treasure that could calm his heart's demons. The purple quality sleep crystal that he had gotten from the desert oasis could make all living things peaceful. Didn't it come in handy this time? As for the illusionary heart demon, John said that the stronger the heart demon, the better. The stronger the heart demon, the more perfect the legendary skill could be. Since that was the case, Link would not hold back. According to John, as long as he had something that the mental demon illusion possessed as a guide, in addition to his own memories and illusions, he could create a powerful mental demon. Unfortunately, John had given Link a pencil before. It was the painter's pencil, and it was green quality. He didn't need it for synthesis, but it could finally be put to use. Now, everything was going smoothly, except for the crucial wind. And Dongfeng was this Dream Realm Reincarnation Stone. Old Gold, help me contact Penny. While everyone is searching for advanced knowledge, tell the people of the financial group not to be idle. Find a way to help me find something called the Dream Reincarnation Stone. I have an urgent need for it. The macaw nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll go tell them. If there's nothing else, I won't be coming over later. I'll also go and ask a few spider demon priests in the desert ruins to see if the spider demon empire has this thing." After the macaw left, Link sat in his chair in silence. In this wave, as long as he could create a legendary skill, he would be able to advance to legendary smoothly. At that time, his attributes would definitely increase greatly, and he would be able to face the various tricks of the alien planet more calmly. After thinking about it, Link decided to take a look at the forum. After all, Penny had issued such a big mission tonight, and he wanted to see the reaction of the forum players. However, when he entered the Wasteland forum and read the related posts, he was dumbfounded. 598 The main character of the Wasteland. On the Wasteland forum, Link saw Penny's mission for the first time. However, after reading it, Link was completely dumbfounded. A-rank mission: The fate of the Wasteland, accept/decline. Support mission: hint, the Wasteland is now at a critical moment of life and death. The alien invaders are powerful, and even the head of state can't hold them off alone. The future of the Wasteland was in everyone's hands. Only by finding advanced knowledge and artifacts could they reverse their fate. On this issue, no matter what faction, position, or organization we are from, we should form a community of shared destiny and protect our home. As long as you can find any clues or information about the advanced knowledge, report it to any Lin Financial Group organization or agency within the Wasteland. Mission requirements: search for any information regarding the advanced knowledge and Sarbark, and report the information to them. Mission reward: determined by the rarity of the information provided. This mission was directly classified as a level A mission by the system, and there was no mission threshold at all. Even a new level 1 account could receive this mission. Therefore, once the mission was announced, all the players were shocked. Many players had been playing for a few months and had not even seen the shadow of a B-rank mission. Suddenly, they received an A-rank mission. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, the players had already mastered some techniques in the game, such as the division and distinction of mission levels. F-level missions were basically delivering and running errands. There was no risk, but the rewards were low. An E-rank mission was a normal mission. The risk of battle was extremely low, and the rewards were also very ordinary. D-rank missions had a medium risk or medium difficulty, so the rewards were normal. A C-rank mission was a high-level mission. The risk was high, but the reward was good too. B-rank quests were the storyline of a powerful organization. The risk was high, the quest was complicated, and the reward was not bad. There were also additional special rewards for such quests. This was an A-rank mission, which was already a mission that involved the main storyline and was related to important NPCs. The reward would definitely be much higher than a B-rank mission. After all, from the start of the game until now, no one had ever received an A-rank mission. Even Wind Chaser and Bandit Cool, who were closest to Link, had never heard of an A-rank mission. Now, they were using television, radio, and other media channels to distribute it wantonly, and everyone had a share. He was simply a living Buddha. At this moment, everyone was discussing the advanced knowledge, the divine weapon, and a new name, Sarbark. What exactly is advanced knowledge? I didn't hear it clearly on TV. Previous poster, you didn't pass your primary school language, did you? I've already explained it so clearly. This advanced knowledge is the knowledge given to the wasteland by the original extraterrestrial civilization to fight against alien planets. Once you master this knowledge, you'll be able to wrestle with alien planets. Sarbark is the garrison general of the former Sarbark. I've done some research, and Sarbark is the name of ancient Sand City. So, if I'm not wrong, the advanced knowledge should be in ancient Sand City. Upstairs, your analysis makes sense. I'll go and investigate now. When the players from other places saw this, they could only be envious. Although they had also received the mission through television and radio, they knew that they had been eliminated from the competition for the A-rank mission when they learned that Sarbark was the garrison general of Shitu hundreds of years ago. However, there were still many players who were unwilling to admit defeat. They traveled through the night, rushing from other places to Shatu, wanting to get a share of the loot. After all, this was an A-rank mission, and from the mission introduction, it was a planet's main storyline mission. If they were lucky enough to find a clue, they would be able to rise to the top and become one of the top players in the wasteland. Even the players from the other two novice planets had rushed over to join in the fun after learning about the A-rank mission for everyone on the wasteland. All of them were envious. Their main storyline mission had shown its brilliance, and only a very small number of players had received the mission. It had originally been a rather epic plot, but compared to the wasteland where everyone was a soldier and fighting off alien invaders, it instantly became a little petty. The internal structure of the planet was still small and insignificant, and it was not worth showing. Be it Victoria or Pandora, they were still in the internal power struggle of the planet, unlike the wasteland, which had already fought with extraterrestrial civilizations. The enemies they met were all question mark level, and their strength exceeded the upper limit of the planet. The video of Link's battle with the War Messenger in the afternoon had already become a hot search in real life. Coupled with the A-rank mission for all the citizens, the wasteland's plot and story were indeed far ahead of the three novice planets. Many players were already regretting not choosing the wasteland. Wasn't this better than turning people around? Apart from the players, the native NPCs of the wasteland also began to take action. This was a matter of the wasteland's survival. They could also receive rewards from the Lin family financial group. Everyone had to contribute, both for public and private reasons. Dragon City and Fae might not have felt much, but the people of the Sand Capital had lived a good life this year. The gunfights and chaos on the streets a year ago, and now almost never closing their doors at night. They all saw the beneficial changes that Link had made after he took over. If the front line really could not withstand the alien planet's attack, their stable life would be completely destroyed, and Sand City would be reduced to a sea of fire and ruins, just like Essia. Many of the refugees in New West Asia also chose to go to Sand City to search for advanced knowledge after hearing about the mission. The head of state had already done too much for them. He had arranged for them to eat and live without even asking for anything in return. But they couldn't take this for granted. They had to do something to repay the head of state. Link exited the forum. His initial shock had turned into emotion. He returned a favor with a favor. Of course, this mission also finally revealed a fact. The direction of the story began to change, and the Wasteland's structure was officially set with 3 main characters. Needless to say, the first main character was the King of Assassins, John. Link still had the A-rank chain mission John's request that John had issued. He would go to the prince's treasure vault together. The second protagonist was Silverhand. As a clone like in his previous life, Silverhand had inherited the Savior's fate from his previous life. Although there was no mission indication, the position of the main character was definitely not going to escape him. The third one was Link. Penny had issued the A-rank mission The Fate of the Wasteland under the Lin Financial Group's name. However, it was obvious that this mission was only labeled as an A-rank mission because of Link. After all, Link had done a mission before. The alien planet invaded early. If it was related to the alien planet, it would be a super template mission and not an A-rank mission. Just think about a year ago when he first entered the game, he was still a slave who had to flee everywhere. A year later, as the head of the Freedom Federation, he began to fight against the alien invaders and became the star of the planet. He had always thought that he had managed to get close to the main character, but now he realized that he was one of the main characters. The next day, Shandor was bustling with noise and excitement. Penny stood on the top floor of the Moros Tower and looked down at the entire city through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass. People, whether they were in the uptown or the slums, were walking on the streets, talking to each other, or looking hurried. Many of them were holding notebooks or information that they had collected. All kinds of fragmented information were constantly combined and arranged, filling up Sharbaka's resume. In addition to the ordinary people, the uptown's dignitaries also contributed. Many of them took out their books about the Desert Dynasty's collection or the collection of Sharbak. Even the descendants of Sarbark came forward and openly supported the idea. They were willing to share their family's secret knowledge for everyone to study and find clues. Previously, the city was filled with all kinds of rumors and slanders, and the people were in a panic. However, after the announcement of the mission, everyone's hearts were directed in one direction, and the previous rumors were dispelled without any attack. Seeing this, Penny heaved a long sigh of relief. He would use the most honest attitude to let the people know the truth and let them see the sacrifices Link had made on the front line. This mission was equivalent to returning the fate of the wasteland to everyone's hands, and they had a sense of participation and mission. Penny looked at the information that Dragon City and Fae had reported to him. He had made the right bet this time. The people's fear had disappeared, and it had all turned into a sense of responsibility and duty. This time, the fight against the alien invaders was no longer a matter for the soldiers and the higher UPS, but for the people. When these terrifying powers were gathered together, they would produce a huge force. After that, as long as they looked for clues and promoted that the stability of the rear was beneficial to the front line, people would soon be able to get back into life and production, and everything would be back on track. Pony had easily completed the mission of maintaining the stability of the Freedom Federation, and he wondered how Fu was doing. With so many people taking action, there should be a lot of information. Pony picked up his phone and dialed Fu's number. The phone kept toot, and it was only picked up after a long time when Pony was about to hang up. "Hello, Penny, what's up?" Fu's voice was lazy. He had used up a lot of energy when he went out some time ago and hadn't had a good night's sleep, so he had a good sleep after returning. "You're still sleeping?" The plan was very successful. Now, the enthusiasm of the people have been aroused. Quickly take a look and see if there is any useful information. Fu jumped down from the bed and could hear the sound of Ying putting on her clothes. She grabbed the phone and said, "I talked to Troy last night and asked him to filter out all the information and send the useful ones to the Monster Security Company in the form of missions for investigation. I'm going to take a look at Ran Ran." Fu quickly went to the office and turned on the computer to check. Immediately, all kinds of messages flooded in, causing the computer to freeze for half a minute. Then, Fu saw 999 plus emails and couldn't help but gasp. He said into the phone, "I saw it. These people are a little too enthusiastic. I have a lot of things to do over here, so I'll hang up first, Ying Luo." This was only after Troy's initial screening, and there were already so many emails. The workload was huge. Fu summoned the Vulture Palace and Pharaoh's Tumen. "Quick, the information has been flooded. I need you to go through it together." Pharaoh Tumen immediately came out of the Vulture Palace and entered the Pharaoh's soul box to recover. He rubbed his hands and said, "It's time to find the truth." Afu and Pharaoh's Tumen started to gather useful information. It was dark outside, and they didn't know whether it was day or night. However, after reading all 999 emails, Afu thought that her work was over. When she pressed the refresh button, the interface froze for half a minute. When it returned to normal, it showed 999 plus emails again. The atmosphere in the office suddenly froze. Fu and Pharaoh Tumen looked at each other. A moment later, Pharaoh Tumen sighed and said, "Sigh, I'd better finish reading these before I rest." The two of them reviewed the information day and night. After extracting useful information from the list, they immediately sent it to the Monster Security Company for investigation. While information was being exchanged rapidly, the front line did not relax. Every day, Link would use the Eye of the Beast to control the Sand Eagle or the Crow of Misfortune to patrol the sky above Essia a few times. He personally saw the Shadow Hounds and Demons disembark from the sea. He even saw the alien mechanics. When Link patrolled at night again, he found that many bonfires had been lit in Essia. The alien mechanics had built smelting tables to smelt the metal in the ruins again. They had also started marking out areas to build a camp. There was no news about the Dream Realm Reincarnation Stone for a day. Fu and Penny didn't give any feedback about the advanced knowledge. It was unknown whether it was because there was too much information and verification was slow, or they had not found any clues. Link knew that if this went on, the alien planet would definitely set up a magic casting camp in Essia. Once the camp was built, a stable teleportation system would be formed in the camp, and the alien army would enter the wasteland continuously. By then, everyone's days would be even more difficult to endure. Therefore, they had to attack as soon as possible. They had to drive the demons out of the alien planet before the construction of the Demon Forgers camp was completed. Link was quite familiar with the Demon Forge camp. After all, they had been friends for months and had completed many missions in his previous life. According to the current construction speed, the demonic foundry camp had already begun to take shape, and it would take 2 to 3 days for the basic functions to be completed. If they wanted to attack, they had to do it within these 2 to 3 days. However, there was still no news from the two East Winds. He still had to be on guard against the alien army at all times. Link couldn't help but feel anxious. Report. Head of State, there's a letter for you here from the library of Shudu. The soldier outside the door entered the tent and reported. Link was a bit suspicious. For a letter to arrive at this time, could it be information about class advancement knowledge that was sent directly to him? After all, he was the honorary director of the Shandil Library, so it was reasonable for him to bypass Penny. Give it to me. Link took the letter and found that the letter, sender, and stamp were all unique to the library. But when he opened the letter, he was stunned. At the same time, a mission popped up from the system: the last trial. Dear Head of State, I'm the librarian of the Shandil Library. I heard that you are looking for advanced knowledge and the Dream Reincarnation Stone. As an administrator, I can't provide you with advanced knowledge, but I have some information about the Dream Reincarnation Stone you are looking for. If I'm not wrong, you are looking for the Dream Reincarnation Stone to create a legendary skill. Maybe I can provide some help. 599 The Nightmare Beast in the Library, Chapter 5.3. Link's first reaction was shock. Even John had obtained one by chance, which was why he had broken through the shackles and been promoted from leader to legend. Now, just a day after the news was released, the librarian in Shadow had sent a letter saying that he could help him. This news came at the right time. Of course, Link didn't think that it was luck. It was clearly because of his great influence. His every move was being watched by countless people. It was also because of his great influence that everyone was willing to help him, and they were proud of it. Link then looked at the mission. You have triggered the job mission the last trial, accept/decline. Mission hint: the librarian in Shandu knows about the dream reincarnation stone and has deduced that you want to create a legendary skill. Go to him to understand the situation and complete the final trial. Mission reward: unknown. Although the mission did not state clearly, Link had a feeling that he would definitely gain something. It was already late at night. Link suppressed his excitement and sent a message to Penny, telling him to lock down the city library. He had to go there the next morning. Penny did not waste any time. The library had been bustling with people for the past 2 days because of the investigation of Sarbark and the advanced knowledge. Even though the staff had explained it repeatedly, the players had to go in and verify it themselves. Seeing was believing, and they were afraid of missing any opportunity. It didn't know what Link was going to do, but sealing the place off was easy for it. Link had just hung up the phone when the macaw rushed into the tent. The messenger we sent out has returned with news. The Spider Devil Empire doesn't have anything like this. He won't be able to help you this time. The macaw scratched its head helplessly. Link smiled and waved the letter in his hand. You're treating me as an outsider by saying this. You've already done a great job by promoting the alliance between the Freedom Federation and the Spider Demon Empire. What's there to be sorry about? Moreover, I already have some clues here. We'll see the results tomorrow. The macaw took the letter and looked at it with an excited expression. Tisk, I didn't expect this old man to have such hidden skills. As soon as he saw you looking for the dream reincarnation stone, he knew that you wanted to create your own skill. I heard you say that you want to seal off the library before I came in. I'll go with you tomorrow. If you need help, I can help too. Link wanted to refuse, but he thought that it would be good to have the macaw with him, so he nodded. In any case, he felt that even if he didn't agree, this guy would still follow him. After receiving Link's confirmation, the macaw left the tent happily and returned to the desert ruins to continue its job as the Prime Minister. The next day, at dawn, Link was awoken by the rustling of footsteps outside the tent. After a while, Link packed his things and walked out of the tent. He saw the macaw, who was extremely excited early in the morning. It was the one who had made the noise. You're awake? Let's hurry up and go. The macaw was particularly attentive. This kind of scene where one could witness history was its favorite. Link took the helicopter directly. As he flew over the Sand City, he saw an endless stream of people on the streets, as if they were parading in the streets. After passing through the slums and arriving in the uptown, Shi Feng passed by a skyscraper. The plaza in front of the library suddenly came into view. In an instant, he saw countless players tightly packed outside the library. The library had been cordoned off from the stairs, and the players had been informed that it was temporarily closed. The players and NPCs who were eager to find advanced knowledge and information about Sarbark were all standing outside. They looked around curiously or whispered to each other, not knowing what was going on. When the helicopter slowly landed, some of the players' memories were reignited. The expressions on their faces changed from surprise to sudden realization, as if they knew the identity of the person who had come. If it was that person, this kind of display would be very normal. The helicopter landed on the wide platform in front of the library. The moment Link and the macaw alighted, the complaints and protests in the square suddenly stopped. The noisy square fell silent, and everyone stared at Link's back. So it's Link. It's fine then. Link must be here to find information about the class advancement. I knew it, one of the players said confidently. The library must have news of advanced knowledge. Even Link is here. Where should we go to find the clues? Link scanned the square after alighting from the helicopter. It was packed with players. He then headed straight for the library. In the morning, the library had received an order that Link had something to do. Jenny had a good relationship with Link. She knew that he didn't like to be ostentatious, so she didn't arrange for any red tape or staff to welcome him at the door. The best thing to do was to go to work as usual. When the staff at the door saw Link, they suppressed their excitement and greeted Link and the macaw. After entering the library, Link went straight to the library area. Not long after, he saw the old librarian cleaning the library area and wiping the public areas. As a well-learned NPC who had hidden himself well, showing his identity as a librarian in public was a very mysterious thing. The old man could hear Link's footsteps even before he reached the warden. He immediately went up to him, his white eyebrows raised and a smile on his face. "The head of state is here. I heard that you want to create a new path and a legendary skill. Are you still looking for the dream reincarnation stone?" The librarian's attitude was much better than before. The smile on his face never disappeared, and his tone was much more respectful. However, Link could understand the change. After all, he was now the number one person on the wasteland. His influence was no longer the same. There is such a matter. I received your letter yesterday, and you said that you have some clues about the legendary skills and the dream reincarnation stone. Link asked directly. The librarian smiled like an expert and even spoke in a mysterious way, yes and no. The macaw's wings trembled, and it had unknowingly clenched its fists. Damn it, he had to pretend. But before Link could speak, the librarian continued, the Dream Realm Reincarnation Stone is actually a type of meteorite from outer space. It has the ability to catalyze dreams and is extremely rare. I've only seen some descriptions of it in the ancient books. Thus, I guessed that the head of state might need this item to increase his strength. The macaw tutted and muttered, there's no Dream Realm Reincarnation Stone. If I had known, I wouldn't have woken up so early. The librarian was still smiling, but then he quickly reversed the situation. Although the Dream Reincarnation Stone is hard to come by, I know something with a similar effect. The macaw's hair stood on end. This old man had a tight grasp on its emotions, damn it. Link didn't say anything during the entire process. He just raised his hand and gestured for the librarian to lead the way. Since the mission had already been issued, it was definitely not that simple. Thus, Lin Ke was not surprised. Only the macaw had foolishly cooperated with the administrator's performance. It had already been shown off and become a qualified tool bird. The librarian brought Link to a bookshelf against the wall. He pressed the cover of an ancient book, and the sound of gears turning came from the wall. A secret door appeared in front of the bookshelf, revealing a spiral staircase. The macaw opened its mouth wide and couldn't help but sigh. Damn, a library with a secret door and a secret room. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy. The librarian closed the door and explained, in addition to normal knowledge, the library also has many precious books and classics that need to be collected. These precious materials are usually not displayed to the public and can only be stored in a storage room at constant temperature and pressure. The librarian slowly turned around. The light from the spiral staircase shone on half of his face. His originally kind face now looked a little strange under the light and shadow carvings. The macaw's fur stood on end when it heard what he was about to say. Of course, other than some precious books that need to be stored separately, there are also some strange books that need special care and some restrictions. The macaw pinched Link's pants and mumbled, Link, why is the atmosphere getting worse? As they walked up the spiral staircase, they saw another advanced password-protected door. As the password-protected door opened, the air pressure inside was discharged, and they could see individual sealed glass rooms. Each room was like a museum with a single display stand. There were books inside, and on the glass door, there was a precise temperature and humidity control device. The macaw couldn't help but open its mouth wide. With such equipment and environment, it thought it had come to a museum and seen the treasure of the museum. The librarian said as they walked, "Since the establishment of the city library, there have been many ancient books here. There's a living book among them that has a similar effect to the dream reincarnation stone. I think it might meet the head of state's requirements." After saying that, the librarian stopped at the door of a sealed glass room. After keying in the password, the glass door slowly opened. Link was surprised to find such a magical book in the wasteland. The macaw at the side was even more curious. What? A living book? Was that still considered a thing? Following the librarian into the glass room, Link and the macaw saw the living book the elder had mentioned. It was a book with a brownish-black cover. The cover looked like the thick skin of some unknown creature, and the cover was made of pure silver. After that, all kinds of framing were pressed on the cover, making the book look holy and strange at the same time. In the middle of the frame, the title of the book was written in a strange font, Book of Dreams. The book was more than 10 centimeters thick and gave off a heavy feeling. The strangest thing was that there were 4 chains made of pure silver on the 4 corners of the cover. They were tightly connected to the base of the book. There were many runes carved on the chains too. Link could tell at a glance that this was the language of the Temple of the Cross Army, specially used to suppress evil. As soon as the librarian approached, the cover of the book seemed to sense something. The edge of the cover, which looked neat at first, began to extend, growing many things that looked like catfish tentacles and jagged teeth. The top and bottom covers wrapped around each other like a closed mouth. "Damn old man, what evil tricks are you up to this time?" The book's cover opened and closed, and it began to speak. The dark brown tentacles wriggled up and down, making one's hair stand on end. The macaw quickly hid behind Link and only poked its head out. Goosebumps rose all over its body. Good lord, this book can even speak. From the side, the entire book looks like a bloody mouth. Even Link was shocked. This little thing looked unique. The dream book began to struggle and twist, and the 4 chains at the corners of the book moved, making clanking sounds. The temple language on the chains was activated, and a holy energy spread to the cover of the book to suppress the evil. The Book of Dreams, which had been full of confidence just a moment ago, was now on the verge of death. Its mouth was wide open, gasping for breath. The librarian turned around and explained, "Head of state, the effect of this Book of Dreams is similar to the dream reincarnation stone. It can create a dream space inside. The more detailed you write in the book, the more real the space in the dream will be. Furthermore, time passed extremely slowly in the book. It might feel like a few days had passed inside, but only a few hours had passed outside. I used to use this book to learn a lot of knowledge, and that's how I became a scholar." Link studied the book carefully. He didn't expect the wasteland to have something like this. However, after the administrator explained its effects, his rich gaming experience reminded him of a certain creature. He observed the seal in front of him and asked, "This book is made from the skin of a dream devil beast, right? It seems that the soul of a dream devil beast is also sealed in it." The librarian didn't say anything. Even if he was a scholar, he didn't know what a dream devil beast was. On the other hand, the dying Book of Dreams suddenly came to life after hearing this. It said in surprise, "Oh, so you know about the dream devil beast. It seems that you're not ordinary." These words undoubtedly confirmed his identity as a dream devil beast. Link knew about this. He had once completed a mission related to the nightmare beast. Actually, the dream devil beast was a low-class race in the universe, and its main ability was telepathy. The most powerful among them, the Dark Knight, had even caused a disaster in the Maul star system. A terrifying monster that could drag half a planet's creatures into a dream was finally completely annihilated by the combined forces of the star system. Even now, its remains still had powerful soul power, forming a bone ruin in the universe. It was a terrifying sight. As they were afraid that a powerful monster like the Dark Knight would appear on the planet where the Nightmare Beast was located, the Maul star system decided to take precautions before it happened. Thus, the planet where the Nightmare Beast was located was occupied. This creature that could build dreams through telepathy was also listed as a dangerous creature and was divided up for research by various civilizations. Link had once been an interstellar mercenary and had been involved in the transportation of nightmare beasts. He had some understanding of these things through the NPCs. The Dream Devil beast in front of him had probably been turned into a book by some researcher, and it still retained its soul and dreamland abilities. If that was the case, then this Dream Devil beast could really be useful.